Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 892 to Chapter 973. The Black River Pill Hall's flying boat was right beside the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu could see the other party's warship from his window. It was almost twice the size of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Furthermore, it seemed to be of better quality. Although the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was not the best item in the Saint Flame dynasty, at least it was not too embarrassing. However, in front of the Black River Pill Hall's flying boat, it paled in comparison. It was like an adult taking a child for a stroll. The flying boat moved forward slowly. Li Zhongjiu took a glance and retracted his gaze. He read a lot of books in one night and absorbed a lot of information. However, he did not find the answer he wanted. "What are you looking for?" Xiaowanji did not know where she got the courage to ask Li Zhongjiu. In Xiaowanji's opinion, this was an extremely cheap action. However, she saw Li Zhongjiu reading quickly the whole night. His face did not look happy at all. Instead, there was a serious expression between his eyebrows that did not change at all. This was because he had not solved some mystery. That was why there was such an expression. "Well, I have some information about the Black Cloud Storm now," Li Zhongjiu said. There were many benefits to reading books occasionally. Li Zhongjiu had read a lot of books in his previous life. If he wanted to survive, not only did he need to have a big fist, he also needed to have a wide range of knowledge. Otherwise, many times, they would be killed without knowing why. Li Zhongjiu walked around the Black Cloud Storm before, but he encountered something incredible. Li Zhongjiu also spent a lot of effort to subdue this thing. Therefore, he wanted to find out more about the Black Cloud Storm. After all, this reading room was on the flying boat. Therefore, a lot of books were about weather, geography, and so on. Li Zhongjiu found some key information from these books. However, there was not much information about the Black Cloud Storm. As for what was hidden in the dark storm, there was even less information that could be used to identify it. The Black Cloud Storm is just a kind of gathering of energy between heaven and earth. However, if you want to talk about the formation of the Black Cloud Storm above the Blackwater Forest, there is a legend. As for whether it is accurate or not, I don't know. Xiaowanji did not think that what Li Zhongjiu cared about was actually the Black Cloud Storm that he himself had gone through. There were many forbidden zones between heaven and earth. As long as one trespassed into these forbidden zones, one would be turned back into the origin energy of heaven and earth, and become a part of heaven and earth again. Obviously, the Black Cloud Storm was one of them. However, the formation of the Black Cloud Storm at the edge of the Blackwater Forest was extremely special. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any storms in the vicinity of the Blackwater Forest. However, the Black Cloud Storm was like a bandit that occupied this part of the sky. Moreover, it didn't disperse all year round. Almost everyone who passed through here would encounter the Black Cloud Storm. More often than not, it would naturally form a storm of black clouds. "Tell me," Li Zhongjiu said. Xiaowanji did not think that Li Zhongjiu's purpose would be so clear and simple. It seemed that he had no interest in women at all. It was simply a joke. Could it be that this beauty had to talk about the weather here without anything else to say? Of course, Xiaowanji was not that superficial. She was not here to prove her charm. She simply wanted to make friends with Li Zhongjiu. Hence, she began to talk tirelessly. Li Zhongjiu learned quite a bit of information from Xiaowanji's mouth. This was something that happened before the establishment of the three great dynasties. In short, it was a story of a life and death battle between an expert who had cultivated lightning attribute yuan energy to the extreme and an expert who had cultivated wind attribute yuan energy to the extreme. These two great gods fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Later, their blood was spilled and nurtured an entire Blackwater Forest. Furthermore, the lightning attribute expert's last breath also became a Black Cloud Storm. It's that simple? Li Zhongjiu listened to this story. It was already so common that it seemed to be a mess. Only those who specialized in talking nonsense would write these things to sell for money. However, Li Zhongjiu also knew that there was more or less a connection between the two. It's that simple. We're here. How long did it take for them to arrive at Black River City? Li Zhongjiu took a glance. The reason why they were flying so fast was not because of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. It was because of the large flying boat opposite them. It seemed that the flying boat's facilities were obviously more complete. At the same time, it could also fly. Usually, this large flying boat would be able to carry 2 or even 3 flying boats. Its speed would be twice or even thrice the original speed. In the Heica dynasty's territory, there were naturally bandits and the like. However, this was the flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall. The influence of the Black River Pill Hall in the Heica dynasty was far greater than the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion in the Xingyan dynasty. In terms of the grandeur of the capital, the Sacred Flame Imperial City was slightly more majestic. However, the Heica dynasty seemed to have a stronger foundation. In the central area, there were some ancient buildings that were still preserved. There were historical experiences and foundations in them. Some new buildings were built in the surroundings. There were also many flying boats coming and going. It seemed that they were very confident in their safety. At the same time, these flying boats were flying in the sky in an orderly manner. Li Zhongjiu had seen the Xingyan dynasty 3,000 years in the future. Compared to the present, there weren't many changes. Many things were directly upgraded, and the level was not the same as before. For example, the Heica dynasty. He didn't know where they got so many fancy ideas. If he stayed in the Heica dynasty, he could hear the roar of the flying boat almost every day. It seemed that the people of the Heica dynasty moved around more frequently. Even the flying boat business was extremely busy. When the flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall arrived, the flying boats in front automatically opened up a path for them. They flew to both sides in an orderly manner. The flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall landed on an extremely vast flying boat plaza. The flying boat must take off and land at a fixed location in the city. You can also leave the flying boat here. There will be someone to look after it. Xianxia said. Some large flying boats didn't have the function of storing things. After all, there wasn't such a big spatial tool to store things. Hence, it was normal for them to park here. In that case, let's park the flying boat here. Chu Tairan said. My disciple will bring your people to check in. You and I have to have a good drink. Tomorrow, when the people of the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace arrive, we'll hold an opening ceremony together. Xianxia pulled Chu Tairan's hand and said. Wen Feng, I'll leave these people to you. They're all distinguished guests from the Heavenly Flame dynasty. Don't neglect them. Yes, Master. In fact, although there were many dangers in the outside world, they weren't everywhere. Just like the people in front of them, they didn't arrive at the Black Chu royal city unscathed. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them here as they represented the Xingyan dynasty. The officials of the Heica dynasty also needed to take care of them. If someone dared to cause trouble here, it would be equivalent to provoking the two dynasties. If you really had that kind of strength, you could do it. Su Sha brought Li Zhongjiu and the others down from the airship and saw the disciples of the Black Chu Pill Hall waiting for them. The leader of the group was a handsome man with distinct facial features. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, giving people a feeling of ease and trust. Jin Wenfeng waved his hand at Su Sha, who was leading the way. Welcome to the Black Chu royal city. I am Jin Wenfeng from the Black Chu Pill Hall. Everyone, don't worry. Everything in the city will be handled by the Black Chu Pill Hall. If you have any needs, you can tell me. Jin Wenfeng said with a smile. Hello, I am Su Sha from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. I am the one in charge this time. I will have to trouble you guys. Su Sha said. Naturally, these words were enough to convince them. Of course, Su Sha wouldn't introduce the people behind her to the people in front of her. These were all confidential information until now. Jin Wenfeng's eyes swept across the people in front of him. Then, he turned around and led everyone to the inn where they were staying. This guy is called Jin Wenfeng. I heard that he is also one of the main contestants this time. Moreover, his strength isn't simple. Ling Yan said in a low voice. Of course, these words were directed at Kuan Erisher and another disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Hall. This disciple of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was called Zhu Xiao. They had met before. He was a new student that was just recruited this year. He was also a ruthless person. He had fought with Kuan Erisher before. Although Kuan Erisher won by luck, Kuan Erasure could feel that Zhu Xiao was still holding back. He was just giving some face to his senior. At the same time, he also became a first-year student of the Heavenly STEM department. In any case, after setting a precedent, they directly let Ling Yan continue to be the class teacher. In the end, there were only a total of 3 people in the 2 grades. Li Zongjie was basically just a name. It seemed that the rules and regulations of this Heavenly Star Medicine Manor were completely useless to Li Zongjie. 5 stars, this guy is a 5th grade alchemist. Zhu Xiao glanced at Jin Wenfeng's sleeve. The pressure of a 5th grade alchemist was extremely great. Among the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, these level 5 alchemists were the main contestants. However, this Ling Yan was only at the middle stage of grade 5. He didn't know what level the other party's strength was at, but it was definitely a very strong opponent. When Li Zongjie was walking, he was also thinking about something with his head lowered. He did not pay attention to the people in front of him. Since there was someone leading the way, he would just walk with his head lowered. Hey, Li Zongjie, what do you think of this Jin Wenfeng's strength? Can you handle him? Ling Yan knew Li Zongjie's strength, so he also went forward to ask. In the whole team, Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran were walking at the back. Kuan Erasure and Zhu Xiao followed behind Ling Yan. What? Li Zongjie heard Ling Yan calling him, but he didn't hear what she said clearly. Ling Yan repeated it again. He's just a 5th grade alchemist. Li Zongjie said faintly and continued to enter a state of dissociation. The reason why Qi Yanran followed Li Zongjie was that she was afraid that Li Zongjie would suddenly bump into someone's stall. Jin Wenfeng, who was walking at the front, chatted with Su Sha next to him, while also focusing his attention on the beautiful women behind him. It must be said that the Xingyan dynasty was closer to the east, so they specially produced some eastern beauties. Anyone who saw them would be extremely happy. After seeing these beautiful eastern beauties, Jin Wenfeng also wanted to know how charming he was among these people. Jin Wenfeng naturally enjoyed beauties in the Haiku dynasty, but he had not tasted the beauties of other dynasties. Although he just glanced at them, he still remembered them. The small, delicate and cute girl was more in line with Jin Wenfeng's taste. Imagine, when such a lovely beauty was in his arms, that kind of feeling. Just when Jin Wenfeng was fantasizing in his heart, he suddenly heard a voice coming into his ears. Just a 5th grade alchemist. Who was so arrogant? It was extremely difficult to become a 5th grade alchemist, no matter where it was. Becoming a 5th grade alchemist at such a young age was naturally an extremely proud thing. Even the master praised Jin Wenfeng, saying that he was a genius that appeared once in 100 years. Even compared to Long Xian, he was already in a state of being comparable. Long Xian's advantage was that they were blessed by some extreme elixirs since they were young, so they were so powerful. If they were in a normal state, then no one would be more powerful. Jin Wenfeng had secretly remembered the appearance of that kid in his heart. When the time comes, he would naturally find this kid to settle the account. It was better to not make a move first and stay calm. The inn they stayed in was also famous in this city, and now the entire building was requisitioned by the Haiku Pill Hall. They didn't even need to pay. This inn was also happily welcoming the arrival of these people. I'm going to prepare to welcome the people of the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace. Someone will send you the information and itinerary of this competition later. All the expenses in the inn are free, everyone can enjoy to their heart's content. Jin Wenfeng said. Su Sha expressed her gratitude once again. After Jin Wenfeng left, Su Sha also distributed the room keys in her hand to everyone. 1 room per person. Now, everyone is free to move around, but it's best not to go out. In addition, gather here at 9 o'clock in the evening. After receiving the information, we need to make some arrangements. When saying this, Su Sha also specially glanced at Li Zongjie, who was behind the crowd. After all, most of the people were young. When they went out, they still had a sense of collective honor. More or less, they wanted to win glory for their own dynasty, and also for their own family. If they were driven back halfway, it would be an extremely shameful thing. Li Zongjie was the only one who would never play his cards according to the rules. Li Zongjie was the only one who would always cause trouble. Therefore, he had to find a place to stop this kid, but along the way, Li Zongjie was surprisingly quiet. When Li Zhongjiu raised his head, Su Sha didn't know if she saw wrongly, but there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Li Zhongjiu's eyes. Li Zhongjiu obtained an incredible treasure from the storm of black clouds. Even Li Zhongjiu had never seen such a weapon in his previous life. It seemed to be a force born in the chaos. It was natural, but it had a different appearance. Its appearance was like an iron hammer, but this hammer did not have any feeling of being connected. It looked like it was born with this appearance. When Li Zhongjiu obtained this weapon, he did not refine it. It seemed that this thing took the initiative to enter his body. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu carefully searched for some information about this hammer. However, the books on the airship were obviously relatively few. This could not solve Li Zhongjiu's doubts. Later, after listening to Xia Wanji's story, Li Zhongjiu also guessed the origin of this hammer. This was at least a weapon of the ancient demon race. And judging from the aura it produced, it seemed to be a weapon of the demon race. Where the weapon came from did not have much impact on Li Zhongjiu. He had long seen through the difference between good and evil. For him, as long as he had a weapon in his hand, he could use it. As long as the weapon could help him kill people, it was a good weapon, a weapon that was truly handy. Until just now, Li Zhongjiu finally refined this devil hammer. In the spiritual hell, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength could be said to be ravaged. Under the tenacious resistance of the devil hammer, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength was constantly struggling. Fortunately, this devil hammer had been far from its peak for a long time. Its combat strength was not as good as before, so it was finally refined by Li Zhongjiu. Now, he couldn't wait to try out the power of this devil hammer. Li Zhongjiu happened to look up at Su Sha. Su Sha said that he could move freely. Li Zhongjiu's heart moved. "I'm going out for a stroll," Li Zhongjiu said. Su Sha had just finished telling him not to run around when Li Zhongjiu rushed out of the door. He was afraid that Li Zhongjiu would not be able to find his way back. This place was not like Holy Flame Royal City. In the Heike dynasty, it was best to keep a low profile. "I'll go watch him." Kuan Arashir threw a glance at the anxious Su Sha. Hearing Kuan Arashi's words, Su Sha directly rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you still looking at him? It's already great that you don't associate with him." But comparatively speaking, Kuan Arashir was more reliable. Although Qi Yanran said that she had feelings for Li Zhongjiu, now she only regarded Li Zhongjiu as an ordinary friend. It was impossible for her to chase after him directly if something happened. Wouldn't it seem that she was throwing herself at him? As a girl, she still had this bit of restraint. So Qi Yanran directly went back to her room to rest. Coincidentally, the person living in the opposite room was Nan Peixian. But Nan Peixian remembered the previous scene. Even if he knew that Qi Yanran was living opposite him, he did not do anything excessive. If that kid found an excuse, he did not know what would happen to him. So Nan Peixian had to be honest. If there was a chance, he would go and get close to Xia Wanji first. This girl seemed to have a slight chance. If she really succeeded, then Nan Peixian would naturally have a good time. In the Heike dynasty, martial arts were popular. The strong were respected, and there was a little bit of violence in their bones. They liked to fight, and there would be blood when they fought. In the Heike royal city, the most popular place was the arena. It was similar to underground boxing, but the life and death battles of these Yuan practitioners were directly taken out and became a pastime for people to watch. There were arenas of all sizes. In addition to watching, there would also be peripheral gambling. Some people liked to gamble, and some people simply liked to watch. Even if it was just selling tickets, it could be considered as making a lot of money. And for those who participated in the competition, there were also very generous rewards. Hell Tower. It was one of the 3 major arenas in the Heike royal city. The Hell Tower had a total of 18 floors. Every season, there would be a competition for the title of King of Hell. If one won 18 rounds in a row, they would be able to take away 10 million purple yuan, and at the same time, there would be elixirs and vitality stones. The rewards were very generous. However, if you lost a round, you might directly lose your life. Moreover, the arenas were also divided into different levels. No matter what level the arena was, it was extremely intense. Even if the opponent's strength was slightly weaker than yours, they would often have some extremely terrifying explosive moves that could directly defeat you. So no matter what the situation was, one could not be careless. I want to sign up for the Yuan King level arena. Li Zhongjiu arrived at the Hell Tower arena with ease. The Xingyan dynasty currently did not have a place similar to this kind of life and death battle arena. After all, the dynasty had just been established, and there were many things waiting to be done. This kind of crazy internal consumption had to be delayed and should not be rushed. 100 purple yuan for the registration fee. At the registration window was a fat woman, expressionlessly tapping on something similar to an abacus in her hand. After Li Zhongjiu paid the purple yuan, the fat woman made a sign and handed it to Li Zhongjiu. Is there an opponent now? Li Zhongjiu asked. The arena challenge was one that one had to take the initiative to apply for it. After you submitted your registration, there would be an opponent of the same level who would fight with you. If you won, you would be promoted to the next level. For example, Li Zhongjiu currently had 0 wins, so he would be matched with some opponents who had 0 wins. The calculation of wins was also very interesting. 1 win and 1 loss, 2 wins and 2 losses, all belong to 0 wins. If it became a negative number, then one would have to pay the registration fee again. A win would add 1 point, and a loss would correspondingly reduce 1 point. Yes, a lot. Do you want to challenge now? The fat woman flipped through the information card in her hand. Li Zhongjiu said, of course. Thus, a match with 0 wins would begin in 10 minutes. This kind of beginner-level competition would not have many spectators. It would only appear on some gambling tables. Unless both of them had at least some popularity, people would not easily pay the bill. Crazy Tail, you are really lucky. You actually got a fair and tender newcomer. In a resting area. These people who specialized in competition for a living, besides competing, would rest or cultivate here. After receiving a match, it was convenient for them to directly participate in the competition. The person called Crazy Tail in front of him opened his eyes. A long scar extended from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. Crazy Tail had already participated in 22 rounds of the Yuan Monarch level competition and had yet to win a single round. It was unknown if he was lacking in strength or if he was deliberately maintaining such a record. In the Yuan Monarch level competition, winning a round would earn 10,000 purple yuan as a reward. Losing a round would not result in a deduction of money. However, one's life would be in danger. It was impossible to find a few companions and use the method of throwing the match to obtain the competition's rewards. This was because the matches on the list were all random. Or rather, it was intentionally arranged by the people in the arena. It was almost impossible to gather all of them together. If one did such a thing, it would be considered a scam. It was one thing to use such a method elsewhere, but to use it here, one had to say that he was simply courting death. There were plenty of people in the arena and there were plenty of ways to deal with one. Therefore, there was no need to be delusional about playing tricks in such a place. Crazy Tail had been able to survive 22 rounds, which showed his strength. At the very least, he would not die so easily. Plus, Crazy Tail seemed to be using this method to make money. Crazy Tail had originally planned to get 10,000 purple yuan for each victory. However, after more than a month, Crazy Tail had only earned 110,000 purple yuan. This was still far from what Crazy Tail wanted. It seemed like he had to continue winning if he wanted to really make a big profit. Therefore, today would be the day of Crazy Tail's breakthrough. A terrifying aura condensed. There were only life and death in the arena. There were no rules. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, as long as one could win, there would be no problem. Crazy Tail's weapon was a curved scimitar. It looked like a foreign weapon, but Crazy Tail's curved scimitar was executed with a set of very powerful blade techniques. When Crazy Tail stepped into the arena, there were only a few people present. These were just spectators. Some of them were here specifically to measure the combat strength of the big boss and select some people with potential. Some of them were also here to sweep the floor of the arena and clean up the bloodstains. They were waiting for the people on the arena to finish their matches before going on stage to clean up. Standing opposite Crazy Tail, because the surrounding lights were too bright, he couldn't see clearly from far away. Only when he got closer did he see that his opponent was just a teenager. Looking at her, her skin was soft and tender. He should be a young master of some clan. How could he grow into an iron-blooded warrior without experiencing the power of blood? If he wanted to go down to the arena to train, his spirit would be very good. Unfortunately, there was only life and death in the arena. Since he had stepped onto the stage, he had to be prepared to be killed at any time. Crazy Tail looked at Li Zongjiu. Kid, today, I will use the most spectacular method to make your blood splatter on the stage. You must remember that you are the first person to die in the hands of me, Crazy Tail. You are also my first step towards the peak. Previously, Mad Tail had been enduring silently. He did not reveal too much of his strength. Now, he wanted to kill Li Zongjiu completely. Moreover, he had to use a very dazzling way of fighting. Sometimes, fame could bring him a lot of income. Staying in such a place meant that he had a brush with death every day. He had already had enough. Li Zongjiu, who was standing opposite him, did not speak. He was waiting for the referee to start. Even if there were no rules in the arena, there must be a beginning and an end. Both sides are clear about the rules. If your body falls off the stage or your head falls off, you will lose. As for the rest, even if you kneel on the stage and call for your grandfather, you will not be able to win. The referee very vividly explained the rules of the arena. If it was a rookie who had just entered the arena, even if he raised a white flag and surrendered on the stage, it would not count. You must fall off the stage for it to count. That also meant that you must have the strength to withstand the opponent's attack. Otherwise, you will be dealt with on the stage without even having the chance to beg for mercy. Some people came to the arena for money, while others came to the arena purely to kill. Li Zongjiu did not care too much about the referee's words. He was holding a small black hammer in his hand. It looked just like the Thunder Profound Hammer, but it was slightly bigger than the Thunder Profound Hammer. It was a devil weapon that he obtained from the Black Cloud Storm. Li Zongjiu did not study this thing in his previous life, so he was very curious about it now. This level of devil weapon, even in the ancient devil clan, could only be owned by extremely strong experts. The battle begins. After the referee said that, he walked out of the room. After Crazy Tail heard that, the curved blade in his hand appeared, and suddenly, an incomparably bright blade light slashed out. Boom! The blade light whizzed out. The surrounding power seemed to condense as a sharp aura approached Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu raised his hand. At this moment, the hammer in his hand also smashed down with a whoosh. Rumble! A thunder and lightning directly erupted from the devil hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, approaching the front. When the thunder and lightning hit the devil hammer, it also directly hit Crazy Tail in the distance. ZZ. The thick power of thunder and lightning was like a chain, stringing Crazy Tail in front of him. Crazy Tail was directly lifted up from the ground, his body suspended in the air, penetrated by the terrifying power. Li Zongjiu put down the hammer in his hand. Even Li Zongjiu himself was surprised by this expression. He did not use much strength, but the hammer was actually so active. When the lightning chains disappeared, Yi Zichen looked at the sky. Crazy Tail's body also fell from the arena. With a bang, he fell to the ground and turned into a pile of carbon powder. Poor Crazy Tail, he was directly killed by Li Zongjiu before he could figure out the situation. Li Zongjiu himself was also dumbfounded. He still did not understand the power of the devil hammer, and the Yuan King expert in front of him was directly killed. It seemed that he had to find a more powerful opponent. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. Everyone present, including the referee, was extremely shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Instant kill, this was a real instant kill. The opponent fell as soon as he made a move. He was directly killed. Crazy Tail had participated in more than 20 battles, and most of the people were familiar with him, but he was easily killed, which was especially shocking. Some people were surprised, but some were also pleasantly surprised. The sudden appearance of Li Zongjiu, whose origin was unknown, and who also possessed formidable strength, made some people who specially came to such a place to hunt for dark horses feel incomparably pleasantly surprised. They had to watch dozens of battles every day. To be honest, not every battle was so exciting. Most of them seemed to follow the prescribed order, rehearsed in advance, and followed the rules very well. There were not too many outstanding aspects. But Li Zongjiu's appearance was different. and this person found a glimmer of light. This kid, we must pay attention to him. What's his code name? Go quickly, I want all the information about this kid in 3 minutes. Put it in front of me. The group of people began to move. Li Zhongjiu had won this round, and in his identity card, there was an extra 10,000 purple yuan. Compared to the registration fee from before, this was more than enough to cover the cost of the registration fee. It was still very worth it, but some people were not so lucky, such as Mad Tail, who was electrocuted to death before he could figure it out. Those who had fought with Mad Tail before, or those who were in the training ground in the lounge, sighed after seeing Mad Tail's fate. The wheel of fortune had turned a little too fast. The news of Mad Tail's death did not cause much of a wave, but the appearance of a very fierce newcomer in the arena attracted many people's attention. What's that kid's name? There is no information about this person at present. It's like he appeared out of thin air, but some people have analyzed that this kid is not a person from the Haiku dynasty. If you don't know his name, you should at least know his code name. Code name was the name you used in the arena. For example, Mad Tail was a code name. However, whether or not you could be remembered by others would depend on your own ability. Replying to Sir, this person's code name is Evil Lord. When these 2 words were spoken, they instinctively felt a chill rising from their backs, as if someone was gently sliding an ice-cold sword on their body. It was hair-raising. This kid's guts are too big. When some people heard this codename, they couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A person who dared to use this codename was definitely not simple. Not to mention anything else, just the word venerate alone was enough to make one unable to stand it. Humph, this brat has some guts. There's no need to pay attention to him in the future. It won't be long before he dies in the arena. There's no shortage of crazy people in the arena. Moreover, this evil lord is too crazy. Some people who were originally interested in Li Zhongjiu also shook their heads. They all thought that this Li Zhongjiu would not live for long. A mere rookie dared to be so arrogant, he must be tired of living. There would always be someone who would pick out Li Zhongjiu to teach him how to be a person. A big boss of an arena thought to himself. If he were to place a bet on such a person, he would definitely suffer a loss and lose everything. Big boss, breaking news. This brat called Evil Lord has already won 6 matches in a row. Just a moment ago, the big boss was still thinking that this damned evil dominator was so arrogant that he would hear the news of this brat being beaten to death in less than 3 days. However, when this news came, the big boss's heart trembled. The tea that was just at the side of his mouth directly flowed into his mouth with a gudong sound, scalding his entire body. What did you say? 6 matches in a row. If it were any other time, winning 6 matches in a row would not be a big deal. However, in just half an hour, he had already won 6 matches in a row. Was this a joke? Could it be that this was a path paved with money? What's going on? The big boss hurriedly asked. Instant kill, all of them were instant kills. The person who came to report was also filled with shock. He had been active in the arena for a long time, but he had never seen such a thing happen. All 6 matches were instant kills. This was because he had to find someone who had won 7 matches in a row and challenge him. That was why he had the time to come and report this. Otherwise, he would have just continued watching from the sidelines. Originally, it was only 100 people arena. Later on, it was changed to 1,000 people arena, and even a 10,000 people arena. Let's go, quickly bring me there. I want to meet this person and see who exactly he is. Almost all the big bosses who heard the news moved out. If they could find out who this person was in time, it would be an incredible fortune. The upper echelons of the Hell Arena also received the news. In just half an hour, he had won 6 matches in a row, all of which were instant kills. This kind of strength could be said to be shocking. A person like this was either a flash in the pan or an absolute king. Hell Arena, 19th floor office. Hua Ying was one of the people in charge of the Hell Arena. Since Li Zhongjiu had already reached the level of the Hell Arena, he would naturally go through Hua Ying's hands. She was a charming young woman dressed in a long robe made of heavenly silk. Her waist was delicate and soft, and her movements were very flirtatious. However, in the Hell Arena, if you were a soft little lamb, you would only be devoured by others. She had reached this point because of this step. Hua Ying had already lost count of the number of wolves that had set their sights on her. Evil Lord? That name is really asking for a beating. The corners of Hua Ying's mouth curled up slightly. She was also very interested in Li Zhongzhou's nickname. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to suppress this name. Therefore, Hua Ying had sent people to gather information about Li Zhongzhou. However, until now, there was no news about Li Zhongzhou. After all, the people from the Sacred Flame Imperial City had come here in secret. Only the people from the Black River Pill Hall knew the exact information. Moreover, the Black River Pill Hall hadn't been able to obtain any information about the participants from the Xingyan dynasty. They only knew that a very famous person called the Ancient One had given up on the competition. No one knew what had caused this. If the Black River Pill Hall, who was in direct contact with the Black River Pill Hall, didn't know about this, then these people were even more clueless. Have you found the person for the 7th match? Hua Ying asked. She wanted to watch the match in person. I've found it. A Lei Long with 37 battles experience. Lei Long, 7 victories. 15 losses, 22 victories. To be able to accumulate 7 victories was not an easy feat. Hua Ying arrived at the arena. Lei Long was the signature of her 10,000-seat arena. He could be considered one of Hua Ying's valiant subordinates. Every time Lei Long entered the arena, the audience would be filled by at least 60%. At least 6,000 people were watching at the same time. This was already an extremely grand scene. However, when Hua Ying arrived at the arena, she was shocked to discover that it was completely packed. Some people were unable to buy tickets, so they directly sat down in the corridor. How could this be? Hua Ying only had the authority to control the 10,000-seat arena. In addition, Lei Long was a valiant existence in the arena of 7 victories. The 10,000-seat arena was already the limit. She never expected the audience to be so enthusiastic today. Although the corridor was already filled with people, there were still people rushing in. My lord, these people are clamoring to come in and watch. We can't stop them. Her subordinate came to report. These people were too enthusiastic. It was as if they were all here to watch this person called Evil Lord insta-kill his opponents. Bloody battles were no longer enough to satisfy the audience. In fact, under such circumstances, they were all looking forward to seeing this godlike suppression. Evil Lord, Li Zhongzhou. He stepped onto the arena. A dark red color appeared on the floor. Occasionally, small pieces of flesh would stick to the floor. There was no way to dig them out. Clearly, they had been washed away by blood and flesh for many years. Even when he stepped on it, there was a sticky feeling. It really is a bloody hell. In Li Zhongzhou's eyes, he seemed to be able to see many souls entrenched in the arena. These were all left behind by those who had died in the arena. After taking a glance, Li Zhongzhou locked his gaze on an iron cage opposite him. His opponent for this round was actually locked in an iron cage. It wasn't an iron cage. Instead, it was a carbon cage that could withstand lightning. This was because this fierce dragon who was about to go on stage had a strange ability. From time to time, he would release some lightning from his body. Even if you were standing next to him and were chatting with him, you would suddenly be struck by the lightning released from his body. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, they used such a carbon cage to isolate it. Lei Long. Lei Long. At least half of the tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium were shouting Lei Long's name. Clearly, Lei Long's battles over the past few days had brought him many fans. Most of the people were here for the lightning dragon. Of course, there was also a portion of them who came for Li Zhongzhou. However, they didn't dare to shout out the name of the evil lord so loudly, because this name sounded a little silly. Thinking about it, if he were to loudly call out the name of this evil lord, he would feel as if he had joined some cult. It was said that this evil lord was very powerful. Therefore, many people came to see how long this evil lord could be arrogant. Holding the devil hammer in his hand. Li Zhongzhou didn't give this hammer a name. He just called it the devil hammer. The graphite cage was opened with a bang. Then, he saw a man who was as strong as a boulder walking out of the cage. As he walked, he could even feel the ground shaking violently. No wonder he was called Lei Long. Li Zongjiu glanced at the ground. There seemed to be a few small electric arcs spread out on the ground. It seemed to spread out from the soles of his feet. So tall. Li Zongjiu looked at the lightning dragon in front of him. His height was close to 2.5 meters. A brown bear standing up was only 3 meters. Compared to humans, the lightning dragon in front of him was very big. When Lei Long walked out, the cheers of the audience almost reached the peak. The whole place was in an uproar. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu didn't have many opportunities to enter this kind of arena. Most of the time, he wandered the wilderness and ambushed people. He wanted to kill people, not compete. No one would be stupid enough to fight to the death with their enemy in this arena. Lei Long was also very excited. He clenched his fist and looked at the small Li Zongjiu opposite him. Lei Long, strictly speaking, was not a free participant. He was nurtured by the Hell Arena itself. He was considered one of its own because sometimes the quality of the participants outside was not necessarily high. In addition, the existence of such people was to prevent some special situations from happening. For example, if a group of people came to swindle someone, these people would be needed to come out and tear the other party to pieces. Before Lei Long went on stage, someone had warned him that Li Zongjiu was very strong. Lei Long's current record was 6 wins. This kind of record, either he spent money to clear the stage, or he really had the strength. Maybe the previous 6 participants were bought by Li Zongjiu, but Lei Long would never be in such a situation. Challenger, Evil Lord, challenges Lei Long. Evil Dominator's record, 6 wins, 6 victories. Lei Long, 37 wins, 22 wins. When the results were reported, some people heard about Li Zongjiu's impressive record, but when they heard it from the judge's mouth, their eyes were still full of shock. 100% win rate. However, in this round, he might not be so lucky. After fighting in this arena for 37 rounds, he was still alive. This was enough to prove his strength. Otherwise, just by fighting in these 37 rounds, he would have met all kinds of enemies who could easily defeat him or even kill him. As long as he was alive, it was enough to prove his strength. The battle begins. The judge shouted loudly. At the scene, there was even a special imaging projection technology. It used a kind of transparent stone with the effect of mirror reflection to create a few clean and bright reflective stone slabs in the scene. The scene appeared on the slabs, and the movements of the 2 people could be clearly seen. Roar. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Lei Long immediately seized the opportunity. With a roar, the muscles on his body instantly blew his clothes away. Thick lightning surged from his body and rushed towards Li Zongjiu like a lightning python. Boom. The violent lightning force rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The speed of the lightning was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Li Zongjiu. A man who mastered the power of lightning. When the audience saw this scene, they cheered loudly. Some people even stood up and applauded for Lei Long's terrifying power. Even a 5th grade Yuan King expert would be directly electrocuted and faint if he encountered the power of lightning. On the other hand, Evil Lord stood in his original position, as if he was scared silly by the huge momentum in front of him. Boom. The lightning instantly struck Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu's body was instantly penetrated by the power of lightning. However, Li Zongjiu was still standing in the same spot. Li Zongjiu, who should have been reduced to ashes, was still standing in the same spot. It could be seen that all the power was pouring directly into the hammer in Li Zongjiu's right hand. Zzz. What? Lei Long saw this scene and retracted his hands. He watched Li Zongjiu absorb his lightning. No, to be precise, it was absorbed by the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. What kind of hammer is that? Lei Long suddenly said in surprise. However, Li Zongjiu did not answer Lei Long's question. Since Lei Long had already made his move, Li Zongjiu naturally would not be polite. He raised the devil hammer in his hand and suddenly smashed it on the ground. Boom. The domineering power of thunder and lightning surged forward in an instant. Lei Long did not have time to react. He was directly lifted up by the power of lightning in front of him. His whole body was suspended in midair. Everyone could see that the power of lightning was constantly pouring into his body. Hua. When the crowd saw this scene, an uproar broke out. They had never seen such a ferocious scene. That lightning energy had directly sent the lightning dragon flying. Immediately, Lei Long's body was directly paralyzed in the air, unable to move. However, Li Zongjiu was surprised this time because Lei Long's body in front of him did not directly turn into a pile of charcoal. Instead, he was sent out of the arena by the power of lightning and fell to the ground with a bang. Lei Long's body was directly stiff on the ground. He did not die, but his body was emitting pitch-black smoke. It seemed that he was at least seriously injured. Even such a powerful Lei Long was directly killed by this evil lord. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause and cheers immediately rang out from the audience. However, Li Zongjiu did not stay in the same place to enjoy the applause. After all, Li Zongjiu wasn't really here to participate in such a competition and win some generous prize money. Currently, Li Zongjiu's Hell Arena account had a total of 280,000 purple yuan. If he took it out, Li Zongjiu would instantly become a real millionaire. Unfortunately, this money was nothing to Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not come here for the money. Call this kid to my office. Huang saw Li Zongjiu's potential at first glance. If such a person could not become popular, then what kind of person could be successful? He was simply helping her to make money? Just thinking about it made her very happy. With Hua Ying's sharp eyes, if she made good use of Li Zongjiu, not only would Li Zongjiu's reputation reach a peak, but the fame and resources under Hua Ying's hands would also increase rapidly. Therefore, this was a win-win situation. Hua Ying also had some status in the Hell Arena. With her status, inviting Li Zongjiu to come was also giving Li Zongjiu face. Talking about cooperation with Li Zongjiu was definitely an honor for Li Zongjiu. Therefore, after saying those words, Hua Ying returned to her office and waited for Li Zongjiu to come. Everyone knew that once one was chosen by these managers, there would be countless ways to make money. Hua Ying acted quickly. If she had been a little slower, Li Zongjiu might have been poached by someone else. Naturally, she would not allow such a thing to happen. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to continue the challenge. However, when he looked at the clock hanging on the wall, his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, it should be time for the assembly. After all, it was not like the past when he could walk around as he pleased. When he went out, he still had to follow the rules. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to leave, several people who claimed to be from the Hell Arena blocked Li Zongjiu's path. Manager Hua Ying invites you to her office for a chat. The few people blocking the road seemed to be afraid that Li Zongjiu would run away. They actually surrounded Li Zongjiu, which immediately made Li Zongjiu frown. The leader of the group had both hands on his belt. One hand was holding his belt while the other was looking at Li Zongjiu in front of him. It could be said that he was very arrogant. These people were all Hua Ying's subordinates. They were the managers. When they looked at these people who came to participate in the Hell Arena competition, it was as if they were looking at merchandise. There were even some cheap fighting tools. There was no difference between them and wild beasts. Naturally, they did not need to be too polite. After all, these people did not have long lifespans. In addition, this was their home ground. In their own territory, what was there to be afraid of? Get lost. I'm in a hurry, Li Zongjiu said. Not to mention these people's attitude, even if they were respectful, Li Zongjiu would not go with them. He was in a hurry. Li Zongjiu actually treated them with such an attitude. Immediately, the few people who came to stop him felt as if they were going to explode in anger. You're courting death, kid. One of them directly pressed his hand on Li Zongjiu's shoulder, trying to control Li Zongjiu. Who would have thought that the moment he touched Li Zongjiu, a series of crackling lightning bolts flew out, hitting all the people around him. Li Zongjiu did not even take the initiative to attack. Immediately, these people all fell to the ground with a few thuds. Their bodies were charred black by the lightning, and smoke rose from them. Li Zongjiu was not ready to make a move. It seemed that the devil hammer had added a layer of lightning defense to himself. An ordinary touch would be fine, but if one were to make any aggressive or threatening actions, it would directly trigger the lightning defense. He lifted his feet and stepped over these people. These people said that they wanted to see Li Zongjiu, but they did not attract Li Zongjiu's interest. If they wanted to cooperate with him, then they should take the initiative to see Li Zhongjiu. He returned to the inn. Breeze and Moon Inn. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the inn signboard, then took out his room number. After matching the name, he walked in. I've been walking around the streets for more than 10 times, but I didn't see you. Where did you go? Kuan Erishur saw Li Zhongjiu walk in and was immediately surprised. Before he left, he told Su Sha that he would find Li Zhongjiu. In the end, he wandered around aimlessly for half a day and did not even see a hair on Li Zhongjiu. I went to fight a few battles. Li Zhongjiu said as he stretched his shoulders. Damn it. After fighting a few battles, Li Zhongjiu did not waste any energy at all. However, Li Zhongjiu now knew that even a casual blow from the Devil Hammer could kill a grade 6 Yuan monarch. Furthermore, the Devil Hammer was a chain attack. It was the kind that could spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. You didn't go out and cause any trouble, did you? Su Sha saw Li Zhongjiu come back and looked at the time. He was actually so punctual. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu caused some trouble outside? What trouble can I cause? Li Zhongjiu said with an innocent face. Qi Yanran and the others also sat down. Coincidentally, there was a seat next to Qi Yanran, so Li Zhongjiu took the opportunity to sit down. At the door, Ling Yan walked in with Zhu Xiao. Looking at Zhu Xiao's expression, he seemed to be exhausted as if he had been caught to refine 20 furnaces of elixirs. Ling Yan's face was full of satisfaction. Yanran, when I was shopping just now, I saw that this is very suitable for you. Think about it. When the time comes, come to our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. You also know that Li Zhongjiu is also from our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Ling Yan grabbed Qi Yanran's hand and then stuffed an exquisite small gift box to Qi Yanran. This sudden enthusiasm caught Qi Yanran a little off guard. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be looking at her. If she said that she didn't want to go to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, if Li Zhongjiu heard it, wouldn't he have some ideas? Therefore, Qi Yanran quickly said. I accept Sister Ling Yan's kindness, but the matter of transferring schools still requires the exchange of schools. Isn't that just a matter of a sentence? If you come to our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, I will arrange for you to be in the same class as Li Zhongjiu. Ling Yan said with a smile. After all, Qi Yanran was just a little girl. In front of Li Zhongjiu, she was also very concerned about her image. In order to pull Qi Yanran to their Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Ling Yan had to be very careful. It could be said that Ling Yan put down her old face and went all out. Teacher Ling, where is my gift? Kuan Erishur also shamelessly came up. Ling Yan didn't even think about it and directly sent Kuan Erishur flying with a slap. Looking at the joyous scene, Su Sha's heart was slightly relieved. As long as nothing big happened and they passed this competition smoothly, she would be thankful to the heavens. This was a foreign country. Even Su Sha herself was very nervous in her heart. She hoped that nothing bad would happen. Not good, Sister Xiaoji is fighting with someone outside. At present, only. Xia Wanji and Yu Xinji had not returned. Su Sha glanced at the door and saw Yu Xinji jumping in with an anxious look on her face. Su Sha's entire body was energized. Going out with such a large group of people, this kind of situation was what she was most afraid of. What? The first thought in Su Sha's mind was to find Zhou Jing and Chu Tai Ran. Only with these two people could the problem be solved. Who knew that Ling Yan would slap her? How dare you bully my Xingyan dynasty's people? Ling Yan had the aura of a big sister. She directly kicked the chair in front of her and then waved her hand. Where is it? Take me there. While speaking, Ling Yan also directly grabbed Zhu Xiao and Kuan Erishur. Hey, if you have something to say, we can talk about it. I didn't say that I won't go. Kuan Erishur, a dignified man, was actually grabbed by the clothes by Ling Yan. If this was seen by others, how shameful it would be. Immediately, Kuan Erishur also directly roared. Don't worry. I'll go find Master Chu first. Su Sha also said anxiously. Looking at Ling Yan's posture, it was obvious that he wanted to rush out and tear these people to shreds. If the two groups of people were to fight, wouldn't the situation become even more serious? Qi Yanran also stood up slightly. This kind of thing couldn't be left out of the matter. Originally, Nan Peixian just wanted to follow and take a look. If he didn't go, wouldn't he be criticized? No matter what, he couldn't be looked down upon. After all, they were a group of hot-blooded youths. When encountering a problem, they would always be hot-blooded. Not to mention that there was a hot-tempered Ling Yan taking the lead. He was afraid that this matter wouldn't be blown out of proportion. For a moment, everyone walked out of the door. Xian didn't care so much. Anyway, she had to save Xiaowanji first. Let's go. This kind of thing needs to be dealt with forcefully. Li Zhongjiu walked at the back of the group. Seeing Su Sha's flustered expression, it was obvious that this little girl had yet to recover from her shock. Ever since they arrived here, Su Sha's nerves had been stretched taut all the way. Now that there was finally an accident, Su Sha's heart was also quite nervous. If there was no one supporting her from behind, she would probably break down. Li Zhongjiu patted Su Sha's shoulder. This little girl was still a good person. At least, Su Sha kept her mouth shut about the matter in Myriad Tea Villa. Otherwise, if Su Sha betrayed Li Zhongjiu behind his back, Li Zhongjiu would be in some trouble. Whether it was troublesome or not was one thing, but whether Su Sha could keep the secret was another. Su Sha was originally uneasy in her heart, but after hearing Li Zhongjiu's voice, her heart suddenly seemed to have eaten a calming pill. Yes, but you can't show up. I have to show up for this matter. In the sphere of influence of other dynasties, with Su Sha's identity as the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's deacon, it was naturally easier to deal with it. She believed that when these people heard her name, they would more or less give her face. Su Sha and Li Zhongjiu also rushed out quickly. Central Street. Speaking of today's matter, it was really because the other party was too arrogant. When Xiaowanji was shopping in a clothing store, she happened to meet a young miss from an unknown family. The two of them took a fancy to the same clothes almost at the same time. Originally, Xiaowanji also disdained to fight with the other party for such a small thing. It was better to be a little more low-key when outside. However, the other party's aura was overbearing, and she even verbally insulted Xiaowanji and Xian. As a result, Xiaowanji's temper exploded on the spot, and she threw this whatever eldest young miss onto the street, eating mud all over her body. After that, the two brothers of this young miss directly led people to surround Xiaowanji and Xian. Xiaowanji injured a few of the other party's people before sending Xian out. She also asked Xian to quickly go back and call for help. She would be in trouble if she came late. The entire central street was in chaos. Xiaowanji's skill was not weak. Under the other party's encirclement, she could be considered to have forcefully killed her way out. However, she caused a lot of damage along the way. Detain her! A man suddenly shouted. A group of people had been chasing a young miss for half a day, yet they still had not taken her down. This was simply embarrassing. Just as the man finished speaking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Xiaowanji sensed the aura of the other party. He was at least a grade 6 Yuan monarch. Oh no! Xiaowanji's figure was immediately trapped on the spot by the other party. Run! Let's see where you can run to. A stern-looking middle-aged man appeared in front of Xiaowanji. This middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he descended from the sky. Two men dressed in luxurious clothes who were chasing after him surrounded him. Guessed Elder Hu Yong did well. If we don't deal with this girl today, wouldn't our Qian family be trampled on by anyone in the future? Qian Liang originally brought people to help his sister vent her anger, but who knew that they would encounter such a troublesome fellow? Therefore, Qian Liang couldn't bear his pride and called people to intercept them. If Xiaowanji really escaped, the Qian family would suffer a great loss tonight. Hu Yong didn't speak. He stood in place and moved aside slightly. In the Black Canal Royal City, he actually dared to hit the Qian family's third Mississippi. He reckoned that this person either had a noble status or didn't know the identity of the Qian family's third Mississippi, otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Not knowing the name of the Qian family's third miss meant that the person in front of him wasn't from the Black Canal Royal City. However, Hu Yong didn't continue guessing. Anyway, no matter who he was today, since he encountered the two tyrant young masters of the Qian family, he reckoned that no matter how powerful he was, he would be finished. Preserving his life was the most important thing. You two spineless cowards. Do you know who I am? Why aren't you letting me go? Otherwise, there will be plenty of people to take care of you. Xiaowanji's status in the sacred flame royal city was imaginable. The young masters of the aristocratic families in the royal city all revolved around Xiaowanji. However, she was trapped by this local tyrant here. Oh, you're quite stubborn. I like stubborn people. Xianfei became excited when he heard that. He didn't expect Xiaowanji to have such a fiery temper. However, he liked fiery horses with such fiery temperaments. Brother, don't move. This girl is mine tonight. You can do whatever you want tomorrow. While speaking, Xianfei also quickly rubbed his hands and walked forward. He actually wanted to reach out and pinch Xiaowanji's face. How dare you? See if I dare or not. Seeing that Xiaowanji dared to glare at him, Xianfei became even more excited. Just as Xianfei was about to succeed, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and clasped Xianfei's finger. Then, the hand pressed against the joint. Ah! Xianfei immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. He bent down and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Ouch, 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 I told you not to move. Why are you still moving? Go home and move your sister. Kuan Erasure appeared in a domineering manner and directly pressed that kid to the ground. Ling Yan stepped forward and slapped Xiaowanji's body, removing the restriction on her body. Seeing Ling Yan and the others arrive, Xiaowanji's heart finally relaxed. Her people had finally arrived. No matter what, these people had no way to deal with Xiaowanji today. Xiaowanji was just a little impulsive in this matter, but she didn't think that she was wrong. If it happened again, Xiaowanji would still throw that woman out. Let him go. When Hu Yong saw the other party, he immediately said coldly. However, a beautiful figure stood in front of everyone. She looked at Hu Yong with a calm and cold gaze. This gaze was one that had experienced the baptism of blood and fire. Not a simple person. When Kuan Erasure saw that Xiaowanji was out of danger, he directly pushed Xianfei out. Xianfei staggered and finally fell to the ground with a bang. This made the surrounding onlookers laugh. In comparison, Xianfei was too useless. Moreover, his appearance looked very funny. Immediately, Xianfei couldn't sit still and stood up with a bang. You actually dared to hit me. Guest Elder Hu Yong, kill him for me. With Xianfei's character, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? He immediately commanded Hu Yong to go up and kill Kuan Erasure. With a schwa sound, a long spear appeared in Kuan Erashi's hand. Kuan Wing Spear, a wave of baleful aura, coupled with the heroic spirit of a Kuan Pung spreading its wings, suddenly arose. A tyrannical power spread out. Even Hu Yong couldn't help but be moved. Everyone stop. Nan Peixian suddenly shouted and then walked out from the crowd. I'm Nan Peixian from the Nan family of the Xingyan dynasty. You guys, please give me some face. If there's a bloodbath here, you and I won't have a good ending. Nan Peixian said. At the same time, he glanced at Kuan Erasure and signaled Kuan Erasure to put away his weapon. After all, this was the other party's territory. If a fight really broke out, not to mention how the officials would deal with it, the other party could just call some people over and bury them. It was obviously a very disadvantageous situation. What? Sacred Flame Royal City? When Hu Yong heard that, he knew that it was hard to say. He didn't expect that this group of strong young people in front of him was actually from the Sacred Flame Royal City. If he only guessed from this, he could immediately guess that these people came to participate in the Three Dynasties elixir gathering. They were all young alchemists from the Xingyan dynasty. If something happened to these people in the Haika dynasty, the Qian family would probably be in big trouble. Immediately, Hu Yong hurried to the eldest young master Qian Liang and whispered a few words. After hearing that, Qian Liang's eyes lit up. He looked at the people in front of him carefully and was actually a little afraid. He didn't expect these people to have such a big background. However, it was impossible to just let today's matter go. No matter what, there had to be a way out. The Xingyan dynasty was great, but the Haika dynasty wasn't afraid of anyone. The Qian family also wanted to save face. Qian Liang signaled his subordinates to hold Qianfei down and walked out. Nan Peixian came out from the other side. He didn't seem to be good at fighting, so he was here to negotiate. So it's people from the Xingyan dynasty. For today's matter, even the Xingyan dynasty has to be reasonable. Your people injured my sister. Today, no matter what, you have to give the Qian family an explanation. Qian Liang said faintly. When he spoke, he also told the other party about his background. It turned out that they were people from the Haiku dynasty's Qian family. This Qian family was quite a rich family. Who would have thought that they would offend such a group of people? Fortunately, Nan Peixian was aware of his status and knew that the other party was negotiating. If you give me face, I'll give you a way out. It's all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Your sister's injury wasn't something that we wanted. I, Nan Peixian, apologize here. These 3 5th-grade elixir pills, Heavenly Treasure Xian pills, are a little compensation. Not only did he apologize, but he also took the initiative to give out the elixir. Such an attitude was very suitable. Brother, we can't let these people go. Qian Fei saw that Qian Liang wanted to settle the matter peacefully and immediately stepped forward and whispered. Qian Liang motioned Qian Fei to go back and wait. How could these people be so easy to provoke? Therefore, it was good that today's matter could be settled like this. To be able to represent the Sacred Flame Royal City to participate in the pill-gathering martial arts competition of the 3 dynasties, their strength was not simple. The power behind them was not necessarily inferior to the Qian clan. Just look at the people from the Haiku dynasty who were qualified to participate in the pill assembly of the 3 dynasties. Qian Liang did not expect that he would have the opportunity to establish a relationship with the alchemists of the Xingyan dynasty. Well, since Brother Nan is a reasonable person, my Qian family is not a stingy person. Today's matter will end here. Qian Liang said. The people on both sides heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was different when someone came forward. If it was Xia Wanji who was here alone, she would suffer some losses. After all, she was a girl. Originally, the 2 groups of people were like fire and water. Now, the representatives were shaking hands and making peace. Those who didn't know the situation would think that they were establishing some friendly relations. I got along well with Brother Nan. Come to my house for tea when you have time. Qian Liang approached Nan Peixian and said. The matter was resolved as soon as Nan Peixian came forward. Nan Peixian could not help but feel that his face was particularly glorious. Did you see that? This was the charm of a person. In the outside world, the most important thing was face. He, Nan Peixian, would spread his face to the entire Haiku dynasty sooner or later. Ling Yan originally wanted to fight with the other party, but they actually dared to rely on their numbers to bully the few. With so many people bullying a little girl, he naturally felt unhappy in his heart. However, since Nan Peixian had already settled the matter, there was no need to complicate matters any further. He would swallow this for the time being. However, seeing Nan Peixian and the other party's leader talking and laughing, he was quite disgusted with Nan Peixian. He did not think that Nan Peixian was a capable person. If it was another person who dealt with this matter, Ling Yan thought in his heart. At this time, Li Zongjiu and Su Sha finally found the main group. Who touched our people? Li Zongjiu explained a lot of things to Su Sha along the way, including how to decisively intimidate everyone in such a situation. The key was to be fast. Catching the other party off guard was the most effective way to intimidate the crowd. That one, they are the leaders. Kuan Erishur heard Li Zongjiu's words and subconsciously pointed at Qian Liang and Qian Fei opposite him. Deal with him. Li Zongjiu directly rushed out like an arrow. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone present, he lifted Qian Liang, who was discussing with Nan Peixian about when to beat him up, and heavily smashed him onto the floor. Boom! The green stone slab beneath Qian Liang immediately cracked like a spider web. After putting down Qian Liang, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly rushed to the front of Qian Fei. At this moment, Qian Fei's mind was only thinking about how to deal with Xia Wanji. Even if he could negotiate and solve the matter now, he must deal with Xia Wanji. In the end, he saw Li Zongjiu rush up and kick Qian Fei's stomach. Boom! Qian Fei's whole body flew out. In an instant, he flew out a distance of 20 to 30 meters and smashed several stalls before his body stopped. Who are with them? Take them all down. Li Zongjiu shouted loudly. Kuan Erasure, who had been restraining himself for a long time, directly rushed out with the Kuan wing spear and immediately put the Qian family's guards on the ground one after another. Boom! 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 As a guest of the Qian family, Hu Yong had to take action in such a situation. However, Hu Yong was only a trash in front of Li Zongjiu. He happily rewarded Hu Yong with a punch and directly sent Hu Yong flying out. Nan Peixian widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. He watched the peace he established and the scene he controlled was completely destroyed by Li Zongjiu. It's that stinking woman. Go and kill her for me. Not far away, a young girl rushed over with 40 to 50 people behind her. One of them was slightly older and should be the leader of this group of thugs. The young girl was the former third miss of the Qian family, Qian Feifei. When Qian Feifei was thrown out of the store, she suddenly felt that the sky had fallen. She had never been treated like this before. Today, she actually met such a rude and barbaric woman who dared to act recklessly. Qian Feifei sent people back to the family and called her two brothers over just to teach this woman a lesson. As for herself, she went back home and washed up a little. Then, she changed into a set of clean clothes and immediately took the family's guards to take revenge. No matter what, she had to split that woman in half. Only then could she vent her anger in her heart. When the leader of the guards came here, he just happened to see the Qian family's guards being beaten up. Without saying anything, he rushed up with his men. Boom, boom, boom. After a chaotic battle, Qi Yanran also took action. The three of them easily defeated the team of close to 100 people in front of them. The scene was under control at once. Nan Peixian was most afraid of this kind of thing happening. Were Li Zongjiu and the others brainless? Why did they do this? Why did they have to fight? Why couldn't they just sit down and reason? Why did they have to beat people up like this? Now that things had turned out like this, how should he end it? In Li Zongjiu's mind, he never considered such a problem. The Qian family's guards were lying on the ground in disorder. Catch the two leaders, Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erasure understood Li Zongjiu's meaning. He stepped forward and lifted Qian Fei and Qian Liang up. You dare to hurt my Qian family's guards. My Qian family will not let you off. Qian family will not let you go. Kid, you offended someone you can't afford to offend. Qian Feifei saw Li Zongjiu and the others were so fierce. She was also afraid that these people would beat her, so she kept retreating. But when she saw her brother was still in the hands of the other party, the only thing she could think of was to go back to the family and call someone to deal with Li Zongjiu and the others. Miss Xia, these people bullied you, right? Li Zongjiu turned around and shouted to Xia Wanji behind him. Xia Wanji nodded in a daze. Su Sha and the others all looked at Li Zongjiu with their mouths wide open. The situation in front of them turned out to be like this. Li Zongjiu was really capable. Little girl, you are in trouble today. Call your parents to the Wind and Moon Inn to redeem your people. Come to the Wind and Moon Inn to redeem them, domineering. Su Sha shook her head to prevent herself from hearing it wrongly. Was Li Zongjiu speaking the truth? Was he really going to go to such an extent? Along the way, the thoughts that Li Zongjiu had instilled in her didn't seem to be like this. This made Su Sha's heart completely shocked. Qi Yanran seemed to be mentally prepared for Li Zongjiu's actions. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu said such words, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong. On the contrary, it was normal. She could completely understand the reason behind Li Zongjiu's actions. As for Su Sha, she didn't understand at all. Why did Li Zongjiu have to go to such an extent? He clearly had the upper hand, but now he still had to create so much trouble. You, Su Sha simply didn't know what to say to Li Zongjiu. Just one thing was enough to make such a big fuss. But looking at the people around her, except for Nan Peixian who was extremely unhappy, the rest of the people were all excited. That's right. Do you think that the people of Sacred Flame Royal City are easy to bully? Let your Qian family's lord come and take them away. Ling Yan also said directly. Qian Feifei, who was at a loss, looked on helplessly as this group of people took her two brothers away. They directly took them away in the dignified Black Chu royal city. What was the background of these people? Xianfei had never encountered such a situation. All the subordinates she brought were defeated. Not a single one could fight. Miss, there's no other way. Quickly return to the family to ask for help. Hu Yong stood up and said, coming to Xianfei's side. Under Li Zhongzhou's one move, he was severely injured and only got up now. The strength of that young man just now was really too terrifying. Only when you truly faced him, you could deeply feel the terror of the other party. Fortunately, Xianfei wasn't beaten up by the other party. Otherwise, Xianfei's life would probably end here. But looking at these people, they should have some confidence. At least, they wouldn't act recklessly. Alright. We'll go back. Xianfei had never met such a tough opponent. To capture the two young masters of the Qian family in front of so many people, such methods and boldness were definitely not ordinary. Fortunately, Xianfei was not completely scared silly. She quickly returned to the Qian family under Hu Yong's arrangements and told her father about this matter. Qian Tianding. Of course, during this process, he had also concealed the part where he had gone overboard. Instead, he described the other party as unreasonable, overbearing, and rampant. Otherwise, how could he dare to kidnap the two young masters of the Qian family on the street, Breeze and Moon Inn? Xianliang and Xianfei were tied to the door pillars. However, when he saw that the two people who were kidnapped were actually the two young masters of the Qian family, he was slightly surprised in his heart. This was extremely impressive, to actually capture them and bring them here. It seemed like the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were not to be trifled with. You guys captured all the young masters of the Qian clan? What's the situation? The innkeeper personally served them 2 pots of tea. Nothing big, just a personal grudge. Li Zhongzhou replied faintly. Seeing that the shopkeeper was completely in the mood to watch the show, he knew that the background of this inn was not simple. Otherwise, the Black River Pill Hall would not have arranged for them to be here. Why don't we send them back? Su Sha was a little worried. Kidnapping was something that had never been done before. Although it was a little exciting to think about it now, if it continued on like this, they would not be able to take it. Something big might happen. When we're outside, we must be ruthless. Otherwise, these people will think that we're easy to bully. No matter what, we can't tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zhongzhou patted Su Sha's shoulder and said. Yes. That's right, I agree with Li Brat. These people have caused trouble. It's impossible to solve it easily. Ling Yan also made a decision and said. They must be united when they're outside, and they must not be afraid when something happens. If they were afraid, they would take the initiative to find trouble. This matter would be inexcusable. When the time comes, they would always find an opportunity to bully you. Only when the other party is completely afraid and knows that you're the kind of person that they can't afford to offend, then they would know their place. I'm afraid that you guys don't know what's good for you. This Qian clan is enough to be ranked as one of the top 10 clans in the Haika dynasty. Their wealth is sky high. They can buy countless assassins with just a handful of money. If you really anger them, it won't be easy to lead the Haika dynasty. Nan Peixian sneered and said. He would not associate with these people. They were simply seeking their own deaths. They were too self-righteous. Who do they think they are? They actually dared to challenge the position of the Qian clan. They just disdained to be calculated with you guys. Now, you guys don't know what's good for you. You actually kidnapped the two young masters of the Qian clan. They can casually find a reason to deal with you guys. Death is at hand, and you guys don't even know it. Throw him out. Li Zhongzhou glanced at Nan Peixian. He said. Hearing Li Zhongzhou's words, Kuan Erishur stood up without saying a word and walked towards Nan Peixian. When Nan Peixian saw Kuan Erishur walking towards him, he immediately became nervous. What are you guys doing? Deacon Su Sha, aren't you the person in charge? Are you going to watch this brat deal with your own people? After I return, I will definitely go to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to complain about you. Nan Peixian immediately brought Su Sha out. After all, Su Sha was in charge of this entire area. Of course, she was responsible for everyone present. But this time, Su Sha did not speak up for Nan Peixian. Because after coming to this point, at least they were already on the same boat. No one could escape. Nan Peixian's words were no different from a traitor. Su Sha couldn't bear to see such a person. Kuan Erasure directly lifted Nan Peixian up and threw him out of the window. You dare to provoke me? You're dead. When we return, I will definitely not let you off. Nan Peixian was directly thrown out of the window, and a plop was heard. There's a river by the window over there. When the shopkeeper saw Kuan Arashi's actions, he wanted to remind him. But when he saw that this person had already been thrown out, he naturally closed his mouth. Let's have some side dishes, Li Zongjiu said. The rest of the people were sitting in front of the table. Su Sha was a little worried. If the people from the Qian family came, what should she do? Just as she was thinking, she saw a large group of people lined up at the entrance of the inn. Then, 3 figures walked in. The rest of the people were waiting outside. Hee, this old man is the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Tianding. I wonder how my 2 disappointing sons offended these few little brothers? When Qian Tianding walked in, he didn't have much of an imposing aura. However, when a white-robed elder, who was half a step behind Qian Tianding, walked in, his razor-sharp aura immediately locked onto the person in front of him. A terrifying aura directly attacked. Everyone felt as if there was a sharp steel knife hanging over their heads. Are you courting death? Li Zongjiu snorted coldly and instantly released an explosive force. Bang! It shattered the aura released by the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed. This kid's strength was not simple to be able to destroy his mental attack so easily. However, it was just a beginner mental attack. The white-robed elder still had many tricks up his sleeve. He originally wanted to show these arrogant young people his strength. Now, it seemed that these young people were indeed quite capable. However, the white-robed elder was no longer prepared to test them. However, Li Zongjiu didn't think so. Since this old man dared to attack, it was equivalent to challenging Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's terrifying mental energy immediately turned into a huge wave and slammed towards the white-robed elder. What? The white-robed elder's expression changed as he felt a great pressure coming towards him. Then, Li Zongjiu's power directly slammed onto the white-robed elder. The old man in the white robe had done some research on mental strength, but when faced with Li Zongjiu's attack, he had no power to resist at all. His whole body was blasted away. In the eyes of the others, Li Zongjiu and the white-robed elder didn't move at all. It seemed as if they were engaged in a secret confrontation. More importantly, it was Li Zongjiu's glare that sent the white-robed elder flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell onto the street. Elder Nianbai. Elder Nianbai, are you all right? When the Qian family experts guarding outside saw the white-robed elder being blasted out, they hurriedly went forward to help him up. However, as Elder Nianbai stood up, he spat out blood at the same time. The injuries on his body could be said to be rather serious. Puff. In the end, Nianbai simply spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell to the ground with a bang, unconscious. Qian Tianding saw the outcome of Elder Nianbai and looked at the young man who had just attacked. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He actually attacked in front of Qian Tianding and injured an elder of the Qian family. It seemed that Nianbai's injuries would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Qian Tianding was even more shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. He knew about Nianbai's mental energy level. Even a primitive emperor expert had to be wary of his. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, Qian Tianding was also cautious. He waved his hand and signaled the guards behind him to not rush in. If he, the head of the Qian family, couldn't deal with these young people in front of him personally, Qian Tianding wouldn't be able to stay in the Black Canal Royal City any longer. Now, can we talk about how to release my 2 sons? Qian Tianding took the initiative to sit in front of Li Zongjiu and looked at Li Zongjiu as he spoke. In terms of momentum, it seemed that he alone was able to hold off so many people on Li Zongjiu's side. Ling Yan and the rest didn't interrupt. Instead, they let Li Zongjiu handle this matter while they watched from the side. Kuan Erasure and Qi Yanran looked at Qian Tianding in front of them cautiously. They had to be wary of Qian Tianding because they could clearly feel that Qian Tianding's strength wasn't simple. That's more like it. Li Zhongjiu nodded with satisfaction. I heard that your Qian family is very rich. Let's use money to solve this matter. You can just give me 2 billion purple yuan. 2 billion purple yuan, not only Qian Tianding, but even Ling Yan, Su Sha, and the others thought that Li Zhongjiu was joking. He was just trying to scare Qian Tianding in front of him. Who would be so stupid as to take out 2 billion purple yuan, whose money wasn't earned through hard work? How could they give it to you like this? Are you dreaming? However, there were two people who knew that Li Zhongjiu wasn't joking. Since he said 2 billion, then it would be 2 billion, not even a dime less. In the past, there were people who wanted to bargain, but later on, these people disappeared. They even paid a higher price. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu asked for something, they would just agree. However, many people didn't realize this, such as Qian Tianding in front of him. After hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Qian Tianding took it as a joke. Young man, if you want to learn how to negotiate, I suggest you read more books before coming. Qian Tianding suddenly laughed. He thought that Li Zhongjiu was a capable person, but now it seemed that he was just SOSO. There was not much difference between him and some ordinary ruffians. You want to read books, right? Li Zhongjiu smiled in a very friendly manner before pointing at Qian Fei, who was not far away. Qian Fei had been gnashing his teeth as he stared at Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was very straightforward. After Kuan Erisher understood, he directly punched Qian Fei's face. Bang! Qian Fei immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you hit me? Qian Fei glared at Kuan Erisher in front of him, and Kuan Erisher also responded very politely. He punched Qian Fei again, and Qian Fei spat out another mouthful of blood. Puff! You want to scare me? When Qian Tianding saw his son being beaten, his eyes suddenly became cold. Sometimes, he didn't like to negotiate with these young people because they didn't play by the rules at all. So what? Qian Tianding was in their hands now. Sit down. Do you want me to cut off one of your son's legs? Li Zhongjiu knocked on the table. Qian Tianding stood up directly in anger just now, and even wanted to order an attack. He had to cripple this kid no matter what. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Qian Tianding was furious that a brat had actually dared to step on his head. If you dare to cut off one of his legs, I will make sure none of you can walk out of Heichu Royal City. Qian Tianding was not scared. Since this kid was so arrogant, he would let him know what it meant to kick an iron plate. Qian Tianding was no longer interested in playing this kind of game with Li Zhongjiu. With a clap of his hand, a large group of Qian family guards rushed in from behind. There were even two elders of the primitive emperor level who showed up. In the Heike dynasty, there was no rule that primitive emperor experts couldn't fight. Seeing that so many people had rushed in, Qian Yu and the others were all shocked. It was obvious that they wanted to fight. Ling Yan and company slammed the table and stood up. Su Sha could also tell that the situation was no longer under her control. It was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Let's see who dares to move. Break that kid's leg. Li Zhongjiu took out the desolate heaven essence. After all, the demonic hammer's strength was not easy to control. It would be very embarrassing if he accidentally hurt someone with it. With the desolate heaven essence in hand, it was enough to make these people fear him. The desolate aura that was emitted from the desolate heaven essence made the people from the Qian family not dare to act rashly. Instead, they looked at Qian Tianding. If Qian Tianding gave the order to capture the group of children in front of them, they would definitely do so. Kuan Erisher was very honest as he used a bench to smash Qian Fei's leg. Ah! Qian Fei suddenly let out a hysterical roar of pain. His leg was broken, and the place where he was hit quickly swelled up. Anyone who saw it could clearly feel the pain. Veins could be seen protruding from Qian Tianding's forehead. Li Zhongjiu really did not give him any face. He even embarrassed Qian Tianding in front of so many people. If a normal negotiation had reached this stage, it would have eased up. If both sides directly stood up, both sides would be at a disadvantage in the end. The young man opposite them did not seem to have any intention of stopping, nor did he have any intention of playing such tricks. He was a man of his word. "Father! Save me!" Xianfei cried out. Qian Tianding could no longer tolerate it. Since these people were the ones who provoked him first, he could not be blamed. "Do it, save them." He took a deep breath. Since these children did not know the severity of the situation and did not follow the rules, he could not be blamed. Immediately, the two Qian family experts behind him walked out. One of them grabbed Xianfei and Qianliang while the other rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Now it seemed that Li Zhongjiu was the leader of these people. Once Li Zhongjiu was taken down, the rest of the people naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the two of them were too naive. With Li Zhongjiu in charge, how could these people dare to cause trouble in front of Li Zhongjiu? Li Zhongjiu immediately leaped up and smashed the desolate heaven essence in his hand at one of them. After smashing out, the Qian family expert, who was already an primitive emperor expert, actually tried to block Li Zhongjiu's desolate heaven essence with one hand. One had to know that Li Zhongjiu's physical strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm. If the person in front of him dared to block this move with just his physical body, the outcome was obvious. The moment they clashed in midair, the person was sent flying by Li Zhongjiu's desolate heaven essence. He was an elder of the Qian family and was an influential figure in the Black Canal royal city. However, he was sent flying out of the inn by Li Zhongjiu's strike. He landed heavily on the ground. He spat out blood. After a while, he fainted. No matter how the Qian family's guards shouted, they did not wake the unconscious elder. As for the other person, he had already arrived in front of Qianfei. In comparison, Qianfei's rescue value was higher. Therefore, the elder chose Qianfei first. Just as he was about to break the pillar in front of him and take him away, however, he suddenly felt a sharp intent coming from the back of his head. "A mere beginner Yuan monarch dares to cross swords with me." The Qian family elder snorted. The one who attacked was Kuan Erishur. However, Kuan Erishur had just broken through to the Yuan monarch realm. Just by relying on the weapon in his hand, the increase in strength did not allow Kuan Erishur to reach the level where he could challenge an primitive emperor realm elite. However, the mental power attack attached to the spear made the Qian family elder feel a stab of pain. It was as if an extremely thin needle had pierced the back of his head, causing his body to stagnate for half a second. Half a second later, Kuan Erishur was sent flying. Qi Yanran stretched out her hand and her elemental energy immediately turned into a tree branch, blocking Kuan Erishur. "I asked you to save people. How dare you be so arrogant?" Half a second later, Li Zhongjiu had already appeared in front of the Qian family elder and ruthlessly threw the desolate heaven essence in his hand. The Qian family elder fell to the ground with serious injuries. He was unconscious, a crack appeared on his head and fresh blood flowed out from the crack. Soon, the Qian family elder's robes were stained with blood. The two elders of the Qian family fainted after being hit by 2 sticks. Such a ruthless person was unheard of even in the Heikou dynasty. This kid was too arrogant. However, with such powerful combat strength, who would dare to act recklessly? If they rushed forward, they might be hammered to death by Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, the Qian family guards rushed to Qian Tianding's side and hid behind him, shouting that they were protecting their family head. "Pay or die. It's up to you. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong," Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Then, he lifted the Qian family elder on the ground and threw him at Qian Tianding. Boom! The Qian family elder fell to the ground like a fainted wild dog. Qian Tianding clenched his fists again and again. He wanted to rush forward and fight with Li Zhongjiu. However, after thinking about it, with his status, and Li Zhongjiu's background, it would be terrible if he rashly rushed forward and got himself killed. As the family head of the Qian family, it would be a great loss of face. To be on the safe side, he had already suffered so much today. Before he figured out Li Zhongjiu's background, he could not act rashly. He had to stabilize himself first. Very good. This is my Qian family's Golden Mountain token. With this token, you can pawn 1.5 billion purple yuan from various banks. It was obviously impossible to take out so much money in such a short time. Even if the Qian family was wealthy, it was impossible to take out such a large sum of money so quickly. Therefore, he took out the token and slammed it on the table. Is this for real? How can this lousy token be so valuable? Li Zhongjiu said suspiciously. Of course, with Li Zhongjiu's experience, he naturally knew that this Golden Mountain token was valuable. The reason why he said so was to strike down the Qian family's arrogance. Moreover, he had already benefited from it. Seeing that Qian Tianding was about to explode again, Li Zhongjiu snapped his fingers. Then, Kuan Erasure put the two people down. Qian Fei fell to the ground with a plop. Because one of his legs was directly hit by Kuan Erasure, it was swollen. If it was not treated in time, it would really be broken. Let's go. Qian Tianding took a deep look at Li Zhongjiu and turned to leave the breeze and moon in. Qian Tianding and the rest left with their tails between their legs. Not only that, they even brought two injured people back with them. Even the Qian family's patriarch couldn't do anything about it. They still had to pay what they deserved. It was truly domineering. The other party came aggressively and even brought so many people. However, they didn't even say a few words before they obediently handed over the money. There wasn't any violence between the two groups, which made Su Sha extremely surprised. Although she said that she didn't know how this would happen, she knew that it wouldn't end well. Su Sha was even prepared to face the consequences of not being able to go back. In the end, these people were really all bark and no bite. They simply handed over the money and then left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to fight with these people. The other party was a local tycoon, the Qian family. On their first night here, they had offended the Qian family to the point of death. These people immediately understood how terrifying these people were. Su Sha also knew that this group of people in front of her wasn't just good at alchemy. Their ability to cause trouble wasn't ordinary either. Li Zhongjiu, thank you for helping me vent my anger today. Xiaowanji didn't know why Li Zhongjiu was so desperate for her. One had to know that it was very risky to become enemies with these people from the Qian family. Thank my ass. This is your compensation. Li Zhongjiu threw the Golden Mountain token in his hand to Xiaowanji. The people from the Qian family bullied Xiaowanji. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was helping Xiaowanji to get this compensation. Xiaowanji never expected that someone would be so righteous. This was the Golden Mountain token. They represented the Qian family's business VIPs. As long as the Qian family hadn't gone bankrupt, or if there was still a mortgage in these banks, they could use the Golden Mountain medallion to exchange for money. The Qian family's people would also bring money to the bank to redeem the Golden Mountain medallion. It was said that there were only 10 Golden Mountain tokens in the entire Qian family. Only people who were of great help to the Qian family would receive this Golden Mountain token. Even if it was a commercial gift, it was valuable, and no one would use it carelessly. Sometimes, this token already exceeded its own value. Such a precious thing, Li Zhongjiu actually threw it to Xiaowanji in a second hand. In this matter, Xiaowanji did not suffer any losses. On the other hand, the Qian family had suffered a lot in the hands of Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, even if Li Zhongjiu took the Golden Mountain token, no one would have any objections. After all, if it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu, the Qian family might have eaten all the people in front of them. Therefore, it could be considered a very fortunate thing. The Jinshan token should have belonged to Li Zhongjiu. Xiaowanji knew that Li Zhongjiu would not accept this thing, because Li Zhongjiu was not someone who cared about money. However, Xiaowanji was too embarrassed to take the money for herself. If it wasn't for you today, I don't know how this matter would have been resolved. I suggest that half of this money be donated to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, and the other half be divided equally among all of us. When Xiaowanji said this, a few people's eyes lit up. Really? Su Sha's eyes were about to emit light, and she almost wanted to swallow Xiaowanji whole. Of course. Xiaowanji said. At this moment, Su Sha did not care about any of the disasters that Li Zhongjiu had caused. If this money was injected into the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, the development of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would definitely be more carefree. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion looked so glorious now, in reality, it was extremely empty inside. If it wasn't for the dynasty's subsidies and support, it would have been unable to survive. If it wasn't for the lack of money, many things could not be done, and it would be difficult to expand the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Otherwise, just by increasing the output of the subsidies for the alchemists, who knew how many alchemists would want to join in? Now, it was just a name. In the future, they might participate in some matters. Slowly, they would naturally become part of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, Xianxia was the happiest to be able to get a few 100 million purple yuan as a sponsor. This was a huge sum of money for Xianxia. Amazing, amazing. Even the Qian family's people were defeated. A clear voice sounded. Li Zhongzhou glanced at a young lady who was walking down the stairs. But no matter how amazing you are, you still have to pay for the broken stool. The young lady who walked down the stairs attracted the attention of Li Zhongzhou and the others. You lass, it's just a small matter. What's there to fuss about? After all, we're allies. The most important thing is to create harmony and blossom in culture and literature. That's the most important thing. The stool isn't important. At this time, the shopkeeper also jumped out and said. When the Qian family's people came to find trouble, the shopkeeper didn't directly hide. Now that the Qian family's people left, he came out to ask for compensation. He probably felt that he couldn't afford to offend the Qian family. After all, this stool was broken by me. How much does it cost? Kuan Erasher scratched his head. When he was about to beat them up, he didn't find a suitable weapon, so he casually picked up a long stool. It's not expensive, not expensive. Our shop is made of 100-year-old sunken wood. According to the weight, that stool just now is only 500,000 gold yuan. The shopkeeper immediately pulled out an abacus. Then, he knocked on it a few times. You're too greedy. How is this sunken wood? Kuan Arashi's face darkened. This was simply extortion. Could it be that the shopkeeper saw that Kuan Erasher and the others were easy to talk to? However, we went directly to the manufacturer. There's no middleman. Give us a discount. 250,000 gold yuan will do. The shopkeeper raised his head and glanced at the faces of these people. Mainly Li Zhongzhou's face gradually turned ugly, so he immediately changed his tone. Don't try to trick us. Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. I think you guys are quite pleasing to the eye, but you still have to pay. This stool is made by the Zhang family. 700 gold yuan. The young lady walked in front of the shopkeeper and snatched the abacus. You little girl, your father is saving for your dowry. If I don't prepare more dowry for you, how can you get married? When these people heard this, they realized that she was the shopkeeper's daughter. No wonder she was pointing fingers here. Looking at the young lady's temperament, although she was a girl, she had a heroic spirit and was extremely righteous. The original 250,000 gold yuan was settled in the end with 700 gold yuan. Thank you, thank you. 700 it is. Kuan Erasher quickly paid from his own pocket. Next time, don't fight in my shop. Even if you are alchemists, I won't allow it. Oh, right. The one who was thrown out just now. If you guys don't go get him, he will be washed out of the city. Although Nan Peishuan's character wasn't to everyone's liking, Nan Peixian was still a citizen of the Holy Flame Royal City. As the leader of this competition, Xianxia had to be responsible for Nan Peishuan's safety. Fortunately, the young lady of the inn lent a helping hand. She spent 500 gold coins to call for a salvage team to bring Nan Peixian back. Nan Peixian had probably never been beaten by anyone before. He didn't know what to do when he was thrown out. Therefore, after being flooded by the surging river, he lost his mind. His body was already soaked in the ice-cold river water. Apart from struggling for a while in the beginning, his head hit a rock and he fainted. The salvage team came just in time. This river is a moat. There are man-eating metabeasts under it. If you rush to the river outside the city, even an immortal won't be able to save you, the captain of the salvage team said as he pulled Nan Peixian out. People often died in this river. Some jumped down themselves, some were thrown down by others. Usually, the price of salvaging corpses would be much higher. This time, I'm giving you a 50% discount on account of Miss Ruan. Usually, I'll charge you 1,000. Thank you for your hard work. Xianxia hurriedly said with a smile. Obviously, the captain of the salvage team was a chatterbox. Based on what he said, he obviously wanted Xianxia to give him more benefits. However, Xianxia couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. She just kept thanking him. In the end, the captain of the salvage team was helpless. He reminded the young man not to take things too hard and left. "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know where to go to get him." Wan Xiaodai helped Xianxia send Nan Peixian back to the inn. However, she found that Nan Peixian's things had been thrown to the corridor. The room that originally belonged to Nan Peixian had been occupied by Li Zhongjiu. This room happened to be opposite Qi Yanran's room. Wan Xiaodai didn't know what Li Zhongjiu's purpose was to drive Nan Peixian out. However, Li Zhongjiu said that the environment of this room was good. Therefore, Nan Peixian lost his room without a second word. Nan Peixian, who had regained some consciousness, realized that he had been expelled. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. How could they bully him like this? Then, he choked on his breath and fainted. Late at night, Zhou Jing and the others returned to the Breeze and Moon Tavern. However, the two of them didn't know what was happening in the inn. After all, they didn't have much influence in the Black Canal Royal City. After all, this was the territory of others. In addition, he had drunk a lot of wine that night. He directly slept in the inn. But for the Black Canal Royal City, tonight was an extremely lively night. The first was the Infernal Colosseum. Hua Ying was one of the higher management members of the Hell Arena. Her words carried as much weight as the city lord of a small city. In fact, her words held even more power and influence within the Black Canal Royal City. However, today, a mere participant from the arena had actually dared to ignore her invitation. He had even injured her subordinates. If it wasn't for the fact that he had someone backing him, he would definitely be a fool to make an enemy out of someone from the higher management of the Infernal Colosseum. Very good. Since you dare to call yourself Evil Lord, it seems like you're very confident in yourself. Hua Ying's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. Hua Ying naturally didn't care about the outside world. After all, the outside world belonged to the Haiku dynasty. However, at least half of the sky in the Infernal Colosseum belonged to Hua Ying. The next time this evil lord came to the Infernal Colosseum, things wouldn't be so good. On the other side, the Qian family also called for an emergency meeting regarding this matter. There were two topics in this meeting. The first was how to deal with Qian Fei and Qian Liang. The main culprit, Qian Feifei, had escaped a calamity. If it weren't for her two brothers' indulgence and lawlessness, today's situation wouldn't have happened. The other thing was how to deal with these people from the Holy Flame Imperial City and the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, this involved the Xingyan dynasty. If it were the local forces of the Haiku dynasty, they would have been tormented to death by the Qian family. They could easily destroy a family. When these people suddenly poured in and directly disrupted your market, you knew the seriousness of the problem. If these rich families wanted to deal with you, they didn't need to use force at all, nor did they need to waste many resources. After they destroyed you, they could easily buy all your businesses. Not only would they not suffer any losses, they might even make a fortune. However, against these people from the outside world, they could only use force. The group of people discussed in full swing for the entire night. First, the two elders were injured by the other party. It was obvious that these people weren't simple. It would not be an easy task to deal with them. However, the Qian family had lost face and the Golden Mountain token. At that time, Qian Tianding didn't have anything valuable on him, so he took out the Golden Mountain token. The name list is out. This person's name is Li Zhongjiu. During the Xingyan dynasty, he seemed to be a troublesome person. Unfortunately, our Qian family isn't like those trash from the Xingyan dynasty. Qian Tianding's eyes flashed coldly. Contact the ancient tomb family. I want this Li Zhongjiu. When we leave the Black Canal Imperial City, I want this Li Zhongjiu to die on the way. The more powerful a person was, the more they cared about threats. Even if it was a potential threat, it had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, as long as this problem existed, it would always be a problem, whether it was a big problem or a small one. The Qian family did not have much objection to this decision. If they wanted to kill Lin Fan after he returned to the Saint Flame Empire, it would be difficult to execute. Besides, the cost would be high as well. It would be more convenient to kill Lin Fan in their own territory. Qian Fei and Qian Liang were grounded for a month. They were locked in the study to reflect on their actions. They hadn't been disciplined for many years and had really thought that they could do whatever they wanted. This time, they had encountered a tough opponent and had almost died there. The next day, Qian Tianding had just woken up when a servant came to report. Family head, this morning, someone used the Golden Mountain token to pawn 5 billion purple yuan at Baoyuan Bank. When Qian Tianding heard this news, he smashed the entire precious bed into pieces with a slap. Li Zhongzhou originally wanted to make a trip to the Qian family in the middle of the night to completely resolve the matter. With the nature of these big families, they would definitely do something behind the scenes. But suddenly, the demonic hammer in his hand sent out a signal. It seemed like it couldn't hold back and wanted to rush out and kill someone. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou had no choice but to refine the demonic hammer in the room again. "You're very powerful, you little thing." Li Zhongzhou felt that the demonic hammer in his hand seemed to be a little dishonest. After seeing blood, it began to float. It actually wanted to break free from Li Zhongzhou's restraint and kill someone to suck their blood. Of course, Li Zhongzhou had to suppress the hammer. At the same time, he used the obsidian fire to refine the demonic hammer in his hand. The black hammer burned in his hand. But there was no change. Initially, Li Zhongzhou wanted to place the demonic hammer in the blood soul hell to refine it properly. However, he did not expect the blood soul hell to feel as though it was about to burst apart the moment he did so. Li Zhongzhou was so scared that he took out the demonic hammer on the spot. Even the southern ring could only barely fit it in. Li Zhongzhou could only pin the hammer on his waist. It seems like this demonic hammer doesn't belong to the Xingu continent. Li Zhongzhou calculated in his heart. In his previous life, Li Zhongzhou had seen some fragments of high-grade magic treasures. Those things couldn't be refined by ordinary people. Some of them were so strong that even Li Zhongzhou couldn't refine them when he was at his peak. With his cultivation at the peak of the supremacy realm, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou knew that there must be a higher realm in this world. In his previous life, he had already lived to the end. In the end, he took a risk and used this method to increase his strength and breakthrough. If it wasn't from the Holy Martial Continent, then it was most likely something from the Holy Martial Realm. Li Zhongzhou put away the devil hammer to prevent it from going out and harming others. Previously, this little thing had been hiding in the storm of black clouds. It wasn't easy for Li Zhongzhou to take care of him. The night passed in a flash. On the second day, everyone gathered for breakfast as usual. At the same time, they were waiting for the people from the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture to arrive. The Heavenly Flame Pill Mansion was an alchemy organization that belonged to the Heavenly Flame Dynasty. One was the Tianyan Dynasty, the other was the Xingyan Dynasty. Even an idiot could tell that the relationship between the two empires was definitely not that good. Back then, when the Xingyan Dynasty was established, the Tianyan Dynasty had contributed a lot. Not only did they obstruct the Xingyan Dynasty, but they also brought a lot of trouble to the Xingyan royal city. Many territories were taken away by the Tianyan Dynasty. However, the Xingyan Dynasty had just been established not long ago. It wasn't good to fall out with the Tianyan Dynasty. Now, the two empires were like brothers on the surface. At least, there wouldn't be any conflict on the surface. However, it was impossible to take back some of the original territories. In this elixir meeting of the three dynasties, the Tianyan Dynasty's Sky Flame Pill Prefecture was already prepared to teach the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion a lesson. It was unknown whether the people of the Black Canal Dynasty had intentionally arranged for the people of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture to stay in the Breeze and Moon Hotel. Why didn't Nan Peixian come down to eat? Chu Tairan finally remembered that one person was missing. There were only 10 people including Su Sha. Nan Peixian hadn't come down yet. Nan Peixian last night, Su Sha couldn't help but say. However, she didn't know how to explain this matter. That kid insisted on swimming in the river last night. As a result, he caught a cold. Kuan Erishur said directly. The content of his words made everyone's eyes widen. The others who were eating porridge almost spat it out directly. This reason was too clear-cut. A fifth-grade alchemist. How could it be so simple to catch a cold? The yuan qi fire protecting the body was not a simple decoration. Therefore, it was simply ridiculous to say that Nan Peixian caught a cold. Of course, what really made Nan Peixian fall seriously ill was actually Li Zongjiu's series of actions. Nan Peixian was a genius of the Nan family. When had he ever been treated like this? He had grown up in the midst of flowers and applause. Who wasn't respectful to him? Now, not only was he thrown into the river, even his sleeping room was taken away. It was really sad. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he became like this. In the case of being seriously ill, Nan Peixian probably couldn't participate in the competition. Ask a doctor to take a look at him later. Chu Tairan was also stunned, but no one knew what the specific situation was. There was no other way. They could only find a doctor to help Chu Tairan see the illness. Everyone was eating when suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. A threatening aura came in from outside. Chu Tairan and others immediately looked over. A group of people in white walked in. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture is here. There was a white-robed elder and 6 other disciples dressed in white robes. One of the young male disciples stepped forward and handed over the identity card in his hand. The innkeeper quickly booked a room for them and handed them the keys. Holding the key, they went upstairs. Throughout the whole process, they didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, when one of them was walking up the stairs, he locked his gaze on Li Zongjiu, revealing a hint of threat. Li Zongjiu raised his head and glanced at the person. He only glanced at the person indifferently, and the person immediately withdrew his gaze and disappeared at the end of the stairs. Those are the people from the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. They're really arrogant. Kuan Erisher couldn't help but say. After all, they were future opponents. However, these people directly ignored them and ignored their opponents. This made Kuan Erisher and others very unhappy. However, they had to admit that these people's aura was really strong. Shouldn't there be 10 people? I see that there are only 6 of them. One of them should be the person in charge. That's only 5 people. Yao Fang couldn't help but ask. This extremely honest young man finally voiced out his doubts. Usually, he wouldn't be interested in some things. He just liked to study some medicinal herbs and the like. There are only 5 spots for the competition. The rest are all substitutes. This is to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Obviously, they think that 5 people are enough. Su Sha explained. They're really arrogant. Ling Yan's expression was obviously not good. He was very unhappy when he saw these people. There were 5 men and 1 woman. The only woman was wearing a veil, as if they wanted to peek at her. Such a pretentious person was even more annoying. That person just now is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Mu Qingyou. Qi Yanran whispered to Li Zongjiu. What kind of Niu? On the top floor of the Breeze and Moon Inn. Due to the special request before they came, the few of them stayed together in this big room. There was a big room in the Breeze and Moon Inn. Li Zongjiu and the others did not have a bright place to discuss matters. They could only stay in the hall downstairs. Fortunately, the Breeze and Moon Inn was not open to the public, so it was considered a quiet place. However, the people of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture had a bright meeting hall in this room. Is there something wrong with that kid? A group of people sat around the long table. Elder Hao Yi of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture, who was following Elder Xing, looked at the white-robed man in the crowd with a green silk scarf on his head. He looked gentle and his skin was very tender. It seemed like he had concocted a lot of nourishing elixirs for himself when he was refining elixirs. Nothing much. It's just that this person seems to have a different aura. Mu Qingyou said. Everyone looked at Mu Qingyou with admiration in their eyes. There was no other reason. 2 years ago, Mu Qingyou stepped into the 6th grade alchemist realm and caused a sensation. 2 years ago, Li Zongjiu was just a piece of trash who stayed in Luoxia City. Mu Qingyou's name had already spread throughout the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture. He had even become the most troublesome existence in the Elixir Conference of the 3 dynasties. Various forces had studied Mu Qingyou. Don't worry about the people of the Xingyan dynasty. they're just a bunch of trash. However, there are two incredible guys in the Heichu Pill Hall recently. You guys have to pay more attention to them. Alright. These kids were all disciples of the Skyflame Pill Mansion. Moreover, they were the most outstanding batch. If they were defeated here, they would definitely be mocked. Although the venue of the competition was set in the Heichu dynasty, which made it an away match, it did not affect their fighting spirit at all. Coming to other people's territory and defeating them was the most satisfying thing. Yes, Elder. We don't have much time to rest. We'll be participating in the first round tomorrow. Lin will be the one to fight this round. She must win beautifully. How Yi said. The female disciple with a veil nodded slowly. Rest assured, Elder. Lin nodded. Then, How Yi arranged the rest of the matters. There were a total of 3 forces participating in the competition. Therefore, the point system will be used. Each of the 5 contestants had 2 chances to go on stage. The winner got 1 point, the loser got 1 point, and the loser got 1 point deducted. If it was a draw, there was no increase or decrease in points. As for the specific rules, Li Zhongjiu didn't understand them in detail. Anyway, this kind of competition didn't matter. Li Zhongjiu also didn't think about showing off in such a place. Or something like that, it was a child's play. Li Zhongjiu was only fulfilling his promise to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, Li Zhongjiu had received so many benefits from the other party. He couldn't just take the benefits without doing anything. The reason why the people of Sunset City were able to maintain their current peace was naturally because of the protection of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had yet to become a giant in the field of alchemy. However, in the Xingyan dynasty, he still had a very high status and his words carried a lot of weight. However, Nan Peixian couldn't go on stage now. He still needed someone to replace him. The person who replaced him was Xia Wanji. Xia Wanji originally thought that it was good enough to be able to experience it this time, but she never thought that there would be such a good thing. Xia Wanji directly became an official member. Of course, all of this was because of Li Zhongjiu. It was simply too cool. Xia Wanji couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart. Before the meeting this morning, she had already gone to the bank on the street with Kuan Erisher and directly exchanged the Golden Mountain token for purple yuan. A total of 1.5 billion purple yuan filled up 5 storage rings. Even Xia Wanji received so much money for the first time. However, she didn't think about it and gave 800 million purple yuan to Su Sha. She treated it as a personal donation. However, Su Sha couldn't directly record this amount of money because it was difficult to explain the source of the money. She would only put the money in when she went back. Otherwise, the matter of her beating someone up and offending the local Qian family would be exposed. Originally, Su Sha was going to report this to Chu Tairan, but Li Zhongjiu said that it wasn't necessary because Chu Tairan wouldn't know about it. The Qian family was so prideful that they definitely wouldn't let others know about it. They would try their best to block the news. Otherwise, if more people knew about it, wouldn't it be a big loss of face? Therefore, it wasn't a big deal. These people, you have to be tougher than them. You have to be more overbearing than them. Of course, you have to be stronger. If you don't have enough strength and want to be overbearing like others, then what awaits you is an extremely miserable end. Su Sha was skeptical. She didn't have confidence in such a big matter, but anyway, it was Li Zhongjiu who instigated it. This guy probably wouldn't be afraid even if he poked a hole in the sky. The competition was about to start, and Su Sha's attention was gradually focused on it. Tomorrow would be a warm-up competition. For this competition, Chu Tairan let everyone draw lots. In the end, he drew Yao Feng to go up first. This also made Yao Feng feel a lot of pressure. Often, the first battle was the most important. It would affect the morale of the contestants in the following matches. Therefore, even if they didn't send out their strongest contestants, they would still choose a contestant who wasn't weak. But for these people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, other than Li Zhongjiu, the rest of the contestants were about the same strength. Therefore, Chu Tairan couldn't make a choice. He was even prepared to not win a single match in the following matches. It was just like what those people in the Xingyan dynasty said. This was going to be a match that would bring about their own humiliation. But the Heavenly Pill Pavilion also needed these forces to motivate them. Only then could the Heavenly Pill Pavilion feel ashamed and brave. Failure was nothing to be afraid of. If they were afraid of failure and didn't dare to move forward, then it would be a real failure. The rest of the afternoon was free time. With the competition around the corner, everyone was getting nervous. The atmosphere had also changed. Only one person didn't seem to be affected by the surrounding atmosphere. That was Li Zhongjiu. Since you want to kill, then let me see how capable you are. Li Zhongjiu patted the hammer on his waist, and then came to the Hell Arena again. Evil Lord was here again. Hell Arena. The evil dominator came and went like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. There was no trace of this evil dominator at all. Fortunately, Hua Ying did not delve too deeply into the evil dominator's identity. She just waited for this evil dominator to walk right into her trap. This person still had hundreds of thousands of purple yuan in his account in the Hell Arena. This was not a small sum. Therefore, Hua Ying knew that this evil lord would definitely make a comeback. Right now, the evil dominator had already won 7 rounds. Next time, she would find someone with a record of 8 matches. Hua Ying was already prepared. As long as evil lord appeared, he would not be able to escape from her grasp. Soon, Hua Ying received news that evil lord had arrived. Without saying a word, she immediately put out a huge advertisement. When some people received the news, they immediately rushed over. The preparation time was a full hour. However, in this short hour, the entire Black Canal Royal City was in an uproar. That berserk 5-second man was here again. Why was this evil lord called the 5-second man? Because after the match, someone had calculated that this evil lord had never taken more than 5 seconds to defeat an opponent. Usually, by the 3rd second, his opponent would have already been defeated. If not, they would have died. The only record of 5 seconds had been achieved by Lei Long, who had won 7 matches. However, although the Lei Long managed to keep its life after being defeated, it still hasn't woken up yet. Li Zhongjiu did not know that the outside world was already spreading rumors about him. Almost half of the people in the city wanted to see Li Zhongjiu's strength. They wanted to see what Li Zhongjiu was good at. This time, Hua Ying had prepared an opponent for Li Zhongjiu. His codename was Falcon. It was said that this person's eagle claw technique had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. He could easily break through one's defense, directly dig out one's heart, and crush it in front of one's face. Before you die, you can still see the scene of your heart being crushed. None of his opponents had been able to survive in the hands of this person. Only one person managed to escape with his life, but his leg was torn off by the other party. He became a one-legged man. Falcon's name had long struck fear into people's hearts. Many people were even afraid of facing Falcon because they didn't even have the chance to jump down from the arena when facing Falcon. If they turned around and fled, the chances of death were 100%. He would rather meet someone more powerful than Falcon, who had never shown any mercy. If you can kill him, I will give you 5 million purple yuan. Hua Ying said indifferently. 5 million purple yuan. The eyes of a man wearing a black mask became sharp, but his emotions did not relax. It's not easy for this kid. I've studied his battles. The weapon in his hand is quite dangerous. Falcon's voice was extremely hoarse. When Hua Ying heard Falcon's words, a glint flashed across her eyes. She glanced at Falcon indifferently, knowing that these people were all trying to get more benefits. Name your price. Fixed price, 30 million. Falcon raised 3 fingers. Originally, it was 5 million purple yuan, but now, he actually increased it by 25 million, directly increasing it by 6 times. Hua Ying already wanted to kill the Falcon in front of her. But this time, Hua Ying had already made her plan. As long as this evil dominator died, the income from the arena would be extremely terrifying for Hua Ying. Many people were already obsessed with this evil dominator, and the bets on the periphery were already very terrifying. Alright. You better be able to kill him, Hua Ying said. Following which, he also wrote a purple yuan ticket. This ticket had the unique symbol of the Hell Arena and the amount of money. With this ticket, one could exchange it for purple yuan at any bank. There were many experts in the Black Canal Royal City, so the value of these experts was correspondingly reduced. It was not easy to make money. Therefore, 30 million purple yuan was enough to make a fierce yuan monarch expert risk his life for it. This is the advance payment of 5 million. After 2 hours, I will deposit the remaining 25 million into your arena account. Falcon knew Hua Ying's character. Although she was a woman who wanted to grow up. She was an extremely bold woman. Furthermore, this amount of money was nothing to Hua Ying. It was just a small amount of money. Naturally, she would not go back on her word. Why was she so eager to find Falcon? It could be said that Falcon was Hua Ying's strongest subordinate. If Li Zhongjiu won, he would immediately leave this level and enter the next level, where he would enter the arena for 30,000 people. What happened after that would have nothing to do with Hua Ying. She had wanted to keep Li Zhongjiu the last time, but she had not expected that Li Zhongjiu would be so cold and uncooperative. It would be best if Falcon could kill Li Zhongjiu this time. Even if he could not, he had to defeat Li Zhongjiu. Otherwise, Hua Ying would suffer a huge loss. In this kind of competition, strength was only a guarantee. If one wanted to survive and kill one's opponent, they would still need to use some tricks. These tricks were the most important thing to achieve victory. If one could survive in this kind of place, people would remember you and not care about what tricks you had used. Falcon left Hua Ying's office and poured out a blood-red elixir pill before stuffing it into his mouth. A dark red glow could be seen flashing across Falcon's eyes. I paid a huge price to find this elixir pill. Today, let me have a taste of your power. This was an elixir found in an ancient tomb. Falcon did not know what it was called, but it was very similar to the legendary explosive blood elixir. After swallowing this elixir, one's combat power would increase by more than 3 times, however, the preparation time was about 10 minutes. The effect would not be immediate, so Falcon swallowed the elixir immediately. Li Zhongjiu waited for more than 10 minutes before he was notified that his opponent was ready. They arrived at the arena. In just 10 minutes, the entire arena was filled with people. There were only about 10,000 people, but the number of people present had exceeded 20,000. Li Zhongjiu did not care about what his opponent was called. After all, he was already a dead man. There were not many good people who could survive until now in the arena. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not care if he killed them. Even if there were good people, so what? To Li Zhongjiu, he would just kill them all. You can't blame me for not having the ability to survive, right? This match, Evil Lord vs Falcon. Evil Lord's record, 7 matches, 7 wins. Falcon's record, 40 matches, 24 wins, 16 losses. He had fought a total of 40 matches. He had won in the market, which meant that Falcon had killed at least 24 Yuan Monarch level elites. He was still alive after fighting 40 matches. This showed how terrifying his strength was. The match officially begins. The referee announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the referee's figure flashed and he quickly flew into the distance. Although the arena was big enough, it was inevitable that he would be attacked. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Die, kid. The Falcon burst forth with a speed that was 3 times faster than usual. His entire body turned into a shadow in the arena, as if he had turned transparent. He quickly closed in on Li Zhongjiu. Die, I only need 3 seconds to kill you. There seemed to be a giant black eagle following behind Falcon. The entire arena was shrouded in a terrifying light. Boom. Li Zhongjiu smashed the demonic hammer in his hand forward. At this moment, all of Falcon's senses were magnified by 3 times. When the opponent's power came, Falcon immediately felt an extremely clear power approaching. This power was not something he could withstand. But at the same time, it wasn't something he could dodge. Boom, Falcon crashed into the lightning, and his body was thrown nearly 20 meters into the air. While he was in the air, he was invaded by countless lightning bolts, and Falcon's figure was blasted into pieces. 1 second, the evil dominator had once again achieved an instant kill. Before it even started, the battle was already over. Li Zhongjiu's victory was too fast. No one could react in time. However, it was precisely because of Li Zhongjiu's miraculous performance that the audience came here to watch Li Zhongjiu's match. Sure enough, such an explosive scene finally appeared. The entire audience began to shout loudly. The entrance fee was several hundred gold coins. Just the entrance fee alone was already several million gold coins. He had spent millions, but in the end, it was just for a few seconds. It was really shocking and shocking. Evil Lord! Evil Lord! Evil Lord! The cheers were like a cauldron. The sound waves from all directions continuously assaulted Li Zongjiu. Holding the demonic hammer in his hand, even Li Zongjiu could not help but feel ripples in his heart. However, Li Zongjiu quickly suppressed it. It was still early. Let's do it again. Continue the challenge. Li Zongjiu actually wanted to continue the challenge. When Huaying saw Li Zongjiu kill Falcon so easily, she was completely stunned. This was not what she had imagined. Could it be that this young man was not supposed to be defeated? Could it be that Falcon had also accepted this young man's money? However, that was obviously impossible. Falcon was already dead. Even if he had received the money, he would not be alive to spend it. He was already dead. This caused Huaying to be extremely shocked. In fact, Huaying had lost all her bets tonight. This time, she would really bleed a lot. Damn it. Huaying clenched her fists tightly. She did not dare to believe that such a thing had happened. She felt as if the sky had collapsed. Huaying, the higher-ups want to see you. Just as Huaying felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, two figures approached her. They wore the Hell Arena uniform, and their faces were expressionless. They looked like two pieces of iron sheets as they approached Huaying. Tonight, Huaying had set up a huge trap. If she wanted to succeed, she needed Li Zongjiu to fail. However, Li Zongjiu had once again created an instant kill and sent Huaying straight into the abyss. Huaying knew that Falcon was also capable of instantly killing her previous opponents. However, she never expected that even Falcon would not be able to retaliate in front of this evil lord. This time, the higher-ups wanted to see Huaying. Obviously, they wanted to discuss the punishment for failure. In the end, Huaying was taken away as if she had lost her soul. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu was still performing his instant kills in the arena. The higher-ups of the Hell Arena had already noticed Li Zongjiu. It was hard to believe that the young man called the Evil Dominator was so powerful. At the same time, the audience in the Black Canal Royal City began to boil with excitement for the young man called the Evil Dominator. Everyone wanted to witness such a miracle happen. Li Zongjiu had also defeated all his opponents. 13 consecutive victories, a Pekyuan King powerhouse had been crippled by Li Zongjiu. He had finally reached his limit. The demonic hammer in his hand had experienced enough killing. Against an expert with 14 consecutive victories, Li Zongjiu had only defeated him in the 5th second. He had not been able to kill him. This was the effect of the demonic hammer in his hand. Li Zongjiu had a rough idea of the demonic hammer's power. Is this all I can do? The fact that Li Zongjiu's hammer could cripple a Pekyuan monarch meant that the demonic hammer in Li Zongjiu's hands could instantly destroy more than 10 Pekyuan monarch-grade powerhouses on the battlefield. Li Zongjiu was satisfied with the power of the demonic hammer in his hand. The 14th battle was about to begin. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Li Zongjiu could sense that devil hammers will seem to have re-entered a state of rest. Therefore, he did not continue with the challenges. Although the battles ended very quickly, a lot of time had to be spent waiting before the battles started. Thus, a lot of Li Zongjiu's time was wasted. Evil Lord had left the arena, but the spectators were still unsatisfied. They still wanted to continue watching Li Zongjiu's battles. However, he had stopped. 2 more people appeared in the passageway. Evil Lord, right? We are the highest representatives of the Hell Arena. There is something we would like to discuss with you. The 2 of them stood in front of Li Zongjiu. This time, the 2 of them were much more polite than the previous time. I have been rather busy recently. If I have the time, I will consider it. After Li Zongjiu said that, he walked past the 2 of them and walked out. This caused the 2 of them to be extremely shocked. This time, the person who had invited Li Zongjiu wasn't Huaying, who was a mere manager of the 10,000-seat arena. Instead, it was the highest level of the Hell Arena. The people who made up the highest level of the Hell Arena were basically powerhouses who had ascended step by step through the Hell Arena. If one wanted to enter the highest level of the Hell Arena, one would have to pass through at least 18 levels and become the season's champion. The season's champion was considered an expert on the 18th level who had won 18 battles. If one wanted to continue winning, one would have to fight against the highest level of the Hell Arena. Of course, the highest level of the Hell Arena might not accept the challenge because in their eyes, one might not have the qualifications to do so. Therefore, these people were all godlike figures in the Hell Arena. Any one of them had once led the world and had a great reputation in the Hell Arena. It was hard to believe that a fledgling would refuse an invitation from the highest level of the Hell Arena. What an arrogant brat. He is truly arrogant to the extreme. The two of them were clearly furious. He doesn't even care about the reputation of the highest level of the Hell Arena. This brat is indeed not simple. A dark figure appeared in front of the two of them. When they heard this person's voice, the two of them finally reacted. There was actually someone in front of them. When they saw who it was, the two of them immediately bowed. Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao. Others liked to call this person Mr. Gao. Naturally, they knew his identity very well. He was a member of the highest level of the Hell Arena. They didn't expect Mr. Gao to personally appear. This really surprised the two of them. Clearly, the highest level of the Hell Arena valued this person called Evil Lord very much. The Hell Arena didn't send anyone to follow Li Zongjiu. To be honest, they couldn't keep up with Li Zongjiu's pace. If they were discovered, they might have a bad impression of the Hell Arena. If they didn't participate in the Hell Arena in the future, then the Hell Arena would suffer a great loss. On this point, Mr. Gao was very wise. The next time he comes, let me know. I want to meet him personally. Heichu Royal City, 3 Dynasties Pill Assembly Competition Venue. In order to expand the influence of the Heichu dynasty for this competition, they specially built a venue for the 3 Dynasties Pill Assembly Competition. It was called the 3 Dynasties Pill Competition Hall. This time, the tickets for the competition were sold to the public. The Heichu dynasty was quite adept at some things when it came to commerce. There was even a long street of food at the entrance of the pill competition hall. The stalls were open for rent. Even the people of the Heichu Pill Hall were very good at this business. People couldn't help but admire them. As Chu Tairan walked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. These people are really awesome. They can even think of such an idea. Su Sha had also recorded everything she had seen and heard on this trip so that she could use it as a reference when she returned. She might even be able to influence the future development of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There was nothing shameful about learning from the other party's advanced methods. The first round is just a preliminary round. You don't have to be too nervous. Chu Tairan said. Although it was called a preliminary round, it was also equivalent to an exhibition match. Even so, there was still a very important influence in it. Chu Tairan was worried that Yao Feng would be under too much pressure, so he spoke up to remind him. Well, thank you, Deputy Pavilion Master. Yao Feng nodded and said. Li Zongjiu and the others entered the alchemy competition hall through the participants' passageway. As soon as they entered the alchemy competition hall, they immediately felt a terrifying pressure permeating the hall. At the same time, the temperature was lower than the outside world. Obviously, there was a special choice in the materials of the building. After all, once the alchemist's flame was activated, the power would be very terrifying. Everyone present was a 5th-grade alchemist. Once the flame was activated, the power would be terrifying. It was not something that could be easily endured. This is the cold accumulation stone. This stone can absorb heat and maintain a constant temperature in the hall. Su Sha said. It was indeed a great dynasty, an old brand. They could make such details so well. Using this stone to establish an environment here, at least some of the audience would be more comfortable. The previous matches all require the use of the medicinal cauldron provided by the assembly. Only in the final match can you use your own medicinal cauldron. Su Sha was in the resting room of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, explaining the rules of the competition to the few people in front of her. At the same time, they were also given a booklet with the competition schedule written on it. Li Zongjiu glanced at it and threw it aside. There was a series of numbers on it. The order of the competition had already been arranged, so now they only needed to draw lots. The strongest among them will definitely take the number 1 tag. Li Zhongjiu, you take the number 1 tag. Chu Tairan said. Zhou Jing sat aside and quietly looked at these young alchemists of the Xianxia dynasty. They actually crossed such a long distance to participate in this competition that would bring glory to the dynasty. If it were him, he would probably be boiling with excitement. Zhou Jing's heart was also filled with emotions. However, upon closer inspection, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be extremely nonchalant. This was the disdain that came from his bones, the disdain for the enemy. It was even disdain for this competition. The following numbers were also drawn by the contestants. Qi Yanran number 3. Ling Yan number 2. Yao Feng number 4. Xia Wanji number 5. Li Zhongjiu number 1. The lineup of 2 men and 3 women was somewhat unbalanced, but it was not a big deal. Time passed by slowly, and finally, someone came to knock on the door. Contestants of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, you can enter now. The person who came said. Chu Tairan led Li Zhongjiu and the others out of the competition passage. After walking through a dark passage, they quickly arrived at the main competition venue. It was like a huge coliseum. At the very center of the arena was an arena surrounded by circular spectator stands. This allowed all the spectators to see what was happening in the arena. At this moment, there were already 3 medicinal cauldrons placed on the arena. The medicinal cauldron was completely black. It was the simplest material for a medicinal cauldron, made of black steel. In terms of medicinal cauldrons, it was definitely not the best. Even its ability to gather fire could only be considered average. It was usually used for the training of new disciples. However, it was obvious that using this kind of medicinal cauldron in the competition was also a test of the contestants' strength. There were a total of 100,000 people in the pill competition hall. Currently, there were only about 10,000 people sitting in the pill competition hall. The tickets for this competition were not simple. One ticket was at least 500 gold coins. If the seats were closer to the front, the price would be doubled. Because there was only one competition today, there were not many spectators. Most of them were relatives and friends. There were also people from the Black River Pill Hall. There were also some alchemy sects from the Haika dynasty. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity to see the competition between the top young people from other dynasties. It was definitely a great harvest. Of course, there were also some spectators from the Tianyan dynasty and Xingyan dynasty. However, there were fewer people from the Xingyan dynasty. Because anyone who knew about the situation of the Xingyan dynasty knew that this competition would definitely be a humiliating one. There was no need to do so. If they were to embarrass themselves, they would embarrass themselves in front of the other dynasties. Soon, the person in charge of the Black River Pill Hall started to read out the opening speech. Something about the friendship between the 3 dynasties. This competition was just for the exchange of views. Furthermore, he focused on the prizes for this competition. The individual overall first place will receive 7 days of quiet cultivation in the Black River Pill Hall's Sacred Hall. The second place will receive 3 days of quiet cultivation. The third place will receive 1 day of quiet cultivation. When the people below the stage heard this, they were all stunned. Even Chu Tairan could not believe it. He opened his eyes wide. The pen in Su Sha's hand that was constantly taking notes fell to the ground. F***ck, these people are really generous. Chu Tairan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li Zhongjiu also raised his head slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had also come to the Black River Pill Hall. When Li Zhongjiu became famous, the whole world worshipped him. Almost everyone wanted to invite Li Zhongjiu to go. At least, they could be considered to have some relationship with the famous evil lord. However, when Li Zhongjiu wanted to enter the Black River Pill Hall's Sacred Hall, he was rejected. He was even given a lot of compensation. However, he was still not allowed to enter. He did not expect that he would have the chance to enter now. The Black River Pill Hall's Sacred Palace was managed by another organization. Moreover, the specialty of the Pill Hall was that anyone who entered would be enlightened. Their understanding of medicinal pills would be enlightened. Many elders of the Black River Pill Hall could only get a chance to enter the sacred palace after spending their entire life's worth of contributions. However, from what I know, that bullshit sacred hall is not a good place. Li Zongjiu saw that the people around him were bewitched. They wanted to go in and take a look. Hence, he reminded them. However, he did not expect that the people of the Black River Pill Hall who were not far away heard what he said. The three groups of people's waiting area were not far away from each other. When the people of the Black River Pill Hall heard what he said, they were all anxious. They almost jumped up and challenged Li Zongjiu to a duel. "Brat, you dare to insult our sacred hall?" A young man with a fiery temper and a tall body walked towards Li Zongjiu and the others. He was like a tree stump when he stood up. He stared at Li Zongjiu angrily. "Ah? Yes, what do you want?" Listening to Li Zongjiu's tone, it seemed like he was seriously asking for advice. "What do you want?" When Yaohu from the Black River Pill Hall heard this, he instantly exploded. F***CK. If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. See how I'll tear your mouth apart. Although Yaohu was an alchemist, he was a violent person. He liked to solve problems with his fists. In addition, Yaohu had the advantage of his physique. However, the reason why others didn't bother with Yaohu was because Yaohu was the grandson of an elder from the Black River Pill Hall. Furthermore, he had a natural affinity with fire. Alright. Li Zongjiu was already prepared to stand up. The surrounding people didn't expect Li Zongjiu to accept the challenge so easily. Moreover, the two of them were actually fighting in such a place. It was simply unexpected. Yaohu only wanted to scare Li Zongjiu. If he were to fight at this moment, it would obviously cause a bad influence. Therefore, it would be troublesome if he were to be disqualified from the competition. However, he couldn't back down now. "Yaohu, calm down. Don't let some random person provoke you." The situation was already like fire and water. Yaohu could only brace himself and fight Li Zongjiu one-on-one. However, he was stopped by someone. The person who came was wearing very simple clothes. However, the belt on his waist already proved his status. Any belt would cost more than 10 million purple yuan. Moreover, looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a very righteous person. While persuading Yaohu, he also cupped his fist towards Li Zongjiu. "You must be the famous Li Zongjiu. I am Long Xian from the Black River Pill Hall. If you have any dissatisfaction with our Black River Pill Hall Saint Palace, you can come and ask me for advice at any time after the competition." Long Xian looked at Li Zongjiu. His eyes were filled with provocation. His words were very dignified. "Ask for advice? You're not worthy." Li Zongjiu did not even look at Long Xian. With his experience, he could naturally tell that this guy was acting cool. Acting cool was fine, but he actually dared to act cool in front of him, Li Zongjiu. Didn't that bear fatty say he wanted a one-on-one fight? "Come over here." Li Zongjiu pointed at Yaohu and said. His words angered Yaohu so much that he wanted to jump up. This guy kept provoking him, he was simply courting death. Today, Yaohu would let Li Zongjiu have a good taste of his power. However, no matter how much Yaohu struggled, Long Xian held him back. At the same time, he cast a provocative look at Li Zongjiu, as if warning Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu remained unmoved. He's just a kid. He couldn't win against Li Zongjiu in an argument, and he couldn't win against Li Zongjiu in a fight. What was the point of staying here? Hence, Yaohu angrily returned to his seat. Regarding this matter, it was as if a ball of fire was stuck in his chest. "They're deliberately provoking you." Long Xian glanced at Yaohu. The one who was going to fight today was Yaohu. He did not know how the other party received the information, but Yaohu's condition would not be so good. "I know. It's not that easy to provoke me." Yaohu also took a deep breath. As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongjiu again. He secretly memorized this kid's appearance. Chu Tairan pretended not to see these things, but when Li Zongjiu spoke ill of the other party's holy temple, his heart slightly thumped. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was here. As expected, he controlled the situation. Hence, he pretended not to hear the words just now. "Young man, do your best." Li Zongjiu patted Yao Fang's shoulder. Yao Fang did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually encourage him. All along, Yao Fang had a sense of reverence towards Li Zongjiu. This was because he was nurtured by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion since he was young. When he knew that Li Zongjiu was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he did not even dare to speak to Li Zongjiu. There were many things that an honorary elder had to bear. It was not a position that could be casually held. Even if the outside world had different opinions of Li Zongjiu, as long as he was a member of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Yao Fang would firmly support him. After receiving Li Zongjiu's encouragement, Yao Fang's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he went on stage, Yao Fang was surprised to find that the representative of the Haiku dynasty was actually the arrogant Yao Hu. The name list for the competition was confirmed before the start of the competition. However, other than the competition's organizing committee, no one else had the authority to know about it. Unless one of their own leaked it. Yao Fang was stunned. He turned around and looked. Could it be that elder Li Zongjiu had purposely angered the other party? When Yao Hu went on stage, he had a feeling that he wanted to vent all his anger on Yao Fang. "Young man, I'll cripple you first. Then I'll cripple that idiot," Yao Hu said coldly. "You're not allowed to be disrespectful to the elders." Yao Fang also sternly defended Li Zongjiu. Yao Hu did not say anything. He was waiting to teach Yao Fang a lesson and teach the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion a lesson. When Ling Yan saw that the opponent was actually Yao Hu, he was also extremely shocked. He then looked at Li Zongjiu and nudged the latter with his shoulder. "Young man, you're good. How did you know that they were going to send out this fatty?" "I heard it," Li Zongjiu said honestly. When he saw that Yao Hu had calmed down, he suddenly shouted at Yao Hu. "Little fatty, didn't you say that you were going to hit me? Why don't you come?" Before Yao Hu could sit properly, he heard Li Zongjiu's provocative voice. He was simply about to jump off the stage. He did not know why, but when he heard Li Zongjiu's voice, he had a feeling that he was going to explode on the spot. He couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjiu apart with his own hands. Cough cough. Take note. The person from the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace is called Lin Lin. She's their number 2 expert. Su Sha coughed a few times and said. With Yao Hu's strength, he could be considered as the number 3 expert in the Black River Pill Hall. Other than Li Zongjiu, the others would probably feel extremely pressured if they were to meet Yao Hu. Lin Lin's face was covered with a veil. Her steps were light as she walked, just like a green lotus that was strolling on the surface of the water. She looked like a girl next door, but almost everyone felt a suffocating pressure from her. They had to take note of her. Lin Lin's body gave the others a great sense of threat. Although Yao Hu was impulsive, he was also a person with high self-control. When he saw Lin Lin, he kept the anger on his face. To him, Dan Feng was not worth mentioning. His real opponent was Lin Lin. All 3 parties, get ready. You have 6 hours to concoct the 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill. 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill. A 5th grade spiritual pill right off the bat. Dan Feng immediately felt pressured. The main ingredient of the 9 Revolution Heaven Azure Pill was called Heaven Azure Earth White. It was an extremely powerful spiritual medicine. Dan Feng took a deep breath. 6 hours was also an extremely tight deadline. The refining of the pill wasn't colorful. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. For the layman, it was just a few people continuously throwing herbs into a pitch-black cauldron. However, some people who had learned the basics of alchemy could see the difference between the methods of these people. 2 hours later. Lin Lin from the Tianyan dynasty had already refined the pill. There were 7 lines on the pill. The quality was considered to be excellent. This Lin Lin is so scary. I reckon that she didn't even use 50% of her strength. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. There were indeed many experts in the outside world. It wasn't like the Xingyan dynasty where there were only a few experts. It was already very good to be able to reach grade 4. However, the people in front of him were probably grade 5 middle alchemists or even grade 5 high alchemists. There was a huge difference in their levels. The second person to finish refining was Yao Hu. After spending a total of 6 hours, he finished refining the pill. There were a total of 6 lines on the pill. This gave Yao Feng a lot of pressure. Finally, his hand shook and black smoke rose from the cauldron in front of Yao Feng. Haha, an alchemist from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Could it be that you can't even control your own flame? Yao Hu immediately mocked him loudly. It was useless for you to shout fiercely under the stage. If you really had the ability, then let's fight on the stage. Obviously, this was what Yao Hu meant. The people from the Black River Pill Hall also had the intention to stop Yao Hu. Jin Wenfeng was also sitting on his seat. Although the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were all guests, they had already become opponents. Hence, there was no need to show too much goodwill. Yao Feng failed. The loss of the first round wasn't because the opponent was too strong. It was because Yao Feng was too nervous. When he went up on the stage, the pressure came directly. It wasn't something that could be controlled easily. Especially when he saw that Yao Hu had successfully refined the pill, Yao Feng's heart was naturally more anxious. Hence, this situation occurred. It's okay. Anyway, this round doesn't count points. Just treat it as a practice. Chu Tairan said. Not only in terms of alchemy, but also in terms of psychological quality. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to remain calm in front of such a place. Chu Tairan knew in his heart that it was not so easy to win. It was already very good to be able to persist until now. Yao Feng remained silent and lowered his head. When you were on the stage, were you refining pills or competing? Li Zhongjiu said. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Yao Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was trying his best to reflect on Li Zhongjiu's words. I'm refining pills. When Yao Feng muttered to himself, a bright path seemed to have opened up in front of him, illuminating the path in front of him. Just a few words of advice was enough to make Yao Feng regain his confidence and strengthen his belief. It had to be said that an idol's encouragement was especially encouraging. Isn't it time to eat? Li Zhongjiu asked. Originally, losing a match at the beginning was very important. The morale should be extremely low, but because of Li Zhongjiu's presence, all the tension seemed to have been diluted. When it was time to eat, when it was time to drink, when it was time to refine pills, it was time to refine pills. This was what Li Zhongjiu had taught them. It made them feel as if they had experienced it themselves. It was a very real and personal experience. Today's victory and defeat were not enough to reach the apex. If even the loser did not care, then there was no need to mention the two winners. Even if Lin Lin went easy on him, Yao Hu would still not be able to win. The difference between victory and defeat was extremely clear. The second day. There would be a duel between contestants with the number 5. The 3 of them would be in a samsara match. For example, the number 5 contestant of Black River Pill Hall would fight against the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion, and then against the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. The last match was between the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion and the number 5 contestant of Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. The number 5 contestant of Heavenly Pill Pavilion was Xianxia. Before coming here, Xianxia really wanted to participate in the match. It would be best if she could defeat her opponent with her tenacious and unyielding willpower and obtain victory. However, it seemed to be an impossible thing for her. There was almost no chance for her to win against the group of fierce villains in front of her. It was as if there were mountains blocking in front of her. However, before going on stage, Xianxia thought about what Li Zhongjiu said yesterday. Alchemy or the match. The most important thing was to refine his own pills in this arena. Go for it. Su Sha cheered for Xianxia. The rest of the people also gave Xianxia a look of encouragement. Brother, don't be afraid. There's someone here who has already lost. You don't have to be too pressured. Kuan Erishur said. Then, he patted the prescription beside him. Last night, Kuan Erishur had a good meal with the prescription. The two of them had a good relationship. Originally, Kuan Arashi's identity in the Kuan castle wasn't simple. It was a good opportunity to make more friends outside. Even Li Zhongjiu thought highly of the character of this prescription. Kuan Erishur naturally had nothing to say. He liked this little brother. This match was between Black River Pill Hall's Zhao Jian and Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture's Bai Jiang. The last 2 points of the match were naturally the match between Zhao Jian and Bai Jiang. Xianxia had lost both matches. She had lost cleanly and cleanly. It gave people the feeling that she was just here to go through the motions. The surrounding spectators didn't seem to care about the performance of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. They didn't have the slightest bit of competitiveness. Even Yao, who felt that he had gone too far yesterday. He had actually been so calculated with such a weak team. Thinking about it, he felt that he was really useless. These trash only wanted to find some sense of existence. Whatever, he had been too stubborn. Even Yao, who started to sympathize with the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Even though they had lost the first match perfectly, the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were comforting each other. They had already expected such an outcome. However, they didn't expect it to be so unbearable when it really happened. The 2 opponents were considered to be merciful to Xianxia. It seemed like they were taking care of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's face. Black River Pill Hall's Zhao Jian won against Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture's Bai Jiang. Black River Pill Hall's total points were 2 points. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, 1 win and 1 loss, 0 points. Heavenly Pill Pavilion, 2 losses, -2 points. A single match had widened the gap. The difference between the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and Black River Pill Hall was 4 points. However, this was just the beginning. It's okay. There are still chances. There are plenty of chances. Chu Tairan comforted the few of them. These geniuses had never suffered such a huge setback before. Hence, it was normal for them to be depressed. On the 3rd day. For the past 2 days, Chu Tairan had been trying his best to adjust his mentality. He clearly knew that such a situation would happen, but when it really happened in front of him, he still felt an obvious increase in pressure. Even with Chu Tairan's identity and status, he still felt his old face burning. On the 2nd day, all the alchemy recipes were defeated. The accumulated points of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were only -4 points. On the other hand, Dong Mingxian from Black River Elixir Hall showed extraordinary splendor. He defeated a disciple from Heavenly Flame Elixir Prefecture, He Xiaowu. On the 3rd day, Qi Yanran went up. It was Yao who from Black River Elixir Hall. Li Zongjiu watched Qi Yanran's movements from below the stage. Compared to the others, Qi Yanran's psychological quality was obviously much better. Even when facing a strong opponent, she did not retreat. Qi Yanran had seen Yao Hu's combat strength before. The content of each competition was different. In this competition, the content of the competition was to use alchemy fire to refine the black soul water. They would compete to see who could refine the most amount of black soul water in a set amount of time. The so-called black soul water was actually a kind of liquid from the origin of plants. Using the black soul water to refine elixirs would make the elixirs purer. Of course, the process also depended on the alchemist's level. However, the reason why the black soul water was precious was that during the refining process, the slightest carelessness would cause the alchemist to be contaminated by the power of the black soul water. At that time, the alchemist's mental strength would be greatly affected. Because the competition was a little special, it could be carried out by 3 people at the same time. The time limit was still 6 hours. In front of the 3 black cauldrons, 3 figures sat upright. Black soul water. If one touches a drop of this thing, it can corrode a hole in the mental strength of an ordinary person. This thing is dangerous. Why would these people take out such a dangerous thing? Kuan Erisher could not help but say. Ever since he cultivated his mental strength at Master Jingyue's place, he was deeply in awe of things that could affect mental strength. Of course, most alchemists were also in awe of the black soul water. Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the contents of the competition. That's strange. Why would I feel relieved? Li Zongjiu also didn't understand why he was like this. Looking at Qi Yanran, that little girl, at least there was a chance of winning, his heart was somewhat relaxed. Yao Hu had been watching the people from the Heavenly Dam Pavilion lose for the past 2 days, so he was in a very good mood. Although Qi Yanran was beautiful, it was a pity that she was just a woman. Alchemy was not a simple physical work. Therefore, Yao Hu couldn't help but look down on Qi Yanran and focused all his attention on the people from the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture. Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Jingming. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but the people from the Sky Flame Elixir Prefecture were all serious people. They seemed to be a group of aloof people. Yao Hu found their aloof demeanor extremely annoying. Why were they pretending? It was obvious that they were pretending to be profound. I hope Sister Yanran can do her best, Xia Wanji said. Originally, Xia Wanji was only a substitute. Losing 2 matches did not bring much pressure to Xia Wanji. At the very least, she had seen the prowess of these people in front of her. Xia Wanji could be considered to have seen the world. After going back, she must cultivate well. The outside world was still very stressful. The rest of the people were also very worried. At least, the black soul water was something that ordinary alchemists wouldn't be willing to touch. Boss, what do you think? Kuan Erishur saw Li Zhongzhou's expression and paid attention to him. He had never seen Li Zhongzhou reveal such an expression in the previous competitions. It shouldn't be a big problem. Li Zhongzhou pondered. Refining the black soul water might be an extremely difficult problem for others, but for Qi Yanran, it seemed to be much easier. Because Qi Yanran's original soul was the longevity tree. The origin of the longevity tree was also a kind of plant. Therefore, Qi Yanran had the protection of the longevity tree. At least, it could resist the invasion of the black soul water to a certain extent. It also became more convenient to refine the black soul water. The number of spectators around them gradually increased as well. This was the 3rd day of the pill assembly of the 3 dynasties. It had already entered the middle stage. Some of the contestants with real potential should also take action. The competition starts now. Under the command, the bell rang. The 3 of them unhurriedly opened the black soul water that was stored in a golden cauldron beside them. At the same time, they used a golden ladle to scoop out the black soul water and poured it into the cauldron. As the flames rose, the temperature in the entire venue began to rise. Obviously, the quality of this batch of contestants was different. That Yao Hu, although he seems to be reckless, he still has some strength. The tiger demon flame in his hand can be considered as the family's inherited flame. Although this flame is smoother in battle, the ancestor of the Yao family has also developed the other functions of the tiger demon flame. Chu Tairan said from the side. Since they were already here, they might as well spread the knowledge to these people. Tiger demon flame, a trace of envy flashed in the eyes of Yao Feng and the others. They could see that there was a fiery red energy surrounding Yao Hu's body. It gave off the feeling of a ferocious red tiger sitting beside him, guarding his god. Inside the black cauldron, Yao Hu's tiger baleful flame seemed to be constantly battering the cauldron. The black soul water also released waves after waves of energy. Even though it was just a scoop of black soul water, it still weighed more than 100 pounds. At the beginning, everyone was refining with a ladle. In other words, everyone's level was around 50 kilograms. Jing Ming, who came from the Sky Flame Pill Palace, could see a faint light flashing across his body. Moreover, there seemed to be some fluctuations in the surrounding space. Mental energy. What a strong mental energy. Seeing the changes around Jing Ming, Kuan Erishur was extremely surprised. Master Jingyue had also told Kuan Erishur about the phenomenon of mental energy fluctuations. It was a situation where mental energy was strong enough to affect the surrounding space. If it was stronger, it would be able to distort space and achieve the effect of 1,000 miles projection. However, that was a technique that only primitive emperors could use. Primitive emperors could rely on their own yuan qi and mental energy to achieve such an effect. As for powerful mental energy masters, they only needed to use it slightly to achieve it. In contrast, Qi Yanran seemed to be extremely low-key. Her hands were constantly pouring power into the cauldron in front of her. She seemed to feel that it would not be easy to win against the 2 of them if she continued refining like this, so she added another half a spoon of black soul water and poured it into the cauldron in front of her. Is this girl crazy? Let's not talk about whether she can control so much black soul water with her strength. The cauldron alone can't withstand such terrifying power. When Chu Tairan saw this scene, his eyes widened. He was obviously very nervous. This was already the 3rd day. Including the first day, it was the fourth day of the competition. But so far, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had not won a single point. How could they accept such a result? Chu Tairan thought that Qi Yanran, who was in front of him, could at least bring about a certain turnaround. Therefore, although Chu Tairan looked calm on the surface, he was more or less nervous. A light flashed in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. With his understanding of the longevity tree, he could roughly guess what this girl wanted to do. Qi Yanran wanted to use her body to absorb the poison of the black soul water, so that she could refine more black soul water. With the longevity tree hanging in the air, at least Qi Yanran could ensure that she would not die so soon. But once these 6 hours passed, even if she won, the poison of the black soul water would definitely bring a fatal threat to Qi Yanran. This girl. Li Zhongzhou thought in his heart. He condensed a flame cauldron in his palm with one hand. Lan Kuan and the others were startled by the sudden heat wave. What was Li Zhongzhou trying to do? Was he trying to kill someone? Boss, what are you doing? Refining pills. Li Zhongzhou found some precious herbs from the storage ring and threw them into the mini flame cauldron in his hand. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou was also paying attention to the changes in the field. He was doing two things at once. And he could refine pills at will. This was too awesome. Was he trying to show off? Everyone present was an alchemist, so they were naturally extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of flames. Seeing Li Zhongzhou's actions, the rest of the people were also shocked. He watched the competition while concocting pills. Furthermore, he was using a single hand to form a cauldron with fire. Furthermore, it was a fire cauldron that was only the size of a palm, purely using flames to condense a pill cauldron. The smaller the cauldron, the greater the concentration required, and the greater the difficulty. However, Li Zhongzhou was able to maintain the fire cauldron with one hand. Furthermore, the fire cauldron was constantly refining pills. That was a bit pretentious. Chu Tairan also saw Li Zhongzhou's actions from the corner of his eyes. As long as you didn't affect the competition on the stage, there wouldn't be any problems. It was just that Chu Tairan did not expect Li Zhongzhou to be able to play such a move. The power in his hand was surging, clearly attracting the attention of others. In order to achieve this, even the top experts of the Sky Flame Pill Mansion and the Black River Pill Hall might not be able to do it. Long Xian and Mu Qingniu's gaze fell on Li Zhongzhou. They wanted to find some clues from Li Zhongzhou's body, but they realized that Li Zhongzhou's aura was dense and the fire cauldron in his hand was extremely stable. Playing to the gallery. Long Xian said faintly. His tone was filled with disdain. Jin Wenfeng was well aware of Long Xian's character. If he really didn't care about something, Long Xian wouldn't comment on it. Since Long Xian noticed this, it meant that Long Xian still cared about this matter. Mu Qingniu seemed to be much calmer. After taking a glance, he retracted his gaze, as if he was calculating in his heart whether he could do the same as Li Zhongzhou. As the only female contestant in the Sky Flame Pill Mansion, Lin Lin also took a second glance at Li Zhongzhou. It wasn't because of Li Zhongzhou's appearance. Li Zhongzhou's appearance was only average, not at the level of a monster. What Lin cared about was his alchemy technique. With the appearance of Li Zhongzhou's fire cauldron, it finally brought some attention to Chu Tairan's side. Even many people in the audience had their eyes on them. They no longer treated them as invisible people like before. Therefore, Chu Tairan's heart couldn't help but tighten. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he couldn't help but feel proud. However, he still needed to maintain a calm appearance. Qi Yanran condensed a flame in her hand and a wisp of black poison flowed into her body, causing her body to tremble slightly and her face to gradually turn pale. F***CK, what is this woman doing? Yao Hu and Jing Ming were both stunned. Looking at the movements of Qi Yanran's hand, they wondered if she was seeking her own death. This was just a competition, but she had to make it look like this. It was too risky to use her own life to complete this competition. Qi Yanran's resolute confidence also made them feel a terrifying pressure. However, they didn't dare to try Qi Yanran's suicidal approach. Finally, 6 hours passed. Qi Yanran and the other two contestants finished refining at the same time, but Qi Yanran's refinement was more than the other two. She won directly. In this competition, Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Qi Yanran won. Yao Hu and Jing Ming tied, and their points didn't increase or decrease. However, Qi Yanran lost, and each of them lost 1 point, Qi Yanran won, and Heavenly Pill Pavilion added 2 points. When the results of the competition were announced, Qi Yanran could no longer bear the black soul poison in her body. Immediately, her vision turned black, and her body fell backward. However, at this moment, a figure came to Qi Yanran's side and helped her up. Without saying anything, he just stuffed a freshly refined elixir into Qi Yanran's mouth. Li Zongjiu also pointed at Qi Yanran's back. Gently stretching forward, the black soul poison in Qi Yanran's body was easily forced out of Qi Yanran's body. What an overbearing method! Yao Hu saw Li Zongjiu's actions, and a light flashed in his eyes. Li Zongjiu was actually able to force out the black soul poison. If the black soul poison entered the body, it would have a strong impact on one's mental strength. The person might faint and never wake up. Ordinary people had no way to deal with the black soul poison. Even a powerful alchemist could only use the power of elixirs every day and night to suppress the poison in the body and ensure that the black soul poison in the body would not act up. However, it was extremely difficult to force it out of the body. But for Li Zongjiu, a single elixir was enough to solve the problem. It was really amazing. It was shocking. In front of so many people, the poison of the black soul water was directly forced out of Qi Yanran's body. This was absolutely a shocking thing. The rest of the people couldn't believe that the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion could have such a powerful method. It was unbelievable. What kind of pill did that guy give her? Many people were asking, if there were a few more such pills, wouldn't they be able to refine the black soul water without limit? Yao Hu also widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that such a thing happened directly in front of him. Could it be that the pill that Li Zongjiu was refining just now was the pill in his hand? No wonder Qi Yanran used such a self-sacrificing refining method, making it difficult for people to resist. Are you okay? Li Zongjiu asked. Qi Yanran's feet landed on the ground again. She found that the black soul water poison in her body had been completely removed. Her heart was greatly shocked. I'm okay, thank you. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also walked down the stage. When Chu Tairan heard that they had won, he almost slapped his thigh. The little girl from the Qi family was too awesome. When he went back, he must reward the people from the Qi family and cooperate with them a little more. Seeing the dark faces of the people on the opposite side, Chu Tairan's heart was very happy. Thinking about this, Chu Tairan's heart was really carefree. Sister Yanran is really amazing. Awesome, awesome. Kuan Erishur also clapped his hands again and again, but anyone could see that Qi Yanran was refining the pill with the spirit of sacrificing herself to win. So naturally, his heart was full of admiration. Usually, Qi Yanran didn't speak much, but when she did things, she revealed such a ruthless spirit. And Qi Yanran just nodded slowly and politely. Yanran, next time, don't do such a risky thing. We can afford to lose this competition, but the most important thing is that you are the future pillars. Chu Tairan said in a deep voice, his tone was particularly solemn. Although Qi Yanran had won the match and defeated the two opponents, giving the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion a great deal of face and power, and bringing great benefits to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Qi Yanran had won the match. However, Chu Tairan also needed these young people to understand that the reason why he took such a big risk to bring them here this time was to let these young people see how vast the outside world was, instead of hiding in their own dynasty and building a cart behind closed doors. If they lost such an outstanding genius because of this competition, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Alright, I got it. Qi Yanran nodded and agreed. Qi Yanran was also a member of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. In fact, she had already joined the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion by default during this trip. At least her name was on it. Of course, what Qi Yanran didn't say was the reason why she fought so hard and used such a method to complete the match was that she knew that Li Zongjiu would not turn back and watch her fall. In fact, Qi Yanran was also thinking that she could more or less test her position in Li Zongjiu's heart. Whether she was important or not depended on this. Now it seemed that the result was at least satisfactory to Qi Yanran. Therefore, Qi Yanran was a little happy in her heart. This adventure, in Qi Yanran's opinion, was very worthwhile. And you? Chu Tairan looked at Li Zongjiu and said, his tone suddenly became serious. It seemed that he was going to say something more serious. Well done. Before the crowd understood the situation, Chu Tairan directly gave Li Zongjiu a thumbs up and then laughed loudly. He pulled Zhou Jing and said to the boys behind him. Tomorrow is a rest day. You are free to make arrangements. Play as you wish tonight. I'll go out for a drink with old man Zhou. I can't drink with you juniors. Chu Tairan said. When Kuan Erishur and the others heard that tomorrow was a rest day, they all breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling Yan. Because according to this calculation, Ling Yan would play tomorrow. Although this kind of thing couldn't be avoided forever, at least they didn't have to face such a big thing tomorrow. He needed to have a good rest. These days, in fact, everyone's condition was very bad. Like a tight bowstring, it was difficult to relax. Now, they finally had a chance to relax. Although it was the same for Li Zongjiu, these people were very happy and eagerly pulled Li Zongjiu, saying that they must have a good meal today. Let's go, let's go. Today's my treat. Ling Yan also had the aura of a big sister. With a wave of her hand, several people directly carried Li Zongjiu. After a little inquiry, several people went to the largest restaurant in the Haiku dynasty. National Beauty Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Li Zongjiu, today I'll treat you to a meal. Later, you have to teach me a few moves. At the table, Ling Yan said to Li Zongjiu. When these words came out, Kuan Erishur and Zhu Xiao were very surprised. What was Ling Yan's status? She was the genius teacher of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Before Li Zongjiu came, Ling Yan was a famous person in the entire Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It was just that she became more low-key later on. Moreover, Ling Yan was Li Zongjiu's class teacher. Now, Li Zongjiu hadn't graduated from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor yet. He was still a student, but automatically promoted to the 2nd grade. At this moment, Ling Yan finally couldn't help but ask Li Zongjiu for advice, although it was half joking. There are some problems with your meridians. Come to my room tonight. Li Zongjiu said in a serious tone. These words also made Ling Yan stunned. What did Li Zongjiu mean, go to his room? What did he want to do? He didn't expect that this kid looked gentle on the outside, but his heart was such a wretched beast. Originally, Ling Yan subconsciously thought that Li Zongjiu had improper thoughts about her, but after listening to Li Zongjiu's words, saying that there were some problems with her meridians, she was immediately surprised. How did this kid know that there was a problem with her meridians? Kid, your mouth is quite smooth. Today, Sister Yanran has won. Let's have a toast. Ling Yan's words flashed by, making people feel that Li Zongjiu was just joking. Soon after, he shifted the focus of the conversation. However, Qi Yanran had heard that sentence clearly in her heart. Her heart immediately lost more than half. It turned out that Li Zongjiu was the same as most men. That night, at the end of the banquet, Qi Yanran returned to her room, but she couldn't fall asleep. She had been listening to the movements in the corridor outside the whole night. Because Li Zongjiu's room was right across hers, as long as there was even the slightest movement in Li Zongjiu's room, she would be able to hear it clearly. For experts of their level, it was easy for them to catch these movements. However, Qi Yanran wanted to force herself not to care about these things and not to care about these things. What Li Zongjiu wanted to do and what he liked to do had nothing to do with her. Therefore, Qi Yanran also thought that she should practice well and not care about these things. However, no matter how Qi Yanran forced herself to calm down, it was difficult for her to calm down and practice. Dang dang dang, there was a slight sound of footsteps. The person seemed to deliberately slow down his pace. When he walked to the door, he seemed to hesitate and took 2 steps back. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Finally, he steadied his footsteps and walked towards Li Zongjiu's room. When he was about to knock on the door, Li Zongjiu's voice came from inside. Come in. Ling Yan suddenly had a feeling of blushing. It was as if he wanted to do something bad, but in the end, he was still discovered. Although he tried his best to hide, the other party caught him in front of his face, leaving him with no chance to resist. Ling Yan pushed the door and entered. At this moment, at the corner of the staircase, there were several figures watching this scene. When they saw Ling Yan walk in, there was no need to mention how excited they were in their hearts. Lan Kuan immediately surveyed the surroundings. Did you see? I have already said that the charm of the boss is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Kuan Erasure sat and collected tonight's bet. When he held the purple yuan in his hand, he never felt that his life was so stable. Do you guys want to bet on what's going to happen in the room? Kuan Erasure seemed to have come up with another plan. He wanted to let the people in front of him have a chance to win back the purple yuan in their hands. Xiao Wanji and the others lost, so they naturally gnashed their teeth in hatred. They didn't expect that even Ling Yan would fall. This Li Zhongjiu was really too terrifying. What else can happen in this room? Asked the innocent Yu Xian. Although Yu Xian was relatively young, she more or less understood the matters of adulthood. That's not necessarily true. You can't imagine my boss's character. Boss will definitely help Towering Flame Instructor and heal her meridians. He won't take advantage of her. Kuan Erasure promised. However, he saw that their faces were filled with disbelief. You don't believe me, right? 5 purple yuan. If it's like what I said, then I'll compensate you with 5 purple yuan each. Otherwise, each of you will lose 5 purple yuan to me. How's that? Let's bet. This isn't a matter of money. It's a matter of breath. Xiao Wanji said directly. Yao Feng and Yu Xian also expressed their participation. What about you, junior brother Zhu Xiao? Kuan Erasure was older than Zhu Xiao by a year, but Zhu Xiao's strength might not be below Kuan Erasure. However, the person to bet on was his own mentor, his own class teacher. If this matter was investigated, he would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, Zhu Xiao was slightly hesitant. The main reason was that he didn't want to speculate about his own mentor. That seemed to be a bit unkind. This isn't very good, Zhu Xiao scratched his head. How about I bet 20 purple yuan? Damn, it turns out that you also have such potential. Kuan Erasure and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Zhu Xiao. At this moment, in Li Zhongjiu's room, Ling Yan was obviously a bit uneasy. However, when she thought that she was going to be the big sister in the future, when had she ever been so timid, she definitely couldn't show any signs of failure in front of this kid. Even if it was really some kind of unspoken rule, she naturally had to accept it openly. I'm here. Ling Yan didn't know how she should start, so she said straightforwardly. Once she said that, she felt like she was being forced to do something that was beyond her ability. Since she was already here, then do whatever you want. This sounded a bit weird. Well, take a seat. I've set up a yuan rune array for you. You just need to circulate your qi inside. Li Zhongjiu said. At this moment, Ling Yan saw that on the ground in front of her, there was a yuan rune array that was stacked with 10 upper-grade primordial stones. When he saw the 10 upper-grade primordial stones, his heart was filled with shock. Ling Yan also didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would be so extravagant as to use upper-grade primordial stones to help her repair her meridians. The problem that appeared in her meridians could be said to be big, but it could also be said to be small. This was because Ling Yan's meridians suffered a backlash when she was refining the primordial fire. Although she succeeded in refining the primordial fire, it also caused her meridians to suffer a certain amount of damage. She couldn't continue to break through. Once she broke through, it would cause severe pain, and even a heart-wrenching feeling. If she forced herself to continue, it would only put her body in an even more dangerous situation. Therefore, for a long time, Ling Yan had been looking for a solution to the problem of her meridians. For the time being, she couldn't find it in the Genius Tower. Therefore, she simply came to the Haiku dynasty to look for a solution. Perhaps she could find a solution to her problem. However, who knew that the solution was so far away, but right in front of her? This damn Li Zhongjiu kid actually knew how to do it. This made Ling Yan a little surprised. When she saw the existence of this array, Ling Yan also knew that Li Zhongjiu wasn't joking. With this guy's strength, to set up such an array, it naturally wasn't a prank. Just sit in like this. Ling Yan didn't care so much. First, she had to heal the injuries on her body. How could she not take advantage of the situation when she saw it? Therefore, Ling Yan also sat in the middle of the upper-grade primordial stones and began to circulate her primordial qi. When this primordial qi passed through her injured meridians, from those upper-grade primordial stones, a surge of energy suddenly flowed into her body, like a hot spring brushing past. The meridians that should have produced scorching pain actually didn't have the slightest trace of danger at this moment. This made Ling Yan's heart extremely shocked. This is real. Warm energy poured into Ling Yan's body and rapidly healed the injuries on her meridians. Originally, once the scorching energy circulated in her meridians, it would definitely cause injuries to Ling Yan's meridians, but this time it didn't. Therefore, Ling Yan's heart was extremely shocked. The formation that Li Zongjiu had set up was really useful. Ling Yan, who was pleasantly surprised, continued to absorb the energy in the array, and the energy in the 10 high-grade primordial stones was also rapidly consumed. Boom! Like a turbulent wave, the energy rampaged in Ling Yan's body, but Ling Yan herself welcomed this energy, because this energy was actually repairing her meridians. If it was just an ordinary meridian's injury, taking medicine and some ordinary recuperation would be able to recover. After all, these people were not vegetarians. But Ling Yan's meridian's injury was caused by the primordial spirit fire, so even if it was an external injury, it was still an internal injury. Although he could suppress it on normal days, if he wanted to go to war, it would bring him great pain. In the end, her whole person directly fainted. Ling Yan calmed down her excited mood, then turned her head to look for Li Zongjiu's figure. At this moment, the energy in her body had gradually stabilized, and her whole person was in a stable state. But when she turned her head, she found that Li Zongjiu was not in the room. That guy, he actually left. Ling Yan certainly did not believe that Li Zongjiu turned into a ghost and disappeared. There was a window that was ajar, obviously Li Zongjiu directly left through the window. This guy, don't tell me he doesn't like Sister Yu. Ling Yan was a little angry, this Li Zongjiu really didn't know what was good for him. She took the initiative to send herself to his door, but Li Zongjiu directly left. This simply angered Ling Yan to death, but soon, Ling Yan also immersed herself in her own cultivation. First, she would heal her injuries, and then find an opportunity to deal with Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu left the room. Naturally, it was because he was wasting too much time in the room. Coupled with the magic hammer in his hand, it seemed that he wanted to continue fighting. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. Li Zongjiu immediately knew that the power of the devil hammer was awakening. The other option was for Li Zongjiu to toss the devil hammer as far away as possible. Either Li Zongjiu continued to grow stronger, and time was of the essence. Otherwise, sooner or later, devil hammer would seize the initiative. Of course, Li Zongjiu would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, Li Zongjiu brought magic hammer to the hell arena. Last time, Li Zongjiu had already achieved 13 victories, furthermore, it was consecutive victories. He had never been defeated before. Such a ferocious person was truly shocking. They could even clearly feel the terror of this person called the evil dominator. In the middle of the night, the hell arena was also open. However, in comparison, the arena at night would be bloodier and more lawless. Moreover, the matches that were held were basically for the sake of gambling. Hell arena. Mr. Gao, that evil lord is here. When Li Zongjiu stepped into the hell arena, someone immediately reported Li Zongjiu's situation to Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao was originally cultivating, and ordinary matters could not disturb him. However, this time, the people below mustered up the courage to come. They were not even afraid of disturbing Mr. Gao's cultivation. The person who came to report was also very nervous. Mr. Gao looked like a gentleman and was very reasonable. However, if he was in a bad mood, he would directly kill someone. As the highest level of the hell arena, Mr. Gao was an expert of the 19th layer of hell. Power, status, strength, he had all of it. How could you fight with him? No one dared to directly offend Mr. Gao. In fact, everyone was in awe of this person because they were very afraid in their hearts. Take me to see. Mr. Gao stood up and said. Good performance, this is a reward for you. Mr. Gao casually threw a mid-grade primordial stone to the person who came to report. The guard was incomparably surprised and directly reached out to catch it. When he bowed and thanked Mr. Gao, he saw Mr. Gao raise his hand and cut off his head. Who allowed you to disturb my cultivation? The guard's head rolled on the ground, and the mid-grade primordial stone in his hand fell directly into a pool of blood. Mr. Gao directly stepped out. As for the mid-grade primordial stone, no one dared to pick it up. The people who cleaned up the scene directly dragged the head and the primordial stone out. Li Zhongjiu heard that the one-on-one matches were no longer open tonight. They would have to wait until tomorrow morning, but there would be a big battle royale. There would be a battle royale for every level. No matter who it was, they could participate in this battle royale. There would be a total of 10 people in each battle royale. Only the last person standing on the stage would be considered the winner and take away 1% of the purple yuan in the prize pool. What kind of concept was 1%? It was similar to a bloody battle royale. There would never be a shortage of spectators, and there would also be no shortage of people who would place bets. There were 10 contestants, and each contestant had their own odds. You could bet as much as you wanted, even if it was 10 people. The money from these bets would be stored in the prize pool. Gambling was still popular in the Xianxia dynasty, but after arriving here, people actually played this kind of game. Furthermore, it was in the arena. This was openly bloody and violent. On the other hand, the people of the Haiku dynasty were extremely enthusiastic. To the strong, this was a killing paradise. Anyone who survived could earn millions of purple yuan in one night. They just had to kill 9 people. There were too many strong people in the Haiku dynasty. Even Yuan King level fighters found it difficult to make a living because of the great competition. However, in the arena, there were times when one could make a living. Most importantly, in a high-pressure environment like the arena, the speed of one's breakthrough was also very fast. Life was born in hardship, and death was born in peace. If one did not become stronger, one would only become a ghost under the knife of others. If one did not have enough means, one would only become a stepping stone for others to succeed. It was that simple and brutal. Therefore, many people who had not broken through for a long time also returned to the arena to seek a breakthrough. They used this kind of pressure to force themselves to improve. There were also many people who succeeded. Evil Lord enters the arena. A huge line of words suddenly lit up on the title of a 10-person battle royale that was waiting for the start of the battle royale. When the audience saw this, they were stunned on the spot. Some of them were even stunned for a few seconds. After that, they finally reacted. F***CK, is this the Evil Lord? There can't be a mistake, right? It seems like it is possible to have the same name in the arena. However, who would dare to call themselves the Evil Lord in this situation? In this battle royale, one could not see each other's battle records. There was only one name, as these 2 types of competition were categorized by the system. As long as one's strength reached the standard, or if one had the confidence to win, one only had to register to participate in the battle royale. If one did not have any confidence in one's own strength, one could only wait for death. Evil Lord enters the arena. The other 9 contestants were also stunned when they saw this name. They all rested in their individual rooms and waited for the battle to start after everyone had gathered. However, when they saw the name Evil Supremacy, most of the people started to feel nervous. Before the battle started, they had all been very confident. However, the name Evil Lord gave them a lot of pressure. It was said that a demon-like person had come to the arena in the past 2 days. He basically killed all his opponents in seconds. He did not give anyone a chance. He was nicknamed the 5-second man. That was how fierce he was. Previously, some people were still thinking that it was fortunate that the 5-second man would not participate in this battle royale. Now that they saw the name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to themselves, this time, we're dead for sure. Moreover, it was too late to withdraw. As long as they registered, even if they withdrew, they would be killed by the people in the Inferno arena. The only way was to bite the bullet and enter the arena. If they left the arena quickly enough, they would still have a chance. Of course, once such an iconic figure entered the arena, it was very likely that a situation would occur. That was, the other 9 contestants would besiege them at the same time. Evil Lord? Hee, I've long wanted to compete with you, but you actually came here today. That's the day you die. In a small room. Bloodhand looked at the name and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Bloodhand was also a name that struck fear in people's hearts. It was said that this person had been hiding his left hand, which was the real killer move. When he took out his left hand, it was the moment of your death. There was no room for discussion, and he could directly take your head off. In the previous one-on-one matches, he had made a lot of reputation, and he had killed several experts. In the end, he had won 11 matches. But later on, he was injured in a battle, and it seemed that because of his own realm, he didn't have the slightest bit of breakthrough until now. So after disappearing for a period of time, Bloodhand once again returned to the arena, and unexpectedly met this person called Evil Dominator here. Then it was just the right time to kill this evil lord and make a name for himself. He hoped that this evil lord wasn't a fake. I, Bloodhand, will take the first step of my bloody return. After 10 seconds, the heavy iron door in front of the small house was directly opened. The people inside walked out. Some people directly walked up to the arena, and some people looked around, observing their opponents first. The arena was circular, so when these people walked up, there wasn't much difference between them. Bloodhand seemed to be a little low-key in the crowd, and after walking out, not many people paid attention to him. Only 1 or 2 people's eyes fell on Bloodhand. In this kind of chaotic battle, any kind of situation could occur. It was also possible that 2 companions would go up together, and in the end, directly escape. The rewards could be divided equally, but there would be more situations that would occur. Once 2 people joined forces, they would definitely be discovered by the other 8 people, and they would first get rid of the 2 of them. Any kind of scheme didn't matter, because in this arena, everyone wanted to take your life, and not help you. After all, the 1% of the prize pool was incomparably tempting. Looking up, he saw another board, which showed the accumulated amount of money in the prize pool. Up until now, it had already reached 160 million. Once he won, he would be able to take away 1.6 million purple yuan. If you placed a bet on yourself, you would naturally be able to obtain additional income. Often, these people would also spend a part of their money on themselves. Of course, this required a lot of confidence. Otherwise, if they were killed or thrown out of the ring in the end, it would be a huge loss. The number in the prize pool was still rising. It was as if a large sum of money had suddenly been added to the bet, causing the prize pool to reach 300 million. Could it be that someone invested 100 million? When the contestants saw the rising numbers, they were extremely excited. They even felt their blood boiling. To be able to earn so much money in a single night of battle, how could they not be excited? The constantly jumping numbers were tempting to sacrifice their lives. Mr. Gao, why did you bet on the evil dominator? Zhao Qingxian, who was doing statistics behind the scenes and was also the person in charge of this chaotic battlefield, couldn't help but ask. Since he is bound to win, why not just bet a little more and win more money? At the same time, it will make the atmosphere of the arena a little livelier. Mr. Gao stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the main viewing platform. From this position, he could overlook the entire arena. The ants below, who were desperately fighting, were actually consuming their own lives and becoming the arena's money-making tools. The income of this night was a very large number for the arena. It was like this every day, which showed how magnificent and extremely rich the arena was. It directly rose to 3 million purple yuan. In the single-person challenge arena, it was unknown how many times it would take to earn that much. Tonight was the night of getting rich overnight. Mr. Evil Lord, it's time to go on stage. There was one person missing on the field. It turned out that Li Zongjiu had not yet gone on stage. Oh, I'm coming. Li Zongjiu came to this chaotic battlefield for the first time, so he didn't understand the process. It was not until someone called him that he responded and walked up to the ring. Many people had seen Li Zongjiu before. When they saw that it was indeed Evil Lord, some of the people who had placed their bets immediately became excited. In fact, they didn't need to see the person. Just looking at the odds was enough. Li Zongjiu's odds were 105. As for the rest of the people, their odds were 1, 2, 1, 3, and even 115. This kind of bet was basically a guaranteed loss. After going on stage, the atmosphere of the arena had obviously changed. After exchanging a few glances with each other, they immediately understood each other's intentions. They would first get rid of Li Zongjiu. This chaotic battlefield will start in 10 seconds. Everyone, get ready. Li Zongjiu raised the demonic hammer in his hand. 10 seconds later, the bell rang. Kill Evil Lord first. Kill. The other 9 people unleashed their auras almost at the same time and charged toward Li Zongjiu. All 9 of them were Yuan King elites. When they moved at the same time, the energy from their bodies was also released in an extremely terrifying manner. A bolt of lightning flashed. After hitting one of them, the bolt of lightning quickly swept toward another person. Boom, 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 the 9 people in the arena were directly connected. Their bodies were suspended in midair. Some of them couldn't withstand the power of the lightning and their bodies exploded instantly. Some of them were penetrated by the lightning from head to toe. They were still clenching their teeth and persevering. For example, Blood Hand. Blood Hand had never felt such a powerful force penetrating his body. He could clearly feel that his body was about to collapse, but he relied on his tyrannical strength and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Boom, finally, the rest of the people were directly blasted into powder. Only 2 figures, who had several blood vessels blown off, fell out of the arena with a thud. Blood Hand was one of them. At the moment, Blood Hand's left hand was dripping with blood. Blood Hand felt as if his entire body had become hollow as he watched the blood flow continuously. His left hand was a killing move that he had painstakingly cultivated. However, it now seemed like his left hand was completely crippled. Blood Hand fell into a pool of blood and fainted immediately. Fortunately, the Hell Arena also had medical rescue services. Of course, these services were also charged. When they detected that there was still money in one's account, they would choose to save one. If they could save one, they would have to obediently hand over the cost of the medical treatment. Sometimes, after being rescued due to an injury, one would have to continue fighting in the Hell Arena in order to earn back the medical expenses. In any case, if the money was taken out of the Inferno Arena, then there would definitely be a chance to get it back. He had never seen the Inferno Arena make any losses. In fact, most of the arenas were like this. Human lives were worthless, especially the lives of some weak people. The audience stood up and applauded Li Zongjiu's performance. Some people were even shocked. They had seen people who could survive in the chaos and crush the audience. However, people like Li Zongjiu, who eliminated everyone at the beginning of the battle, only used one move from the beginning to the end. That was to wave the hammer in his hand. Immediately, many people began to have ideas about the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. This person is so terrifying. It's all because of the hammer in his hand. Quickly go and check the origin of this hammer. What a terrifying hammer. If I could have this hammer, I would definitely be able to kill everyone. It's really stupid. If that hammer was so easy to control, how could it be in the hands of this person? There must be some mystery in it. Some people were very open-minded. At a glance, they could see that although Li Zongjiu's devil hammer was powerful, it would not be easy for others to control it. After all, the stronger the weapon, the higher the requirements for the master. Otherwise, the weapon would easily backfire on the master. If the sword was too fast, there would be a day when the master swung it and easily cut off his own head or arm. Li Zongjiu put away the hammer in his hand. 3 million purple yuan had been transferred to Li Zongjiu's Hell Arena account. Next time, I'll directly participate in this kind of battle. Li Zongjiu found that after this move, the devil hammer had quieted down. It seemed that the absorption was almost enough. However, next time, Li Zongjiu would definitely not let him continue to be arrogant. He had to control him. This was because he was the master, and the devil hammer was just a hammer. He could not do whatever he wanted. Mr. Gao had already ordered to see Evil Lord. Therefore, without Mr. Gao's permission, the evil dominator would not be able to walk out of the arena. Last time, Mr. Gao failed, and he already had an idea about this matter. Today, it would not be so easy for Li Zongjiu to leave. The people of the Hell Arena hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Zongjiu. Mr. Evil Lord, please wait a moment. Mr. Gao wants to see you. Zhao Qingxian sent people directly to Li Zongjiu and stopped Li Zongjiu. Although this was said to be polite on the surface, the people who came were alert, and the people behind them were also on full alert to prevent Li Zhongjiu from escaping. After all, such a situation had already happened last time. Mr. Gao? Li Zhongjiu had never heard of Mr. Gao. But if he remembered correctly, the last person who wanted to see him did not seem to be called by this name. Yes, Mr. Gao is the highest level of our hell camp. If Mr. Evil Lord is willing to meet him, there will be countless benefits in our hell arena in the future. That person could be considered smart. He did not directly threaten Li Zhongjiu. Otherwise, he would only get the corresponding opposite effect. For Li Zhongjiu to be able to get to this stage, his strength was definitely not weak. Who would be so bored as to threaten such an expert, to be able to achieve a record of 13 consecutive victories in the single arena? How could it be so simple? Benefits? Okay, I'll wait here for 3 minutes. Li Zhongjiu looked at the time. The sky would be bright in half an hour. He could go back and see Ling Yan's situation. Li Zhongjiu also remembered that the repair formation was not a profound formation. But now, it seemed that no one had studied it. The number of experts in the later stage would obviously increase greatly, and they would also have an advantage in some aspects. It was not something that could be caught up in the current environment. The first to bear the brunt of it was the warship industry. When the warship in the sky broke through a kind of technical barrier, the progress would be made by leaps and bounds. It was simply unbelievable that the strength could reach such a level. There were even people who created weapons that could easily destroy primitive emperor experts. For a time, even primitive emperor experts were in imminent danger. The scene was chaotic, but that era was still far away. Li Zhongjiu still had enough time to strengthen his family. No matter what, the Li family had to become strong. Hearing that Li Zhongjiu was willing to wait, these people finally let out a sigh of relief. This place is not worthy of Evil Lord's identity. Please move to the reception room, the guard said. The guard said. If Li Zhongjiu was directly asked to wait in the reception room, he naturally wouldn't be willing. But now that he said so, it seemed that he had gained a lot of face. Why was this person so cheap? It was obviously the same thing, but he said it in a different way and he was full of joy. In the reception room. Compared to the resting room of the arena, it was naturally much less bloody. But one could see that the magnificent decorations around it were all exchanged for countless blood and human heads. A place like this was where the real smell of blood was hidden. However, Li Zhongjiu was not out in the world for a day or two. Naturally, he could understand these things. After all, there were too many people who chased after benefits. Besides, in this kind of world, it was not easy to be safe. There would always be some trouble. As long as one was strong enough, one could naturally ignore all of it. Mr. Gao and Zhao Qingxian quickly came to the reception room. It's really not easy to meet you. Mr. Gao stepped in and waved his hand, indicating that the people in front of him could leave first. He sat directly opposite Li Zhongjiu and looked at Li Zhongjiu. Zhao Qingxian, on the other hand, was sitting at a relatively back position. In terms of status, Zhao Qingxian was only about the same as Hua Ying. They were both senior management personnel of the Hell Arena. However, Mr. Gao in front of him was a member of the highest level. He controlled the life and death of the Hell Camp. The two were naturally not on the same level. It was said that Hua Ying had messed up things last time, causing the Hell Camp to lose a lot of money. In just one night, almost all of Hua Ying's future and prospects were ruined. As for whether she was still alive now, it was unknown. But generally, it was better to be dead. It had always been like this in the arena. Dead people were worthless. What do you want from me? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Mr. Gao in front of him. He was in the Origin Emperor realm. As for what level he was at, Li Zhongjiu didn't know for the time being. This guy had something to hide his cultivation, so it was difficult to discover before he made a move. However, his strength was definitely not as good as the King of Fire. Besides Wu Tian, the strongest person Li Zhongjiu had come into contact with was the King of Fire. The aura of the person in front of him was far from the King of Fire's level. Even the King of Fire would never put on the airs of an expert. In front of him. However, this Mr. Gao in front of him seemed to want to deliberately announce his identity. He wanted to let Li Zhongjiu see clearly and know that he was a strong person, a person who could control your life and death. Well, I want to discuss a deal with Mr. Evil Lord, Mr. Gao said directly. Originally, he wanted to discuss a deep cooperation with Li Zhongjiu. Of course, it was to win a few rounds together. However, Mr. Gao changed his mind now. When he noticed the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand, Mr. Gao had a feeling of restlessness. He always felt that this hammer was like a divine artifact, and it was also trying to summon him. Therefore, Mr. Gao was ready to snatch this hammer. This was the reason why Mr. Gao kept Li Zhongjiu. He didn't need to make money. For him, strength was money. The most important thing was to get the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand and improve his strength. We're all adults. If there's anything, just get straight to the point. Be straightforward. I don't have time to dawdle with you, Li Zhongjiu said. When Zhao Qingxian, who was sitting behind Mr. Gao, heard these words, he clearly felt a sense of trepidation. He even felt his eyelids twitching violently. There was actually someone who dared to speak to Mr. Gao like this. Even in the Hell Arena, he had never encountered such a situation before. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. He actually dared to say such a thing. Zhao Qingxian glanced at Mr. Gao. At this moment, Mr. Gao was still very calm and seemed to admire Li Zhongjiu's temperament very much. Haha, it's good to be young. You're straightforward. Okay, in that case, you can name a price and sell your hammer to me. Mr. Gao suddenly laughed, and at the same time, he also stated the purpose of this trip. He wanted to buy the hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand. This hammer had been trained by Li Zhongjiu for so long, and he actually wanted to buy it with money, and he wanted to buy it from Li Zhongjiu? You want to spend money to buy my hammer? Li Zhongjiu carefully looked at Mr. Gao in front of him. He wanted to make sure that the person in front of him wasn't drunk and talking nonsense. Yes, as long as you name your price, Mr. Gao said confidently. In the Black Canal Royal City, there were very few things that Mr. Gao couldn't do. Since he had made his promise today, as long as Li Zhongjiu was willing to make a request, he would definitely fulfill it. Zhao Qingxian stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him because he subconsciously felt the change in Li Zhongjiu's aura. It wasn't that simple. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't agree so easily because he didn't know how powerful Mr. Gao was. He also didn't know what kind of status the highest level of the Hell Arena had in the Black Canal Royal City. If Li Zhongjiu dared to act recklessly, he would end up very miserable. Okay, give me 500,000 high-grade primordial stones or 10,000 top-grade primordial stones, and I will sell it to you. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu put the hammer on his waist on the table and looked at Mr. Gao in front of him. Li Zhongjiu directly took out the item and marked the price. It seemed like he was very sincere about this transaction. However, in Mr. Gao's view, Li Zhongjiu was threatening him. He was using this method to tell Mr. Gao that even if he put the hammer here today, he wouldn't be able to take it away. He wasn't afraid of being robbed at all. Mr. Gao's eyes gradually calmed down. He stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Evil Lord, your name isn't good. It's too arrogant and will offend people. I will change it for you. From now on, you will be called Evil Bugs, Mr. Gao said lightly. Then, he glanced at the hammer on the table. It didn't seem to have any power. It was just an ordinary hammer. Mr. Gao couldn't help but suspect that either it was fake or there was something mysterious in the hammer. As for the price Li Zhongjiu offered, Mr. Gao didn't care. He only asked him to name a price. He didn't say that he would have to pay after Li Zhongjiu named it. There was nothing wrong with this. He just asked Li Zhongjiu to play with it. I think your face is ugly too. If you want it, I'll help you change your appearance and give you 200,000 purple yuan to make your face prettier. Li Zhongjiu walked in front of Mr. Gao and said lightly. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. If they were to fight at this distance, neither of them would be able to escape. Whether it was Li Zhongjiu or Mr. Gao, neither of them would be able to escape. When Mr. Gao heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he immediately grinned. From the looks of it, he seemed to have taken a liking to this brat. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He actually dared to go against the highest level of Hell Camp, the expert from the 19th layer, Mr. Gao. You are not bad. I like it. I won't kill you today. I don't want your hammer either. Interesting. I want to see how far you can go in my arena. Mr. Gao's tone suddenly changed. No one understood what he meant. Was he going to kill Li Zhongjiu or not? Was he going to praise him or kill him? In Mr. Gao's eyes, Li Zhongjiu was an interesting ant. Since he was an ant, he could play with him. Mr. Gao wanted to see what kind of storm Li Zhongjiu could create. No matter how hard Li Zhongjiu tried, he wouldn't be able to escape from Mr. Gao's palm. Therefore, Mr. Gao was willing to let Li Zhongjiu go and let Li Zhongjiu leave. He was willing to let Li Zhongjiu go. Zhao Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen Li Zhongjiu's strength. The arena was not a joke. With so many experts there, it was impossible for him to survive if he didn't have the ability. It was also impossible for him to bribe everyone to put on a show. Since Mr. Gao was willing to let Li Zhongjiu go, at least he wouldn't directly attack him today. Unfortunately, these people overestimated themselves. At least in front of Li Zhongjiu. To kill or not to kill, and to die. It was not up to Mr. Gao to make the decision. Do you think you are the master? Today, I will make a deal with you. Either 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones, or your head will fall to the ground. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. But at this moment, he sat back in his seat. He propped his legs up on the table and looked at Mr. Gao and Zhao Qingshan on the opposite side. If it's you, just give me 1 billion purple yuan. I am not a greedy person. Your life is worth this price. Think about it yourself. I will give you 1 minute. Li Zhongjiu was referring to Zhao Qingshan. He actually wanted the lives of 2 people. Li Zhongjiu was a little too arrogant. Not to mention threatening Mr. Gao, even if Zhao Qingshan took action himself, he had full confidence to make Li Zhongjiu stay. Presumptuous, how dare you talk nonsense in front of Mr. Gao? Without Mr. Gao's order, Zhao Qingshan directly flew up and slammed his palm towards Li Zhongjiu's head. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was away from the hammer. At least, the hammer was terrifying. As long as the evil lord in front of him did not touch the hammer, there was still some chance. He must suppress Li Zhongjiu. He actually threatened Mr. Gao. This was an enemy of the entire Hell Arena, therefore, Zhao Qingshuan's palm strike was very accurate. Being able to climb to his current position step by step was enough to prove Zhao Qingshuan's strength. At the very least, he had to obtain 15 victories to be able to sit in this position. If he didn't have some skills, how could he suppress these people below? If one wanted to continue after reaching 15 victories, it would either harm the talents specially cultivated by the arena or harm the interests of other aspects. In short, it wasn't very cost-effective, especially those with great potential. If they continued to climb up, it was very likely that they would be beheaded. At this time, it was very wise to directly recruit them. There wouldn't be too much harm at all. Both sides could maximize their interests. This was a win-win situation. Zhao Qingshuan's palm strike was as swift and fierce as the wind. As the palm approached, it had already gathered the terrifying yuan energy in the surroundings and slammed towards Li Zhongjiu's body. Boom! However, when Zhao Qingshuan's palm landed, he realized that Li Zhongjiu's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he actually appeared beside him. Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand and clasped Zhao Qingshuan's throat tightly like an eagle's claw. Although he had once reached the 15th level, Zhao Qingshuan's strength was still at the Yuan monarch realm. He did not even care about the Yuan monarchs, let alone Zhao Qingshan, who was only at the Yuan monarch realm. Since Zhao Qingshan had taken the initiative to offer his head, Li Zhongjiu naturally did not hold back. I know your choice. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu's fingers tightened instantly. Zhao Qingshan wanted to use his own yuan energy to break through Li Zhongjiu's attack. However, he had not expected that when his yuan energy rushed in front of Li Zhongjiu, it would not pose any threat. It was as light as cotton. After that, Zhao Qingshan could no longer feel anything. He only knew that there was a cracking sound in his throat at this time. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with Zhao Qingshan anymore. Thud. Zhao Qingshuan's head hit the ground. He looked at Mr. Gao again. It seemed like he was letting Mr. Gao make his own decision. Did he think that he was at the top and that he could control Li Zhongjiu's life with just a little bit of strength? This was simply a joke to Li Zhongjiu. The strength of a person with the surname Gao was far from enough to control his life. Very well. Although you have a lot of potential, you are useless to me. Mr. Gao looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him and said faintly. After saying that, he stood up. After getting up, the space around him suddenly changed. Domain, the means of an primitive emperor. When Mr. Gao displayed his own domain, he had already grasped Li Zongjiu's life in his hands. At least, that was what Mr. Gao thought. No one who enters my Sin domain will be able to leave this place alive. Mr. Gao said faintly. Under his words, there was a strong sense of confidence. The power coming from the surroundings gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel it. This was the power of evil creatures. Li Zongjiu's heart moved slightly. This domain of yours is really interesting. Li Zongjiu had just studied this move some time ago. He was worried that he would not be able to exert the power of this move. Now, it was just the right time to let this guy in front of him test his palm technique. Evil Creatures Entanglement, 6 Paths of Destruction. Mr. Gao was not too careless. He directly used all his strength and displayed a big move. Li Zongjiu's hands formed a stance. Buddha palm. As soon as the Buddha came out. Normally, this power was not necessarily very powerful. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel that there seemed to be a holy light blessing coming from his body. It instantly helped Li Zongjiu to eliminate the so-called evil forces around him. Boom! Li Zongjiu immediately unleashed the power of the Buddha, clearing away all the evil forces in the surroundings. A person who cultivated this kind of power all day long was either a dead person or a madman. Obviously, the guy in front of him was a complete madman. There was no need to care about the latter at all. Being entangled by these forces, of course, all kinds of personalities would appear. It gave people the feeling that he was a madman. Li Zongjiu's Buddha's palm easily destroyed the Buddha's power. It was like a candle that directly encountered a turbulent wave. It would be easily overturned. What? When Mr. Gao saw this power appear, he could clearly feel that there was some kind of targeted power in Li Zongjiu's body, which made Mr. Gao feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was pierced by thousands of silver needles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mr. Gao's eyes were also silent. Immediately, he wanted to reverse the power in his hands. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu's palm technique directly approached him. Boom! Li Zongjiu's Buddha's power rushed to Mr. Gao's body. In an instant, Mr. Gao's body seemed to explode with countless brilliant fireworks. Bang! Mr. Gao was in his own domain. Naturally, he would not be killed so easily. However, Li Zongjiu's palm just now at least scattered the power that he had cultivated for several years. It was so easily scattered by Li Zongjiu. However, the waste of the attack made Mr. Gao's own strength rapidly decline. Evil Spirit Possession. Mr. Gao activated the power in his hands and did not panic. Although he was surprised that Li Zongjiu's strength could actually hurt him, Mr. Gao did not panic so easily. After all, he had fought his way up from the Hell Arena. Although his combat experience was not as much as Li Zongjiu's, it was definitely not less. When the terrifying evil spirit power attached to his body, Mr. Gao quickly felt that his strength was increasing rapidly. It's futile no matter how much you absorb. I'm your nemesis. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and unleashed another pagoda palm. Boom! He struck out with a Buddha palm. As the power spread out, it instantly swept away all the power in front of him. Devil Hammer! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand. Taking advantage of Mr. Gao's weakness, he summoned the Devil Hammer into his hand. The Devil Hammer broke through the power of the domain and easily fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. When he saw the Devil Hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, Mr. Gao's eyes widened. Mr. Gao's eyes were immediately filled with shock. He had underestimated Li Zongjiu. He had not expected Li Zongjiu's ability to be so great. The main thing was that this power seemed to have become the existence that restrained him. It directly restrained his strength, which made Mr. Gao secretly curse his bad luck. Now that the Devil Hammer had fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands, there was bound to be a dangerous situation. Therefore, he had to retreat now and come back to settle the score with Li Zongjiu next time. Mr. Gao immediately used the power of his body to crush Li Zongjiu in front of him. He wanted to use this to block Li Zongjiu's footsteps, but it was easily swept away by the power of the thunder and lightning in front of him. In the past battles, Li Zongjiu had basically made the final call. Many people did not know how powerful Li Zongjiu's hammer was. "Where do you think you're going?" Another hammer fell. This time, Li Zongjiu's figure rushed directly in front of Mr. Gao. When Mr. Gao saw Li Zongjiu approaching, he was clearly shocked. He raised his hand and slapped Li Zongjiu's chest. However, he faced Li Zongjiu's devil hammer head-on. Boom! Mr. Gao's entire hand was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. At this moment, he was full of anger as he faced Li Zongjiu. "You forced me to do this." Mr. Gao's arm was considered to be crippled. However, at this moment, Mr. Gao also decided to use his ultimate move to kill Li Zongjiu. A huge shadow appeared behind Mr. Gao. Six-armed demon slayer, the shadow behind him was naturally Mr. Gao's original soul. This original soul did not belong to the category of meta-beasts. It was caused by Mr. Gao's own cultivation method. The six-armed demon slayer had a weapon on each of its arms. Its face was ferocious and its mouth was sharp. It was like a terrifying Azura mutated from hell. The reason this original soul existed was because of Mr. Gao's cultivation method. Naturally, it was also Mr. Gao's ultimate move. No one had ever seen the six-armed demon slayer in the river. Just by looking at the six-armed demon slayer, one could feel a sense of horror in their hearts. How could one muster the courage to fight the person in front of them? Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu had seen all kinds of things. When he had been haunted by countless evil spirits in the abyss, he had also paid a huge price to climb out of the abyss of hell. That was how he had achieved such a meteoric rise. The scene in front of them could scare ordinary people, but it could not scare Li Zongjiu. The weapons in the six-armed demon slayer's hands released their power one after another toward Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu had always been very direct in the face of such flashy powers. Tonight, the demonic hammer was full of power. It smashed down in an instant and directly smashed the six-armed demon slayer into pieces. Boom! Mr. Gao also spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding territory disappeared as his body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Li Zongjiu landed on the ground and stepped on Mr. Gao. The commotion inside finally made the people outside come in to take a look. What was going on? Could a fight have broken out? When the guards who had gone to invite Li Zongjiu saw Zhao Qingxian lying face down on the ground, they felt powerless. They saw Mr. Gao, whom they respected, spit out blood as Li Zongjiu stepped on his chest. Such a scene was quite shocking to them. "Stop! Stop!" a few people hurriedly shouted. "You dare kill me?" Mr. Gao also stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him with wide eyes. However, Li Zongjiu's response was to smash the hammer on Mr. Gao's head. In an instant, Mr. Gao's head was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was very threatening. The highest level of the regional arena could be said to have become a corpse. He was arrogant and had countless connections and resources under his control. He had great strength and authority, and he had been at the peak of his power. However, he had now become a corpse lying on the ground. Li Zongjiu saw that his sleeves were stained with Mr. Gao's blood. He felt that it was very embarrassing, so Li Zongjiu continued to use the hammer in his hand to smash Mr. Gao's head several times. "You! Stop! Stop! Stop!" A few of the guards who had rushed in were shocked when they saw the scene. They waved their hands at Li Zongjiu and said, "Don't worry, Li Zongjiu. Remember to bring a few more bodyguards the next time your higher-ups look for me." Li Zongjiu tidied up his clothes and took the storage rings of the two guards. After checking, he found that there were more than 100 million purple yuan in Mr. Gao's storage ring. It was like a moving treasury. These 100 million purple yuan were won from Li Zongjiu, because Li Zongjiu's odds were not very high. In fact, it was only a few tenths of a point. He had been a little late because he had gone to take the money. Since he was the one who placed the bet, of course, he had to take the money away. Only a fool would deposit money in the account of the arena. If he didn't withdraw the money, it would always be a number. Only when he took out the money would he have a sense of security. The highest level of the arena was also well aware of this principle. Therefore, they had never spent their money in the arena overnight. Of course, different people would have different choices. Mr. Gao's huge sum of money fell directly into Li Zhongjiu's hands. When Li Zhongjiu walked out of the gate, the guards didn't know what to do. Should they rush out and stop Li Zhongjiu? Or should they go and save him? Or should they report the situation to their superiors? No matter what, they didn't know what to do. It was an extremely difficult decision for them. In the end, they could only watch Li Zhongjiu leave. No one dared to stop him. They did not even have the courage to talk to Li Zhongjiu. When they went to check on Zhao Qingxian and Mr. Gao, they found that the two of them were already dead. There was no need to save them. Quick, report the situation here. The leader of the guards had never seen such a scene before. Did that evil supremacy just use his hammer to smash someone to death? It was really shocking. With Mr. Gao's cultivation, he was actually beaten to death in this reception room. This kind of thing was unbelievable. No one would believe it even if they told it to others. However, this kind of thing really happened. Such a scene had already exceeded the scope of this guard's control, so he had to report this matter to the higher-ups. At the same time, he also ordered people to protect the scene. The outside world had no way of knowing what happened in the reception room, but the result was what everyone saw. Only Evil Lord walked out alone, and he was unscathed. Today's matter could not be covered up, because it was too big. The great name of the Evil Lord was definitely going to be announced today. Although Blood Hand, who was in the arena's exclusive medical center, was seriously injured, he was still alive. Evil Lord's strength was too strong, mainly because the Evil Lord's weapon was too strange and powerful. It easily defeated people. There was no chance to react. Therefore, the next time they faced Evil Lord, they had to pay attention. It would be best if they could take down this Evil Lord before he touched the hammer. No matter what, I'm going to fight this evil supremacy till the end. This blood debt will not disappear so easily. Blood Hand looked at his bloody palm that had been completely bandaged, his eyes full of cold light. Blood Hand wanted to practice the blood claw technique and take revenge on Li Zhongjiu. He seemed to have heard the doctors in the medical center discussing something about the Evil Lord. Hey, what's the matter with the Evil Lord you were talking about? Blood Hand shouted directly. A female doctor who was doing her internship glanced at Blood Hand. He was already injured to this extent, but he still liked to listen to gossip. However, sharing gossip was also something that these young girls liked to do the most. We just heard from the supervisor that a guy called Evil Lord killed Lord Zhao Qingxian, the manager of the arena, and Mr. Gao, the highest level person. That's incredible. Even the arena is looking for this person. When the doctor's sister said this, Blood Hand was stunned. Damn. What's going on? Zhao Qingxian is dead. Wait a minute, are you talking about Mr. Gao, the highest level person in the Inferno arena? The highest level person meant that he was at least a super expert on the 19th floor. These people existed after being selected. It was not easy to become the highest level person in the Inferno arena. At this moment, listening to the doctor's sister's words, Blood Hand only felt that there were two bees buzzing on both sides of his ears. Blood Hand was stunned. Yes. I heard that Mr. Gao's head was smashed by a hammer. The scene was so scary, it was like a cracked watermelon with bones. Several young girls were also talking about this matter with relish. At the same time, they were shaking their heads as if they had seen such a scene with their own eyes. F***ck. That guy is here. He's so fierce. This made Blood Hand a little stunned. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation it was. That Evil Lord was actually so fierce, in the inn. Qi Yanran jumped down from the window. Because this night, she felt a little stuffy in her chest. It was also because of what happened in the opposite room. Although she eavesdropped all night and didn't hear any movement in the opposite room, she still couldn't bear such a thing happening in the opposite room. Therefore, she took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to see the sunrise. When Qi Yanran's figure landed on the street and walked a few blocks away. But she encountered several people who were following her. Qi Yanran snorted coldly. She had been in a bad mood all day. Now, she finally had a chance to vent her Anger. She must let these people have a taste of her storm, but when Qi Yanran walked out of the alley, she found that the situation was not right. The number of people on the other side was increasing. It seemed that they had been monitoring this place for a long time. Finally, by the side of a river, Qi Yanran was surrounded by shadows from all directions. Although these shadows hadn't made a move yet, their intention was already very obvious. They were coming for Qi Yanran. Finally, you people have appeared. I've been waiting for a long time. Xianfei walked out of the darkness with a crutch. Otherwise, why would he be called the young master of the Qian family? Even if he was locked up for 2 days, this matter was almost over. Qian Liang had learned his lesson, but Xianfei couldn't bear such a situation. He, Xianfei, had never encountered such a thing since he was a child. Therefore, today, he must get back this debt. I didn't catch that guy before. Then I'll cripple you first and then find that guy. Qi Yanran recognized Xianfei. Previously, Kuan Erasher had broken one of his legs. A disciple of such an aristocratic family would naturally not tolerate it so easily. After all, this was Heichu royal city. Even if he knew that Qi Yanran and the others were from the Xingyan dynasty, so what? A strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own turf. At most, I'll let you live, but I'll break your legs. Then you won't be able to do anything. Could it be that he would bring people from the sacred flame royal city to seek revenge? If that was the case, it would probably be what Xianfei was looking forward to. That way, he could truly seek revenge. Therefore, if he suffered a loss here, he could only accept it when he returned. Young Master Qian, this girl looks good. Are you going to cripple her just like that? A young master said. The people of the Qian family naturally could not be used by Qianfei. If the people of the Qian family knew about this, they might even capture Qianfei, who had come out to cause trouble, and bring him back. Fortunately, many of Qianfei's friends in the past had such abilities. It was naturally impossible for them to build a dynasty. However, it was extremely easy for them to gather some capable subordinates and cripple some people. If you like, you can play with her later. If there's a problem, blame it on me. Qianfei said coldly. It could be said that he hated Li Zongjiu to the core. When the child heard this, he immediately became excited. He showed a very flattering attitude to Qi Yanran, and his eyes were full of desire. Immediately, he could not help but wave his hand directly. He wanted the people gathered around to come forward. You're courting death. Qi Yanran circulated the Yuan Qi in her body. Immediately, she absorbed a terrifying amount of Yuan Qi from all around. However, the people in black were all Yuan monarch experts. In the Xingyan dynasty, it was already very good for Qi Yanran to break through to the Yuan monarch realm at her age. However, in the Haiku dynasty, there were not many Yuan monarch experts. Only Yuan monarch experts could become overseers. This was because these Yuan monarchs had directly become the basic hired thugs. The 4 Yuan monarchs sealed off Qi Yanran's origin energy from 4 different directions. They even blocked the source of Qi Yanran's power, forming an extremely terrifying seal that sealed off Qi Yanran's own origin energy. Longevity Tree. Qi Yanran originally wanted to mobilize the power of the heavenly cycle. However, when the 4 great Yuan monarch experts made their moves, they had already displayed a powerful force that made it impossible for Qi Yanran to draw power from the air. Qi Yanran immediately unleashed her Yuan spirit longevity tree. As long as the longevity tree appeared, there would basically be no problem. At least in terms of the supply of essence energy, there would not be any problem. Under the longevity tree, Qi Yanran took a blow from the 4 Yuan monarch experts head-on. Suddenly, the longevity tree shook violently, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Qi Yanran's body was also boiling like a mountain torrent and tsunami. The violent impact on her body made Qi Yanran somewhat unable to bear it and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Qi Yanran also immediately spread this impact force underground, and just happened to channel it into the pool behind her. Immediately, the pond behind her exploded into huge waves that were hundreds of meters high. Boom, Qi Yanran withdrew. The opponent's strength was too strong and was not something Qi Yanran could withstand. Therefore, she retreated first. After all, the opponent had found some experts to pursue and intercept her. Therefore, they would not be too lenient when they attacked. However, when Qi Yanran showed signs of retreating, the opponent's experts naturally saw this and hurriedly shouted to stop her. Immediately, another 3 Yuan monarch experts soared into the sky and blocked Qi Yanran's escape route. At the same time, the 7 of them attacked Qi Yanran at the same time. They were determined to severely injure Qi Yanran in an instant. They disintegrated Qi Yanran's combat power and even made it impossible for her to escape. The 7 of them were all veterans. If the 7 of them couldn't even deal with a little girl when they joined forces, wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? Qi Yanran also felt great pressure. The pressure this time had even surpassed the time when she faced an Origin Emperor expert. Once, when Li Zongjiu fought with a mysterious Origin Emperor expert, Qi Yanran had also intervened. Although she did not help much in the end, at least she had faced the aura of an Origin Emperor expert. The sense of crisis at the moment was also greater than the last time. However, Qi Yanran did not panic even when the crisis struck. Compared to her cultivation base back then, Qi Yanran's strength had also improved tremendously. She immediately took out an amulet from her storage ring and crushed it. Boom, a green light surrounded Qi Yanran's body. The attacks of the 7 people followed one after another. It was as if 7 consecutive attacks were carried out. The 7 attacks were stacked and directly shattered the green light around Qi Yanran's body. The last person's palm landed on Qi Yanran's body. Although Qi Yanran used the longevity tree to resist the attack, she was still hit by the palm and was severely injured. Her body instantly fell into the river behind her. Plop, Qi Yanran fell into the water. Blood spilled from her mouth and dyed the surrounding water red. However, the other party did not seem to want to give up just like that. Capturing the enemy was their top priority. Immediately, the 5 of them hovered in the air and sealed the entire surface of the river. No fish or beasts could leave the river. The 2 of them turned into arowana and rushed to the bottom of the river. Plop, plop, the 2 of them sank rapidly in the water. At the moment, they realized that Qi Yanran wanted to escape through the water. With the protection of the longevity tree, she could maintain her vitality and stayed for a longer time in the water. Boom! Just when the 2 of them discovered Qi Yanran's body. Suddenly, the surrounding water waves shook. The 2 of them were close to each other. They looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. This wave of energy seemed to be coming with great ferocity. What's going on? Qi Yanran saw that the 2 of them were about to catch up with her. She immediately prepared to kill them. In the water, although she dared not say that she could escape, killing one of them was not a problem. The sharp dagger in her hand was also ready. However, the 2 people who were chasing her suddenly stopped. It seemed that they were pulled directly from behind. Huh? Qi Yanran wiped her eyes. A faint. Primordial qi lingered in front of her eyes, helping Qi Yanran to see the situation in front of her. She saw a familiar figure. He directly stretched out his hand and crushed the throats of the 2 people. Standing between the 2 masters, he directly crushed their throats with 1 hand each. Crack. Although the figure was extremely vague in the water, Qi Yanran could tell at a glance that the person in front of her was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran did not expect to meet Li Zongjiu at this time. To be precise, she did not expect Li Zongjiu to appear at this moment. It was so timely, as if he had been following her all the way. Qi Yanran spat out a few bubbles from her mouth. A stream of water poured into Qi Yanran's mouth and choked her. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly approached Qi Yanran and kissed her thin and tender lips. Immediately, a stream of qi flowed into Qi Yanran's body. Finally, Qi Yanran was able to catch her breath. However, Qi Yanran was obviously caught off guard by Li Zongjiu's kiss. She did not expect that Li Zongjiu would do such a thing in such a situation. Li Zongjiu himself did not expect that. Shouldn't this be something that young people would do? In fact, Li Zongjiu did not know what kind of mentality he should have to live in this world now. However, Li Zongjiu had always followed his own principles. However, there were always some things that required a certain attitude. Li Zongjiu did not think about it before, but doing such a behavior under the water was also Li Zongjiu's subconscious. This action also opened a closed door in Li Zongjiu's heart. Oh. Qi Yanran clearly felt that Li Zongjiu's hand was supporting her waist and he was exerting a little force. She subconsciously wanted to push Li Zongjiu away, but how could her strength be compared with Li Zongjiu's? She was directly suppressed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Qi Yanran's mind was completely in a state of confusion. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's breath poured into her body, almost making Qi Yanran dizzy and short of breath. After Li Zongjiu's actions were enough, Qi Yanran quietly pushed Li Zongjiu away. However, she did not know how to face Li Zongjiu. She could only lower her head in shame and resentment. Recalling a series of previous events, it seemed that there was no way for her to escape from Li Zongjiu's palm. Qi Yanran had been extremely curious about everything about Li Zongjiu since she met Li Zongjiu in the Four Seas Medicine Mansion. Qi Yanran blushed and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. No one can hurt you in the future. Li Zongjiu held Qi Yanran's cheek. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone through the water. Qi Yanran lowered her head deeply. He spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. The two corpses suddenly floated up from the pool. The 5 people who sealed the water were shocked. It was that person who forced the 2 of them out. Immediately, the 5 people's yuan qi condensed into a ball and poured into the pool, stirring up the pool in front of them and forming a huge whirlpool. Following the appearance of the whirlpool, the 2 people under the water did not hesitate. This stick is for you. In the future, you can hit whoever you want. Li Zongjiu handed the desolate heaven essence to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjiu's weapon before. It could even be said that it could easily beat up a primitive emperor expert. Immediately, Qi Yanran did not stand on ceremony. She was filled with anger. These people were relentless and arrogant, wanting to take her life. There was also Qian Fei, who had spoken rudely. No one was willing to endure the humiliation of others. Now, Li Zongjiu had handed the desolate heaven essence to Qi Yanran. Wasn't his intention obvious? Immediately, Qi Yanran grabbed the desolate heaven essence and rushed to the surface of the water with Li Zongjiu. Boom! They appeared. The 5 people immediately locked onto the 2 figures that were rushing up from below. At the same time, they gathered their yuan qi and descended. As for Qi Yanran, she waved an object in her hand and suddenly flew up. Boom! The desolate heaven essence smashed towards the 5 people. When it was waved, one could clearly feel the power condensed in the desolate heaven essence and how terrifying it was. When the 5 people's power collided with the desolate heaven essence, it was instantly shattered. Immediately, the 5 people were sent flying. 2 people fell into the water, while the other 3 landed on the shore. When the 3 of them landed, they were extremely shocked. The person who had been beaten by them without any ability to fight back just now had easily defeated the 5 of them together. It was really hard to imagine. Then, the 3 of them saw Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu land on the ground hand in hand. How dare you snatch my girl? The young master beside Qian Fei was holding a sword in his arms. When he looked at the person in front of him again, his eyes flashed coldly. Who was this Li Zongjiu? How dare he hold the woman he fancied? Although nothing was set in stone yet, since he had taken a fancy to her, she must be his woman. No one could touch her. As for whether Qi Yanran was willing or not, it did not matter much. He tied her hands and feet and threw her on the bed. She could only be obedient. The 3 of you, kill that kid for me. The reward will be increased tenfold. The young master immediately roared. The 3 Yuan monarchs had been forced to retreat, which was already quite shocking. However, they still had some hope in their hearts. After all, Qi Yanran had not been their match previously. Now, she should only be wielding a more powerful weapon. The power of this weapon could not be limitless. It was impossible for them to turn the tables. After exchanging glances, the 2 people who had fallen into the water rushed out and attacked Qi Yanran again. Boom! The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand was thrown out. First, the 3 people in front of her fell to the ground. Then, the 2 people behind her were sent flying. When the 2 people were sent flying, they vomited blood. Obviously, they had been seriously injured by this move. They fell into the water and stopped moving. In the next moment, the branches of the longevity tree also emerged from the water and instantly pierced the hearts and lungs of the 2 Yuan monarchs. She did not give them any chance to turn the tables. Li Zongjiu was also very impressed with such a method. Using the last hit when she had the upper hand was very wise and worthy of encouragement. After easily killing the 2 Yuan monarchs, the 3 people who had fallen to the ground understood that the weapon in the woman's hand was not to be underestimated. They immediately greeted each other and fled in 3 different directions. Qi Yanran could not catch up with them, but how could Li Zongjiu let the 3 of them escape? With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy swept the 3 of them back. Furthermore, each of them had lost a leg, fresh blood flowed out. This young man who had just appeared was the real deal. Xian Fei and the young master were so frightened that their faces turned pale when they saw that the subordinates they had brought had been defeated. You. What do you want? Xian Fei wanted to escape, but when he thought about how the 3 great Yuan monarch experts had not even had the chance to escape, how could he possibly do it? Furthermore, he had lost a leg. Heroine. Heroine, please spare my life. The young master who had been clamoring to get rid of Qi Yanran immediately knelt before the 2 of them. It's all his fault. It's all his idea. He gave me money and asked me to find someone to get rid of you. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not very close to him. Qi Yanran did not answer these people. Instead, she raised her hand and a cold light surged. The branches of the longevity tree penetrated the chests of the 3 people in front of her. It did not take long for the 3 Yuan monarchs to bleed to death. Their bodies fell to the ground. They had become 3 corpses. At this point, a total of 7 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses had been invited and all of them were dead. Qi Yanran looked a little weak on the outside, but this did not mean that she was a weak person. She had not hesitated when she had attacked. Previously, these people had wanted to take her life. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu. What she meant was how these 2 people should be dealt with. Logically speaking, these people had been disrespectful to Qi Yanran. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have definitely dismembered these 2 shameless people. However, Qi Yanran knew that these 2 people's identities were not simple. Regardless of whether it was this young master or Qian Fei, the family forces behind them were not simple. It would be fine if one of their legs was broken. After all, they were still alive. Everything would be fine if they were still alive. However, if they were killed, things would not be so easy to deal with. Li Zongjiu understood Qi Yanran's concerns. Li Zongjiu had been an evil lord in his previous life. When had he ever been afraid? It was the same in the Haiku dynasty. If Li Zongjiu could make a name for himself in the sacred flame royal city, he could naturally make a name for himself in the Haiku dynasty. After all, from the beginning to the end, Li Zongjiu had relied on his own 2 hands and 2 feet to fight for a piece of the sky. You are my woman now. In this world, everyone who has bullied you must die. Li Zongjiu said calmly. Then, he walked towards the 2 with his hands behind his back. I will kill the people you don't dare to kill. When they saw Li Zongjiu walking towards them, the 2 of them were scared out of their wits. The so-called young master was so scared that he lost control of his bowels. My father is Zhang Baijiu from the Infernal Colosseum. What do you think you're doing? My father won't let you off. The young master shouted loudly, but Li Zongjiu kicked him in the chest. He left a footprint on the young master's chest, which protruded from his back. The deformation was so severe. His internal organs had long been shattered by Li Zongjiu's power. Xian Fei didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would dare to kill him. He had spent a lot of money to make this friend. But now, he was kicked to death. Xian Fei was extremely shocked. You. How much money do you want? Let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Xian Fei was shocked, but he still wanted to live. He shouted directly at Li Zongjiu, and almost knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu. Bang! Li Zongjiu didn't bother to talk nonsense with Qian Fei. He kicked him out directly, causing Qian Fei and the young master surnamed Zhang to fall to the same fate. The 3rd young master of the Qian family. He died tragically in the wild like this. Killing these people was no different from stepping on ants for Li Zongjiu. And this kind of hatred was basically avenged on the spot. After all, Qi Yanran's identity was different now. His woman couldn't be provoked by anyone. In this way, Li Zongjiu still felt a little guilty. After all, he was an old monster of more than 3,000 years. If he fell in love with this teenage girl, it was simply like an old cow eating young grass. But in fact, Li Zongjie wasn't an old man in his previous life. His late-stage cultivation made his appearance fixed in his 20s. Li Zongjie didn't want to age too fast. If he changed too much, what if he couldn't recognize his father or mother when he suddenly saw them one day? This was also a thought in Li Zongjie's heart. Now that he had been reborn and faced his reborn parents again, Li Zongjie also sighed in his heart. Nature made fools of people, but it made Li Zongjie feel very comfortable. Li Zongjie could bear the hardships he had experienced in his previous life alone. 10 bodies were left on the scene. 5 bodies were floating on the water. 5 people had fallen on the shore. These 7 masters were all brought out from the arena by Child Zhang. If Child Zhang could have recognized that Li Zongjie was the evil lord and knew that the evil lord had killed Mr. Gao today, he wouldn't have dared to confront Li Zongjie. They probably wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of Li Zongjie. They might even start to run away after seeing him from afar. In front of Li Zongjie, they had no chance to show off. It was also the first time that Qi Yanran felt protected. She always felt warm in her heart. However, Li Zongjie seemed to be a little shy and didn't take the initiative to step forward and hold Qi Yanran's hand. Anyway, his old face was there. How could he have the nerve to do that? However, since Li Zongjie had already said that, and he had done that to Qi Yanran under the water just now, which made Qi Yanran extremely shy, she still stepped forward and held Li Zongjie's arm. It was also the first time that both of them had such an experience. This kind of mental journey was also extremely complicated. Fortunately, Qi Yanran didn't mean to reject Li Zongjie, which also made Li Zongjie feel relieved. He put his hand around Qi Yanran's waist. In terms of feelings, Li Zongjie was no different from a child. Although there were some feelings in the previous life, for Li Zongjie, it was not sincere. It was like a kind of pressure from fate that pressed them together. This time, Li Zongjie took the initiative to choose. Weren't you in the room with Ling Yan? On the way, Qi Yanran also stared at Li Zongjie. Could it be that Li Zongjie was a veteran in love? After eating Ling Yan, he wanted to eat her as well. Oh, I arranged a yuan inscription formation for her to repair her meridians, and then I came out. Li Zongjie said. Tonight's change was also unexpected by Qi Yanran. Not only Qi Yanran, but even Li Zongjie himself didn't expect that it would become such a situation. It seemed that he still lived too comfortably. That was why there was such a psychological change. Otherwise, with Li Zongjie's character, he would definitely not do such a thing. Just now in the water, it seemed that he couldn't help himself. Why did you run out? Naturally, it was safe to stay in the inn. That inn also had an extremely strong background, not to mention that the Black River Elixir Palace had given them a call. Presumably, in the Haiku dynasty, not many people would be stupid enough to go against the Black River Elixir Palace. After all, this was someone else's territory, and there was no one here. It was better to not show up. It was not safe anyway. I just came out to relax, Qi Yanran lowered her head and said. Of course, she wouldn't tell Li Zongjie that it was because Li Zongjie and Ling Yan were in the room. They didn't know what was going on, and they were even upset, so she came out to relax and walk around. How about this, the next time you come out, I will accompany you. It's dangerous outside. Li Zongjie said. The two returned to the inn side by side. When the inn shopkeeper saw the two of them coming in, his face immediately showed a smile that he knew what they were thinking. Look at the two of you, aren't you going to get a room? I have a special couple room here. Just call me, and I will get it for you. I won't charge you. Why do you have to work so hard and go to other places? The shopkeeper thought that Li Zongjie and Ling Yan went out to get a room, so he was a little dissatisfied. Qi Yanran also lowered her head and her face was slightly red. She didn't think that she would do that kind of thing so soon. This development was a little too fast for Qi Yanran. Li Zongjie didn't pay much attention to the shopkeeper, but said directly. Then you can get a room for us. Li Zongjie, you. Qi Yanran listened to Li Zongjie's words and felt even more ashamed. She usually had a cold personality, but in front of Li Zongjie, she could no longer maintain that image. In the end, of course, Qi Yanran did not enter the couple's room with Li Zongjie. Instead, she returned to her room. Li Zongjiu gave her an elixir and asked her to heal herself. Because the injury was not serious, one elixir was enough to heal it. Li Zongjiu also needed to take a break. It was too early for such a thing to happen so soon. If there was any danger in the future, Li Zongjiu must protect Qi Yanran and never let her suffer any harm. From then on, he had one more responsibility. Qi Yanran sat on the bed and recalled so many things that had happened before. Those things flashed in Qi Yanran's heart like a dream. She seemed to see Li Zongjiu appear from the water and rush to her, killing two enemies who were about to be killed, kissing her directly without hesitation. This guy must have been planning for a long time. Qi Yanran's heart itched when she thought that Li Zongjiu had succeeded so easily. But he did not know that Qi Yanran had surrendered too quickly, or she had already surrendered from the beginning. In the future, I can't let this guy be too arrogant, Qi Yanran thought that she must teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. Otherwise, with this guy's strength and charm, he would definitely hook up with girls everywhere. Of course, Qi Yanran, whose mood was still unstable, was just imagining things here. She did not know how to face Li Zongjiu at all. When she saw him later, it would probably be the same situation. When Li Zongjiu returned to his room, Ling Yan was also adjusting his breath. After the initial adjustment, the injury of Ling Yan's meridians had been completely healed. After adjusting his breath, he opened his eyes and saw that Li Zongjiu had returned. Although he was dissatisfied with Li Zongjiu's behavior of jumping out of the window last night, at least Li Zongjiu had adjusted his meridians. This made Ling Yan not know how to thank Li Zongjiu. Your origin pattern formation is truly powerful. My injuries have completely healed. Ling Yan said excitedly. 10 upper-grade primordial stones. You have to pay me back later. Li Zongjiu said. Even when dealing with the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu was clear about his debts, let alone Ling Yan. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was actually so calculative about this, Ling Yan's mouth twitched. However, Li Zongjiu's price was already considered fair. It was just that Ling Yan's cost price was not cheap to hire an Yuan pattern master to inscribe this Yuan pattern array. It was likely that Ling Yan would not be able to afford it. No problem. If you have any problems in the future, just come and find your sister. Ling Yan patted Li Zongjiu's shoulder. Now it seemed that Li Zongjiu only wanted to heal her meridians and not have any ideas about her. This made Ling Yan extremely impressed, but at the same time, she was also very angry that this little guy would not be captivated by her charm. This left a grudge in Ling Yan's heart. However, being able to recover his meridians today was simply a joyous occasion. Even if he had to face his opponent tomorrow, he was already filled with confidence. No matter how bad it was, he would still be able to win a match or even tie with his opponent. Therefore, Ling Yan also had a plan in her heart. Li Zongjiu naturally did not take Ling Yan's words seriously. Ling Yan's backer was merely the mansion master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. To be honest, with such a status, others might say that they would be very eager to curry favor with him. However, to Li Zongjiu, it was nothing. However, Li Zongjiu was not a fool. There was no need for him to brush off the latter's face in front of Ling Yan. Then I will take my leave first. As Ling Yan spoke, he swayed his body and directly walked out. Even when he was leaving, he purposely slowed down his footsteps to see if this little guy would suddenly open his mouth to ask him to stay. If that was the case, then this little guy was simply a beast. When Ling Yan walked out of the door, Li Zongjiu also very straightforwardly slammed the door shut with a bang. This guy is worse than a beast. Ling Yan was so angry that he stomped his feet and directly walked to his room. The Black Chu royal city was very lively today. To the outside world, the most lively thing was that the third young master of the Qian family, Qian Fei, was beaten to death outside a pond forest. There were also 7 experts from the Inferno Arena who died together with him. In addition, there was another person. This person was also one of the highest-ranking members of the Inferno Arena, Zhang Baijiu's son, Zhang Xiaochuan. These two were the most powerful young masters in the city. Today, they were directly kicked in the heart and died happily. It was obvious that they had offended some people that they could not afford to offend, resulting in such an outcome. Qian Tianding brought Qian Fei's corpse back. Facing Qian Fei's corpse, the entire Qian family's atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Who let him out? Qian Fei and Qian Liang were both in a state of tight confinement. Qian Tianding had already given the order previously, but now, there was actually someone who dared to defy Qian Tianding's order. They had secretly let Qian Fei out. It was obvious that Qian Fei had joined forces with Zhang Xiaochuan to seek revenge on Li Zongjiu. However, these people were simply stupid. If a mere 7 yuan monarchs could take care of Li Zongjiu, would Qian Tianding still need to spend a lot of money to find a top-notch assassin family? Now, he had lost his life for nothing. Qian Tianding usually doted on Qian Fei very much. Qian Tianding's gaze fell on his favorite third madam. The third madam was Qian Fei's birth mother. Other than the third madam, there was probably no one else who dared to do so. However, how could the third madam come out to accept her punishment? Immediately, the old housekeeper who was in charge of taking care of the third madam's daily life knelt down in front of Qian Tianding. "Master, I deserve to die. I caused the death of the young master. It's all my fault. How dare you? From today onwards, I'd like to see who dares to defy my orders." Qian Tianding kicked the old servant away. The old servant's body flew backward and instantly smashed into the wall in the distance. His bones shattered instantly. He died instantly. The third madam was so frightened that she sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the old master was really angry. However, the third madam herself didn't even have time to react. Her child had died just like that. What kind of grief was this? "Master, no matter what, the person who killed Xiaofei is that person," the third madam said as she hugged Qian Fei's body. She looked at her master, hoping that he would stand up and say something fair. This matter couldn't be let go so easily. This blood feud had to be avenged. "Do you think that you can get away unscathed after killing a member of the Qian family? Dream on." Qian Tianding's eyes flashed fiercely. Everyone could see the dangerous glint in his eyes clearly. Even his aura was getting stronger and more dangerous. "Find Zhang Baijiu for me. The Hell Arena needs to give me an explanation for this matter." What was Zhang Baijiu? He was just a high-level fighter in the arena. The arena's money was constantly flowing in and out. Compared to the Qian family, he was nothing. Under the Qian family's property, there were several arenas. Therefore, in Qian Tianding's eyes, Zhang Baijiu was nothing. Even if the latter was a Yuan emperor, he was still extremely weak in front of the Qian family. Even the Hell Arena had to consider carefully before making an enemy out of the Qian family. With the means of the Qian family, they could easily settle the Hell Arena without shedding any blood. However, once this happened, it would involve a lot of things. In the Inferno Arena. Today's Hell Arena could be said to be filled with one wave after another. Originally, when something happened in his own arena, Zhang Baijiu, as the highest-ranking member, had to shoulder the responsibility and deal with it while the others were in seclusion. He checked the state of Mr. Gao's death. It could only be said that old Gao had offended someone he shouldn't have. Where did this evil lord come from? Zhang Baijiu didn't give the order to hunt down this evil lord for the time being. He only sent people to investigate this evil lord's identity and why he came to the Inferno Arena. This kid's identity was mysterious and he was powerful. Could it be that he came to kill people? If this kid's goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Inferno Arena, then even Zhang Baijiu himself would be in danger. There weren't many traces of the fight left behind. Obviously, old Gao had used his domain, but he was still killed by this evil lord. It was said that this evil lord's most powerful weapon was his hammer, which could release powerful lightning energy. But now, there weren't many lightning energy fluctuations. Obviously, evil lord had a more powerful method. This evil lord's strength is extremely terrifying. Just as Zhang Baijiu was inspecting the scene, another subordinate came to report. My lord. Bad news. Bad news," Zhang Baijiu frowned when he heard his subordinate stuttering. "What's the big deal? Why are you so flustered? Could it be that there's a man-eating monster?" Zhang Baijiu angrily rebuked. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the subordinate's performance. Speaking of Zhang Baijiu's potential, it was much greater than Mr. Gao's. If Zhang Baijiu continued to develop like this, it was very likely that he would become an elder of the Guardian Palace of the Inferno Arena. After that, he would become the ruler of the Inferno Arena. It wasn't easy to enter the Guardian Palace. In addition to proving one's strength, one also had to prove one's loyalty and contribution. One had to make a great contribution to the Inferno Arena to be qualified to enter such an environment. A person who was going to become the ruler of the Inferno Arena in the future, of course, had to be calm in the face of such a situation. Young Master Xianxia. Young Master, he has been beaten to death. It took a lot of courage for the person to say this. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Zhang Baijiu's expression changed. What did you say? Zhang Baijiu directly lifted the person up and reached out to choke him. His eyes seemed to reveal a murderous glint. The strong oppressive aura made the person unable to say anything. She could only kick her legs, signaling Zhang Baijiu to put her down first. Young Master. Young Master died. Outside the Jade Pond, Xianxia was Zhang Baijiu's only son. He was so obsessed with cultivation that even his wife ran away with someone else. In the end, when Zhang Baijiu's cultivation reached a certain level, he killed all of them and kept his only son by his side. He wanted to do his best to protect his only child. Zhang Baijiu had basically greeted everyone in the Black Canal Royal City. Now that he had heard the news of his son's tragic death, how could he tolerate this? Lead the way. Zhang Baijiu threw the person in front of him out and ordered the people in the arena to get ready. No matter who did this, Zhang Baijiu would never let this matter slide. He would never give up until he killed the murderer. Zhang Baijiu quickly arrived in front of his son's corpse. The punishment hall of the Black Canal Royal City was responsible for sealing off the scene. The punishment hall's people were responsible for handling major cases. However, even the punishment hall's people didn't want to interfere too much with what had just happened. Judging from the scene, these people should have come prepared, but they were killed by the enemy. The way they killed the enemy was so carefree. After sending people to investigate the scene, they also felt sorry for the few people who had died. The Qian family had already greeted them and brought Qian Fei's body back. The bodies of the other people at the scene had also been wrapped in body bags. So what if he was glorious when he was alive? After he died, wasn't he still a small black bag like this, and was directly stuffed into it? The punishment hall's people recognized Zhang Xiachuan's body and didn't touch it for the time being. Naturally, someone would come to deal with it. Soon, Zhang Baijiu arrived at the scene. When he saw Zhang Xiachuan's dead body, he was furious. He even wanted to raise the punishment hall's people up and interrogate them. However, Zhang Baijiu wouldn't do such a daring thing to openly arrest the punishment hall's people. There are witnesses who said that it was a man and a woman who did it. We are still investigating the other details. The people from the punishment hall were talking nonsense. Who knew how long it would take for these people to investigate? Therefore, Zhang Baijiu didn't take the words of the punishment hall people to heart. Lord Zhang, my master invites you. Zhang Baijiu placed Zhang Xiachuan's body in an ice coffin and stored it in his storage ring. The people who came were from the Qian family. Zhang Baijiu knew that Qian Fei was also dead. It seemed like the Qian family had something to do with this matter. Zhang Baijiu had brought some experts from the arena with him on this trip. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the Qian family. He even wanted to go to the Qian family and ask them clearly. The punishment hall didn't want to provoke a business tycoon like the Qian family. However, Zhang Baijiu wasn't afraid. Let's go to the Qian family. After Zhang Baijiu and the others left, the leader of the punishment hall's team sighed when he saw the aggressive manner of these people. He really didn't know who exactly was capable of such a feat. It wasn't difficult to do such a thing. 2 Pequan monarchs would be able to easily kill the 7 people present. However, killing Qian Fei and Zhang Xiachuan wasn't something that anyone could do. This was something that had to be thought through carefully. The consequences weren't something that anyone could bear. However, it's fine. The punishment hall doesn't have to deal with this matter. It's just a personal grudge. Since there wasn't any injustice in this case, it was even easier to determine the nature of the matter. It was just business revenge. Breeze and Moon in. Li Zongjiu meditated for a while and studied the demonic hammer in his hand. However, he was shocked to discover that the demonic hammer could actually refine power internally and then feed it back into his body. In such a short period of time, Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel that he was about to break through to the peak Yuan monarch realm. Although his mind power and physical strength had already reached this realm, Li Zhongjiu's mystic Qi cultivation had always remained at the Yuan monarch realm. It is indeed a demonic weapon that can make people fall into the demonic path. Li Zhongjiu looked at the small, black hammer in his hand. If a person had no concept of power and only had endless greed, he would definitely use the demonic hammer in his hand to kill everyone in his way. He would use it to absorb power so that he could break through and become stronger. Then, he would quickly fall into the demonic path and become a puppet of the demonic hammer, constantly killing people. However, Li Zhongjiu had been at the peak of his strength in his previous life and knew how terrifying this power was. Not only could it destroy others, but it could also easily destroy himself. He wasn't greedy. Everything was under his control. However, today's matter wasn't over yet. Qian Fei, that rascal, had actually dared to bully Qi Yanran. Li Zhongjiu had to teach him a lesson. Killing Qian Fei wasn't a big deal. The entire Qian family behind him was the real culprit. If Qian Fei died, a second Qian Fei would soon appear. However, if the Qian family was destroyed, the probability of another Qian family appearing was not high. After thinking about the aftermath, Li Zhongjiu went downstairs directly. In the Qian family's courtyard, Zhang Baijiu led his men to the Qian family's residence. The surrounding Qian family members seemed to be on guard. Although the Qian family is indeed extremely wealthy, Qian Tianding only has one life. It would be extremely easy for Zhang Baijiu to take Qian Tianding's life. Therefore, Zhang Baijiu didn't take the Qian family seriously. Although this matter wasn't done by the Qian family, it definitely had something to do with the Qian family. Family head Qian, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. My son. Why did he die with your son? Zhang Baijiu was also very aggressive. If you want an explanation, I'll give it to you. Qian Tianding didn't call Zhang Baijiu over to make an enemy out of him. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with Zhang Baijiu. If one wanted to kill someone, it would be an extremely stupid act to do it himself. Then, a servant brought Li Zhongjiu's information to Qian Tianding. Although there were some difficulties and it was extremely difficult to obtain the information, money could solve all these difficulties. Qian Tianding told Qian Tianding everything that had happened in the past few days. There was no need to hide such things. It seems like family head Qian wants to borrow my hand to get rid of this brat. Zhang Baijiu instantly understood Qian Tianding's intention. Obviously, Qian Tianding had called him over at this time and gave him the information. After all, the Qian family was a businessman. It wouldn't be good for them to have an open relationship with people who fought and killed all the time. Therefore, Zhang Baijiu also understood Qian Tianding's intention. You want revenge, and so do I. Let's work together to get rid of this brat. Just tell me what you want. Zhang Baijiu was extremely unhappy with the Qian family's attitude. However, there was no other way. They were rich. In other words, he would give Qian Tianding as much money as he wanted. However, if you can't get rid of this brat, I'll get rid of you as well. Qian Tianding looked at Zhang Baijiu, and his tone was extremely cold. This was not a warning, but a guarantee. A large part of the reason for this was because Zhang Xiaochuan had led people to kill Li Zhongjiu and the others without permission. Although this idea came from Qian Fei, in Qian Tianding's opinion, if Zhang Xiaochuan didn't agree with him, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. Therefore, most of the responsibility was placed on Zhang Xiaochuan. If Zhang Xiaochuan was still alive, the Qian family would never let him go. Now that Zhang Xiaochuan was dead, Zhang Baijiu must bear the consequences. Patriarch Qian, your Qian family is extremely wealthy. Although I, Zhang Baijiu, am a martial artist, I can distinguish between right and wrong. If it wasn't for your son's instigation, my Xiaochuan wouldn't have died. Zhang Baijiu wasn't someone who would lower his head for money. Zhang Baijiu, watch your tone. And primitive emperor elder of the Qian family immediately reminded him. No matter what the situation was, he couldn't be disrespectful to the patriarch of the Qian family. Even if the patriarch had really done something wrong, he still represented the face of the Qian family. Being disrespectful to the patriarch was looking down on the entire Qian family. How's my tone? Could it be that your Qian family still wants me, Zhang Baijiu, to stay here today? Zhang Baijiu said directly as he stood up. A few experts followed behind him. They were all loyal subordinates brought out from the Inferno arena. These people who mingled in the Inferno arena had extremely dense evil qi. When they released it slightly, the entire room seemed to be filled with a bloody evil qi. The elders of the Qian family didn't want to be outdone. This was their Qian family's mansion. If they didn't have any response after being provoked, it would be an extremely shameful act. In the future, the Qian family would no longer be able to survive. In fact, both sides were just putting on a show. They didn't have any intention of falling out with each other. If it really came to this point, it would be extremely serious for both sides. 100-step soul-piercing arrow. Qian Tianding took out a set of sleeve arrows and placed it on the table. When Zhang Baichuanzi saw the 100-step soul-piercing arrow, his pupils shrank. He then waved his hand and signaled the people behind him to calm down and not be impulsive. It wasn't the time to fall out with each other yet. This set of sleeve arrows is made of 10,000 years black iron. It was tempered by a level 5 origin inscription master. Within 100 steps, it can take the life of an origin emperor as easily as taking something out of a pocket. Qian Tianding said faintly. However, there were only 3 soul-piercing arrows. Once they were used up, there wouldn't be any left. Therefore, it was also an extremely precious consumable item. It was very difficult to buy such an item on the market. It was a weapon that could deal with origin emperors. Qian Tianding was using this item to tell Zhang Baijiu that he had plenty of items that could kill origin emperors. This is the weapon that I will provide you to kill that kid. If you succeed, it will be considered as a favor to my Qian family. I will also give you a level 6 elixir to help you break through. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Hee, that kid won't live long even if you don't mention it. The two groups of people seemed to have reached an agreement. With a common understanding, it was much more convenient to deal with this matter. At least they knew that it was useless to blame each other now. Both of them had a common goal, which was to kill Li Zongjiu. Master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Just when the two groups of people were discussing, a guard came forward to report with a strange expression. Who is seeking an audience? Let him wait. An elder who was close to him roared directly. At such a critical moment, didn't he see that these big shots were discussing something very important? Now he was seeking an audience? What the hell? But, this person said that he killed young master. He even said that his name is Li Zongjiu. The guard was a little hesitant. Mentioning this matter at such a critical moment obviously meant that he would have to bear very serious consequences. If he was slightly careless, he would be punished by the elders or the family head. That would be too aggrieved. What did you say? As soon as the name was mentioned, the people from both sides reacted very strongly, especially Zhang Baijiu. He couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjiu into pieces. His son's body was still lying in the ice coffin in his storage ring. Boom. Just as the few of them were getting angry, they heard a thunderous sound coming from outside. It was as if there was thunder. When they heard this sound, the outside immediately quieted down. The guards at the door looked back and saw that the guards who were in charge of stopping Li Zongjiu and the others had been directly knocked down. Bang, 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 a series of people fell to the ground and lost their breath. Green smoke was still rising from their bodies. They looked very tragic, as if they were struck by lightning. Sorry, I waited for a long time, so I came in myself. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the courtyard, holding a black hammer in his hand. Behind him were a series of people who appeared and were directly knocked down by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu didn't show any mercy to these people and killed them all. The power gathered on the hammer also became even more powerful. Zhang Baijiu and Qian Tianding walked out at the same time, followed by masters from all sides. You're Li Zongjiu? Zhang Baijiu stared at Li Zongjiu. When he saw the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This hammer, Li Zongjiu, you're really bold. Even if you come in person today to apologize, it won't help. None of the people from the Xingyan dynasty will go back alive. Qian Tianding sneered when he saw Li Zongjiu appear. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't look like he came to apologize. I came here with sincerity. I'm here to give you a chance to get my forgiveness, Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. Then, he put the hammer in his hand back on his waist. Who are you? Li Zhongjiu saw Zhang Baijiu's face full of hatred, but Li Zhongjiu didn't remember the person in front of him. You killed my son. When he saw his enemy, Zhang Baijiu calmed down instead. At the same time, he looked around. This brat actually dared to come to the Qian family alone. If it wasn't because of his skill and courage, then there must be a helper hiding in the dark. He had to be careful. What a coincidence. I'll give you a chance to get my forgiveness. You too, name your price now. I'll forgive whoever satisfies me. I won't pursue this matter any further. When they heard Li Zhongjiu's words, both of them were stunned. Both Zhang Baijiu and Qian Tianding were speechless. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu had swaggered into the Qian family's courtyard just to say such words at this moment? Was there something wrong with his brain? He was already at death's door, yet he still wanted to ask for money. He must be crazy about money. Zhang Baijiu did not come to see Li Zhongjiu act crazy. You killed my son, so I'll kill your entire family. Today, I'll start with you. Zhang Baijiu snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying dark force gathered and turned into a sharp knife. Instantly, the knife rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom, however, when the dark force reached him, it was easily dispersed by Li Zhongjiu. You've been eliminated. Li Zhongjiu did not say anything else. He lifted the hammer in his hand and rushed towards Zhang Baijiu. Zhang Baijiu did not need to do anything himself. The guards behind him had already rushed out. Set up the killing formation. The 5 experts, who had been trained in the arena, instantly formed a killing array. They surrounded Li Zhongjiu tightly. The strength of these 5 people had reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Given the strength of these 5 people, they could even trap a Yuan monarch realm expert. Moreover, when the 5 of them attacked at the same time, it would give off a sense of oppression. It would not be easy to resist the blood qi that was condensed from their bodies. Boom, the 5 of them had already honed a high level of tacit understanding on the battlefield. However, when the demonic hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand fell, a chain of thunder and lightning immediately erupted and connected the 5 of them together. When Zhang Baijiu saw this scene, he immediately thought of a person. Zhang Baijiu was busy and did not personally enter the arena to watch Li Zhongjiu's battle. However, he had seen Li Zhongjiu's battle report. It said that this person called Evil Lord was good at using a hammer that was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. He could directly electrocute his enemies. In the arena, this person would often defeat his opponents in an instant. Thunder and lightning roared. The 5 of them were covered in thunder and lightning, directly blasting these people into pieces. Their bodies fell to the ground one by one. Although they were not all dead, they were on the verge of death. It was difficult for them to get up. You are Evil Lord. Zhang Baijiu looked at Li Zhongjiu with shock in his eyes. One had to know that this Evil Lord had just killed Old Gao last night. Old Gao's strength was on par with Zhang Baijiu's. Both of them were experts of the highest level, the 19th layer of hell. Even if Zhang Baijiu wanted to deal with Old Gao, he would need a lot of tricks. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee the success rate. Even if the 2 of them attacked together, it would be very difficult to stop Old Gao. This Evil Lord was able to kill Old Gao in such a short time, which showed how terrifying his strength was. It was the same thunder and lightning hammer. How could it be fake? Evil Lord, Qian Tianding was close, so he naturally heard what Zhang Baijiu said. Obviously, Zhang Baijiu knew how powerful Li Zhongjiu was, so when he opened his mouth, he could clearly feel that Zhang Baijiu was extremely wary of him. Even Zhang Baijiu was afraid of this person. Moreover, he had suddenly called out the name of the evil dominator. This made Qian Tianding nervous. You're the Evil Lord. You're the one who killed Gao Tian. Zhang Baijiu said coldly. At this moment, the experts he brought were all dead. They were killed by Li Zhongjiu in an instant. Listening to Zhang Baijiu's roar, Li Zhongjiu thought that this person was really not calm. However, Li Zhongjiu did not answer Zhang Baijiu's words. You chose to give up. It's useless to beg me now. Then, Li Zhongjiu rushed forward. When he swung the demonic hammer in his hand, a terrifying force instantly vibrated. Boom! A domineering force swept out from the demonic hammer and directly rushed towards Zhang Baijiu. Zhang Baijiu growled as a 3-meter-long giant saber appeared in his hand. Clang! Amethyst saber, Zhang Baijiu was able to stay at the highest level of the Hell Arena. The strength he possessed was naturally not for show. In addition to the amethyst saber in his hand, Zhang Baijiu had slaughtered millions of people. His saber technique was also extremely famous. No one had been able to escape from Zhang Baijiu's slaughtering saber technique, at least not until now. This was also the reason why Zhang Baijiu rarely used this technique. Slaughtering saber. Zhang Baijiu could feel the power of thunder pouring into his body continuously. Such a domineering power was almost going to destroy Zhang Baijiu. Fortunately, the yuan energy of the primitive emperor in his body was able to suppress it. His strength was forcibly stabilized as he swung the amethyst saber in his hand in a circle above his head. Qian Tianding and the others could feel a sharp aura scraping over their heads. If they really fought, Zhang Baijiu would not be afraid. In a head-on confrontation, the most important thing was one's aura. Once one was intimidated by one's aura, one would have already won half the battle. The amethyst saber in Zhang Baijiu's hand seemed to have received the power of heaven and earth as it suddenly slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! 100-meter-long saber aura spread directly from the courtyard to the entrance of the Qian family. It directly split the entrance of the Qian family into two halves. The power condensed from the saber aura along the way was even more shocking. As expected of a primitive emperor-level expert, the power left behind by the saber aura in his hand was already extremely shocking. Slightly closer, one could feel the saber aura permeating the air. Li Zongjiu only made a very simple move. After slightly leaning his body, he dodged this extremely fierce attack. If Li Zongjiu stood still, he would have been seriously injured by the slaughtering saber. It was a pity that Zhang Baijiu's movements were too slow and couldn't hit him. What was the use of being strong? You, a second-grade primitive emperor, can use the saber technique of a third-grade primitive emperor. That's not bad, Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Baijiu and said lightly. Obviously, he was giving pointers to Zhang Baijiu. Being able to see Zhang Baijiu's strength at a glance, generally speaking, to be able to see through the cultivation of others meant that their strength was above yours. Zhang Baijiu was shocked. The strength of this evil lord was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Zhang Baijiu's saber can't finish him off. The few elders of the Qian family behind Qian Tianding were secretly shocked. They had seen Li Zongjiu's strength, but they knew Zhang Baijiu's strength very well. That saber attack just now was something that even the few primitive emperors present might not be able to block without any injuries. Flying whirlwind slash. Zhang Baijiu roared once again. The purplish-green broadsword in his hand once again slashed forward. However, he did not use all of his strength on his broadsword technique this time. Instead, two cold glints immediately shot out from his left wrist. Swish! Swish, the two cold lights came menacingly, and their movements were extremely weak. As they flew, they didn't even cause the slightest ripple in the space. Boom, Li Zongjiu's demonic hammer struck down the two cold lights. As for Zhang Baijiu's saber qi, Li Zongjiu raised his hand to block it. A golden light spread over his wrist. Clang, it was as if it had struck a golden armor with terrifying defense. This was a real head-on collision. He was still unscathed. Zhang Baijiu no longer hesitated. If he continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Years of survival experience told Zhang Baijiu that if he couldn't win, he had to run. Even primitive emperors were the same. His life was important. Compared to his reputation, he only had one life. Zhang Baijiu leaped, carrying the 3-meter-long saber, and flew away. Swish, seeing Zhang Baijiu running away at full speed, Qian Tianding and the others were shocked. Did this person not care about his reputation? However, Zhang Baijiu didn't run far. He couldn't even get out of the Qian family's courtyard. A purple bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Zhang Baijiu's body. Zhang Baijiu, who was about to escape, fell directly from the sky after being struck by the lightning. Then Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and a force wrapped around Zhang Baijiu's body and brought him back directly. When Li Zongjiu saw Zhang Baijiu's body fall to the ground, Li Zhongjiu was quite surprised by the latter's miserable condition. Wow, your hammer has such a function. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu had unintentionally activated some function of the devil hammer just now, so the sudden appearance of the purple lightning just now was also beyond Li Zhongjiu's expectation. Even with Zhang Baijiu's cultivation, in the face of the lightning just now, he did not have the slightest resistance and was directly blown up like a dead fish. Zhang Baijiu's body fell to the ground, unconscious. This is an example. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and directly hammered Zhang Baijiu's heart into pieces. Zhang Baijiu, who was still unconscious, was directly killed by Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also very skillfully took off the storage ring from Zhang Baijiu's hand and put it away. These days, he seemed to have plundered a lot of storage rings, so Li Zhongjiu also specially prepared a small bag to store these storage rings. Li Zhongjiu naturally did not care about the things inside. It was nothing more than some money and the like. Only when he was free, Li Zhongjiu would look through it to see if there were any small surprises. However, it was really difficult to find any treasures in the hands of these people. The real treasures would not be in the hands of these people. Now, only you are left. If I am not satisfied with the price you offer, no one in your Qian family will live today. After doing all this, Li Zhongjiu looked at Qian Tianding and the others. He was not afraid of Qian Tianding and the other sneak attack just now. If that was the case, Li Zhongjiu would probably kill them all directly, and it would be very difficult to negotiate. Originally, Qian Tianding wanted Li Zhongjiu to pay with his life. However, now it seemed that Li Zhongjiu's strength was not as simple as imagined. It was not without reason that he dared to come alone. Now that Qian Tianding's son was killed, the murderer actually had the face to come in front of them and ask for compensation. If Qian Tianding compensated Li Zhongjiu, it would be difficult for him to stay as the head of the family in the future. This was a dilemma, and Qian Tianding was caught in the middle. Li Zhongjiu, do you really think that no one in my Qian family can stop you? Qian Tianding said coldly. He stared angrily at Li Zhongjiu, and even his voice began to tremble slightly. He was really angered by Li Zhongjiu. How dare he cause trouble in the Qian family in such a way? Oh? If there is someone who can stop me, just call him out. Li Zhongjiu laughed and said with disdain. Then, he glanced at the Qian family members in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Some of their expressions were obviously not right. Li Zhongjiu continued. Today, it was your Qian clan's patriarch who offended me. If you remove him from his position and expel him from the Qian clan, I can let bygones be bygones and forgive you for offending me. This is my request. I will give you 10 minutes to discuss. Remove the head of the Qian family. No one expected Li Zhongjiu to make such a request. Qian Tianding had just established his prestige, and with the appearance of Li Zhongjiu, it suffered a great blow. It seemed that as long as Qian Tianding was removed from his position, the Qian family would be considered to have avoided this crisis. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame Qian Tianding and his family. Originally, this matter was caused by Qian Tianding's son and daughter. Now that they had come looking for him, it was obvious that he was here for them. They couldn't possibly drag the entire Qian family down with them. You could contribute to the family, but you couldn't let the family take the blame for you. The few elders in the Hall of Elders looked at each other, and even began to think that this method was feasible. One should take responsibility for one's own actions. Naturally, they couldn't let Qian Tianding affect the interests of the entire family. Qian Tianding, since this matter was caused by you, the 3 elders in the Hall of Elders have unanimously decided to remove you from your position as the head of the family for the time being. To everyone's surprise, the great elder actually stood up and said this directly, and asked Qian Tianding to hand over his position as the head of the family immediately. The great elder, Qian Hailong, seemed to have been prepared for this. When he stood up and said this, he even said to Qian Tianding, "We have considered this matter for a long time. In addition, this matter is indeed very serious. You should temporarily hand over your position as the head of the family. After this matter passes, you can take up the position again." Qian Hailong's words were clearly **ting. The dignified head of the Qian family was actually going to step down because of a mere threat from a young man. If he stepped down today, he would still have the face to lead the Qian family again in the future. However, Qian Tianding and the others clearly saw what happened to Zhang Baizhou. Just like that, right in front of them, in just a few minutes, he was already crippled. This showed how powerful Li Zongjiu was. If they didn't agree to Li Zongjiu's request today, it was very difficult to predict what would happen to the Qian family. For the sake of safety, even if it was just to appease Li Zongjiu, they had to do this. Qian Hailong, are you crazy? An elder who was on Qian Tianding's side shouted angrily. When he saw the great elder Qian Hailong taking the lead to make things difficult for the head of the family. This was simply ridiculous. How could such a thing happen? How could he help an outsider to deal with the head of the family? Watch your tone. I'm the great elder of the family. Tianding, I can only inconvenience you for today's matter. We can only plan for the future after we have stabilized the enemy in front of us. Otherwise, the Qian family will definitely suffer heavy casualties today. Qian Hailong said earnestly as if he was really thinking for the family. Qian Hailong, are you crazy? How could you help an outsider? Are you afraid? Another elder said agitatedly when he heard Qian Hailong's words. However, Qian Tianding raised his hand in the end. He looked at Qian Hailong and took a deep breath as if he was fully prepared. Alright, I'll hand over the position of the head of the family. Qian Tianding said in a deep voice. Then, he handed over the handprint and thumb ring of the head of the family to the great elder Qian Hailong directly. Li Zongjiu, if you want to play, I, Qian Tianding, will definitely play with you. You must play to the end. Qian Tianding stared at Li Zongjiu for a while, then turned around and walked away. He left behind an arrogant back view. Since he had already handed over the position of the head of the family, it would be embarrassing if he continued to stay here. Therefore, he walked out of the door directly after leaving some harsh words. Some of his subordinates seemed to want to follow Qian Tianding out, but they were all stopped by him. You. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu looked in Qian Tianding's direction. Qian Tianding, who was about to step out of the door, suddenly stopped. Li Zongjiu's words were obviously directed at him. Li Zongjiu's tone was extremely unfriendly after stopping Qian Tianding. His eyes were also filled with dangerous signals. You want to play with me? Li Zongjiu was a person who loved it when others said harsh words. This was because those who said harsh words would often be slapped in the face by Li Zongjiu very quickly. If one was capable, one would not need to say harsh words. However, since one had said harsh words to Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to see how ruthless one could be. Li Zongjiu, our family head has already relinquished the position of the head of the family. What else do you want? The young elder from before also stood up and said. Obviously, he was extremely angry with Li Zongjiu's way of doing things. Li Zongjiu had repeatedly coerced them, and even in the face of the Qian family. This was clearly an insult to his family. What does this have to do with you? Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually and a tyrannical palm strike landed on the elder's body, sending the young elder, who was a 5th-grade Yuan monarch, flying. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. My origin pearl. My origin pearl is broken, the elder shouted in horror as he knelt on the ground. Li Zongjiu, you've gone too far. When Qian Tianding saw that Li Zongjiu had actually destroyed the origin pearl of the elder who had supported him, he was immediately unable to restrain his anger and directly exploded on the spot. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he did not have the right to explode. Boom, Li Zongjiu extended his hand and another purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, smashing towards Qian Tianding's head. When the lightning struck down on Qian Tianding, at this moment, Qian Tianding finally understood why Zhang Baizhou, with his cultivation, couldn't dodge it. Qian Tianding's cultivation was far inferior to Zhang Baizhou's. Under this lightning, he only felt that his bones were easily locked down. There was no way to break free. However, the pain came so quickly that Qian Tianding couldn't feel it at all. The purple lightning struck down. It easily broke the protective armor on Qian Tianding's body. At the same time, Qian Tianding was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he was already charred black. At this moment, in the small dark room in the distance, Qian Liang looked through the only iron window of the small dark room and saw that his father had been struck into such a state. Immediately, his hatred for Li Zongjiu rose to the sky. I, Qian Liang, will definitely tear you into pieces. Qian Liang's eyes were crimson red. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. This small dark room was also known as the confinement room. It had a unique array pattern inside, so Qian Liang couldn't walk out at all. He could only watch his father being struck to death by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu killed Qian Tianding. His expression didn't change at all. This was the head of the Qian family. If the news of him killing Qian Tianding in front of the Qian family spread out, he would be proud. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be excited at all. Killing such a trash wasn't something to be proud of for Li Zongjiu. If this guy's blood stained his body, Li Zongjiu's mood would probably fluctuate even more. Many of the elders of the Qian family couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to kill Qian Tianding in front of him. This was no longer as simple as coming to provoke them. This was a direct slap in the face. Since ancient times, no one has dared to be so arrogant. Some people were so angry that they clenched their fists and wanted to seek justice from Li Zongjiu. However, they didn't have the courage to take a step forward. Qian Tianding's body fell to the ground. Qian Hailong felt a trace of pride in his heart, but on the surface, he had to pretend to be extremely furious. However, when he thought about how Qian Tianding was killed by Li Zongjiu because of his words, Qian Hailong didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Li Zongjiu anymore. Take Tianding away for treatment. Quick! Qian Hailong said. Treatment, it was already so dark. What was there to save? It was just a formality. At least with a little effort, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu shot towards the side. Boom, the small dark room where Qian Liang was locked was blasted into pieces. Qian Liang's figure was also exposed under the sunlight. If you have the ability, you're welcome to take revenge anytime. Today's matter ends here. If there's anything else, I, Li Zongjiu, will definitely exterminate your Qian family. After saying that, Li Zongjiu left the Qian family's courtyard directly. After Qian Liang was glanced at by Li Zongjiu, he felt like he was about to collapse. His whole body slumped to the ground, and his legs kept trembling. This was Qian Liang's legs trembling. It wasn't what Qian Liang wanted. This was a kind of fear that came from the depths of his heart. Revenge, in the face of such a godlike existence, how could he take revenge? He was just digging his own grave. Qian Hailong looked at Li Zongjiu's figure as he left. Li Zongjiu's words just now made the Qian family feel helpless. He was so arrogant. What could they do? Or rather, what could they do? Could it be that they had to rush up and fight with Li Zongjiu to make him take back his words? It was obvious from Qian Liang's frightened look. No matter what, Li Zongjiu left in the end. The massacre in the morning had truly shocked the Qian clan. They couldn't imagine that such a massacre would happen in the Qian family's courtyard. This time, the great elder and the others didn't confront Li Zongjiu directly. They even chose to endure and retreat. Of course, it was very embarrassing, but at least they saved the lives of most of the Qian family. There were more than 20 guards who were killed by Li Zongjiu's lightning. These were all fresh lives. Qian Hailong presided over a family meeting. In this family meeting, these matters would be discussed specifically. At the same time, more than half of the elders supported Qian Hailong to be the temporary patriarch of the Qian family. Although he was only the temporary head of the family, there wasn't much of a difference in this aspect. Qian Hailong himself enjoyed a very high status and power in this family. Now, he could use the spring of the patriarch of the family legitimately. All this was thanks to Li Zongjiu. Although Qian Hailong had suffered great humiliation this time, Qian Hailong knew that as long as he didn't provoke Li Zongjiu, nothing would happen to him. After studying Li Zongjiu's various deeds, Qian Hailong knew that as long as he didn't provoke Li Zongjiu, nothing would happen. Great Elder. Patriarch, our people found that Li Zongjiu is very likely to be the mysterious master nicknamed Evil Lord in the Hell Arena. It is said that this person's strength is very strong. Now in the Hell Arena, he has won 13 consecutive victories and 0 losses. Someone found some information about Li Zongjiu. He reported it. Last night, Evil Lord killed Gao Tian, who is also Mr. Gao, in the reception room. Qian Hailong was very satisfied with these people's change of words. The Qian family hadn't suffered many losses, only a few people had died. Under such circumstances, it was simply too unexpected for him to take over. This outcome made Qian Hailong very happy. This kid killed 2 of the Hell Arena's higher-ups in a row. It seems like we don't have to do anything. The Hell Arena's guardian palace naturally can't help but take care of Li Zongjiu. Calm down first. Also, you must pay attention to Xianxia. If Xianxia finds out about his father, he will definitely not be able to hold himself back. If you find Xianxia, bring him back immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Xianxia was Qian Tianding's eldest son. Qian Liang was actually the second son, so Qian Fei was the third princess. However, Xianxia was a little special. His mother didn't have any status, but his cultivation talent was extremely outstanding. At the same time, he didn't like the atmosphere in the family. Originally, Qian Tianding wanted to nurture Xianxia as the next patriarch, but Xianxia liked to wander the world. At this moment, no one knew where he was. The main reason why Qian Hailong said that he would suppress Xianxia was because he was afraid that Xianxia would be a threat to his newly snatched patriarch position after returning safely. Yes, Patriarch. Li Zongjiu returned to the Breeze and Moon Inn. Although Li Zongjiu had originally planned to kill all these people, considering that he had come here with the name of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he did not want to bring shame to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After returning, it would be difficult to explain to Su Hong. It wasn't easy for him to come out, but in the end, such a thing happened. He would definitely be blamed. Since he could achieve the same effect by killing a few people, why not? The reason why he killed Qian Tianding was because Li Zongjiu had long seen that there was a great elder who was ready to make a move. It seemed that he wanted to usurp the throne. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's actions were enough to make the Qian family busy. When he returned to the Xingyan dynasty, there wouldn't be so much trouble. When he returned to the Breeze and Moon Inn, Li Zongjiu happened to be carrying a bag of buns in his hand. Just then, he saw a figure walking down the stairs. It was the masked woman from the Tianyan dynasty, Lin Lin. The two of them almost brushed past each other on the stairs. Lin Lin glanced at Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu didn't look at Lin Lin. What a dense baleful aura, Lin Lin wrinkled her nose. Li Zongjiu knocked on Qi Yanran's door. At this moment, Qi Yanran had already adjusted her condition. When she heard the knocking sound, she also sensed that Li Zongjiu had arrived. Come in. I bought you steamed buns and osmanthus cake. Li Zongjiu handed the food to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran's face was full of surprise. She never thought that Li Zongjiu would do such a thing. In Qi Yanran's view, Li Zongjiu's character was very heroic and also very chauvinistic. She never thought that he would be so considerate. Early in the morning, he bought her the osmanthus cake that was the most difficult to digest. You, who eats osmanthus cake in the morning? Qi Yanran suddenly laughed, but still picked up a piece and tasted it. Seeing the steamed buns, she remembered that she, Li Zongjiu, and Kuan Erisher were eating delicious steamed buns with the smell of meat juice. Did all boys like to eat these steamed buns? What's wrong with you? When Qi Yanran lowered her head to eat, she saw some bloodstains on Li Zongjiu's sleeves. And looking at the style, it seemed to have just been stained. Nothing, I went to the Qian family and dealt with the aftermath. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Qi Yanran knew about Li Zongjiu's past achievements. Back in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Qi Yanran investigated some of the things that the Yi family did. She knew that the entire Yi family was destroyed by Li Zongjiu. You can't be. Qi Yanran immediately looked at Li Zongjiu in shock, the look of horror in her eyes. Li Zongjiu knew what this girl was thinking. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just warned them and helped them change the family head. Li Zongjiu said very calmly. Qi Yanran heard Li Zongjiu's words. Although Li Zongjiu said it very casually, if Qi Yanran didn't hear it wrong, Li Zongjiu directly changed the patriarch of the Qian family. The status of the Qian family in the Heikou dynasty was not simple. Li Zongjiu was able to go alone and escape unscathed. Obviously, it took a lot of effort for the Qian family to make such a big change and give them a warning. Next time, I'll accompany you on such a dangerous mission. Qi Yanran said softly. The two should have confirmed their relationship, and Qi Yanran also knew that people like Li Zhongjiu would do big things. Even Li Zhongjiu was not born to live a simple life. For such a person, there was no way to restrict him from doing anything. The only way was to follow him and support him. This was what Qi Yanran thought. "All right," Li Zhongjiu said. Then, Li Zhongjiu also stood up. He seemed to feel that the realm in his body was loosening. On top of that, the demonic hammer was constantly guiding the power back into his body. He was about to break through. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion," Li Zhongjiu said. Qi Yanran saw Li Zhongjiu's slightly dignified expression and nodded. "There's an underground training room in the Wind and Moon Inn. It's specially prepared." Obviously, Qi Yanran was more familiar with these things. There was no such facility in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. However, in the Haiku dynasty, such facilities were very normal. This was because the cultivation atmosphere in the Haiku dynasty was much more competitive than the Xingyan dynasty. Underground training room. There was also an Yuan rune array inside that could help to gather Yuan Qi. Of course, it was a chargeable item. However, this place had been reserved by the Haiku Pill Palace. Hence, they could use it as they wished. All the expenses would be charged to the Haiku Pill Palace's account. They were already so rich. Just a few training rooms wouldn't cost them much money. Qi Yanran asked for the best secret training room for Li Zhongjiu. "You want a secret training room? I'll give you my top-notch room." Yuan Xiaodai met the two of them and said generously. Compared to the Haiku dynasty's atmosphere, Yuan Xiaodai preferred these people from the Xingyan dynasty. At least, they were straightforward and domineering. "Thank you, Miss Yuan," Qi Yanran said. Li Zhongjiu also cupped his hands towards Yuan Xiaodai. "If you need anything in the future, why would I need anything? This is the key. Just go in directly," Yuan Xiaodai said as she gave a delicate key to Li Zhongjiu. Then, she turned around and left. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran looked at each other. This girl had the demeanor of a heroine. "I'm going," Li Zhongjiu said to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran lowered her head and didn't say anything. Then, she suddenly tiptoed and gently touched Li Zhongjiu's lips. Then, she turned around and walked away quickly. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, it was naturally easy for him to avoid Qi Yanran's sneak attack. However, since she had already made the first move, Li Zhongjiu couldn't be blamed. He reached out and grabbed Qi Yanran, who was trying to escape. He gave her a fierce peck. Then, he let the shy Qi Yanran leave. "It's good to be young." Li Zhongjiu clenched his fist. With the improvement of his strength, more and more dangers were approaching. Of course, this had something to do with Li Zhongjiu's way of doing things. After all, he had reached the level of evil lord in his previous life. With such strength, there was nothing wrong with such a temper. Since he had decided to be with Qi Yanran, of course, he had to protect her. At the same time, he had to improve the level of the Qi family. Li Zhongjiu had already made a rough calculation in his heart. It was very difficult for the Qi family to control the mineral veins. Now, the Qi family was basically riding a tiger and unable to get off. Under the countless competition and pressure from the Xingyan dynasty, they had to obtain certain benefits and convenience. Originally, the Qi family would gradually decline under the rebellion of the Qingyuan villa. However, Li Zhongjiu's appearance had blocked the first disaster. What problems would they encounter later, even Li Zhongjiu himself didn't know. Therefore, he had to prepare a strong force. Li Zhongjiu entered a state of closed-door training. The people of the Qian family didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Even if they wanted to take action, they wouldn't act so quickly. After all, Qian Hailong had just been promoted and needed to stabilize his position. In the Inferno arena, losing 2 high-level experts in one day was a great loss and a great threat to the Inferno arena. Losing 2 high-level experts meant that none of the high-level experts were a match for this person. If the other party intended to attack, even if the Inferno arena was prepared, it would be very easy to eliminate them. Because the enemy was too strong. Therefore, the Inferno arena was temporarily in a state of biding their time. However, the audience of the Inferno arena was very eager to see Evil Lord appear again, some people even began to pre-sell a match, that was, whether Evil Lord could pass through the 18th floor and reach the highest level of the Inferno Arena. Of course, this kind of pre-sale bet was still an unknown. The risk factor was extremely high. Although the return was high, there were very few people who dared to buy it. No one's money came from the wind. Even a strong storm would have a calm time. Nan Peixian, who was seriously ill for 3 days, finally recovered. That night, Susha also called everyone for a meeting. She described the things that they needed to pay attention to for tomorrow's competition. Because in addition to tomorrow's competition, the most important semifinals and finals had some changes. I just received the latest news from the competition's organizing committee. The format of the finals will be adjusted to a certain extent. The location of the competition will not be in the city. Susha held a document in her hand and walked in front of everyone. After counting carefully, she found that Li Zhongjiu wasn't there. Where's Li Zhongjiu? Susha looked at Kuan Erishur. Because Kuan Erishur was the one who had the best relationship with Li Zhongjiu. However, Kuan Erishur couldn't answer this question and looked at Ling Yan. Where's my boss? Last night, Ling Yan stayed in Li Zhongjiu's room all the time. So, of course, this question had to be asked to Ling Yan. How would I know? Because Ling Yan stayed in Li Zhongjiu's room all the time, naturally, what happened was self-evident. So, everyone looked at Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan couldn't answer this question. She didn't see Li Zhongjiu all night. He's in the underground practice room, preparing to break through. Just when everyone shook their heads and didn't know. Qi Yanran said. While speaking, she was a little proud in her heart. Because these people in front of her didn't know where Li Zhongjiu went, only she knew. Of course, she was just secretly happy in her heart. Kuan Arashi's pair of sharp eyes immediately looked at Qi Yanran. Oh? When will my boss break through? Even I don't know. As she spoke, she looked at Qi Yanran with a malicious expression. Ling Yan also glanced at Qi Yanran suspiciously. She was in Li Zhongjiu's room the whole night. She knew that Li Zhongjiu was not in the room, and Qi Yanran knew Li Zhongjiu's movements. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu stayed with Qi Yanran the whole night? During the day, Li Zhongjiu came back for a while, and then disappeared. Ling Yan couldn't figure out the specifics, but there must be something fishy between the two. Lan Kuan instantly sensed the jealousy of a few of the girls in the group. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Boss was indeed the boss. But now it seemed that Qi Yanran's position as the sister-in-law would not change. Fortunately, he was on the same side with Qi Yanran from the beginning. After all, Kuan Erishur had already seen the feelings between the two, but the boss seemed to be more secretive in this aspect. That was why it was delayed until now. If the boss could be more straightforward, why would he wait until now? He would probably have already done it with Qi Yanran. Nan Peixian, who had recovered with great difficulty, was now sitting together with everyone. The matter of him being thrown out by Lan Kuan wasn't mentioned by anyone. However, when Nan Peixian saw Lan Kuan, he became well-behaved. The person in front of him would really make a move and directly throw him out of the window. How could this person be so impolite? At the same time, he knew that Xia Wanji had replaced his position. However, since Nan Peixian had already recovered, after much consideration, he returned to his position as the main player. For Xia Wanji, this was also a good thing. At least she didn't have to face so much pressure. If it happened again, Xia Wanji didn't know if she could withstand it. After experiencing it once, it was enough. Li Zhongjiu naturally played in the semifinals, but the venue of the finals changed. So far, it was only known that it was a volcanic crater. Susha hadn't known the specific situation yet, but the way the game was played was that the official players would participate together. Obviously, it was a team battle. This took into account the combined strength of the three teams. Clearly, this was a huge blow to the Xingyan dynasty. Tomorrow, Sister Ling Yan will be fighting against Lin Lin from Tianyan dynasty and Jin Wenfeng from Black River Pill Palace. Ling Yan was also extremely excited in his heart. Now that his meridians and cultivation had recovered, Ling Yan's heart was filled with excitement. His strength had increased by at least 30%, but it was clear that these two enemies were not easy to deal with either. Jin Wenfeng alone was already troublesome enough. It was said that Jin Wenfeng was a talent nurtured by the Black River Pill Hall. In the future, he would be the pillar of the Black River Pill Hall. Therefore, many things were handed over to Jin Wenfeng. Many people would say that they had to cultivate and deal with so many things, so it was natural that their cultivation was affected or that they didn't do a good job. However, Jin Wenfeng handled everything beautifully, and his cultivation was also at a level that others could only look up to. If the Ancient One had still been around before the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, he might have been able to contend with Jin Wenfeng. Su Sha thought in her heart. There was no doubt that Ling Yan was weaker than these two. However, if the Ancient One had not offended Li Zongjiu and was still alive, he would have been able to bring hope to the Xingyan dynasty. After all, the Ancient One's strength was not bad, but it was a pity that he had died. Who asked him to offend Li Zongjiu on the second day of the competition? Li Zongjiu did not appear. During this time, Qi Yanran asked Yuan Shaodai to help take care of the situation. She went to the hall to witness this difficult competition. However, Ling Yan's performance at this venue was unexpected. His performance was extremely outstanding. The first match was between Lin Lin and Jin Wenfeng. In the end, Jin Wenfeng won by a small margin and defeated Lin Lin. In the second match, Jin Wenfeng and Ling Yan fought. He was actually defeated by Ling Yan. This battle was the most intense one since the beginning of the competition. Both Ling Yan and Jin Wenfeng used all their techniques. In the entire venue, the two of them could be seen fighting. Ling Yan's flames were both hard and soft. It was extremely domineering. On the other hand, Jin Wenfeng's flames were more nimble and flexible. His body was nimble enough, and he had an elegant demeanor. In the end, Ling Yan won by a fluke, but he used all his strength. In the next match with Lin Lin, he chose to forfeit. Everyone won one match and lost one match. Their points did not increase or decrease. However, after today's competition, the audience felt the perseverance and potential of the people from the Xingyan dynasty. When they saw Ling Yan using all his strength in the arena, Chu Tairan and Zhou Jing were extremely excited. In the end, Ling Yan collapsed and no longer had the strength to fight. However, no one blamed Ling Yan, because Ling Yan actually defeated Jin Wenfeng. This caused many people from the Haiku dynasty to be in disbelief. Without the Longxian taking action, Jin Wenfeng was basically the representative of the young generation of the Black River Pill Hall. As for the Longxian's training direction was the same as Jin Wenfeng's. One was in front of the scenes, the other was behind the scenes. The Longxian would be the guardian of the Black River Pill Hall in the future. Jin Wenfeng was the official leader of the Black River Pill Hall. In the end, he was defeated by a young girl from the Xingyan dynasty who came from nowhere. Ling Yan and Qi Yanran's perseverance and hidden ruthlessness in the arena were also shocking. Although Lin Lin won one match, she was obviously not very happy. That Ling Yan was just lucky. Coincidentally, his primordial fire could restrain Jin Wenfeng. In addition, Jin Wenfeng was a little careless. You don't have to worry about it, Mu Qingniao said. If it was an ordinary person, it would have nothing to do with him if they lost. However, Lin Lin's identity was different. The relationship between the two of them was also quite close. Hence, this time, he also expressed his concern. Lin Lin faintly shook her head. If I were to fight with her, I would only have a 50% chance of winning. You have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. That Li Zongjiu is not simple. Lin Lin was not affected. Instead, she was very clear about her opponent's understanding and judgment. He would definitely not deliberately belittle his opponent or use luck as an excuse to make himself feel more at ease. You must give your opponent the same respect in order to put yourself in the right position and not be blindly confident. I will, Mu Qingniao said. However, his eyes were filled with strong confidence. When Lin Lin saw Mu Qingniao's eyes, she knew that he did not put Li Zongjiu in his eyes. Or rather, he never looked at Li Zongjiu seriously. In Mu Qingniao's eyes, there was only his opponent, Longxian. Even this Longxian might not be his opponent. For many years, although Longxian and Mu Qingniao were in two different empires, they knew each other very well. Because of this situation, even though the two of them had already reached the peak, they still couldn't slow down. This was because there was another person on the opposite mountain, staring at their position. One day, the two of them would definitely fight. At that time, who would fall from this mountain peak, it would depend on who was more capable. The order of tomorrow's battle had also been arranged. The Xingyan dynasty would be the first to fight the Heique dynasty. The second battle. The Xingyan dynasty would fight the Tianyan dynasty. The third battle, the Tianyan dynasty would fight the Heique dynasty. Obviously, the battle between the Heique dynasty and the Tianyan dynasty was what everyone was looking forward to. It was the final battle of the semifinals. In other words, the final battle was a team battle. The real battle of the individual peak would be in the final battle tomorrow. As for the Xingyan dynasty, they were just cannon fodder. The second day. On the day of the semifinals, Qi Yanran was waiting in the inn. The rest of the people had already gone to the venue. There was less than an hour before the start of the battle, but the problem was that Li Zongjiu had not come out yet. There were still 10 minutes before the start of the battle. Long Xian was already waiting in the arena. On the other hand, the Xingyan dynasty's side did not even have everyone present. I think that brat with a mouth full of firecrackers is probably hiding in some outhouse and pretending to have a stomachache. Yao Hu laughed and said. At the crucial moment of the battle, who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would have stage fright? Su Sha and the others were also anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Who knew how long Li Zongjiu would be in seclusion? Mu Qingyou of the Tianyan dynasty did not care whether Li Zongjiu would come or not. He had already adjusted his battle strength to the peak and was ready to start a fierce battle at any time. He had cultivated for so long just for this battle, 1 minute before the start of the battle. Finally, two figures slowly appeared at the entrance, as if they were deliberately making fun of these people. F***ck, this old man is going to have a heart attack. Chu Tairan wiped the cold sweat from his palms again and again. Finally, he saw Li Zongjiu appear. Only then did he feel relieved. Sure enough, sister-in-law is the best. Kuan Erishur saw Qi Yanran coming over and immediately flattered her. If she still couldn't tell, Kuan Erishur might as well dig out his eyes. Okay, Sister Yanran, when did it happen? Tell me. Ling Yan also joined in. Xia Wanji and the others also started talking at the same time. When the two of them walked in hand, they attracted everyone's attention. Even if they wanted to show off, this kind of method was really too showy, right? It was, the day before yesterday. Qi Yanran, who had always been cold and aloof, actually showed the attitude of a little girl at this moment. The rest of the people who saw it also exclaimed in disbelief. It was really shocking. What a good Li Zongjiu. Without saying anything, he secretly made a move. Obviously, the people of the Xingyan dynasty were concerned about the gossip of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, so they were not concerned about this competition. This showed how powerful Li Zongjiu was in their hearts. There was nothing to say. If Li Zongjiu didn't win quickly enough, it was Li Zongjiu who went easy on him. You're finally here. Long Xian glanced at Li Zongjiu. Last time, Li Zongjiu insulted their holy temples, which made Long Xian very dissatisfied with Li Zongjiu. Now, at this critical moment of the competition, Li Zongjiu left him here and earned the attention of others. This kind of claptrap was played very well by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, in Long Xian's heart, he was very unhappy. He didn't have much ability, but he liked to play these tricks, which made people feel very uncomfortable. What's the hurry? Say it, what's the competition? Li Zongjiu glanced at Long Xian and ignored the latter's provocative gaze. He did not place him in his eyes and instead looked at the referee elder. Obviously, even now, Li Zongjiu still didn't know the content of the competition. Crap, he definitely didn't read the competition manual, so he doesn't even know what the competition is. Su Sha immediately slapped her forehead. She knew that this guy would cause trouble easily. This round was also a competition of alchemy, but the method of alchemy was different. Instead, you needed to be in the opponent's cauldron to refine the pill. Therefore, while you were refining the pill, you also needed to control the opponent's flame. The other party is refining pills in your cauldron. Therefore, you also need to bring a certain amount of resistance to the other party. Under these extremely harsh conditions, you have to complete the refinement of the pill. Only then will it be considered a victory. It was equivalent to competing in two categories. One was to control the fire and the other was to refine pills. The referee elder's face darkened as he explained to Li Zongjiu the content of refining pills. At this moment, the audience was already roaring with laughter. Li Zongjiu's performance made him look like a complete novice in alchemy. Who would have thought that the Xingyan dynasty was only at this level? The 100,000 spectator seats were already full. Everyone was sitting there, watching the competition below. It seems that the Xingyan dynasty doesn't plan to win at all. This kid is too funny. Not only is he late, but he doesn't even know what the competition is. I think this guy is just here to be a bystander. Hey, is this venue selling soy sauce? Get out of here. A figure was directly thrown into the safety passage and fell heavily to the ground. You don't say, this kid looks a little familiar. This kind of common face is not as handsome as me. What's so strange about him looking familiar? Some people looked at Li Zongjiu and felt that he looked familiar. However, some people thought that Li Zongjiu was simply ugly. No, he doesn't look familiar. He looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. They clearly felt that they had seen him somewhere before, but they just couldn't remember where. Now it's clear, the referee elder said. Not putting the competition in his eyes meant that he didn't put the competition's organizing committee in his eyes and look down on them. Therefore, in a while, he would be carefully watching Li Zongjiu to see if Li Zongjiu cheated or not. Got it. Li Zongjiu nodded. Now the competition begins. Both contestants, place your cauldrons in the white area. The referee took a step back and said. Long Xian didn't hold back at all. He immediately took out a golden cauldron with a dragon pattern from his storage ring. The light of the great path shone brightly, a tyrannical aura immediately swept out. It surged forward, as if the entire venue was filled with a golden light. A breeze blew over the cauldron, and a dragon's roar immediately came out. Just by making a move, the aura had already shocked the whole audience. Long Xian's dragon pattern golden cauldron was the top craftsmanship of the Haiku dynasty. In the entire Haiku dynasty, there were only a few cauldrons that could surpass the dragon pattern golden cauldron. Even if an expert at the peak of the primitive emperor realm attacked this cauldron, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage. This was the strength of the dragon pattern golden cauldron. All the spectators present were attracted by Long Xian's medicinal cauldron. They didn't even care when Li Zongjiu placed a pitch-black medicinal cauldron on the stage. In comparison, this aura had already revealed everything. Can we start? And can you not flash your light? Li Zongjiu found a hammer from somewhere and knocked on Long Xian's dragon pattern golden cauldron, making a clanging sound. When Long Xian saw that Li Zongjiu was knocking his cauldron like a gong, he was immediately furious. How dare you insult my cauldron? Are you here to sell your cauldron or what? Li Zongjiu's indifferent reply made Long Xian almost explode. He glanced at Li Zongjiu's black and small cauldron. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with disdain. Both sides are in position. Let the competition begin. The competition that everyone was looking forward to finally began. The two of them took their seats. Beside each of them was a set of medicinal ingredients. After a brief glance, Li Zongjiu could tell that this was a 6th-grade elixir, the Heavenly Dragon Elixir. The danger of refining this elixir was the small bottle of dragon's blood. Even if one had only learned about it, without real practice, the effect of the dragon's blood after adding it into the cauldron would definitely make one panic. This was because the dragon's blood was violent in nature. Once it was added, the temperature of the entire cauldron would soar 100 times in an instant. Without enough experience and battle experience, the cauldron would explode in an instant. As for the other medicinal ingredients, if half of the refinement was done, the dragon's blood must be added in. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the most basic fusion of the elixir and the judge would immediately declare that one had failed. Hence, if one wanted to win, he must defeat his opponent before the medicinal ingredients were half refined. Otherwise, once the dragon's blood fell into the cauldron, it would be the end of the competition. However, looking at Long Xian's calm appearance, he wasn't anxious at all. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He had tried to refine the Heavenly Dragon Elixir before. Dragon's blood was an extremely precious material that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. However, although his Black River Pill Hall didn't dare to say that they had everything, it wasn't strange for them to have a small stock. Long Xian probably didn't know. Li Zhongjiu was someone who had killed the Dragon Clan's supreme being. In fact, Long Xian did not know what elixir he was going to refine before the competition started. However, he was relieved when he saw that it was the Sky Dragon elixir that he had tried before. Winning was a must. However, Long Xian could not be careless. No matter what the situation was, the only real enemy was himself. Facing Li Zhongjiu, although he was confident in his victory, as an alchemist, the pill in his hand must be successfully refined. Otherwise, if he ended up like Li Zhongjiu, causing his furnace to explode in the end, wouldn't it be equally shameful? The only difference was that he managed to last a little longer. In Long Xian's opinion, this was definitely not a victory. When Li Zhongjiu's obsidian fire poured into the dragon vein golden body cauldron, Long Xian looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. This was because Li Zhongjiu's fierce flame was extremely powerful. For him, such strength was not weak at all. He had underestimated Li Zhongjiu previously. Your flame is not bad. Long Xian felt like he was giving pointers to a junior. Then, he raised his hand and poured his flame into the azure cauldron. Over the past few days, Li Zhongjiu had lost count of how many experts he had killed. The blood energy of the people Li Zhongjiu killed would fuse with his blood soul hell. Li Zhongjiu had recently placed the blood shura in the blood soul hell to cultivate. The blood shura had become stronger, which meant that the azure cauldron had become stronger as well. At first, the azure cauldron was just a dusty pearl. However, in Li Zhongjiu's hands, the dust had completely dispersed. At the same time, the pearl's brilliance had been maximized. The strength of the azure cauldron was that it could continuously evolve and become stronger. At least for now, Li Zhongjiu had not discovered the upper limit of the azure cauldron. Boom! Long Xian poured in a stream of elemental fire. Like Li Zhongjiu, it was also subdued. As for its name, Li Zhongjiu was not a know-it-all and did not know. And Li Zhongjiu didn't care at all. The obsidian fire circled around the dragon vein golden body cauldron and immediately engulfed Long Xian's flames. After that, Li Zhongjiu directed his mental strength and poured the dragon blood into the cauldron. What? Is this guy crazy? He actually wanted to extract the power of the dragon blood from the very beginning. The bottle seemed to be full, but in reality, it was only half a drop of dragon blood. You people are really stingy. Dragon's blood isn't anything special, and you only gave half a drop. Li Zhongjiu directly poured half a drop of dragon blood into the golden dragon patterned body cauldron. In an instant, it was as if a volcano had been ignited on the golden dragon patterned cauldron. The terrifying explosive force almost filled the entire cauldron. Although they were separated by a cauldron, everyone could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from the cauldron. They were shocked and could not help but feel nervous about such a situation. Several experts from the competition's organizing committee also stood around the arena. If the power of the dragon blood was not controlled, it would be no joke. It could instantly raise half of the arena to the ground. At that time, there would be countless deaths and injuries. However, Li Zhongjiu's strength was not just for show. That day, when he was multitasking and used the fire cauldron to refine pills, it was already shocking enough. It showed that he had such strength. Immediately, this force gathered. Go! Li Zhongjiu's palm suddenly slapped the dragon vein golden body cauldron 7 times in a row. Every time he slapped, a stream of obsidian fire would turn into a fire circle and suppress the power of the dragon blood. Boom! When the last stream of obsidian fire merged into the cauldron, a ferocious force immediately erupted. Long Xian was suddenly shocked when he felt that his opponent's strength had become stronger. He had already reduced his yuan fire to the lowest level and even hid in a corner to prevent himself from being hurt by the next collision. However, Li Zhongjiu still gave Long Xian a heavy blow. Buzz! Long Xian's yuan fire was actually forced out of the golden dragon patterned cauldron by Li Zhongjiu's strength. He was actually able to force the yuan fire out. Long Xian's face was suddenly filled with shock. A backlash force quickly came from within his body. This was originally an alchemy competition, but it was also a battle of offense and defense. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu had taken the lead to attack his opponent's defense. Long Xian could not believe that Li Zongjiu was able to control the dragon blood and force him out of the cauldron. It was truly terrifying. At the same time, a scorching pain came from his arm, causing Long Xian's heart to be completely shaken. The golden dragon-patterned cauldron was already filled with Li Zongjiu's strength. It was already very difficult to force the yuan fire in. Damn it! Long Xian immediately calmed himself down. Under such circumstances, it was extremely good to be able to calm himself down. He quickly changed his direction and attacked Li Zongjiu's azure cauldron with all his strength. What? Just as Long Xian was about to attack Li Zongjiu with all his strength, he suddenly realized that the strength in his body was constantly being refined by Li Zongjiu's azure cauldron. You can actually refine my yuan fire. Long Xian exclaimed. Immediately, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He continuously sent out a stream of energy into the azure cauldron in front of him, but it was all easily refined by Li Zongjiu. The energy that poured in instantly disappeared. If you continue to send out energy, your cultivation will fall. Li Zongjiu said faintly as he looked at Long Xian opposite him. On the other hand, he was also making use of the berserk power of the dragon blood to quickly refine the other medicinal ingredients. The elixir pill took shape in the cauldron and even emitted a fragrance that permeated the air. Long Xian also stared at Li Zongjiu with a grave expression. He did not believe a single word that Li Zongjiu said. Are you trying to scare me? If he were to withdraw just like that, it would be a great insult to Long Xian. Long Xian was a genius. How could he give up just because of a mere sentence from a brat? Long Xian did not believe in heresy. He also directly sent out the energy in his body, wanting to take advantage of the situation and force Li Zongjiu's obsidian fire out of the azure cauldron. However, no matter how hard Long Xian tried, even if he used his own yuan qi cultivation, there was still no effect. I didn't expect Long Xian to be an 8th grade yuan king. Everyone from Black River Pill Hall was envious when they saw Long Xian's exposed cultivation. It would be great if they could also have such a cultivation one day. On the other hand, Mu Qingyao from Sky Flame Pill Prefecture frowned as he looked at Long Xian. The situation is not good, Mu Qingyao said softly. Lin Lin glanced at Mu Qingyao and looked at the battle in front of her in confusion. Chu Tairan was extremely nervous. Although he knew that Li Zongjiu would definitely win, who knew what would happen? Looking at the relaxed look on Long Xian's face and the fact that he had already released his aura, he seemed to have suppressed Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was still not willing to make a move. It really made Chu Tairan on tenterhooks. In fact, Long Xian was already regretting it. Li Zongjiu was right. All the energy had been easily refined by Li Zongjiu. What kind of monster was sitting opposite him? You. Who are you? Long Xian looked at Li Zongjiu with difficulty. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to retract his energy. There was no way to retract his energy. If he tried to forcefully retract his energy, he would be blasted away by Li Zongjiu. Then let's fight to the death. Long Xian used his mind power to grab the dragon blood and threw it into Li Zongjiu's cauldron. Obviously, he did not intend to refine this elixir. Therefore, he might as well go all out against Li Zongjiu. Boom, the dragon blood poured into Li Zongjiu's azure cauldron. Li Zongjiu suddenly laughed. This was the reason why Li Zongjiu had not asked Long Xian to get off the stage. It was because Li Zongjiu could not use the other party's materials. He could only wait for the other party to obediently let the materials in. The dragon blood directly caused the flames in the cauldron to explode. It was extremely fierce. However, the power of the dragon blood was directly absorbed by the blood azura and stored in the blood soul hell. Although Li Zongjiu had killed the dragon clan's sovereign in his previous life, he had not reached the level where he could kill the dragon clan's sovereign in this life. Therefore, dragon blood was still considered precious. Li Zongjiu certainly would not waste this opportunity. If Long Xian admitted defeat, wouldn't it be a waste of half a drop of dragon blood? Go down. After obtaining the dragon blood, there was no need to keep Long Xian alive. A surge of energy shot out from the obsidian flame, causing Long Xian to be blasted off the stage. Boom, Long Xian did not have the slightest strength to fight back. His whole body smashed below the stage. At this moment, the dragon-patterned golden body cauldron in his hand was filled with a pill fragrance. A 6th grade elixir, the heavenly dragon elixir. Above the hall, dark clouds emerged and thunder rumbled. Pill lightning, the pill lightning of a 6th grade pill. Before coming here, even in the heavenly pill pavilion, there were very few people who could confirm that Li Zhongzhou was a 6th grade alchemist. After all, the pill lightning was most likely an accidental effect. There was some luck involved, but it was enough to prove Li Zhongzhou's potential. And now, in front of 100,000 people in the arena, under the eyes of everyone, Li Zhongzhou defeated Long Xian with his left hand. He refined a 6th grade heavenly dragon pill with his right hand. If they didn't see Li Zhongzhou's refinement with their own eyes, they would probably think that Li Zhongzhou hid the pill in the cauldron in advance. And the main point was that Li Zhongzhou used Long Xian's cauldron to refine the heavenly dragon pill. As for the herbs that Long Xian put into the azure cauldron, they were naturally wasted, including the half-drop of extremely precious dragon blood. It was wasted so easily. Many people felt that it was a pity. But the pity came later. The sudden change in the situation of the competition was simply unexpected. Long Xian was defeated. The most talented person in the Black River Pill Hall was defeated by an unknown young man from the Xingyan dynasty's Heavenly Pill Pavilion. A young man who was almost unknown before this. What? The people from the Black River Pill Hall couldn't sit still. Jin Wenfeng and the others went forward to help Long Xian up from the ground. After getting up, Long Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He cheated. Yao Hu pointed at Li Zhongzhou and shouted angrily. The people from the Black River Pill Hall knew Long Xian's ability. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't have the time to care about Yao Hu and the others' indignation. The pill lightning in the sky had already fallen. Boom! The terrifying lightning fell, but Li Zhongzhou stood still on the spot. The rest of the people were worried. After all, it was a lightning that fell from the sky. However, Chu Tairan and the others had seen the scene of Li Zhongzhou carrying the black cloud storm on the heavenly pill pavilion. Even the black cloud storm couldn't do anything to Li Zhongzhou, let alone a mere pill lightning. Li Zhongzhou naturally had a way to deal with the pill lightning. The pill lightning fell on Li Zhongzhou's body. However, it was as if the flames fell on his body didn't have any fluctuations. After that, the 6 lightning bolts continued to fall, but they were all easily blocked. It was as if nothing had happened to him. That hammer! Damn, this guy is Evil Lord. What's Evil Lord? Someone exclaimed. Seeing the hammer on Li Zhongzhou's waist, it attracted the energy in his body. Many people clearly recognized the hammer in Li Zhongzhou's hand. If they were to talk about the appearance of the hammer, they wouldn't be able to remember Li Zhongzhou's appearance. And this hammer that could continuously release lightning bolts, in the eyes of others, it was extremely familiar. Some of the people who mingled in the arena were very excited. Damn, you don't say, it's really him. Some of the Evil Lord's admirers suddenly became excited. It turned out that the reason why Evil Lord didn't fight in the arena was because he was participating in the alchemy competition here. An expert was indeed an expert. Not only could he kill everyone in the arena, his strength was already so abnormal, and he was also such an awesome alchemist. No one knew who took the lead, but the entire arena began to shout the name of Evil Lord. This Evil Lord shouldn't be talking about the boss, right? Kuan Erishur acted as a spectator below the arena. Although this name sounded a bit flirtatious, it was quite compatible with Li Zhongzhou's style of doing things. Qi Yanran also didn't know how Li Zhongzhou's nickname came about. It sounded like a child playing house. However, in order to support this name, one needed a lot of strength. Long Xian vomited blood and was seriously injured. I'm not as good as others. Long Xian's voice was trembling. He had to thank Li Zhongzhou just now. If Li Zhongzhou didn't let go in time, Long Xian's cultivation would have dropped by a level. It seemed that Li Zhongzhou didn't really want to cripple Long Xian. Otherwise, Long Xian would have to kneel down today. Only Long Xian knew what was going on. Although he was badly defeated by Li Zhongzhou, he still cupped his fists towards Li Zhongzhou. Thank you for showing mercy. The more talented a person was, the more self-aware they were. Long Xian understood that Li Zhongzhou was fully capable of crippling him, but he left him a chance. Li Zhongzhou didn't respond to Long Xian's gratitude. Seeing Li Zhongzhou's state, Long Xian's heart thumped. He had a feeling that the Li Zhongzhou in front of him didn't seem to be on the same level as him. He defeated him easily, and at the same time, he was able to refine the heavenly dragon pill so easily. The Li Zhongzhou in front of him was quite terrifying. Mu Qingniu's eyes emitted waves of cold light. Even his palms were sweating. His strength was on par with Long Xian, and Long Xian was defeated in front of him. If it was him, his situation might not be any better than Long Xian's. Originally, he thought that the final battle of the elixir gathering of the three dynasties would be between Mu Qingniu and Long Xian. Who knew that Long Xian would be seriously injured so quickly? There was probably no need to continue the battle with Mu Qingniu. Everyone began to look forward to the battle between Li Zhongzhou and Mu Qingniu. There was an hour's break. Because it ended quickly, there was an hour to recover, although Li Zhongzhou didn't need to recover much. Eh? If the second round is the same, will it also be refining the heavenly dragon pill? The power of a drop of dragon blood had greatly improved Li Zhongzhou's blood-soul realm. If he wanted to get the dragon blood in other places, he might have to spend a lot of effort. Since there was one here, why bother? Therefore, the dragon blood in Mu Qingniu's hand was reserved by Li Zhongzhou. Good fella. I didn't expect you to be so good. Chu Tairan laughed out loud. There was no need for the finals at all. Li Zhongzhou's performance today was enough to crush the other two dynasties. It wasn't a forced victory, but an overwhelming victory. The other party didn't have any temper at all. Even Mu Qingniu of the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture was in a state of extreme nervousness. He hadn't even made a move, but he had already forced his opponent to such a state. Who else could be so domineering? In the future, don't invite me to this kind of place where children play. Li Zhongzhou said to Chu Tairan. Although it was indeed a bit of a waste of talent, who asked Chu Tairan's age to be suitable? This made others gnash their teeth. After Nan Peixian saw Li Zhongzhou's level, he just sat there obediently. He sat there obediently, almost rushing forward to apologize to Li Zhongzhou. He never thought that Li Zhongzhou's alchemy level would be so fierce that the violent power of the dragon blood could be easily suppressed. He defeated the opponent's trump card, Long Xian. Moreover, it was a defeat without any suspense. Therefore, Nan Peixian could only kneel down and lick Li Zhongzhou's shoes. Nan Peixian's strength was at most at the level of Yao Hu. He was still somewhat inferior to the recovered Ling Yan. Ling Yan, who had recovered, was already able to sit firmly on the second-in-command seat. Su Sha and the others were also extremely excited. After so many days, it was finally time for the Xingyan dynasty to hold their heads high. Why do they call you Evil Lord? Qi Yanran asked curiously. I played in their arena for a few days and gave myself a nickname Evil Lord. They probably saw me fighting in the arena. This is for you. It's good for your body. I added some cold light grass in it. Although it's a heavenly dragon pill, its medicinal properties are mild and cool. It's very suitable for you. Li Zhongzhou said. This sweet and greasy pair really made people unable to continue looking at them. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations to the sister-in-law. Kuan Erishur stepped forward and said. For such a long time, Kuan Erishur had been with Li Zhongzhou for a long time. He had seen many stunning beauties, one more powerful than the other, but Qi Yanran was still the most comfortable to get along with. In the past, when Qi Yanran came to help, there was no superfluous nonsense at all. When she went to deal with the people of Lingbo Palace, she didn't even blink. She rushed up so recklessly. What else was there to say about this kind of act of brotherhood? He must praise her. When Qi Yanran heard Li Zhongzhou's words, she was slightly surprised. Thinking about it again, this guy always went out and couldn't find anyone. It turned out that he went to such a dangerous place like the arena. Looks like you're going to be famous in the Haiku dynasty. Qi Yanran chuckled. With Li Zhongzhou's strength, he would be an influential figure no matter where he went. It was just up to Li Zhongzhou whether he wanted to or not. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou had already shone brightly in this place. The people from Haiku Pill Hall had an ugly expression. As the host, they were defeated in their own home ground. Moreover, they had lost many times to the Xingyan dynasty. They didn't know if the other party did it on purpose. At the beginning, they purposely sent out a few weak people. Then, they slowly unleashed their big moves. Each one was fiercer than the other. There was already a reversal from Qi Yanran. However, in general, the Haiku Pill Hall seemed to have gradually fallen into a disadvantage in this competition. No matter what, the Xingyan dynasty's reputation had risen. With such a talent supporting the Heavenly Pill Hall, it was enough to last for 100 years. The deputy hall master of Haiku Pill Hall, Xianxia, was extremely envious. His eyes were shining. If such a talent can be used by my Haiku Pill Hall, it will definitely strengthen my Haiku Pill Hall. Xianxia let out a long sigh. In comparison, Long Xian and the others were actually so inferior. It was simply unbelievable. Jin Wenfeng secretly clenched his fist when he heard that. Jin Wenfeng knew that it would be difficult for him to catch up with Li Zongjiu even if he exhausted all his strength. There was actually someone who could surpass him by so much. So what if you're a genius? Jin Wenfeng sneered in his heart. There will always be a chance to deal with you geniuses. Jin Wenfeng wouldn't allow so many people to be stronger than him. He would deal with them one by one. Anyone who was more talented than him would be taken down by Jin Wenfeng in the end. Not only Li Zongjiu. There was also Mu Qingyou. Jin Wenfeng looked at Mu Qingyou. The two of them would not be able to escape from Jin Wenfeng's grasp. It was unknown how Jin Wenfeng's brain worked. He actually had such an idea. If Li Zongjiu knew about this, he would definitely slap the water out of Jin Wenfeng's head. An hour later, the second round had already begun. Li Zongjiu had already displayed overwhelming strength, but Mu Qingyou could not be intimidated. Good luck. Lin Lin whispered to Mu Qingyou. Elder Hao Yi of the Sky Flame Pill Prefecture also cast a glance at Mu Qingyou, hinting him not to feel too much pressure. He even gave him a little encouragement. Mu Qingyou stood on the stage. Li Zongjiu had also just entered the arena. Although he didn't do it deliberately, Mu Qingyou could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from Li Zongjiu's body. Even under the gaze of so many people, Mu Qingyou didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright. He didn't even show any fluctuations. I will do my best. You don't have to hold back. Mu Qingyou raised his head and said to Li Zongjiu. Even if he lost, he didn't need Li Zongjiu to go easy on him. Even if he lost, he had to lose fair and square. Whatever. Let's start. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. An inconspicuous azure cauldron appeared in front of him. The medicinal cauldron in front of Mu Qingyou was also relatively low-key. However, the handle of the medicinal cauldron was replaced by a cow's horn, giving it an unusually sharp aura. An ordinary person would be suppressed by such a force. Azure Ox Cauldron. Mu Qingyou was not flashy. It was much better than Long Xian. Whether or not they could defeat Li Zongjiu all depended on Mu Qingyou. Mu Qingyou did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. From the beginning, he displayed his Azure Heaven Dao Fire and the Azure Flood Bowl behind him to protect him. For a moment, his aura was unparalleled. A giant bull appeared, stepping on green clouds. The horns on its head were as grand as mountains, easily able to shake 100,000 mountains. Obviously, Mu Qingyou was using all his energy to deal with Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had already refined a heavenly dragon elixir before. And he had refined it successfully in such a short time. Now, he wanted Li Zongjiu to refine another one. Li Zongjiu had no interest in refining this elixir. Besides, the main effect of the heavenly dragon elixir was the dragon blood. Therefore, in the first half of the process, Li Zongjiu had used the power of his own obsidian fire to directly refine the power of the dragon blood in the green ox cauldron and absorb it into his body. Although Mu Qingyou's Dao fire had been eyeing Li Zongjiu covetously in the cauldron, it had not had the opportunity to stop him. Li Zongjiu had given up on refining the elixir in front of so many people. Although this was a hidden benefit, and the ingredients used in the competition were provided to the alchemists free of charge, Li Zongjiu was too brazen. Mu Qingyou suddenly felt the pressure increase. Since Li Zongjiu had given up on refining the elixir, he would definitely do his best to stop him. Therefore, he had to be prepared. The refinement process went smoothly, and Mu Qingyou suspected that Li Zongjiu was deliberately toying with him. Or maybe he was going easy on him. But when Mu Qingyo poured the dragon blood into the azure cauldron, before Mu Qingyo could control it, it was snatched away by Li Zongjiu's obsidian fire. Mu Qingyo was even more confused. What was this guy doing? He didn't want anything, just waiting for his dragon blood to be poured in. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu had refined the dragon blood and absorbed it into his body. He used it to refine the blood soul hell, causing the aura of the blood soul hell to become even more tyrannical. In the blood soul hell, the dragon blood's power was released as if the blood dragon was reincarnated. It was from the same source as the blood dragon's soul, so the dragon blood's power was very effective in the blood soul hell. The dragon blood that Mu Qingyo had just poured in was snatched away by Li Zongjiu. There was no need to continue refining the elixir. All the ingredients were wasted. The only hope left was to attack and defend with the flames in the cauldron. Li Zongjiu was merciful. He didn't cause too much damage to these young people. He threw Mu Qingyo and his cow off the stage. Mu Qingyo himself didn't even know what was going on. How could he be thrown off the stage? This was too tragic. This battle, Li Zongjiu won again. The audience directly shouted the name of the evil lord. Some people still didn't know how Li Zongjiu got the title of evil lord, and after asking around, they all clenched their fists and shouted the name of evil lord, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Li Zongjiu. Evil lord. Among the audience, there was one person who came late. But when he walked in, his eyes fell on Li Zongjiu and didn't leave. It was as if there was monstrous hatred in his eyes. But soon, this pair of eyes that were filled with hatred retracted and slowly looked at a person in the stands. You killed my family. I will let you taste the feeling of losing your family. I will start with her. Then, this figure also hid in the crowd. Li Zongjiu won. 2 matches in a row and the Xianxia dynasty's points were directly reduced to 0. Although it was 0, it was still better than a negative number. At least it wasn't a negative number. Long Xian's condition hadn't been adjusted and was no longer suitable to fight. Even if Mu Qingyo didn't want to take advantage of this battle, he still added points to his score. Now, the final tally showed that the Tianyan dynasty was leading by 2 points. Next was the Xianxia dynasty's score of 0. The Heiqi dynasty was the most miserable. Today, they suffered 2 consecutive defeats and their points were directly reduced to -1. The gap between the 3 parties wasn't that big. Therefore, the final battle tomorrow was extremely crucial. The Tianyan dynasty was also very careful. After all, it seemed that the Xianxia dynasty could easily surpass them. Only a gap of 2 points wasn't too big. In fact, even if they got first place, so what? The 2 strongest experts were defeated by Li Zongjiu. The Xianxia dynasty was the biggest winner of this competition. Haha, great, really great. This time, I want to see what those rigid things in the imperial court have to say. Chu Tairan was obviously very happy. No matter what, they didn't lose face for the dynasty. Instead, they gained a lot of face back. The Xianxia dynasty was finally not a side race. At a restaurant, at the dining table. Li Zongjiu, this time when we go back, I will get you whatever you want from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's treasury. Chu Tairan said loudly. Normally, he wouldn't drink in front of these juniors. But today, he couldn't hold back his happiness and directly opened a jar of 100-year-old pure wine. Oh? Then get some dragon blood to nourish your body. Li Zongjiu said. Next to him were Kuan Erisher and Qi Yanran. Well, there's no hurry. Let's go back and discuss it slowly. Haha, come, let's drink. Chu Tairan was shocked by Li Zongjiu's request. Could it be that this kid was doing it on purpose? It was not an easy task to obtain dragon blood. Moreover, it was even more difficult to obtain pure dragon blood. Even in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's treasure vault, there might not be dragon blood. After a night of drinking and eating, they were full. Chu Tairan originally proposed that everyone go to wash their feet, take a bath or something like that, but everyone waved their hands again and again. Obviously, they were not interested in this matter. What's more, even if they wanted to go, they wouldn't go with an old man like him. The embarrassed Chu Tairan could only go and play with Zhou Zheng. Li Zongjiu brought Qi Yanran to the previous practice room. He helped the latter to refine the heavenly dragon pill. It won't affect tomorrow's competition, right? In the secret room, Qi Yanran's mood suddenly became nervous for some reason. She felt that something was going to happen, and she didn't even dare to look at Li Zongjiu. She could only use such a topic to distract her attention. No, with me here, it will be done in half an hour. Li Zongjiu chuckled, and then whispered in Qi Yanran's ear, however, this time is the same, you can't wear clothes. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yanran's heart suddenly trembled slightly. This guy. All of a sudden, Qi Yanran blushed. Although she had done this last time, it was to heal her injuries. This time, even without Li Zongjiu, she could refine the elixir. However, this guy insisted on coming in and said that he would help her refine the elixir. Anyone could see Li Zongjiu's intention. Although Qi Yanran was extremely shy. Under Li Zongjiu's urging, she undressed, revealing her white and tender skin. She held the heavenly dragon pill in her mouth, but before she swallowed it, Li Zongjiu had already pounced directly on her. The refining of the heavenly dragon pill may require some different postures. Li Zongjiu said in a deep voice. That low and magnetic voice also echoed in Qi Yanran's ears. In an instant, the two bodies were entangled together, producing an indescribable scene. Even if Yuan Xiaodai was beaten to death, she would never have imagined that Li Zongjiu would actually do such a thing in her exclusive training room. An hour later. Qi Yanran snuggled in Li Zongjiu's arms, with a trace of tiredness and excitement on her face. You, didn't you say that in half an hour? Obviously, the refining process just now had exhausted Qi Yanran. That way, you'll be able to absorb the medicinal effects more fully and faster. Look at your current cultivation base. You're almost catching up to me. Li Xiaodai, Xiao, I see that you still haven't fully absorbed it. Let me continue to help you. After that, Li Zongjiu pounced on Qi Yanran again. It was not difficult for Li Zongjiu to push such a little girl. Another hour passed. Do you always bring a mattress and quilt when you go out? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu suspiciously. Could it be that this guy was the kind of person who showed mercy everywhere? If that was the case, Qi Yanran was doomed. Otherwise, why would he bring a mattress and quilt with him? Moreover, these things looked very expensive. It should be Xiaoxiao who prepared them for me. That girl is quite meticulous. Li Zongjiu himself did not understand that there was such a good thing as a mattress in his storage ring, so he directly took it out and used it just now. I think it won't be long before Miss Xiaoxiao can't escape from your clutches. Qi Yanran said faintly. It's a little early for you to be jealous. I, Li Zongjiu, have always been serious in everything I do. Li Zongjiu immediately said seriously. Perhaps in Qi Yanran's opinion, she was just a temporary interest of Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu knew. It was hard to say what fate had planned. It was already an extravagant wish to have a second chance in this life. Now that Qi Yanran was by his side, he would cherish her even more. I will treat you well. Li Zongjiu hugged Qi Yanran tightly in his arms. He had been too lonely in his previous life. Now that there was someone by his side, he would subconsciously think that this was just an illusory dream. Li Zongjiu also needed to grasp it tightly. The effect of the Tianlong elixir was not only to strengthen the origin, but also to rapidly improve the cultivation. With the help of Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran's cultivation directly rose to the level of a 6th grade Yuan king overnight. Such a cultivation was considered top-notch even in the first-rate sects of the Sacred Flame Royal City. Moreover, Qi Yanran herself also focused on the direction of alchemy. Because she spent more time in alchemy, her cultivation of primary power was not too outstanding. The two disappeared for a night and appeared in front of everyone the next day. Everyone present was an adult, so naturally, they could guess what happened last night. Did you smell it? Kuan Erasher nudged Yao Feng with his shoulder. What? Yao Feng was stunned. What was Kuan Erasher talking about? He did not smell anything strange. The sour smell of love. Kuan Erasher said solemnly. These words made Qi Yanran even more ashamed and angry. However, Qi Yanran was not someone to be trifled with. Kuan Erasher, it seems like you like to tease people. In that case, I would like to experience your Kuan wing spear. Make your move. As Qi Yanran spoke, she took out a snow-white long mace. Desolate Heaven Essence. When the Desolate Heaven Essence appeared in his hand, Kuan Arashi's face turned bitter. He had never expected that his boss would give this weapon to Qi Yanran. Clearly, he thought highly of Qi Yanran. Cough, cough. I did not say anything. You are my sister-in-law. How can you treat me like this? Kuan Arashir said with a sobbing tone. In fact, even without the Desolate Heaven Essence, Qi Yanran could still easily defeat Kuan Arashir with her current strength. As a 6th grade Yuan king, in addition to Qi Yanran's strong combat strength, it would be extremely easy for her to defeat Kuan Arashir. Boss, you have to help me. Kuan Arashir asked Li Zongjiu for help. Yes, you have to be careful. The Desolate Heaven Essence is too powerful. Just break his legs. Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Arashir fled when he heard this. He hid behind Su Sha, who had just walked over. After all, Su Sha was the leader of this trip. Let's go. The finals will be held at Mallard Volcano. Mallard Volcano. Li Zongjiu and the rest did not know the exact location of the volcano. However, according to the information that Su Sha had found, the Mallard Volcano was one of the 10 most dangerous volcanoes. Under the volcano, it was able to condense an extremely precious mineral, the Mallard Fire Crystal. The value of the Mallard Fire Crystal was almost the same as a high-grade primordial stone. However, in the Mallard Volcano, not only was there a terrifying flame storm, there were also some fire-attributed primordial stones hidden deep within the volcano. Some were on the mountain walls, some were hidden in the magma. There were many kinds of them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If one wanted to harvest these things, they would need to put in a lot of effort. It was also very dangerous. The content of the finals was to harvest the Mallard Fire Crystal. If they only heard this, many people would not be willing to go. After all, such a thing was extremely risky. If they were not careful, they would fall into it. Wouldn't all the geniuses that they had nurtured over the years be wasted? However, the Heica dynasty was very smart. The person who harvested the Mallard Fire Crystal could directly take half of it. Taking half of it, what kind of concept was that? It was as if they had opened up such a place for you to harvest. Although the Mallard Volcano was extremely dangerous, because of the existence of the Mallard Fire Crystal, it had become a resource area. It was controlled by the Heica dynasty. If an ordinary person needed to harvest it, they would have to hand over at least 80% of it. You could only keep 20% of it. Apart from that, there were also people in charge of harvesting the Mallard Fire Crystal. Whether it was used as an alchemy material or as a building material, the Mallard Fire Crystal was very useful. It had become an extremely popular source of energy. Since they could directly take half of it, it was very easy to negotiate. Everyone was extremely anxious. This was a very good opportunity to give away money. You guys have to be careful this time around. The Mallard Volcano is filled with danger and it's not that simple. Moreover, you guys only have 2 days. During these 2 days, you have to try your best to stay together and not get separated. Chu Tairan exhorted. Li Zongjiu, I'll leave their safety to you. Help me look after them for a while. Don't worry. Li Zongjiu nodded. After all, as the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, if anything happened to his subordinates, Li Zongjiu would not be able to explain himself. After all, Li Zongjiu was not the kind of person who only took money and did nothing. He still had to avoid cooperating with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion in the future. Obviously, this last round did not have much to do with alchemy. It would still depend on each person's ability. As for the standard of alchemy, everyone had already seen it for themselves. They already knew who was stronger and who was weaker. And this was the main point of the finals. Chu Tairan smelled a hint of conspiracy. After all, they were going deep into a dangerous place. No one knew what kind of situation would occur. However, they weren't willing to give up on this opportunity. This was a very good opportunity. They couldn't find such a good way to get their hands on fire crystals in other places. As for the reason, if he wanted to become an alchemist, he needed to have the ability to find resources. Moreover, with the strength of an alchemist, it would be easier for him to pick up the fire crystals. Li Zhongjiu and the others came to the gathering point in the north of the city. The other two teams were already prepared for this. After everyone had arrived, they directly boarded the Black River Pill Hall's flying boat. They headed towards the Vulture volcano in the north. On the flying boat, the final judgment of this competition was also explained. The points would be determined by the collected crystals. A beginner-level fire crystal would give 1 point. A medium-grade fire duck crystal can give you 3 points. One high-grade duck fire crystal can give you 10 points. In short, the more fire crystals one could find, the better. The higher the level, the better, because the fire crystals were related to one's income. Even if they didn't cheer, these people would probably try their best to find the fire crystals. Previously, they had fought so hard, but they didn't expect that the final result would be decided in such a way. Obviously, this was to make the final result look better. If it was a point-based competition, and people asked you how many points you had in the end, and you said that you had a negative score and still won the competition, wouldn't that be a joke to others? Although the Vulture volcano is sealed, it's too big and there are many entrances. It's impossible to seal all of them. The danger inside is unpredictable. I suggest that you try your best to stay away from the core area. You have 2 days. If you encounter any danger, you can release a signal and the organizing committee will rescue you. If you use a signal flare in the middle of the competition, you will be disqualified. One of the elder judges said. Li Zhongjiu had always known who the members of the organizing committee were. If the organizing committee was from the Black River Pill Hall, it would be normal for them to give some special treatment to the people of the Black River Pill Hall. However, when he saw Xuanxia calling himself the deputy hall master, he had to stand aside in front of the elders of the organizing committee. Looks like they're from the Heique dynasty's sacred palace. Li Zhongjiu nodded in his heart. Although the Heique dynasty was a dynasty, there was a place that was above the imperial power, and that was the sacred palace. The existence of the sacred palace was the pinnacle of cultivation. On the other hand, it controlled the highest lifeline of the Heique dynasty. Even the emperor of the Heique dynasty was directly appointed by the Black Canal Basilica. Li Zhongjiu was not surprised by such an existence. He knew the reason for such a thing from the 3,000 years of experience in his previous life. After all, the situation was different in every place. However, all roads lead to the same goal. If the Black Canal Basilica was not strong enough, how could it have such a status? In the end, it was only right to have a strong fist. Vulture volcano. When everyone was 500 miles away from the Vulture volcano, they could already feel the heat in the air. Everyone present was an alchemist. When they entered such an environment, they could not help but become extremely excited. What a strong fire attribute Yuan-Chi. This place is really a sacred cultivation place for alchemists. Someone thought in his heart. Kuan Erishur and the others also greedily took a few breaths of air. F***ck, this place is too comfortable. Kuan Erishur said excitedly. He could clearly feel that the flames in his body were constantly getting stronger. Cultivating for a day here was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days in the outside world. This Vulture volcano is F***king huge. It was the gigantic Mount Fugu in front of them. The area was already half the size of Luoxia City. Looking at it, the gigantic crater was like a black hole that devoured everything. Below the crater of the volcano, there were also countless mountains stretching out. One could see that the mountains were extremely vast. If one were to throw a person into the mountains, he would be like an ant. Contestants from Heavenly Flame Pill Palace enter the mountain at the north entrance. Contestants from Black River Pill Palace enter the mountain at the east entrance. Contestants from Xianxia Dynasty enter the mountain at the south entrance. The committee elder said. Then, he brought Li Zhongjiu and the others to the south entrance. Every entrance was heavily guarded. At the same time, there were also people in charge here. Li Zhongjiu, Qi Yanran, Ling Yan, Yao Feng and Nan Peixian. A total of 5 people. At the entrance, they received a storage pouch that was specially used to store fuhua crystals. The properties of the duck fire crystal itself were quite special. If it was stored in a storage ring, it could burn the storage ring. Hence, once the fuhua crystals were placed in the storage ring, not only would it not be able to be stored, it would also burn the items in the storage ring. Hence, they had to use a special storage pouch. Considering that the strength of these people was not simple, the storage pouch that was given to each of them was very large. We will wait at the west entrance. Everyone will gather there. You can only rely on yourselves now, Chu Tairan said. His words made it sound like this old man had helped them in the previous competition. Alright, don't worry, Li Zhongjiu said. Nan Peixian felt a little uncomfortable. He was originally a genius of his generation, but after coming here, he had suffered a series of setbacks. When he found out that Li Zhongjiu was an out-and-out genius, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had been ridiculing Li Zhongjiu in his heart, although he did not say it out loud. Fortunately, he did not say it out loud. Otherwise, he would be a complete idiot in front of Li Zhongjiu. Hence, he was more honest when he followed behind Li Zhongjiu. The five of them entered the Mallard volcano. The first thing they entered was a rock forest. After passing through the scorching hot rocks, one still had to climb to the top of the volcano. Only after climbing to the top could one be considered to have truly reached the top of the volcano. After that, they would enter the volcano from the top. Just within the inner walls of the volcano, one could find some fire duct crystals. Moreover, on the inner wall of the volcano, one could occasionally see some magma spewing out from the mountain walls. Therefore, he had to be very careful. It's so far away. It won't be easy to meet them. Even if we meet them, we won't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Let's split up, Ling Yan said. Otherwise, she would have to watch Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu being lovey-dovey all the way. Youngsters nowadays were really unbearable. Alright. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. He was not a parent, so after they took action on their own, he could not take the initiative to follow behind them and protect them. Moreover, danger was something that no one could say for sure. If there's anything, just send a signal, Li Zhongjiu said. If someone asked him for help, it wouldn't be a problem for him to lend a hand. Yao Feng and Nan Peixian were also free to move in other directions. This time, their main goal was to obtain the fire duct crystals and gain points. Naturally, they couldn't see anything on the outer wall of the volcano. But on the inner wall, the chances of finding something were higher. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran naturally moved together. After refining the Heaven Dragon pill last night, the relationship between the two could be said to be very close. However, Li Zhongjiu did not treat Qi Yanran as a weak girl. If she wanted to follow Li Zhongjiu, her own strength had to be constantly enhanced. Along the way, when they encountered some meta beasts, Li Zhongjiu would let Qi Yanran handle them personally. Of course, the premise was that she could use the Desolate Heaven Essence well. This kind of weapon seemed to be more suitable in Qi Yanran's hands. The Desolate Heaven Essence had two forms. The first was the form of a long mace, and the other was a long whip that could trap the enemy. Li Zhongjiu rarely used the whip. Usually, he would just beat people up. Compared to Qi Yanran, the effect of this long whip was similar to the effect of the branch extension of the longevity tree. Qi Yanran's talent was also very strong. Soon, she had a good grasp of the Desolate Heaven Essence. Moreover, her own Yuan Qi realm had stabilized. 7th grade Yuan King. The sudden increase in strength naturally required enough time to settle down. There probably aren't any fire duct crystals outside. Along the way, Qi Yanran found that there was very little vitality and the environment was extremely dry. This had a slight impact on Qi Yanran's Yuan spirit. After a brief inspection, she understood that there probably weren't any crystals around. Even if there were, they would have been found long ago. Then let's go into the mountain, Li Zhongjiu said. The two of them crossed the highest ridge line and entered the interior of the volcano. Even some Yuan King cultivators would have to spend more than half of their energy to withstand the high temperature here. However, alchemists were used to dealing with flames all year round. The surrounding temperature was nothing to them. There was even origin qi flowing around his body, making people feel a sense of coolness. Qi Yanran had such a feeling when she stayed beside Li Zhongjiu. You have reached the Yuan King realm? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu. Although she was extremely surprised, there wasn't much surprise in Qi Yanran's eyes. It was just a simple question. Li Zhongjiu's aura was already connected to heaven and earth. Li Zhongzhou's body had become a part of the world, becoming a cycle. Any power could be used by Li Zhongzhou, and it could also be mobilized by Li Zhongzhou. Thus, even in a hot area, he could still maintain his coolness. Yes, when I came out of seclusion that day, I was only a first-grade Yuan king. Li Zhongzhou said without any intention of showing off. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with his current state. Qi Yanran was completely defeated by Li Zhongzhou's attitude. Such a young Yuan king in the entire Xingwu continent. How many people could there be? Qi Yanran remembered that she had heard of some extremely ancient families. The existence of those people seemed to control the lifeline of the world. The strength of these ancient families was extraordinary. Usually, these people were also in a state of not caring about worldly affairs. With your talent, you should be about the same as those people from the legendary ancient families. Qi Yanran asked curiously. Well, at present, my realm shouldn't be as high as those people, but it wouldn't be a problem to destroy them. Li Zhongzhou's answer was rather pertinent, but to Qi Yanran, it sounded like a child. Li Zhongzhou was just like a child. He liked to compete and was unwilling to admit the strength of these ancient family clans. That was why he said that, but Qi Yanran did not expose him. The two of them began to search for duck fire crystals in the interior of the volcano. I found it. Qi Yanran smashed a large hole in the ground with the desolate heaven essence in her hand. Then, she dug out a fiery red crystal from the hole. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it emitted an extremely dense flame aura. For any alchemist, this was a rare treasure. Even when she felt the flame aura, Qi Yanran could not help but take 2 more breaths of the aura emitted from the duck fire crystal. Not bad, but it's just a fragment. Li Zhongzhou did not hold back. After Qi Yanran heard this, she rolled her eyes at him. This is mine. Then, Qi Yanran proudly put the duck fire crystal in her storage bag. She protected it. As if Li Zhongzhou would snatch it from her. She protected it well. If Li Zhongzhou dared to make a move, she would definitely not hold back. To Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran, it was as if they were on a sightseeing tour and picking up some duck fire crystals along the way. The rest could be said to be facing dangers from all sides and moving forward with difficulty. Nan Peixian had been attacked by several meta beasts consecutively. Until now, he had not even seen a shadow of a duck fire crystal. Isn't this supposed to be an alchemy competition? What is the meaning of this? This is obviously a wilderness survival competition. After a round of fighting, Nan Peixian was covered in mud. Just the number of times he rolled on the ground was enough. There were even a few places that were torn apart. They were just here to participate in a small competition, and yet they encountered such life-threatening situations. My clothes, these clothes are too expensive. They're top-quality goods from Female Scarlet District. Nan Peixian had a long face, but he hadn't found a single duck fire crystal yet. In fact, the reason for this setting was to prove that it was extremely difficult to find the duck fire crystal. It was not as simple as he had imagined. Outside Mount Yuhu, Su Sha and the others looked up at the towering volcano. I wonder how the situation is now. They were outside and knew nothing about the situation inside, so they could only wait here. The west entrance was also the west exit. To reach this place, one would need to cross a quarter of the volcano's range. One could imagine the dangers one would encounter along the way. Strictly speaking, as long as you enter the core area, there shouldn't be any problems. Chu Tairan said. If it was really dangerous, Chu Tairan and the others would not have agreed. This was just a training. As long as you were not a coward, you could basically survive. Core area. Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran were already close. From this position, he could already see the meandering magma flow not far away. The magma in Mount Yuhu was like a tide. There were high tides and low tides. Looking at the situation now, the magma should be in the low tide phase. The rocks under their feet were hot and hard. Rocks that could remain in the magma were very unusual. It was very difficult for ordinary weapons to break them. However, apart from being hard, these rocks did not have any other effects. Therefore, they were not very valuable. Otherwise, people would have come down to dig for these rocks. And most of the fire duck crystals were hidden under these rocks. Only by constantly digging would one be able to find the duck fire crystal. An ordinary Yuan monarch elite would need at least 10 minutes to chisel through a rock even if he brought along professional equipment. It would be a waste of time and energy if he started to chisel through the rock before he could accurately detect the location of the rock. Boom! Li Zongjiu punched a rock. Then, he took out a scarlet crystal from a pile of rubble. Duck fire crystal. And it's a medium-grade duck fire crystal. Qi Yanran was shocked when she saw the duck fire crystal in Li Zongjiu's hand. She had not seen Li Zongjiu do anything along the way. However, she had found a lot of low-grade duck fire crystals, so she was a little proud of herself. However, she was shocked when she saw Li Zongjiu find the duck fire crystal so accurately. How did you do it? Qi Yanran asked in surprise. These rocks were extremely hard and had been in the magma for a long time, absorbing heat. Even if one used their mind power to probe, they would be scalded by these rocks. Therefore, they could only rely on luck. Qi Yanran had done some research before and observed carefully. That was why she had been able to find the medium-grade duck fire crystal so quickly. Obviously, she had not relied on luck. My Southland ring has a certain probing effect on things with dense primordial qi. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and said, showing off his old buddy. Although it was not difficult for Li Zongjiu to find things with his mind power, Li Zongjiu's mind power had entered the primitive emperor realm, so it was naturally easier to find things. However, in such a place, it was better not to consume any strength. It was not wrong to preserve some strength. That's amazing. Qi Yanran said in surprise. But if you want to talk about tools to find vitality, I have one here. Then, Qi Yanran took out a copper plate from her storage ring. The copper plate looked extremely old and shabby. There were some strange pointers and scales engraved on the copper plate. If one had not studied it, there was no way to understand what it meant. However, when Qi Yanran picked up these things and studied them, she knew that as long as she followed the pointers, she would be able to find things with vitality. However, this thing was extremely unintelligent. As long as there was vitality, it would interfere with its function and the effect would not be great. If it was placed in a pile of vitality stones, the pointers would spin like a flying machine. It would not be able to guide the way at all. You actually have something? Li Zongjiu was surprised when he saw the thing in Qi Yanran's hand. You recognize it? I got it from a flea market. Qi Yanran said as she handed the copper plate to Li Zongjiu. This is called the dragon searching plate. It was used by people in the past to find the treasures of the dragon race. Later on, the dragon race could not stand the fact that humans were always stealing their treasures, so they directly stored their lair on Dragon Island. Qi Yanran found it interesting at first, but as she listened, she knew that Li Zongjiu was deliberately causing trouble again. What the hell is this? You! How dare you tease me? Qi Yanran raised the desolate heaven essence in her hand and was about to fight with Li Zongjiu. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. Look, this is how to use it. With that said, Li Zongjiu took out the fire duck crystal he had just found and gently rubbed it against the pointers on the dragon searching plate. Then, he turned a spring at the bottom. Immediately, a hidden compartment jumped out. Li Zongjiu inserted a primordial stone into the hidden compartment. The size of the hidden compartment was just right for a primordial stone. When the hidden compartment was closed again, the searching dragon plate finally began to move. After the pointers spun one round, they pointed in a direction. It immediately pointed in a direction, and the few small needles beside it also started to move. Over here, northwest, 500 meters, there is a fire duck crystal of the same attribute. The two followed the direction of the searching dragon compass, and indeed found a medium-grade duck fire crystal under a rock. Qi Yanran could not believe her eyes. Li Zongjiu saw Qi Yanran's incredulous look and smiled slightly. However, Li Zongjiu did not tell Qi Yanran that the searching dragon compass would fall into his hands in a few hundred years. The appearance of the searching dragon compass had caused a bloodbath on the continent. In fact, this bloodbath was mostly caused by Li Zongjiu for the searching dragon compass. The searching dragon compass was used to find treasures. And it involved an ancient dragon emperor's tomb. A long time ago, someone had created the searching dragon compass to find the ancient dragon emperor's tomb. Li Zhongjiu had been waiting for the searching dragon compass to appear. Who would have thought that it would appear on its own, and it was in Qi Yanran's hands? It was fate making a fool out of him. Li Zhongjiu taught Qi Yanran the most basic way to use it. As for the knack of it, Li Zhongjiu himself was not clear, so he could not explain it to Qi Yanran. Why do I feel like this thing belongs to you? Qi Yanran said this feeling. It was as if the searching dragon compass had been created for Li Zhongjiu, and originally belonged to Li Zhongjiu. Isn't what's yours mine? Li Zhongjiu looked into Qi Yanran's eyes and said seriously. Who would have thought that this guy would suddenly reveal such a trick, and Qi Yanran was caught off guard. You've had enough. Haha, use this and the searching dragon compass to look for duckfire crystals. I won't waste any more time. This volcanic area has fire elements, and it's perfect for tempering my physical body. Li Zhongjiu said. Qi Yanran was shocked to hear Li Zhongjiu's words. Thinking back to what Li Zhongjiu had done on the flying boat, he looked at the excited look on Li Zhongjiu's face. What are you doing? Don't worry. I'll be fine. Li Zhongjiu said. Then, he took off his clothes and jumped into the boiling magma river in front of him. Qi. Li Zhongjiu's body sank directly into the magma. Although Qi Yanran was worried about Li Zhongjiu, she did not stop him. Becoming Li Zhongjiu's woman was never to stop him from doing things, but to support him in everything he did. He saw Li Zhongjiu jump into the lava. Qi Yanran was also convinced by Li Zhongjiu's perseverance. This guy liked to be like this, but if he didn't suffer, how could he have the ability that others didn't have? Born geniuses were not scary. The scary thing is that these talented people work harder than you. In Qi Yanran's eyes, Li Zhongjiu belonged to the kind of talented and extremely hard-working existence. Li Zhongjiu was in the magma, using the magma fire to temper his ancient tyrannical golden body. As for Qi Yanran, she stopped after walking for some distance. You've been following me sneakily for a while. If you have anything to say, come out and say it. Qi Yanran seemed to be talking to the empty space. However, when Qi Yanran's voice fell, there was a fluctuation behind her. A figure walked out from behind a rock. The person who walked out glanced at the dead branch under his feet. I didn't expect you to be so careful. Xianxia walked out from behind the rock, holding a lancet in her arms. Along the way, there were many times when she couldn't help but want to kill Li Zhongjiu, but when she thought of the pain Li Zhongjiu gave her and hurt her family, Xianxia couldn't let Li Zhongjiu die so easily. She had to let Li Zhongjiu taste the pain of losing his family. Finally, the two of them separated. However, what Xianxia didn't expect was that Qi Yanran had already discovered her. Qi Yanran turned to look at the person behind her. With your methods, you'll only be sending yourself to death. Why bother? Qi Yanran didn't know who the person in front of her was, but along the way, the murderous aura that was released from time to time already told Qi Yanran why the person in front of her came here. She didn't make a move along the way, so Qi Yanran had been enduring until now. Because Qi Yanran didn't want to add more burden to Li Zhongjiu. On the contrary, Qi Yanran wanted to help Li Zhongjiu solve the problem. She was not only a good-looking vase, but also had the strength to solve these problems in front of her. Hee, that kid killed my family and humiliated my family. It's not too much for me to kill his woman. Xianxia sneered, then pulled out the lancet in her hand. Her aura also gradually rose. Step by step, she walked towards Qi Yanran, with only cold murderous aura in her eyes. Qi Yanran also watched as Xianxia's aura reached the threshold of the peak of the Yuan King realm. Then, she easily broke through the peak of the Yuan King realm and instantly reached the Yuan Emperor realm, No wonder she was so daring to follow Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran all the way. Facing in Yuan Emperor realm elite again. Qi Yanran's heart was no longer as excited as before. She even had the feeling of risking her life. Previously, Qi Yanran thought that it was already very good to be able to withstand one or two moves. However, this time, Qi Yanran only wanted to kill the person in front of her to get rid of any future troubles. The only explanation for the enemy who chased her here was the Qian family. I will cut off your head, soak it in medicine, and let Li Zhongjiu drink it. Xianxia's figure suddenly surged out, her legs suddenly exerting force, directly approaching Qi Yanran. Seeing this, Qi Yanran gently flung the desolate heaven essence in her hand towards Xianxia. Too slow. Xianxia saw the desolate heaven essence flung out by Qi Yanran and immediately raised the lancet in her hand, wanting to shatter the desolate heaven essence. As long as there was enough speed and accuracy, any weapon in Xianxia's hands would instantly shatter into pieces. However, the moment Xianxia's lancet came into contact with the desolate heaven essence, it made a clanging sound. The Yuan Emperor's protective aura was directly broken by the desolate heaven essence. What? Xianxia, who was originally full of confidence and even had the intention to kill, instantly changed. How is this possible? The whip formed by the desolate heaven essence instantly swept over Xianxia's head. Just this momentary movement made Xianxia feel a chill on her head. Pung! The long whip fell to the ground. A large crater was instantly formed on the ground. These stones were extremely hard stones, but under Qi Yanran's long whip, they were easily shattered. Xianxia retreated a few steps and narrowly avoided Qi Yanran's attack. Just as she was about to retreat, 2 tree branches suddenly shot out from the floor and wrapped around Xianxia's legs. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand fell towards Xianxia's head. Pung! Xianxia's body was sent flying. Half of his body cracked open and the injuries were shocking. Pua! Xianxia could not believe his eyes. Although Qi Yanran was powerful, she was only at the Yuan Emperor realm. She could not even break through his protective aura. However, the weapon in his hand seemed to be the bane of his defense. It easily broke through his defense. There was no longer any chance for him to escape. Behind Xianxia, an ancient tree appeared. The power of the desolate heaven essence also floated beside Qi Yanran. With a gentle wave, it could unleash a power that could destroy the world. At this moment, Xianxia was seriously injured and could not move. He did not expect that a woman by Li Zhongzhou's side would be so strong. Do you think Zhongzhou did not notice you? Qi Yanran looked at the pitiful person in front of her. With such strength, he could not even get past her. He actually wanted to seek revenge on Li Zhongzhou. When Xianxia heard Qi Yanran's words, his eyes gradually revealed a look of despair. Qi Yanran had just figured it out. With Li Zhongzhou's strength, how could he not notice Xianxia, who had been with him for so long? The reason why he let Qi Yanran handle it herself was because he knew that Qi Yanran had the strength to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to say something. Qi Yanran was not interested in listening. The desolate heaven essence fell and blasted Xianxia into pieces. Soon, his body, which had lost the protection of his elemental energy, was roasted into a pile of bones. The white bones continued to be roasted and soon, they turned into a pile of ashes when the wind blew. She put away the desolate heaven essence. Qi Yanran turned and walked towards the direction Li Zhongzhou had jumped and began searching for the fire duck crystal. With the help of the dragon-seeking plate, Qi Yanran was able to collect a lot of fire duck crystals. After collecting about 100 fire duck crystals, Qi Yanran felt bored. Qi Yanran also seemed to be a little bored, so she simply strolled around. Above the sky, a large number of fiery red giant birds suddenly flew up. They were all fire ducks. Huh? Qi Yanran raised her head and saw the fire ducks' movements. He also frowned slightly. Why were there so many fire ducks in front of her? There were at least 1,000 of them hovering in the sky. Not good, the magma is rising. Qi Yanran suddenly saw the magma flowing out from the original place in the magma basin. The position and depth of the flames were constantly rising. If the magma was rising, it meant that the magma at the bottom was constantly flowing out. And the magma at the bottom meant that the temperature was higher and more terrifying. Li Zhongzhou might be able to withstand the previous temperature, but the current temperature was at least 100 times higher. Seeing this, Qi Yanran was also very worried, but at this moment, she was helpless. She had no way to save Li Zhongzhou, so Qi Yanran could only try her best to get close and wait for Li Zhongzhou to rush out of the flames. At this moment, Li Zhongzhou was under the magma. He couldn't see anything. But the magma from before was still a little lacking to refine Li Zhongzhou's body. Just a moment ago, a huge amount of heat suddenly surged out, making Li Zhongzhou feel that the surroundings seemed to have become much more comfortable. This immediately made Li Zhongzhou excited. He immediately activated the ancient golden tyrant body art. Li Zhongzhou's body was constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. What's that? When Li Zhongzhou began to absorb the energy, he felt several auras approaching and instinctively felt danger. But in the next moment, the Southern Empire ring fluctuated. It made Li Zhongzhou feel that there was something with energy in front of him. Li Zhongzhou immediately stretched out his hand. A boiling hot power surged into his hand. Li Zhongzhou opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes were immediately filled with boiling magma. Although Li Zhongzhou's physical cultivation had reached the Origin Emperor realm, it didn't mean that the rest of his internal organs had reached the same realm. There were still many ways to break it down. Therefore, his eyes were also burned by this power. Chi. This feels so good. First, it was an intense pain. Then, it was a soreness. With the protection of his cultivation technique, these injuries were nothing to him. He could easily deal with them. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou already knew what he was holding in his hand. It was actually a top-grade fire duct crystal. These top-grade flaming duct crystals were hidden at the bottom of the magma. This time, they came out as the magma rose. Moreover, with the characteristics of these flaming duct crystals, it was easy for them to absorb even more powerful forces and move closer to them. After sensing Li Zhongzhou's presence, these top-grade fire duct crystals were like walking right into a trap. Whoosh, 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 Li Zhongzhou took advantage of this gap and continuously grabbed dozens of fire duct crystals. They couldn't be stored in the storage ring. However, Li Zhongzhou opened up the hell space himself. It was extremely easy for him to store these fire duct crystals. He waved his hand. Li Zhongzhou threw all the fire duct crystals in his hand into a blank hell space. At present, Li Zhongzhou had opened up a total of 2 hell spaces. Blood Soul Hell and Spirit Hell. Finally, the third hell had already been decided. Naturally, it was fire, because Li Zhongzhou was the ancestor of playing with fire, and in addition, refining pills required fire. Therefore, when the fire reached the extreme, it was a very terrifying thing. Li Zhongzhou immediately kept all the top-grade fire duct crystals in his hell. Bang! Boom! Li Zhongzhou immediately activated the Berserk cultivation mode and continuously absorbed the surrounding energy into his body. This attracted even more top-grade fire duct crystals to Li Zhongzhou. The reason why he did this was because Li Zhongzhou wanted to find a stronger existence. Look around for me. See if there are any supreme grade ones nearby. Li Zhongzhou immediately immersed his mind into the Southern Kingdom ring in his hand. Immediately, the Southern Kingdom ring seemed to sense its owner's desire. For a moment, it emitted a light and brought Li Zhongzhou down. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it was. Moreover, there was lava everywhere. If he was not careful, he would lose his way. Lava was not like water, where he could feel the buoyancy of rising. At the very least, he would be able to distinguish between up and down. The feeling in the lava was like a fiery swamp. He would lose his sense of direction if he spun around a little. However, Yang Fan wanted to be bold and directly sank into the depths of the lava. An extremely powerful energy was approaching. It's a supreme-grade fire duct crystal. Li Zhongzhou was excited. Ordinary fire duct crystals were not attractive to Li Zhongzhou. However, a supreme-grade one could be used by Li Zhongzhou to refine a 7th-grade elixir pill. A 7th-grade elixir pill master was precious. There was not a single 7th-grade elixir pill master in the entire Xianxia dynasty. If he could refine a 7th-grade elixir pill with the supreme-grade fire duct crystal in his hand, Li Zhongzhou would undoubtedly become a top existence. He would directly reach the level of Dai Feng in the Xianxia dynasty. Forces like the Shenyuan sect would not dare to provoke him anymore. Status and honor would also follow. However, it was too early for Li Zhongzhou to be happy. It was not a supreme-grade fire duct crystal that rushed over. It was a fire attribute meta beast that was hiding in the lava. Geocentric lava beast. The geocentric lava beast looked like a huge crocodile in appearance. However, it was covered in flames. Even in the lava, one could clearly distinguish the power of flames on its body. It was the surrounding flames that allowed it to swim freely in the lava. As it moved, the geocentric lava beast approached Li Zhongzhou. Unable to dodge in time, the geocentric lava beast bit him on the arm. The sharp teeth bit through Li Zongjiu's skin. At the same time, the flames in the geocentric lava beast's body poured into Li Zongjiu's body like the venom of a cobra. Ordinary meta beasts would have been burned to ashes in the face of such an attack. Damn it! Li Zongjiu raised his head and swallowed an elixir. At the same time, he accelerated the circulation of the ancient tyrannical golden body technique in his body. The geocentric lava beast's strength was at least at the 6th stage of the primitive emperor realm. If they were on the ground, Li Zongjiu would definitely be able to kill it. However, the lava was an extremely dangerous environment. The geocentric lava beast felt Li Zongjiu's resistance and immediately increased the output of the flame liquid. It was determined to burn Li Zongjiu's body to ashes. Just as Li Zongjiu had no hope of breaking free and was prepared to cut off his wrist, suddenly, a force broke through the lava above him. Boom! The snow-white desolate heaven essence emitted the power of desolation and forcefully split the surrounding lava apart. Whoosh! It accurately wrapped around Li Zongjiu's body. Following that, the force exploded and swept Li Zongjiu away. The geocentric lava beast also bit Li Zongjiu's arm without letting go. Qi Yanran could no longer sit still. Li Zongjiu had yet to appear, and the temperature of the magma was terrifyingly high. Just a moment ago, the searching dragon plate in Qi Yanran's hand suddenly pointed towards the magma. Therefore, Qi Yanran guessed that it was most likely Li Zongjiu. Even Li Zongjiu, who was cultivating in the magma, would definitely take action if he encountered such a precious fire flame crystal. Therefore, she directly took action and swept Li Zongjiu up. Who knew that apart from Li Zongjiu, there was also a fiery red crocodile that was nearly 5 meters long. Just its body alone was nearly 5 meters long, and with its 3-meter-long tail, its body was more than 8 meters long. Qi Yanran immediately saw the fiery red crocodile biting Li Zongjiu's arm. Qi Yanran was immediately enraged. What the hell was this thing that dared to hurt her man? The desolate heaven essence swept out again, and this time, it accurately broke the crocodile's teeth. Li Zongjiu broke free and stepped on the geocentric lava beast's head, then his body swept to the side. He covered the wound on his arm and used all his strength to force out the teeth that were deeply embedded in his body. At this moment, half of Li Zongjiu's body had turned red. The power that the crocodile geocentric lava beast had injected into Li Zongjiu's body with the flame liquid that had flowed through his blood vessels and throughout his body. It could be said that the blood vessels, meridians, and blood in his body had all been tempered by the flame. His eyes were red, as if they were about to spit fire. Under the suppression of the ancient golden body art, the power in Li Zongjiu's body was gradually absorbed. "Are you all right?" Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjiu's condition and quickly asked. However, Li Zongjiu's body was still naked, which made Qi Yanran very shy. "Quickly put on your clothes. Fortunately, you took action. Otherwise, I'll lose my hand." Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran and said. Then he slowly put on his clothes. Originally, the geocentric lava beast wanted to leave because it wasn't safe for him to leave the lava. But this human had used the whip in his hand to break his teeth. This caused the geocentric lava beast's desire for revenge to rise again. "You bastard, how dare you sneak attack me?" Li Zongjiu took out his demonic hammer, and a trace of lightning power coiled around his hand. Lightning and fire constantly collided. Then, Li Zongjiu also smiled coldly. His smile was chilling. He had almost died just now. Moreover, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had already sensed that there was a supreme-grade fire vulture crystal in the geocentric lava beast's body. Qi Yanran put away the searching dragon plate and exchanged glances with Li Zongjiu. Both of them understood the meaning in each other's eyes, which was that they could not let this guy run away. Coincidentally, the geocentric lava beast also wanted to eat the two people in front of it. The reason why it wanted to eat Li Zongjiu was because the energy in Li Zongjiu's body was too strong. He was the best food for the geocentric lava beast. After eating him, it would be able to increase its strength. Boom! The geocentric lava beast slashed out with its claws. Immediately, the magma under the ground was stirred up, and the pillars of flame suddenly burst out. The ground under Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's feet exploded. Qi Yanran dashed out and waved the desolate heaven essence in her hand towards the geocentric lava beast. She had been tricked once, so she wouldn't be tricked again. She turned her body slightly and swung her tail towards the desolate heaven essence. Although Qi Yanran's strength wasn't strong, the weapon in her hand was abnormally strong. When her tail collided with the desolate heaven essence, it was immediately cut off. Pa! The geocentric lava beast growled, and the magma behind it became even more violent, rushing toward Qi Yanran. A figure stood in front of Qi Yanran. Li Zongjiu released the power of his demonic hammer. Dozens of terrifying lightning bolts extinguished the flames in front of him. The desolate heaven essence attacked again, and this time, it hit the geocentric lava beast's body. Boom! The geocentric lava beast's body kept shaking as it tried to break free. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. Qi Yanran also used all her strength to hold the geocentric lava beast's body in place. Li Zongjiu didn't waste any time. Die! The demonic hammer pointed towards the sky. Immediately, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky. Boom! It instantly struck the geocentric lava beast's body. The power of the lightning even pushed back Qi Yanran's desolate heaven essence. Qi Yanran kept the desolate heaven essence. The geocentric lava beast was also struck by the lightning. It lay on the ground motionlessly. It was struck to death. This power was truly tyrannical. Qi Yanran looked at the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. The geocentric lava beast's strength was at least at the 6th grade primitive emperor realm. It was an extremely terrifying existence among the primitive beasts. Furthermore, they were in the lava zone, which was its territory. It would also increase its attributes. In the blink of an eye, it was struck to death by the lightning summoned by Li Zongjiu. This hammer of yours is very similar to the legendary Storm Hammer. Storm Hammer? What a tacky name. Li Zongjiu looked at the small black hammer in his hand. Then let's call it the Storm Hammer. After saying that, Li Zongjiu stuffed the small hammer into his waist. He came to the front of the geocentric lava beast, grabbed its upper and lower mouth, and pulled it apart. The geocentric lava beast's body was split into 2 halves. There wasn't much flesh, only some fiery red internal organs and bones. In its heart, there was a fiery red crystal that was emitting energy. Qi Yanran also came closer. She had only seen a transcendent grade crystal once. Previously, the Qi family had obtained a transcendent grade primordial stone. Although it was handed over to the imperial court, it was only a small fragment. Now, she saw another transcendent grade crystal. The fire duck crystal in front of her could be seen as a fire elemental primordial stone. Primordial stones were all elemental, or non-elemental. Anyone could absorb it, but the fire duck crystal could only be absorbed by those who cultivated the fire elemental primordial stone. Keep it first. I will give you half of it when the time comes. Li Zongjiu kept the transcendent grade fire duck crystal in the fiery hell. At this moment, there were almost 20 high-grade fire duck crystals in the fiery hell. Seeing that the lava was about to recede, Li Zongjiu kicked the corpse of the geocentric lava beast back. If it weren't for you, my hand would have been crippled. Li Zongjiu held Qi Yanran in his arms and kissed her hard. Qi Yanran was shy, but she didn't push Li Zongjiu away. Instead, she continued to snuggle in Li Zongjiu's arms, enjoying Li Zongjiu's overbearingness. It's too dangerous for you to practice like this. Although she didn't want to stop Li Zongjiu, she couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I promise you, I will live well. Li Zongjiu said. It turned out that this was how it felt to have someone by his side. If it was in the past, Li Zongjiu could only rely on himself to face such danger at the bottom of the magma. If he wanted to wait for others to save him, it was basically a dead end. And Li Zongjiu never had such a habit. This time, he was saved by Qi Yanran and had a different feeling in his heart. Yes. Qi Yanran nodded. Snuggling in Li Zongjiu's arms, she felt a unique peace in this rich magma world. The Tianlong elixir in your body hasn't been completely refined, right? Li Zongjiu suddenly said. Qi Yanran immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her. How could she not understand Li Zongjiu's meaning? It's here? However, Li Zongjiu's trick didn't succeed. A signal rushed into the sky. This was not the signal flare issued by the committee of the competition. It was given to them by Li Zongjiu before, about 5 miles away in the volcanic area. It's a distress signal. The two of them looked over. Li Zongjiu was clearly a little dissatisfied in his heart. To think that his mood was ruined at such a critical juncture. No one would be happy in their heart. Let's see who the bastard is disturbing me at this time. Li Zongjiu said unhappily. Qi Yanran also covered her mouth and snickered. However, the most important thing right now was to go there. As soon as possible. 5 miles of land for the two of them was only a dozen breaths of time. Although the surrounding environment was somewhat affected, it did not affect their speed too much. When the two of them crossed a small flaming hill, they found a group of people trapped by a group of fire beasts. These fire beasts were comparable to Yuan monarch martialists and had natural flames on their bodies. If they were seriously injured, they would self-destruct. The power of the self-destruct would directly injure the person who was trapped. There were 3 people trapped, Yao Feng, Lin Lin from the Tianyan dynasty, and Jin Wenfeng from the Haiku dynasty. When Li Zongjiu saw Jin Wenfeng, he felt a sense of disgust and disgust. Although Li Zongjiu had already forgotten about this guy's aura, Li Zongjiu knew that he must have come into contact with the person behind this aura in his previous life. However, because it had been too long, he could not recall it immediately. Elder. Yao Feng saw Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran appear. The other two also saw them. Jin Wenfeng saw Qi Yanran first. Jin Wenfeng had long been attracted to such a beautiful woman like Qi Yanran. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu standing beside Qi Yanran, Jin Wenfeng knew that it would not be so easy to take Qi Yanran down. He still needed to wait for the right opportunity. Soon, Jin Wenfeng's gaze swept past Qi Yanran and he looked at Li Zongjiu with great sincerity. Brotherly, this place is dangerous. You must not come in. Jin Wenfeng shouted at Li Zongjiu and Yao Feng. Even Lin Lin from the Tianyan dynasty felt that Jin Wenfeng's words were too fake. This kind of low-level provocation was extremely obvious to anyone. However, the lowest level of provocation could generally have a significant effect, especially when there was a beautiful woman beside him. Right now, the 3 of them were surrounded by nearly 30 Yuan King-level fire beasts. Yao Feng was already injured. If it was not for Lin Lin taking care of him, he would have been eaten by the fire beasts. Pull the 2 of them out. Li Zongjiu said. There was no need for unnecessary communication. Qi Yanran understood Li Zongjiu's intention. The desolate heaven essence wrapped around Lin Lin and Yao Feng from a distance of nearly 100 meters and easily pulled them to the top of the cliff. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Miss Lin Lin. If it was not for Miss Lin Lin, I would have died in the mouth of the fire beasts. Yao Feng said gratefully. Lin Lin had also suffered serious injuries. Now that she was rescued by Qi Yanran, she felt slightly better. It was still difficult for Lin Lin to accept owing a man a favor. Even if the person who helped was Li Zongjiu, Lin Lin might not accept it. A life for a life. We don't owe each other anything. You can go. Li Zongjiu said to Lin Lin. Lin Lin did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so precise with his calculations. It was truly shocking. However, such a method was the best for Lin Lin. Both of them did not owe each other anything. At the same time, before Lin Lin left, she turned around and took a look at Jin Wenfeng, who was still surrounded. She guessed that Li Zongjiu was going to teach Jin Wenfeng a lesson. Although she did not know what grudges there were between the two, it had nothing to do with her. She turned around and left in a carefree manner. Although Yao Feng wanted to thank Li Zongjiu, he did not have the strength to do so. Furthermore, they were still in the midst of the competition. Since the elder had said that they did not owe each other anything, he naturally could not continue to dwell on this matter. However, Yao Feng was puzzled. Why didn't the elder save Jin Wenfeng as well? The 3 of them looked at Jin Wenfeng below. Jin Wenfeng was caught in a bitter battle. All the fire beasts were attacking Jin Wenfeng at this moment, and Jin Wenfeng also used many methods to block the fire beasts that rushed up. Brotherly, what is the meaning of this? Jin Wenfeng took the time to glare at Li Zongjiu. Obviously, he was very puzzled by Li Zongjiu's behavior. It was as if he had offended Li Zongjiu in some way. Li Zongjiu actually saved the other 2, but did not save him. He did not understand what Li Zongjiu meant. Was he going to turn a blind eye to him, who was in danger? Immediately, Jin Wenfeng's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. Elder, just now. Jin Wenfeng also helped us, Yao Feng said. Li Zongjiu raised his hand to signal Yao Feng to stop. There is something wrong with this guy, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. His gaze was extremely calm as he looked at Jin Wenfeng, who was struggling in the midst of the fire beasts. In his heart, he was thinking whether he should take the initiative to kill this brat or wait for these fire beasts to kill him. In any case, Jin Wenfeng had to die today. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would not feel at ease. Yao Feng did not say anything after hearing the elder say that there was something wrong with Jin Wenfeng. If the elder said that there was something wrong with Jin Wenfeng, then there was definitely something wrong. Yao Feng had absolute trust in Li Zongjiu's character. Jin Wenfeng was forced to retreat again and again. The pressure from the fire beasts that gathered around him was too great. In the end, Jin Wenfeng also stopped hiding. His aura, which was originally only around the level of a grade 2 Yuan monarch, was actually increasing rapidly at this moment. It directly reached the level of a grade 6 Yuan monarch, almost catching up to Long Xian. Yao Feng was shocked when he saw that Jin Wenfeng was actually still hiding his strength. The elder was right. There was really something wrong with this guy. At the very beginning, the situation was not so dangerous. If Jin Wenfeng had erupted with such strength earlier, they would not have fallen into such a predicament. Yao Feng's strength was not strong. He was only a Yuan ancestor, which was why he was in such a predicament. Jin Wenfeng had already decided that he would find an opportunity to deal with Li Zongjiu after he got out of here. He would also take away all of Li Zongjiu's talents. This was not the first time he had done something like this. How dare Li Zongjiu look at him as if he was a joke? This made Jin Wenfeng very angry. It felt as if Li Zongjiu was playing with a monkey. However, Jin Wenfeng had yet to escape. Li Zongjiu raised the demonic hammer in his hand. Immediately, the demonic hammer attracted a bolt of lightning from the sky and struck down. It accurately struck Jin Wenfeng's body. Boom! Jin Wenfeng did not even have time to send out a distress signal before he was struck by the divine lightning summoned by Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Jin Wenfeng's body could not help but stiffen. The fire beasts below also swarmed up and devoured Jin Wenfeng's body in an instant. Everything he had on him had been burned to ashes. Yao Feng's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He simply could not believe his eyes. Jin Wenfeng, who was a 6th grade Yuan king, was still alive just a moment ago. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed. Now, it was almost impossible to find his corpse. This person is really pitiful. Li Zongjiu shook his head, as if he was very sympathetic to Jin Wenfeng's fate. Qi Yanran did not say anything. Li Zongjiu would never kill the innocent. Qi Yanran was very clear about this. Ordinary people were simply not worth Li Zongjiu's attention. Jin Wenfeng could be considered to have picked up a bargain. He had actually attracted Li Zongjiu's attention. Yao Feng, why do you think he was so pitiful that he was eaten by a group of fire beasts? Li Zongjiu said to Yao Feng. Immediately, he nodded his head as if he understood something. Yes. That's right. It's really pitiful. We came late, elder. Yao Feng's tone seemed to be extremely regretful. Li Zongjiu patted the latter's shoulder when he saw how good the prescription was. Little did they know that Jin Wenfeng, whom Li Zongjiu had killed, was a seated genius secretly cultivated in the Black Canal Basilica. The so-called seated genius was a kind of genius who specialized in absorbing the talents of others. However, they had not expected that he would encounter Li Zongjiu and be killed so easily. Naturally, it was these fire beasts that killed Jin Wenfeng. In the distance, Lin Lin, who had already left, also turned her head to take a look when she sensed the lightning. Her intuition told her that this lightning was not simple. However, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Lin. She had to continue looking for fire duct crystals. Every contestant had their own method of finding fire duct crystals, but it was hard to say how efficient it would be. Li Zongjiu also didn't bring the prescription to look for the duck fire crystal. Instead, he and Qi Yanran continued to search for duck fire crystals. At the same time, they also took a stroll around the surrounding duck fire volcano. Black Canal Royal City. There was a temple in the inner city, and there was no one around it. Occasionally, a few people dressed in long robes would come in and out. No one else could get close to it, and generally, no one was qualified to enter it. At this moment, there was a room in the temple. There were 5 lamps lit in the room. One of the lanterns suddenly blew out on its own with a whoosh. A look of panic flashed across the face of the black-robed priest who was in charge of keeping watch. This was something that had never happened before. To think that something like this would happen. The extinguishing of this light meant that a genius that the divine temple had painstakingly nurtured had died prematurely. Why hasn't his soul returned? The black-clothed priest cast a spell, but he didn't expect that the lamp in front of him didn't respond at all. The priests of the Black Canal Basilica had the means to summon souls. Although some people died, as long as their souls were still there, they could be saved. However, this time, there was no movement at all. The only explanation was that his body and soul had been destroyed. This is bad. The black-clothed priest immediately ran out in horror. He reported this matter to his superiors. These seedlings were cultivated in different ways, and each of them was incomparably precious. Now that such a thing had happened and they were destroyed, the Black Canal Basilica must find out the reason behind this. After a round of investigation, it was quickly determined that one of the 5 who died was Jin Wenfeng, who was participating in the elixir gathering of the 3 dynasties. He was also the weakest one. Several red-clothed bishops gathered together for a discussion. It doesn't matter if he's dead. We'll soon send Li Zhongjiu of the Xingyan dynasty and Mu Qingyou of the Tianyin dynasty into the secret realm. When the time comes, we'll take away their talents. This trash wasted the temple's efforts. A red-robed cardinal made a conclusion. After coming up with a backup plan, they became more unscrupulous. The Black Canal Basilica naturally attached great importance to the existence of Li Zhongjiu and Mu Qingyou. The Black Canal Basilica was very strong, but it still wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. As long as it found something, it would definitely bring these people over. It was precisely because of this that the Black Canal Basilica became more and more powerful. Before unifying the entire continent, it must not be arrogant. However, we can't be careless about this matter. Investigate carefully. Recently, several families on the continent have been unfriendly to us. Maybe it was them who did it. The red-clothed bishop said. Yes, bishop. The black-clothed priests under him dispersed and acted separately. At least, they had to find out what happened. At the very least, they had to bring back the bodies. 2 days later. The sun was setting. The people who had entered the Mallard volcano gradually walked out and headed in the direction of the west exit. Among all of them, only one person used the organizing committee's signal flare. That was Nan Peixian. In these 2 days, it was already a miracle that Nan Peixian was able to survive. If he wanted to come from such a far place, it was almost equivalent to sending Nan Peixian to his death. Therefore, Nan Peixian didn't hesitate to find a relatively safe place and let people bring him back. When Nan Peixian's figure landed, he blushed because he was the only one who called for backup. But at least Nan Peixian survived. The people who came later, including Lin Lin and the others, were more or less injured. Ling Yan even limped out. In any case, she was still a beautiful woman. With this limping, she looked very peaceful. However, they also sincerely admired Ling Yan's willpower and unyielding spirit. This woman would not be simple in the future. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran also appeared. Before they appeared, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran checked the fire duct crystals in their hands. In the end, they gave out 20 elementary fire duct crystals and 5 intermediate fire duct crystals. The rest were all placed in fiery hell by Li Zhongjiu, including a transcendent-grade fire duct crystal. The other 2 dynasties returned with full members. However, Jin Wenfeng of the Haiku dynasty didn't return for a long time. What surprised everyone was that when the time was up, the judges directly disqualified Jin Wenfeng. First, they counted the fire duct crystals in everyone's hands. Then, they sent people to Mallard Volcano to search for Jin Wenfeng's whereabouts. However, this was often futile. These people wandered around Mallard Volcano for so long, but they didn't see any corpses. Naturally, they didn't. The temperature here was higher than a crematorium, so no corpses could be stored here. Therefore, searching for them was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless someone knew the specific location, they could still capture some aura. As the deputy hall master of the Black River Pill Hall, Xianxia was anxious. Jin Wenfeng was an important member of the Black River Pill Hall. Although the Mallard volcano was dangerous, with Jin Wenfeng's strength, he might be able to walk out alive. At the very least, there wouldn't be any danger to his life. Unless there was someone behind this. How could a living person disappear just like that? He must have been killed by one of them. Among these contestants, there were only a few people who could kill Jin Wenfeng. Xianxia's gaze fell on Li Zhongjiu. Xianxia knew about the others, but Li Zhongjiu from the Xingyan dynasty was the only one he couldn't figure out. He didn't know what Li Zhongjiu was up to. He didn't even know what kind of person Li Zhongjiu was. Although he didn't know if Li Zhongjiu had anything to do with Jin Wenfeng's death, Xianxia believed that Li Zhongjiu must know something. However, in front of so many people, and the committee still hadn't confirmed Jin Wenfeng's death, Xianxia couldn't say anything. If he wasn't careful, he might destroy the relationship between the two dynasties. Therefore, Xianxia buried all these questions in his heart. After the final tally, the Tianyan dynasty won first place with 107 points. The Saint Flame Empire was slightly behind, with 96 points, they were ranked second. The Haika dynasty was more pitiful because they lost one person. However, the remaining people's results were also very good. They reached 75 points. If Jin Wenfeng's results were added, it would be hard to say. But coincidentally, no one found the high-grade fire duck stone. The highest grade was only the mid-grade fire duck stone. No one knew if it was deliberately hidden or if it really couldn't be found. This point didn't need to be investigated. Naturally, there would be opportunities to explore. Chu Tairan was very satisfied with this result. In fact, the final round wasn't important at all. What was important was that these people could come out safely. To be able to fight to this extent was already very good. This trip had already proven the strength of the Xingyan dynasty. This was a first for the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The rise of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was much more difficult than one could imagine. It was not that simple. There was pressure from all sides. Even if one was extremely outstanding, it was useless. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu and the others had made a name for themselves. This time, it could be said that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had made a name for itself among the three great dynasties. When they returned to the Xingyan dynasty, they would be successful and famous. Everyone returned to the Haika dynasty. Because of Jin Wenfeng's matter, the people of the Black River Pill Hall didn't seem to be happy. Chu Tairan and the others had already expressed their regret about this matter. On the surface, they seemed to be very amiable. After returning, there was an award ceremony. The results of the three dynasties' pill assembly were announced. At the same time, some medals were given out to prove the victory. Li Zhongjiu didn't care about it. However, Ling Yan and the others were extremely excited. How could they not be excited to encounter such an event? A bunch of brats. Li Zhongjiu looked at these excited young people and smiled in his heart. Naturally, he received a lot of rewards. It seemed like there was a pill formula for a 7th grade elixir. It was taken away by the people of the Heavenly Flame dynasty. However, it was already good enough to get second place. The rewards were generous. These rewards belonged to the Xingyan dynasty. However, when they returned, Chu Tairan had already said that they could ask for any reward they wanted. With the strength of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, there shouldn't be anything that they couldn't satisfy. In addition, the imperial court might also reward them. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. They had won glory in the dynasty. Of course, they had to be rewarded. This time, the people who obtained the opportunity to cultivate in the Black River Pill Hall are Mu Qingniu from the Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Li Zhongjiu from the Xingyan dynasty, and Ling Yan from the Xingyan dynasty. When the elders of the competition committee announced Ling Yan's name, Ling Yan himself was stunned on the spot. What? What is the meaning of this? I still have a chance. The rest of the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion quickly applauded and congratulated him. This was a rare opportunity and it actually fell on Ling Yan. From this point, the people of the world sincerely admired the people of the Haiku dynasty. At least in this matter, there wasn't the slightest bit of fraud. What should be done was done. The people of the Haiku dynasty didn't have a chance at all. Originally, Long Xian should have a chance too. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, Long Xian could be said to be extremely weak. He didn't have any room to perform and was directly eliminated by Li Zongjiu. Hence, in the eyes of the people of the competition committee, his strength wasn't enough and his performance wasn't good enough. Hence, he was eliminated. The next level was the level below. When Ling Yan and Jin Wenfeng fought, Ling Yan originally had the upper hand. Although Lin Lin defeated Ling Yan, the two of them didn't fight. In addition, these people with sharp eyes could also analyze the difference in strength between the two of them. Ling Yan won with a slight advantage. He obtained this extremely precious quota. Ling Yan himself was also extremely excited. You have to be careful. I've checked some information. Jin Wenfeng doesn't seem to be someone from the Black River Pill Hall. He's also someone from the sacred palace behind this place. Qi Yanran said softly to Li Zongjiu. After all, Jin Wenfeng was killed by Li Zongjiu. If the other party found out about it, it might be disadvantageous to Li Zongjiu. Don't worry. Even if they want to do anything to me, they have to think twice. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Li Zongjiu was the best in the entire competition. Naturally, he obtained the qualification to cultivate for 7 days. Ling Yan only had 1 day to cultivate. As for Mu Qingniu, he had 3 days to cultivate. The people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion also returned to the Breeze and Moonin to rest. In the past 2 days, there were many people who invited them. After all, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion shone brightly. Moreover, they were a group of alchemists. The local big families naturally wouldn't want to give up such an opportunity. It's better to make friends with them. Although some people didn't fight, they must have some talent to be able to come here. Anyway, it's not wrong to make friends with these people. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu, Ling Yan, and Mu Qingniu were led to the sacred palace of the Black River Pill Hall. This so-called sacred palace, from the outside, looked like a castle that reached the clouds. However, the buildings above were all for show. The real content was only on the first floor. Jin Wenfeng is dead. Do you know about this? Mu Qingniu and Li Zongjiu walked together. When they were walking, they inadvertently talked about this matter. Jin Wenfeng's death had some impact on Mu Qingniu. Because Mu Qingniu was also the one who had the strength to deal with Jin Wenfeng. Other than him, there was Li Zongjiu. As for the Long Xian, they were still a family. Even if they wanted to deal with it, they wouldn't do it in such a situation. Therefore, the biggest suspects were Li Zongjiu and Mu Qingniu. Mu Qingniu knew it in his heart. Therefore, he came to test Li Zongjiu. I know. I killed him. Li Zongjiu said naturally. He didn't say anything. It was as if he had already eaten. It was such a simple statement. Ling Yan, who was beside him, also opened his eyes wide. You, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Ling Yan not know Li Zongjiu's temper? Since Li Zongjiu said that he killed Jin Wenfeng, then he must have killed Jin Wenfeng. However, this was someone else's territory. Wasn't it too arrogant to say it directly? Mu Qingniu couldn't believe that there was such an arrogant person in this world. He killed someone and openly admitted it. Wasn't he afraid that Mu Qingniu would report him? This guy, he's trying to show off his strength. Mu Qingniu was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he followed closely. At this moment, Mu Qingniu finally understood Li Zongjiu's meaning. Killing Jin Wenfeng wasn't a big deal in Li Zongjiu's eyes. With such an arrogant attitude, this Li Zongjiu must be more terrifying than imagined. The 3 of them arrived at the sacred palace tower. A priest in black gave each of them a token with the number 731 engraved on it. After entering, whatever you encounter and what you comprehend will be up to you. When the time is up, the sacred palace will naturally send you out. The priest in black said. The 3 of them received their tokens. The priest in black opened the wooden door in front of him and turned around to leave. It seemed like he didn't want to see them, or maybe he didn't want to stay in this place for long. Two of you, I'll go in first. Mu Qingniu cupped his hands and said. Then, he took his token and walked in. Let's go too. We can't let others get ahead of us. Ling Yan said as she was about to walk in. After all, she only had one day. She had to make good use of it and experience the wonders of the Black Canal Pill Hall. Wait a moment. Li Zhongzhou pulled back Ling Yan, who was about to rush in. What's wrong? Take this and go in. Li Zhongzhou gave a vitality stone pendant to Ling Yan. It was an amulet. Carved from a high-grade vitality stone. You. Are you trying to seduce me? Ling Yan saw that Li Zhongzhou came out to care about her and even gave her an amulet. His intention was too obvious. If Yanran knows about this, it won't be good. Ling Yan seemed to be a little shy. She didn't expect this little sister to be so charming. Before Ling Yan could finish her shyness, Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He entered the sacred palace. Humph, unromantic. Ling Yan also kept the amulet in her hand and kept it close to her body. Then, she walked into the sacred palace. Li Zhongzhou stepped into the sacred palace. Even in his previous life, he never came to this sacred palace. So, he didn't know what was inside. However, he remembered that although the Black Canal Basilica was very low-key in his previous life, it liked to do some strange experiments. Their methods were despised by some experts of the pugilistic world, which was why the Black Canal Temple had a bad reputation in the pugilistic world. But at least at that time, this Black River Pill Hall was more low-key and didn't dare to cause any trouble. Li Zhongzhou had already felt the way the temple worked the moment he stepped in. An independent spatial lattice. It seems that the person who created this sacred palace should be around the realm of third grade utmost exalted. Li Zhongzhou casually sensed the changes in his surroundings. It looked like a door, but it was actually equivalent to a spatial teleportation array. No matter how many people came in, they would only see themselves. The others would also be in the same place, but in another space. However, the design of this space lattice was obviously a little rough and could not be considered perfect. Otherwise, Li Zhongzhou would not have discovered it as soon as he walked in. 8 Division Heavenly Dragon Stone Statue? 8 stone statues were erected in front of him. Each of them had a different expression, but they all gave off a dignified feeling. So it's just a mental oppression array. Li Zhongzhou understood in his heart. However, this mental oppression array was useful to a certain extent for certain groups of people. But for Li Zhongzhou, it wasn't very effective. It's only at this level. For people at the level of Yuan King, this mental oppression array is somewhat effective. However, since he was already here, Li Zhongzhou couldn't waste it. After all, this mental oppression array, together with the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon Stone statue, could only be set up by an elite who was at least at the level of a supreme. Ordinary people couldn't do it. Although Li Zhongzhou definitely wouldn't be interested in this thing in his previous life, at least he still needed it in this life. Li Zhongzhou sat cross-legged in front of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon Stone statue. When he immersed his mind into it, the stone statues around him seemed to come to life immediately. Each of them held a supreme majesty in their hands as they fell on Li Zhongzhou one after another. Li Zhongzhou's golden body, which was formed by his own mental strength, was constantly being broken and restored under the pounding of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon Stone statue. After being broken into pieces again and again. Later on, the ability to resist the pressure became stronger and stronger. Outside the sacred hall, Li Zhongzhou and the other two entered the Black Canal Basilica Tower one after another. Immediately, a group of red-robed bishops began to activate their own yuan energy. They condensed it in a disc array. Ancient Returning Soul Beast. The Returning Soul Beast was said to be a kind of yuan beast that specialized in eating human souls. It was mysterious and extremely terrifying. Moreover, the soul beast could quickly spit out the souls that it ate. Of course, the souls that were spat out did not have consciousness. They were just a body of energy. This characteristic was mastered by the people of the Black Canal Basilica. They had the method of using the returning soul beast to create geniuses, which was to use a person to absorb the souls that it ate and spat out. Because the process of the returning soul beast's replacement took at least 3 days, these 3 days were extremely precious. Let's start with that woman. The three red-robed bishops made their moves at the same time. Immediately, at the top of the Black Canal Basilica, a mural suddenly came to life. Soon, a figure quickly appeared. It looked like a giant black tadpole. As the tadpole swam, it slowly swam toward a figure below. Ling Yan also knew what he had to do next. After entering the sacred hall, Ling Yan also looked at the sign in his hand. It said that he would be taught how to do it. At this moment, what appeared in front of Ling Yan was not Li Zhongjiu's 8th Division Heavenly Dragon level Dharma Laksana. Instead, it was a slightly weaker Dharma Laksana. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the vermilion bird. However, the power of the vermilion bird was not pure, but it was definitely enough for Ling Yan. The power of the vermilion bird in front of him was the true sacred beast, the vermilion bird. Just as the power of the vermilion bird was continuously tempering Ling Yan's spiritual power, Ling Yan was also struggling to hold on. Under such a state, Ling Yan's body was already close to its limit. His spiritual power was shattered and reformed again and again. Under such spiritual pressure, if he could hold on, there would be great benefits. If he couldn't, he would at most waste this opportunity. Those who were qualified to enter the sacred hall were basically people with perseverance. They wouldn't waste it easily. Just as Ling Yan was feeling the pressure on his spiritual power, suddenly, a huge figure directly opened its bloody mouth and descended towards Ling Yan. At this moment, Ling Yan, who was concentrating, was instantly plunged into darkness. Ling Yan closed his eyes tightly. He didn't know how long he had been silent in the darkness. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a boiling hot power emerged from his chest. It directly woke Ling Yan up. Ling Yan opened his eyes, and in a split second, a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. Wang! Ling Yan raised his head and saw a huge figure quickly escaping. At this moment, Ling Yan also felt the repulsive force of the array, which directly sent Ling Yan out. Whoosh! Ling Yan's figure fell outside of the Black Canal Basilica Tower. As for the thing that escaped just now, he didn't see clearly what it was. However, Ling Yan knew that if it wasn't for the boiling hot power in his chest that woke him up, he would probably never wake up again. Ling Yan took out the amulet that Li Zhongjiu gave him previously. He realized that there was already a crack on it. Something's wrong. A cold light flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's amulet, Ling Yan would definitely be killed. The problem was definitely the pill hall of the Black River behind them. However, Ling Yan was extremely worried that Li Zhongjiu would also be threatened like this. Not good. I have to save Li Zhongjiu. Ling Yan immediately rushed into the Black Canal Basilica Tower. However, he was directly repelled by a force, and couldn't get close at all. Find the Deputy Palace Master. When Ling Yan turned around and was about to escape, he saw that there was an extra person in red clothes behind him. The person in red clothes raised his hand and pressed down on Ling Yan's forehead. One could clearly see that there was a strange symbol in the palm of the person in red clothes. Boom! Just when the amulet in the person in red clothes' palm was about to press on Ling Yan's body, the amulet in Ling Yan's hand suddenly turned into a strong light. It exploded with an extremely powerful vibration sound. It directly sent the person in red clothes flying. Ling Yan woke up and instantly ran out of the palace. Ling Yan had never thought that these people from the Black River Pill Hall would dare to do such a thing. They would murder an alchemist from another dynasty. If they really fell out with them to this extent, it was hard to imagine how the Xingyan dynasty and the Haiku dynasty would react. But luckily, Li Zhongjiu had given him the amulet, otherwise, Ling Yan would have been caught by them. After rushing out, Ling Yan immediately leaped and jumped into a river. He floated along the river and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Some of the experts from the sacred palace who chased after him lost track of Ling Yan and finally found that Ling Yan had jumped into the river. You must find this person. The red-robed bishop who attacked earlier was extremely angry at this moment. He actually let such a bastard escape. What made the red-robed bishop very angry was that he was instantly injured by the amulet in Ling Yan's hand. Now, his ears were ringing and he was dizzy. Therefore, the red-robed bishop must catch Ling Yan. Damn it! The red-robed bishop stared at the river below. His subordinates directly jumped into the river. Some of them also went along the river to find a boat, preparing to block the water in front. At this moment, in a secret room of the sacred palace, 3 red-robed bishops looked at the dying soul-returning beast in front of them. The thing in that woman's hand actually injured the soul-returning beast, causing it to be in such a state. It just needs to be nursed back to its previous state. At least 90% of our strength will be consumed. Not only that, it will also take at least 5 days. The 3 of them lowered their heads in disgust. After all, there were 3 red-robed bishops here. These 3 people were responsible for the soul-returning beast in their hands. It seems that we can only give up on Mu Qingniu. Mu Qingniu is not easy to absorb. It is said that this person is the descendant of that person. Even the soul-returning beast will be afraid of the latter's bloodline power. The 3 red-robed bishops discussed in a low voice. Then, they nodded their heads. Then let's directly deal with Li Zhongjiu of the Xingyan dynasty. Use all your strength to heal the soul-returning beast. The 3 of them immediately threw themselves into the battle, using their own strength to heal the soul-returning beast. On the 3rd day, Mu Qingniu had come out of his closed-door training. His spirit seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. At the same time, he had adjusted his condition to the peak. He was in high spirits. Obviously, he had gained a lot of benefits in the Black Canal Basilica in just 3 days. Young Master Mu, please wait for a while in the Qingshou Hall. After 7 days, you will come out with the other 2. A woman in white came forward and led Mu Qingniu to a wooden house nearby. It was a kind of place for cultivation. Logically speaking, they could leave directly, but because Ling Yan had escaped, they hadn't found him yet, so they had to keep all 3 of them here. Mu Qingniu didn't suspect anything. After all, this was the other party's territory. Besides, he had just obtained such a great benefit, and his cultivation had improved a lot. Therefore, it was very normal for him to find a place to cultivate a little to avoid qi deviation in the future. Thank you, Mississippi. After the woman in white brought Mu Qingniu to the cultivation house, she left directly. Mu Qingniu had come out of his closed-door training, and he was safe and sound. He originally wanted to find Ling Yan's whereabouts. After all, Ling Yan came out earlier than him, but he hadn't seen him yet. Strange, where did he go? However, after looking around, Mu Qingniu found a quiet place to meditate. In any case, these things had nothing to do with him. Cultivating properly was Mu Qingniu's priority. At this moment, in an inn in the Black Canal Royal City, Ling Yan was hiding here, but he didn't contact Chu Tairan and the others. This matter was very important. Ling Yan found that there were people from the Black Canal Divine Palace walking around the Breeze and Moon Inn. Many people were interrogating and searching. Not only were there people from the Black Canal Basilica, but there were also many soldiers who seemed to be looking for Ling Yan. Damn it. At this moment, Ling Yan couldn't get in touch with Chu Tairan and the others. If this continued, he would definitely be caught by them. Ling Yan even believed that as soon as he appeared, he would be controlled by these people. Wait. 3 days later, Li Zhongjiu will come out of seclusion. Originally, Ling Yan wanted to save Li Zhongjiu, but then he thought that Li Zhongjiu's strength was above him. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to kill him. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu seemed to have a premonition, so he threw a protective talisman to Ling Yan. That way, Ling Yan could escape. In the Black Canal Basilica, the red-robed cardinal was so angry that he directly killed one of his subordinates. They still couldn't find that woman until now. Were these people all freeloaders? They were so mediocre that they couldn't even find a single person in their own territory. This made the red-robed cardinal very unhappy. Cardinal, leave this person to me. While the red-robed cardinal was fuming with rage, a white-robed figure appeared in the hall. He glanced at the corpses lying on the ground and the kneeling figures in front of him, and an indifferent glint flashed across his eyes. Are you sure about this? Of course. The white-robed woman said faintly. Her tone was also filled with strong confidence. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Remember, don't alarm the people of the Xingyan dynasty. Yes, Meng Qing. The white-robed woman said and directly turned to leave. The name of the person in front of him was Meng Qing. Like Jin Wenfeng, she was also a seated genius, but she took a different path from Jin Wenfeng. Meng Qing's path was naturally the path of killing. Just in Meng Qing's body alone, there were at least dozens of Jianghu experts' soul power, and the killing intent of these experts directly condensed in Meng Qing's body. On the surface, she looked like a gentle and weak woman, but when she fought, the terrifying killing intent on her body would let you know what a real god of death was like. At the same time, she was also extremely cruel and merciless, and there was absolutely no mercy in her. In the Black Canal Basilica, Li Zongjiu had already stabilized his body under the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon statue. Even now, with Li Zongjiu's current mental state, it was extremely easy for him to block the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon statue. However, Li Zongjiu had been here all along, waiting for the other party to make a move. Because when he was here, Li Zongjiu finally remembered. There was a group of people in the Black Canal Basilica who seemed to be the kind that had been created. If Li Zongjiu remembered correctly, there was a soul beast in the Black Canal Basilica. The soul-returning beast was a very rare meta-beast. In ancient times, the soul-returning beast was extremely good at hiding itself. Moreover, the soul-returning beast loved to devour souls. Hence, many meta-beasts avoided the soul-returning beast. However, the soul-returning beast's attack power was not very strong. Therefore, it would only appear when some meta-beasts were about to die. The soul-returning beast was also known as the soul-devouring beast. It was something that meta-beasts did not want to see the most because the appearance of the soul-returning beast meant that they were about to die. Moreover, their souls would be devoured by this strange thing. Li Zongjiu was now waiting for the other party to release the soul-returning beast. It just so happens that my current spiritual realm is still slightly lacking. The corner of Li Zongjiu's mouth rose slightly, and he restrained his spiritual strength. It seemed that he was in an extremely weak state. In the main hall, the 3 red-robed bishops who had been observing the array for many days were also paying close attention to Li Zongjiu's condition. Only Li Zongjiu was left. They must subdue Li Zongjiu. How is the soul-returning beast? Not bad. It has recovered about 90%. There's no time. Li Zongjiu is now weak. Let's do it. This time, we must not fail. The leader of the group said in a deep voice. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. Their expressions were especially solemn. What happened outside had nothing to do with the 3 of them. The 3 of them only needed to complete the mission. As for some troublesome problems, it had nothing to do with them and they did not need to intervene. However, if they could not deal with Li Zongjiu, it would be their problem. The 3 of them released the soul-returning beast again. Above Li Zongjiu's head, the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon was still releasing its power. However, to Li Zongjiu, this power was only considered average. Li Zongjiu estimated that as long as his spiritual strength reached the 5th stage Meta-Emperor realm, he would be able to surpass the limits of this thing. In my previous life, it would rather die than let me in. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. He was probably afraid that he would discover the spirit beast. After all, it was a treasure. Once caught, it could be used to increase one's mental strength. There was only 1 day left. Finally, after a long wait, those people finally moved. A huge figure appeared and slowly descended, swimming towards Li Zongjiu. Originally, Li Zongjiu should have been completely focused on the soul beast, but just as it was about to open its mouth and bite Li Zongjiu noticed something. When Li Zongjiu was completely plunged into the darkness, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a huge figure formed from spiritual energy appeared. It reached out and grabbed the soul beast. He couldn't move. The enormous mental strength was like a tyrannical pressure that pressed down on the soul-returning beast. The ancient soul-returning beast kept twisting its body, but there was no way for it to break free. Not good. Li Zongjiu noticed it. Quick! Disperse his mental strength. It wasn't so easy to resist their methods in this array formation. Immediately, one of them mobilized the 8 Dharma Laksana and crushed Li Zongjiu's mental strength at the same time. Almost in an instant, Li Zongjiu's mental strength was shattered. At that time, he would not have enough strength to control the soul-returning beast. In a situation where he could not resist, the soul-returning beast would directly capture Li Zongjiu's spiritual energy. However, when the 8 Dharma Laksana attacked Li Zongjiu together, there seemed to be a huge white figure emerging from Li Zongjiu's mental strength. As the figure surged, it directly crushed 4 of the 8 Dharma Laksana. As for the other 4, after Li Zongjiu formed a seal with his hands, a bright golden palm print instantly slapped them to death. Boom! This kid actually broke the array. When the red-robed bishop saw this scene, he directly opened his mouth wide. He was extremely shocked by the scene that appeared in front of him. One should know that this spirit-tempering tower was personally set up by a saint master of their sanctum. It had the effect of tempering and strengthening people in the Origin Emperor realm. It was simply impossible to break the array, even if an Origin Emperor realm expert came. However, Li Zongjiu did it. He smashed the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon Dharma idol in front of him. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Zongjiu's mental strength instantly surged out, and at this moment, the figure of his spiritual doppelganger instantly skyrocketed, almost reaching a state of 100 feet. As his hands closed, he suppressed the soul-returning beast in his hands. The soul-returning beast struggled to no avail, and in the end, it was invaded by Li Zongjiu's mental strength. Being planted with a slave contract, you are really pitiful. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and directly erased the power of the contract. Although the owner of this contract was very likely to be a sovereign realm expert, Li Zongjiu was not afraid. The mental strength of a sovereign realm expert covered too many things. If it was not for the fact that he followed the soul-returning beast all day long, he would not have known the situation of this ancient soul-returning beast so quickly. Moreover, whether this contract was set by a sovereign realm expert was still unknown. Oh no, the power of the contract was erased by that kid. The face of the leading red-robed cardinal changed dramatically. What was this kid trying to do? Not only did he capture the soul-returning beast, but he also directly removed the contract on the soul-returning beast. The next step, of course, was to sign a contract with the soul-returning beast. What? How is this possible? The 8 Dharma Laksana is no match for this kid at all. This guy is pretending to be weak. The other cardinal was so angry that his body trembled directly. Li Zongjiu's strength was too terrifying, and he hid it so well. For them, this was not a good thing. Li Zongjiu in front of them must be trying to take away the soul-returning beast. Who was this guy? How did he know about the existence of the soul-returning beast? Li Zongjiu seemed to be hibernating from the beginning. Now, he wanted to seize Li Zongjiu's soul power. Generally, Black Canal Basilica was more careful and would not directly take away all the souls. Instead, it would leave a part of it in the body. This way, it would not be discovered by others. When Li Zongjiu returned, his behavior would become strange and he would become more dull. However, to outsiders, it could also be said that he was injured during cultivation and only needed to rest for a few years. Later, it would find a chance to get rid of this guy, and everything would be fine. Black Canal Basilica had always done this, and there had never been any problems. However, when facing Li Zongjiu this time, it felt that it was being led by the nose by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was the one who was playing tricks. Li Zongjiu knocked the soul beast unconscious and threw it into the spiritual hell. It was as if he had taken control of the soul beast. It just so happened that the time had come. The surrounding array immediately sent Li Zongjiu out. Li Zongjiu landed in front of the gate of the temple tower. There was no one else around. When they saw Li Zongjiu leave the array, the 3 cardinals immediately knew what was going on. The 3 red-robed cardinals were already thinking that things were not going well. The other party's timing was even more accurate than theirs. Most importantly, the soul beast had disappeared. It was impossible for Li Zongjiu to take the soul beast away. After all, the soul beast would not disappear into thin air unless it was dead. Could it be that Li Zongjiu killed the soul beast? This thought flashed through the minds of the 3 cardinals. Could it be that the precious soul-returning beast was killed just like that? What should we do now? Such a thing had never happened before. If they directly sent people to capture Li Zongjiu, wouldn't they be exposed directly? According to the current policy of the Black Canal Basilica, they should directly rush out and stop him. This was unwise. It's still unclear whether this guy knows about the soul-returning beast or not. Let's stabilize the situation first and then send someone to follow him. If we find that the soul-returning beast is really on him, we'll kill him and bring the soul-returning beast back. The leading cardinal said. Now, not only did they fail to absorb the soul, but they also lost the soul beast. This was a great sin for them. Fortunately, the three of them still had some say in the sacred hall, so this matter could be temporarily delayed. But if it dragged on for too long, sooner or later, something would go wrong. We must be foolproof. The soul beast must be with him. Wait until he leaves here, then we'll take action. Let Wuxia go. Mengqing also went to carry out a mission. After she completes her mission, let her go with Wuxia. The Black Canal Basilica was silent for a while. Li Zongjiu originally thought that the people of the Black Canal Basilica would appear and stop Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu had taken away the soul beast. This thing was not simple. If one was taken away, it would not be easy to find the next one. It was estimated that this was the only one left in the entire continent. With the hammer in his hand, Li Zongjiu was not sure what kind of experts would rush out. But after waiting for a while, he found that the people of the Black Canal Basilica did not move at all. Li Zongjiu was puzzled. But these people did not intend to attack Li Zongjiu, which saved Li Zongjiu a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if they fought later, it would not look good for everyone. Li Zongjiu might go on a killing spree in the Haiku dynasty again. Li Zongjiu turned and left the tower. Brother Li, why haven't I seen Miss Ling Yan? Mu Qingniu came from afar, but found that Ling Yan was not with Li Zongjiu. These days, the people of the Black Canal Basilica refused to let him leave. Today was the 7th day, so he came to find Li Zongjiu. But he did not expect that Ling Yan was not with Li Zongjiu. It was not that Mu Qingniu was interested in Ling Yan, but he felt that these people were strange. The intuition of an expert was so sharp. She didn't show up. Li Zongjiu looked at Mu Qingniu. Mu Qingniu's eyes turned cold. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu's mind power immediately spread out in the city. If he could not find her in the city, then the entire Black Canal Basilica would be bathed in blood today. Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan were not blood-related. But at least Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan came from the same dynasty. Now, such a thing happened in the same dynasty. She dared to attack Li Zongjiu's friend under Li Zongjiu's nose. Then he would let these people see the real strength of the evil lord. Soon, Li Zongjiu's domineering mind power alarmed many experts. These people were surprised that the mind power released by Li Zongjiu was so strong. At the same time, they were also guessing who the expert was to use his mind power to investigate the situation in the city so unscrupulously. When many people felt that the source of the mind power was from Black Canal Basilica, they stopped probing and searching. It turned out that it was the big shots of Black Canal Basilica. Of course, it was not good to be calculated with them. Otherwise, they would definitely be held accountable, or even directly make things difficult for them. Found her. Li Zongjiu's mind power instantly locked onto a figure. Immediately, his figure flashed and directly chased in this direction. At this moment, in a desolate mountain range within the city, Ling Yan held onto his injured shoulder as his figure rapidly flew away. Behind him, there was a figure slowly chasing after him. From the looks of it, it was as though an eagle in the sky was teasing a rabbit. Hee, I thought you had some great ability to let me play for a longer time. Now, it seems that you are just SOSO. The person chasing after Ling Yan was Mengqing. It had to be said that Ling Yan was really patient. He actually waited until today to show himself. If it wasn't for Mengqing's speed, Ling Yan would have found Zhou Xing, Chu Tai Ran and the others. She was dressed in white, without any dust or blood on her body. She was not in a hurry to kill Ling Yan. She liked to see the dying people struggling before death. The more they struggled, the happier she was. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his ability to kill people? Seeing that Ling Yan seemed to have recovered some strength, Mengqing stretched out her hand and waved. Suddenly, 2 darts directly hit Ling Yan's legs. Bang! Ling Yan's figure fell to the ground, struggling to get up. If you kill me, the Xingyan dynasty will not let you go. Ling Yan had already stopped running and gave up struggling. He turned his head and looked at Mengqing with a cold smile. Even if he, Ling Yan, was going to drag someone down with him. Whoosh, a dart directly hit the meridians in Ling Yan's hand. Bang, a talisman stone in Ling Yan's hand fell to the ground. This talisman stone could be considered as Ling Yan's protective item, but he did not expect it to be unable to escape Meng Qing's eyes. In terms of methods, I have seen tens of thousands of times more than you. You want to trick me with this little trick of yours? Meng Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. In order to cultivate her abilities, she had suffered countless hardships. Thus, Meng Qing was determined to make these people feel the same kind of pain. It wasn't an easy task to steal another person's talent. The fusion process was extremely difficult and torturous. Since you have already given up struggling, then die. Then, Meng Qing also slowly raised her hand. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from Meng Qing's back. Ling Yan opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. This bolt of lightning came at just the right time. Boom! A surge of lightning suddenly appeared behind Meng Qing. Meng Qing also felt the movement behind her. She didn't need to look back. She directly raised her hand and slashed behind her. Although this palm strike was hurried, its power was extremely fierce and overbearing. Boom! When the two of them collided, Meng Qing immediately felt a terrifying power spread through her body. She immediately shot off into the distance. Whoosh! Meng Qing suffered a loss. Her body flew quite a distance before she was able to disperse the force. Who is it? Meng Qing's body stopped in the air. She waved her hand and a storm swept forward. Even when she paused, she didn't let go of the opportunity. The storm swept towards Ling Yan. However, before this power could reach Ling Yan, it was blocked by a figure. Boom! The storm dispersed. Ling Yan opened his eyes in the sandstorm. When he saw the figure in front of him, a drop of hot tears welled up in his eyes. Are you all right? Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Ling Yan. Look at me. Do I look all right? Ling Yan was touched by Li Zongjiu's appearance. He rolled his eyes at the latter. You came just in time. If you came a little later, you would have to collect Ling Yan's corpse. Li Zongjiu looked at him seriously. At least his arms and legs were still there. He didn't lose anything. It's good that you're all right. Hurry up and treat your injuries. Li Zongjiu said. Ling Yan didn't hesitate. Since Li Zongjiu was here, it was basically foolproof. If something really happened in the end, it could be considered a loss. Ling Yan immediately swallowed a pill. The darts and other weapons that Meng Qing had thrown out were also poisoned. Moreover, the effect of the poison wasn't instant death. During the process, Ling Yan had been enduring great pain. However, in front of the enemy, he didn't show any signs of pain. Now that he had a chance, he immediately swallowed a pill and circulated his yuan power to stabilize his strength. Who? Li Zongjiu looked at the person who had just attacked. Meng Qing's eyes were cold as she looked at Li Zongjiu. Just now, Li Zongjiu's attack had been extremely powerful, which shocked Meng Qing. You must be Li Zongjiu. Meng Qing raised her chin slightly and looked at Li Zongjiu with a hint of provocation in her eyes. He had heard that an incredible genius had come from the Xingyan dynasty and had easily defeated Long Xian and Mu Qingyou. Coincidentally, Meng Qing was also a prodigy. Since the two of them were both geniuses, then there was bound to be a difference between them. Thus, Meng Qing had long since wanted to see just what kind of genius Li Zongjiu was. I am. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. You don't need to tell me your name because you must die today. If you want revenge, then come back in your next life. Li Zongjiu's tone was calm. Those who didn't know would think that he was joking. Even Meng Qing only treated Li Zongjiu's words as a joke. Then I want to see just what kind of ability you have to kill me. Since she had already said so, there was no need to hide her killing intent. Meng Qing's hand shook and a wave of energy surged out. A soft sword appeared in Meng Qing's hand. The soft sword glowed with purple light. As it moved, there seemed to be a flexible force that cut through the surrounding air. Then, Meng Qing's figure paused in the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Whoosh! The 3 figures directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate to face the 3 figures. He directly swung the hammer in his hand. Boom! Overbearing lightning immediately filled the entire space. Figures in the surroundings immediately collapsed one after another. Even Meng Qing herself was directly knocked out of the void by the power of the lightning. You were actually able to discover my hidden figure. The power of your weapon isn't weak. Meng Qing's move was broken. The three figures were actually a smokescreen. The real body was hidden in the dark, ready to attack at any time. However, they were forced out by Li Zongjiu. When the figure appeared, Li Zongjiu wouldn't give his opponent any time to breathe. The demonic hammer in his hand pointed at the sky, and a bolt of purple divine lightning descended. Purple divine lightning. Meng Qing's eyes widened when she saw the lightning appear. Her body seemed to be locked in place, and she couldn't move. However, Meng Qing also struggled at the most critical moment. Whoosh, boom. The divine lightning landed beside Meng Qing, but even so, Meng Qing was heavily injured by the explosion. Cough cough cough. You can actually summon the purple divine lightning. I can also summon your father. Li Zongjiu sneered, ignoring Meng Qing's surprise. However, Meng Qing already knew that Li Zongjiu's ability wasn't something she could resist. Immediately, Meng Qing stood up angrily and threw a dozen darts in Li Zongjiu's direction. In the face of these darts, Li Zongjiu reached out his hand and caught all of them in his hand. The physical body of an origin emperor wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Not to mention the bones and tendons in the body, even the skin and flesh on the outside were not something that these people could damage. Go. Li Zongjiu flipped his hand and threw the darts back. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several darts hit Meng Qing's body, penetrating her internal organs. One of the darts even hit Meng Qing's spine. Boom. Meng Qing's body fell from a high place. Li Zongjiu could see that Meng Qing's body fell into a river. Ling Yan wanted to continue the chase, but the poison in his body attacked his heart. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body was in extreme pain. Obviously, there was no way to force the poison out with his own strength. Li Zongjiu arrived behind Ling Yan and placed his palm on the latter's shoulder. As this tyrannical and ferocious energy entered Ling Yan's body, Ling Yan gradually stabilized the injuries in his body and slowly forced out the poison. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I don't know how long the poison in my body would have bothered me. Although Ling Yan's face was pale, there was a hint of redness. He only needed to recuperate a little and he would be able to return to his original state. My fee is, hearing that Li Zongjiu wanted to talk about money, Ling Yan immediately changed the topic. What about the woman just now? Is she dead? Ling Yan quickly asked. Let's go. This person can't be left alive. I said I would kill her, so I must kill her. Li Zongjiu had always been a man of his word. If there was an exception once, there would definitely be a second exception. Therefore, keeping his word was Li Zongjiu's life creed. Go after her? Ling Yan had at most recovered some of his injuries, but he was still a little lacking if he wanted to make a move. Thinking about how this woman had chased him so miserably, Ling Yan naturally felt the urge to take revenge. Let's go. You actually dared to chase this old lady for so long. This time, the wheel of fortune has turned. It's finally my turn. Ling Yan immediately felt a sense of exaltation, and his entire body became spirited. Although Meng Qing had fallen into the river and her aura was concealed, her injuries were serious and she needed to be treated as soon as possible. Therefore, Meng Qing immediately sent out a distress signal. After reaching the shore, Meng Qing moved her body onto a rock with great difficulty, ensuring that she wouldn't be washed away by the river again. This Li Zongjiu must not be left alive. Too terrifying, his strength is too terrifying. Meng Qing had always been very confident. Because she was someone chosen by the temple to pave the way for the future growth of the temple. Therefore, people like Meng Qing were all first-rate talents, future pillars of the temple. I didn't expect to lose so miserably. Meng Qing didn't dare to believe it. In front of Li Zongjiu, Meng Qing felt that she was just a child, not a threat at all. Her snow-white clothes were stained with blood. After soaking in the water for a while, it looked even brighter. You still have the mood to sunbathe here. Just as Meng Qing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a voice. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan appear in front of her. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to catch up again. Just now, Meng Qing had let out a sigh of relief. Being able to escape from Li Zongjiu's hands was already a very lucky thing. She didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would actually chase after her. He was truly persevering. You. What do you want? When Meng Qing saw the two of them, her expression changed into one of fear. Li Zongjiu, tell me, how do we kill this woman? Ling Yan could be said to be gnashing his teeth at Meng Qing. He couldn't wait to slaughter her. Meng Qing had wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Naturally, Ling Yan wouldn't show any mercy to her. The best way to deal with an enemy was to directly kill her ancestors. Just nice, let's test out my new pet. Li Zongjiu saw that Meng Qing was on the verge of death. If no one came to save her, she would definitely die. At this moment, Meng Qing didn't have any ability to escape. She could only lie on the rock and let the two of them slaughter her. Oh? Ling Yan looked at Li Zongjiu curiously. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be such a perverted person. He actually liked to do this kind of thing. Using a pet to deal with a beauty, tsk. After that, Li Zongjiu summoned the soul beast in front of Meng Qing. When Ling Yan saw the soul beast, he felt a sense of familiarity. However, he didn't recognize the soul beast in front of him. This thing, it looks so familiar. Ling Yan said in surprise. When Meng Qing saw the soul beast, her eyes were filled with fear. It was as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Soul beast. Meng Qing used the last of her strength and screamed. Then, the soul beast in Li Zongjiu's hand directly swallowed Meng Qing's soul. Then, the soul beast returned to the spiritual hell. Once the soul-returning beast digested Meng Qing's spiritual energy, it would form a wave of energy and return to Li Zongjiu's body, helping Li Zongjiu strengthen his spiritual energy. When mental energy was in the body, it was called mental energy. If it left the body, it would become an independent soul. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be strong enough to ensure that his soul was indestructible. You should have seen this thing before. It was this thing that wanted to eat you in the Cultivation Temple. Li Zongjiu looked at Ling Yan and said. Ling Yan didn't need to say it himself. Li Zongjiu also knew what Ling Yan had experienced inside. It's actually him. Call it out, I'm going to beat him up. It almost ate me. When Ling Yan heard about this soul beast, he couldn't help but want to fight 300 rounds with this soul beast. He wanted to determine the winner and loser. Alright, I've already turned over a new leaf. Li Zongjiu advised. Her storage ring, I'll give it to you. He was talking about Meng Qing's storage ring. Ling Yan naturally took off Meng Qing's storage ring happily. The cost of this storage ring was not simple. Just the gem on the top was already very expensive. What are you doing? I only said that the storage ring is yours, but you have to give me all the temptations inside. Li Zongjiu saw Ling Yan's happy expression and directly poured a bucket of cold water on his head. You. Ling Yan thought that Li Zongjiu was just teasing him, but looking at Li Zongjiu's serious expression, he knew that Li Zongjiu was serious, and very serious. What a stingy guy. However, in the process of dividing the loot, Ling Yan also relied on her beauty to snatch a few treasures, but those treasures were just trash in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Some primordial stones were more practical. It was morning when they came out of the Black Canal Basilica. After knowing that the loot was divided, it was afternoon. Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan returned to the Wind and Moon Hotel together. When the two returned, Su Sha was already waiting for them there. In the past few days, everyone in the team had been very busy. After all, after their reputation spread out, the number of people who wanted to make friends with them naturally increased. Nan Peixian was a busy man. Although he did not contribute much in the process, Nan Peixian's own strength, coupled with such a big tree behind him, naturally there were people who came to invite him. Moreover, Nan Peixian himself seemed to be at ease in such an occasion. You're finally back. Su Sha came in front of the two and said. Huh? Where's Qi Yanran? Li Zongjiu glanced around and did not see Qi Yanran in the inn. According to common sense, Qi Yanran should be waiting for him here. Let's walk and talk, Yangqi said. Yanran and the others are all at the banquet. The vice-seclord received an invitation to a very powerful person in the Black Canal dynasty. He's hosting a banquet in his courtyard, and has invited people from our two dynasties. Xianxia said. I almost died, and they still have the face to invite us to dinner. At the mention of the Heichu dynasty, Ling Yan clenched her teeth in anger. These people almost took her life, and now they did such a thing again. She couldn't wait to smash their place to pieces. What's wrong? Xianxia looked at the angry Ling Yan and asked. Nothing. I'll settle this account sooner or later. Ling Yan said. Even if she said it now, it would be useless. The other party would not admit it at all. Therefore, Ling Yan herself was also a smart person. She did not put this matter on the table. Otherwise, if she was forced to a corner and they really shed all pretense of cordiality, she estimated that this group of people would not be able to walk out of the Heichu dynasty. This very powerful person, what's his background? Since Yanran was at the banquet, Li Zongjiu had to go to the banquet. Well, I just saw the name on the invitation. The name is Wan Yonggong, and the place is called Marquis Wanyong's mansion. Oh? Wan Yonggong? Li Zongjiu tried to recall the role of Wan Yonggong in his mind. After all, the gap was a bit big. If it was not directly related to him in the past, Li Zongjiu generally would not be able to recall it. The three of them walked towards Marquis Wanyong's mansion. At the riverside, a figure descended from the sky and came to the side of a huge rock. When he saw the corpse lying on the huge rock, it was already in an ice-cold state. Obviously, it had been dead for a while. The person who came was a tall and handsome man. Between his brows, there was a dignified and evil feeling. This person was called Wu Xia. He was one of the 5-seated geniuses of the Black River Pill Hall. Now, among the 5-seated geniuses, 2 had already died. Jin Wenfeng. Meng Qing. She's actually dead. Wu Xia checked Meng Qing's injuries. This matter was very serious. However, when Wu Xia saw that Meng Qing's aura was intact, her eyes were especially empty. This was a way to die without a soul. Wu Xia had seen many deaths like this. This was because Wu Xia was good at this kind of method. He could directly shatter a person's soul in the body. No matter how strong your Yuanli was, it would be useless. As long as your soul was shattered, everything would be over. No matter what method you used, it would be useless. Her soul was erased. Ordinary people would not have such methods and skills. A cold light flashed in Wu Xia's eyes. Soul returning beast. It's really on that kid. Wanyong Marquis Mansion. Qi Yanran couldn't refuse Deputy Palace Master Chu Tyrant's request. After all, he was the duke of this country. Since he invited you to the banquet, of course, she had to give him enough face. So basically, everyone who could come had come. However, Qi Yanran had always been thinking about Li Zongjiu. Today was the day when Li Zongjiu came out of seclusion. She wanted to go directly to the entrance of the Black Canal Basilica to wait, but that place was extremely special, and outsiders couldn't easily get close. After some persuasion, Qi Yanran simply waited in the Wanyong Marquis mansion. Miss, why are you standing at the door? Is there anything wrong with my Wanyong Marquis mansion? Just when Qi Yanran was standing quietly, an elegant and well-dressed young man walked over from behind. When this person came, the smile on his face made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, Qi Yanran didn't care about the person behind her at all. She didn't even turn around. I'm waiting for someone. Qi Yanran said lightly. The person behind her saw Qi Yanran's cold temperament and smiled confidently. I'm Wan Qiankuan, Wan Yonggong, my grandfather. As soon as Wan Qiankuan finished speaking, Qi Yanran shouted in surprise. Zongjiu. Then, Qi Yanran lifted her skirt and ran. She rushed to Li Zongjiu and hugged Li Zongjiu. Behind him, the confident smile on Wan Qiankuan's face immediately turned into embarrassment. He never thought that there would actually be someone who could ignore his name and ignore him. This was the first time in history for Wan Qiankuan. Most importantly, Wan Qiankuan saw that the man who threw Qi Yanran into his arms was followed by 2 beauties. There was a look of jealousy in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. You two are really too much. Ling Yan curled his lips and said. Qi Yanran shyly let go of her hands and stood obediently beside Li Zongjiu. Who is that person? Li Zhongjiu saw the man standing behind Qi Yanran sneakily just now. This man did not look like a good person. He had to find the time to get rid of him. No, I don't. Qi Yanran shook her head and said. She did not hear a single word of what Wan Qianquan had just said. Come on, let's go in. The banquet will start soon. Su Sha urged. These two people were simply too arrogant. They didn't put the single women in their eyes at all. It was really too disgusting. Boss, you've finally come. At this moment, Kuan Erishur also walked out from not far away from Wan Qianquan. Kuan Erishur was, of course, very concerned about Li Zhongjiu. Especially when Li Zhongjiu was not around, he naturally wanted to protect Qi Yanran. Just now, Kuan Erishur saw that Wan Qianquan was a little sneaky. He picked up a brick and stood not far away. If Wan Qianquan dared to have any improper thoughts, he would directly throw the brick in his hand. He must not let these people be so arrogant. Who is this Wan Yonggong? Li Zhongjiu asked Kuan Erishur. Kuan Erishur also walked in front of Li Zhongjiu and others and whispered. This Wan Yonggong is said to have saved the life of the previous emperor 3 times. He is a senior official of 3 dynasties. Once, he broke into the enemy camp alone and rescued the emperor, so he was conferred the title of Wan Yonggong. He is also a marquis. Kuan Erishur said. Marquis? What is that? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Obviously, he did not care about the other party's title. If someone in the Wan Yonggong Marquis mansion dared to cause trouble, he would not let them go. These people would be easily taken down. Let's go and meet them. At this time, the people of the 2 dynasties were invited. No one knew what the purpose was. Just now, Kuan Erishur said that this Wan Yonggong was the person who saved the emperor. Therefore, this might be the emperor's intention. He wanted to recruit these people to a certain extent. After all, with so many talents here, who would be willing to let them go so easily? You must be Li Zhongjiu. Sure enough, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Wan Qianquan saw that Li Zhongjiu was so frivolous and wanted to test him. No one could be compared to him, Wan Qianquan. Yes. Li Zhongjiu's footsteps did not stop. He did not even look at Wan Qianquan and directly led everyone in. The group of people acted as if they did not see Wan Qianquan and followed behind Li Zhongjiu. The banquet was set up in the main hall. The guests of the 2 dynasties were also sitting on the 2 sides. At the very front, there was a white-haired old man, Wan Yonggong. Beside the old man, there was a beautiful woman serving him. When he saw Li Zhongjiu and the others coming in from the door, he raised his head and looked at Li Zhongjiu. His gaze fell on Li Zhongjiu and Ling Yan. When Chu Tairan saw that Li Zhongjiu had arrived, he hurriedly asked Li Zhongjiu to sit at the side. Qi Yanran, Ling Yan and the others sat at a long table. Haha, Wan Yonggong, this is my Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder, Li Zhongjiu. Zhongjiu, this is Haika Dynasty's Wan Yonggong. Li Zhongjiu looked at Wan Yonggong. Wan Yonggong's old eyes were exceptionally spirited. When he saw that Li Zhongjiu did not seem to have any intention of bowing, he did not get angry. Instead, he cupped his hands towards Li Zhongjiu. I have long heard of young hero Li's fame. Even in my Blackju kingdom, your name is like thunder in my ears. Wan Yonggong took the initiative to speak. Young talents were extremely arrogant, so it was normal. Knowing the temper of these young people, Wan Yonggong spoke first and gave Li Zhongjiu enough face. Marquis Wan Yonggong is indeed extraordinary. Li Zhongjiu also took a glance at Marquis Wan Yonggong. At first, Li Zhongjiu thought that Wan Yongho was arrogant and even invited so many young people to this banquet to show his strength. But now, it seemed that Wan Yongho was quite polite, so Li Zhongjiu naturally gave him face. Li Zhongjiu sat down. Opposite him were Elder Hao Yi and Mu Qingmiao. You are all the pillars of the 2 dynasties. It is my honor to be able to drink with you. Marquis Wan Yonggong said as he raised his cup. Marquis Wan Yonggong, it is the first time these juniors have ventured into the underworld. It is naturally their honor to be able to receive Marquis Wan Yonggong's guidance. Elder Hao Yi said. Indeed, these juniors are not sensible. They still need to learn from Marquis Wan Yonggong. Chu Tairan said. If we are talking about outstanding talents in the alchemy world, the few of you deserve to be. My Marquis Wan Yonggong also likes to interact with young people. This is my granddaughter, Yulan. She is also an alchemy enthusiast. Although she is not proficient in alchemy, this old man does not know anything about alchemy. I wonder if there is any talent who is willing to give her some guidance. Marquis Wan Yonggong said. The girl who had been quietly serving Marquis Wan Yonggong also raised her head at this moment. Her pair of exquisite eyes were enough to move one's soul. I am Wan Yulan. Recently, I have a problem in alchemy. I hope senior brothers and sisters can give me some guidance. Wan Yulan's voice was like an orchid in an empty valley. It made people who heard it feel like they had fallen into a realm of emptiness. This girl has such profound mental energy. Qi Yanran said in surprise. Wan Yulan threw out a few questions one after another. It was like an invisible competition. Lin Lin from the Tianyan dynasty answered a few questions, and Ling Yan from the Xingyan dynasty also answered a few questions. They were all solved well. Both sides' faces were considered to be okay, but they didn't expect to have such a secret confrontation at such a banquet. However, when Wan Yulan asked the last question, she was stumped by the young female alchemist. This question was prepared by Wan Yulan. Even a 6th-grade alchemist might not be able to answer it. If one could understand this point, then he or she would belong to the 7th-grade alchemist realm. Obviously, the rest of the people had been defeated. For Wan Yulan's question, many people were confused. Miss Yulan's question, I'm afraid that only a 7th-grade alchemist can answer it. Nan Peixian said. If one were to talk about the identity of an aristocratic family, the Nan family that Nan Peixian belonged to was also famous in the Holy Flame Royal City. Therefore, many people would not be able to come into contact with this point. However, Nan Peixian was able to make out a rough idea, which also proved that Nan Peixian was extraordinary. As for Wan Yulan, she glanced at Li Zongjiu and Mu Qingyou. Clearly, she knew that only the two of them would know the answer to this question. Mu Qingyou frowned and thought for a while, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly. There was no solution. Obviously, Mu Qingyou was defeated. Although there was no disdain in Wan Yulan's eyes, she obviously didn't put Mu Qingyou in her eyes. Instead, her eyes fell on Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu picked up a chicken drumstick from the table and placed it in the bowl. Then, he gently pushed the chicken drumstick to Qi Yanran's side. Seeing the extra drumstick in front of her eyes, Qi Yanran also glared in Li Zongjiu's direction. What was this guy doing in public? How could he show off like this? Obviously, Li Zongjiu didn't want to answer these questions. In Li Zongjiu's view, this kind of question was simply a child's play. He didn't have any interest in it. The other party was just using this question to show off a little, so he simply let the other party show off. Li Zongjiu himself wasn't a 3-year-old kid, so he wouldn't be affected by this kind of atmosphere in such an occasion. He seemed to see that everyone was looking at him. Chu Tairan also coughed. This kid was simply messing around. He actually ignored Wan Yulan's words. Wasn't he not giving face to Wan Yonggong in public? With Miss Wan's strength as a level 6 spiritual master, this question will be solved sooner or later. Even if I tell you the answer, it will only have a certain impact on you. It's not a good thing. When you are free, study more on how to control your spiritual power better. Don't be in a state of mind so easily. Li Zongjiu said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was surprised. Although they could sense that Wan Yulan's strength wasn't simple, they didn't expect Wan Yulan's strength to be so strong. Level 6 spiritual master. Even an Origin Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to defeat her. They didn't expect this little girl to have such strength. They had misjudged her before. Wan Yulan also looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. She was good at spiritual power, and controlling her aura was one of the things she was best at. She didn't expect her true cultivation to be exposed so easily in front of Li Zongjiu. However, Wan Yulan also heard the content of Li Zongjiu's words. Spiritual power overflowed and often entered a state of mind. When she heard this, Wan Yulan was extremely shocked. This was her recent situation. Even her grandfather didn't mention it. Li Zongjiu could describe it so accurately. Even if it was just 1 or 2 words, it was enough to shock Wang Yulan. At least, if Li Zongjiu could describe these problems, it meant that Li Zongjiu was also a powerful spiritual master. However, Wang Yulan couldn't sense Li Zongjiu's spiritual realm. This meant that if Li Zongjiu's spiritual cultivation wasn't weak, then he was stronger than her. Young Master Li's insight is like a torch. You really live up to your reputation, Wang Yulan said. Let me toast you. After speaking, Wang Yulan downed the wine in her cup in a single gulp as a sign of respect. Li Zongjiu also faintly smiled as he downed the wine in his cup. Come, let's all have a drink together. During the entire banquet, they listened to the old seniors talk about some interesting things. Li Zongjiu could see that this was a test from Wang Yonggong himself. He didn't know what this old man wanted to do. The banquet continued until late at night. Someone came to report some things to Wang Yonggong, which ended the banquet early. Before leaving, Wang Yonggong repeatedly urged them to stay. He wanted the alchemy geniuses of the 2 dynasties to stay in the Wanyong Marquis Manor for a few more days. However, both sides refused. Now that the competition was over, they naturally had to rush back to report the results. However, although these people didn't return, the Xingyan dynasty's royal family already knew about the situation here. Young hero Li, my Wanyong Marquis Manor. You must come often in the future. Wang Yonggong warmly shook Li Zongjiu's hand and said goodbye. If there's a chance, I will. Li Zongjiu said with a faint smile. Yulan, send them off for me. Yes, grandfather. Wang Yulan went forward and sent Li Zongjiu and the others out. Young Master Li, you went to Black Canal Basilica. You must be careful. These people are unscrupulous in their actions. Wang Yulan whispered to Li Zongjiu. I know. Li Zongjiu said without hiding anything. We received a piece of information. I hope it'll be useful to you. Consider it a gift from a friend. Wang Yulan handed a letter to Li Zongjiu. The others walked in front, and only Qi Yanran followed Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu opened the letter on the spot. When he saw the words on it, he only frowned, but there was no hint of panic in his eyes. Ancient Zong clan? Since they want to die, I'll stop them. Li Zongjiu returned the letter to Wang Yulan. I, Li, will remember this favor. It was clear that Wang Yonggong was the one who had given the information that the people from the ancient Zong clan were going to carry out an assassination mission and had even informed Li Zongjiu about it. Such a reminder would naturally be a great help to a normal person. But when it came to Li Zongjiu, it did not matter whether there was a reminder or not. If any of those people came, they would kill him. Besides, Li Zongjiu would still come looking for him in the future. If he did something wrong, he would have to pay the price. If he offended some people, he would have to pay the price as well. It was impossible for him to just let it go without doing anything. As she watched Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran leave, Wang Yulan frowned deeply. Wang Yulan had thought that with her strength, while she was not strong enough to look down on those geniuses, she would at least be a step ahead of them, which should not be a problem. But when she ran into Li Zongjiu, it was only then that she realized that Li Zongjiu was a mountain with unfathomable depths. What he showed was just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was still hidden. Evil Lord does live up to his name, but the people from the ancient Zong clan aren't easy to deal with. Even Wang Yulan from the Wan family had a grave expression on her face, which meant that the ancient Zong clan was not to be trifled with. Wang Yulan told Wang Yonggong everything Li Zongjiu had said. Let's not talk about the ancient Zong clan for now. This Li Zongjiu is really something. Meng Qing from Black Canal Basilica died in his hands. Wang Yonggong sucked in a sharp breath. He had just received the news during the banquet, but at that time, Wang Yonggong did not show any signs of shock. He looked as if he had just heard about something that was incredibly easy. However, Wang Yonggong's heart was actually filled with astonishment. What? Meng Qing died? This time, Wang Yulan was thoroughly shocked. Black Canal Basilica had carefully nurtured geniuses, and they could be considered a secret weapon. Meng Qing's strength was not below Wang Yulan's. But now, she was dead. The ancient Zong family. They could be said to be incredibly famous in the Haiku dynasty. If a person's status in society was not high enough, then they would not be able to get to know such a terrifying family. Without anyone to introduce them, they would never be able to come into contact with them. The members of the ancient Zong family would not accept orders from normal people. However, once they accepted an assassination order, they would use the entire family's power to complete it, and they would almost always have a 100% completion rate. Hence, with such a reputation, there was no need to even mention the price. A normal person would not be able to fork out that kind of money even if they spent their entire lives. Of course, if there were orders that they could not complete, they would rather cancel them. That way, they would not be considered unable to complete them. No matter what method they used, the ancient Zong family would ensure that they could complete their missions. This time, they accepted an order from the Qian family. The ancient Zong family had originally accepted it happily, because they heard that their target was a foreigner, which made it easier for them. If it was a faction of power from their own dynasty, they might have to fight to the death for a period of time, and it would be more troublesome to deal with the aftermath. However, there was no need for them to worry about foreigners. However, during the next few days of preparation, the ancient Zong family discovered that the target of the mission was not as simple as they had imagined. After a few rounds of investigation, they discovered that the difficulty of the mission was much greater than they had imagined. There was also a series of events. In the end, they discovered that the family master of the Qian family had been killed. That was terrible. Hence, the entire ancient Zong family immediately began a comprehensive evaluation of Li Zongjiu. The family master of the Qian family was the one who had accepted the order, and he had placed the order under Qian Tianding's name. Now that he was dead, what use was there for him? The order could be considered a dead order in the hands of the ancient Zong family. It was the kind of order that they would complete even if they died, unless they did not care about their reputation. Since they could no longer cancel the order, and by the looks of it, the difficulty of the mission seemed to have increased. Hence, the ancient Zong family sent a representative to the Qian family. He had a discussion with the new family master. The main topic of the discussion was to increase the amount of money. They could not cancel the order, but they had to increase the amount of money. Qian Hailong and the others met the representative from the ancient Zong family. What, more money? I've already paid you all in one go, and you still want to add more? You're just trying to raise the price. Could it be that the mighty ancient Zong family is someone who uses such methods to seek profit? The moment they heard that they were going to pay more, some of the elders could no longer sit still. Recently, these elders had also changed some new faces. After all, they were new officials, so they naturally had to stabilize their positions. When they heard that Xianxia had also died, this matter was quite exciting. The people of the Qian family were good at making money, and their ability to keep money was also quite good. They held the money in their pockets tightly, and absolutely would not let it go easily. When they heard that they would have to pay more, and the amount was so terrifying, almost 3 times the price of the previous order, they couldn't help but feel that they could do anything else with this amount of money. Why did they have to use it for something like this? There's no need for us to do this order. There's also no need for you to refund the money we paid before, Qian Hailong said calmly. Qian Hailong said calmly. Previously, he had ordered the assassination of Li Zongjiu to gain some face for the Qian family. But now, Li Zongjiu had killed his way into the Qian family's territory and killed the current family head. That was why if there was no need, they would try their best not to provoke Li Zongjiu. Besides, he was about to leave, so if they chased after him, they would be courting death. That was why Qian Hailong would try his best not to provoke Li Zongjiu if he could. Sooner or later, there would be someone even more powerful who would take him down, so there was no need for Qian Hailong to take action. If he did, then he would definitely kill Li Zongjiu, or else Li Zongjiu would definitely come back to cause trouble. Qian Hailong believed in this without a doubt. But at the same time, the people from the ancient Zong family were not to be trifled with. Just as he expected, when the person from the ancient Zong family heard that, his gaze immediately turned sharp. Is the ancient Zong family the kind of family that takes money and doesn't do anything? I didn't come here to discuss things with you, but to inform you. You will have to pay for it later. After all, the price for this operation will be incredibly high. The person from the ancient Zong family said faintly. There was an unyielding tone in his voice. If it were not because of the powerful faction behind him, this person would not have dared to cause trouble in the Qian family. We, the ancient Zong family, do what we say. As long as we accept this order, we will definitely complete it. If the Qian family can't pay the price, then you are just toying with us. As he spoke, the person tapped the table with his finger. Toying with the ancient Zong family? There had been some families in the past who were killed by the ancient Zong family in the end because they had the reputation of toying with them. Not a single one of them was spared. Besides, the ancient Zong family did not attack them directly. Instead, they killed them one by one in the dark, and they did not do it in one day. Instead, they did it over a few days. But without exception, not a single one of them managed to escape. Even if they wanted to hire guards, no one would accept such an order. After all, if they offended the Death family, they would not end up well. The only outcome was that they would be easily killed. To the people who were killed and were already dead, it was a form of release, but to the people who were still alive, it was a form of torture, because they did not know when the horn of death would descend on them. Xian Hailong and the elders of the Qian family looked at the person before them. He was simply too arrogant. He actually dared to force the Qian family. Once they placed the order, they could not even cancel it if they wanted to. They had to pay the money back. Alright, since we can't cancel it, then there's no need for us to cancel it. But I hope that the ancient Zong family can guarantee that once you take the money, you will definitely do it well. Xian Hailong said. If these people could deal with Li Zongjiu after they took the money, then it would be a good thing. At the very least, they would not be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, if they offended Li Zongjiu and the ancient Zong family, it would be difficult for them to deal with them, and they would bring a lot of trouble to themselves. It was not worth it. Hence, if they could solve the problem with money, it would naturally be for the best. Don't worry, the ancient Zong family always keeps our promises. No, our promises are worth 10 million gold. The person from the ancient Zong family laughed. Xian Hailong grinned as well. It was naturally good that he was so confident. If these two troublesome people fought against each other, Xian Hailong would be happy to see it happen. No matter which side was in trouble, Xian Hailong would still be happy. Heavenly Pill Tower. Chu Tairan was holding a celebratory feast for the people on the flying ship. After the tournament ended, they were sent to Black Canal Basilica, and only then did they have time to gather together. You've been drinking and eating all day long. Aren't you slacking off on your cultivation? Li Zongjiu sat in front of the table. These people had been drinking and drinking all day long, and they were truly carefree. Li Zongjiu was naturally talking about Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng. These two people might be powerful, but they could not slack off on their cultivation. I'm getting old. The future of Heavenly Pill Tower will still depend on you youngsters. We're already at an age, so of course we'll just be in charge of enjoying our lives. Chu Tairan laughed loudly. The flying ship flew into the sea of clouds. The journey back was clearly faster than when they came. First of all, they were familiar with the route, and second of all, the black storm had already disappeared, so there was nothing to worry about. The airship disappeared into the clouds. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were now staying in the same cabin. However, Li Zongjiu spent most of his time cultivating. When night came, he would find an excuse to help Qi Yanran refine the Heavenly Dragon Elixir. This Heavenly Dragon Elixir was too strong. The airship safely entered the Xingyan dynasty's territory. When the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion entered the Xingyan dynasty's territory, they found a group of airships waiting for them. There were nearly 20 airships lined up in the sky. It almost covered the sky in front of him. When the airships arrived, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion also stopped. General Xiao Hu is here to welcome you back. Xiao Hu, one of the 10 great generals of Monarch City, General Xiao Hu. The family behind Xiao Hu was as famous as the Mu family. These two families were both military families, and each of them was a talented person. Xiao Hu controlled the dynasty's most elite air fleet. Xiao Hu actually came to welcome them personally. Obviously, the Emperor Xingyan was very satisfied with the results of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. If he was not satisfied with such results, his request was too high. Thank you, General Xiao. Chu Tairan appeared and said. Obviously, the dynasty was also prepared. If the dynasty's strength was not strong, it would be easy to be bullied. This time, although there were many difficulties, there were no major problems because of the strength of the dynasty behind them. The fleet under Xiao Hu's control had been lying in wait for orders in the vicinity. Although it was unrealistic to attack the Heique dynasty, they could at least intimidate the Heique dynasty and carry out some rescue operations without any problems. That was what gave them confidence. One could even see that the main warship of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion's fleet was a type of warship that had not been made public by the dynasty. Li Zhongjiu looked at the powerful warships. A few primitive emperors would die without a complete corpse when facing these warships. Of course, Li Zhongjiu was an exception. It seems that the development of the warships is faster than I expected. I asked the Jing family to speed up. We can't keep dragging it. All along, warships had been a resource of the dynasty. However, the dynasty did not object to the people producing these warships. If one wanted to build a warship, it would consume a lot of money and energy. If one did not have a strong backing, it would be very likely to give up halfway. Not everyone could afford to pay the price of wasting all their previous efforts. Therefore, the Xingyan dynasty's royal family did not care about the private research. This was a good thing. At least the dynasty would be strong when the people were strong. The warship escorted the people from Heavenly Elixir Pavilion all the way to Sacred Flame Royal City. Along the way, it was naturally calm. It was not a simple matter for the people from the Heique dynasty to infiltrate. Even if they wanted to come in, it would depend on their luck whether they could come out alive. What's more, Xiao Hu was there as well, and he was able to intimidate the people in front of him. No one dared to get close to him. The group of people returned to Sacred Flame Royal City. Su Hong and the rest of the people from Heavenly Elixir Pavilion prepared a welcoming ceremony. However, Li Zhongjiu did not stay at such an occasion for too long. He took his leave immediately, as there was no benefit for him. However, Chu Tairan did not forget about the reward that he had promised to give to Li Zhongjiu and the rest. He was also seriously discussing it, but there was no answer so soon. Li Zhongjiu and the rest could be said to have won glory for the dynasty and the entire Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Naturally, the reward could not be stingy. When Li Zhongjiu returned, he was not stopped too much. After all, he was tired from the journey. He could not possibly participate in all kinds of welcoming ceremonies as soon as he returned. Moreover, after Li Zhongjiu's name became known, he was already a popular talent in Sacred Flame Royal City. Not long after, the number of invitations sent to his door would be more than 10 times more than before. Li Zhongjiu brought Qi Yanran back to White Deer Manor. At first, Qi Yanran was a little shy and embarrassed. After all, she was following a boy home. Although she had been to White Deer Manor several times before, the significance this time was different. What's there to be shy about? It's our home. Li Zhongjiu directly pulled Qi Yanran into White Deer Manor. Many things had happened recently. However, under the protection of the 4 primitive emperor-level soul beasts, only White Deer Manor could show off its power. The rest of the people did not dare to offend White Deer Manor at all. The current White Deer Manor could be said to be an iron bastion. Moreover, several big businesses were flourishing. The underground order of the casino industry was very stable. With the addition of the pawnshop, the Pan family's businesses in the city had been directly annexed. Now, the Li Trading Company's status in the Merchant Union had risen as a result. When they first joined the Merchant Alliance, they were still like a small eagle. They were not even enough to make a name for themselves. But now, the number of business partners of the Li Trading Company was increasing. The pawnshop industry. More often than not, it would also become an industry of selling stolen goods. Stolen goods that could not be sold would be thrown into the pawnshop. The pawnshop would buy them at a very low price. The risk factor was even lower than the black market. As long as the background of the pawnshop was strong enough, there was nothing to be afraid of. Look at Li Zhongjiu and the White Deer Manor behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Young master, you're back. Xiao Zhao had already received the news and was waiting at the door for Li Zhongjiu's return. When he saw Qi Yanran, he also greeted her sweetly. Xiao Zhao greets young madam. In the short span of half a month, the entire White Deer Manor had undergone a complete transformation. From afar, it looked like a long dragon was entrenched in it. However, Nangong Wuji's design of the palace was rather discreet. After all, this was the sacred flame royal city. If the royal family had any objections, they might charge Nangong Wuji with a crime and demolish the entire building. Wouldn't it be easy for them to teach Nangong Wuji a lesson? Not yet. Qi Yanran immediately blushed. Yo, our little piggy has grown up. He even knows how to take other people's cabbages. Li Yan walked over from the side and teased Li Zongjiu. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Li Zongjiu's achievements. You must be Yanran. Come, I'll show you around. You can also tell me if this brat bullied you. If he dares to do anything to you, I'll be the first to cripple him. Li Yan clenched her fist and said. Li Zongjiu rolled his eyes helplessly. Fortunately, this sister was not his biological sister. The dignified evil Lord Li Zongjiu was completely disgraced by this sister. She's my cousin, Li Yan. When Qi Yanran was pulled away, she looked back at Li Zongjiu. It seemed that she was asking who the woman in front of her was, so Li Zongjiu opened his mouth to speak. Qi Yanran finally understood. She obediently followed her cousin. Where's the King of Fire? Li Zongjiu asked Xiaoxiao, who was beside him. During this period of time, he was most worried about the King of Fire. Sure enough, when he returned, he found that the King of Fire was not in White Deer Manor. Where could he have gone? Because of Wu Tian, the King of Fire must be trying to find a way to take back the things in the Ghost King's secret realm. Li Zongjiu still had no idea what the King of Fire's true form was. But according to Li Zongjiu's guess, it was most likely related to the existence in the Ghost King's secret realm. Just like the three pure ones, the King of Fire and Wu Tian were actually one entity. After they were separated, Wu Tian would definitely come to find the King of Fire in order to become stronger. Send someone to keep an eye on the King of Fire's movements. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Li Zongjiu said. Yes, young master. By the way, keep an eye out. There should be people from the Haiku dynasty following us. If you find anything, let me know. Once you entered the Holy Flame Imperial City, it was equivalent to entering Li Zongjiu's territory. Then, there was nothing to say. He would just send someone to take you down. You would be helpless and have nothing to say. I'll let you know how powerful the local tyrant is. It's impossible to touch Li Zongjiu in the Holy Flame Imperial City without anyone noticing. After Qi Yanran took a tour around the White Deer Manor, it was time for her to return to the Qi family. You go back first. I'll pay you a visit tomorrow. Li Zongjiu said to Qi Yanran. Since the relationship between the two had been confirmed, Li Zongjiu would definitely treat his future father-in-law better. He had to prepare some gifts for his visit. Moreover, he had to refine some elixirs for Nangong Wuji. This fellow's cultivation base had yet to recover, but he had already done so much for Li Zongjiu. Speaking of which, he was quite pitiful. Originally, he had been quietly working as the librarian of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's library. But now, he had to wear a helmet every day to patrol some incomplete construction sites. The first batch of disciples from the Li family had to work on the construction site during the day, and at night, they were directly captured by Tian Fei to cultivate. In addition, Li Zongjiu had also informed Kuan Erishur that once Kuan Erishur was done with his work, he would stay here and teach them how to cultivate their spiritual power. Although Kuan Arashi's strength was not as good as Li Zongjiu's, Kuan Erishur was, after all, a disciple of Master Mirrormoon. In this regard, there was nothing to say. It was easy for him to guide these people who were not even considered rookies in the cultivation of mind power. If Kuan Erishur had returned, then of course he would have to report to Shueiyue. After Qi Yanran left, Li Yan came to Li Zongjiu excitedly. When are you going to tell your father? Why don't I go back and tell them now? There's no hurry. Let's wait until our White Deer Manor is completely built and everything is ready. Li Zongjiu shook his head. There were still many unsettled situations, and before his strength reached the supremacy realm, there were still many hidden dangers. At least for now, the White Deer Manor was not enough to resist the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family. Of course, Li Zongjiu and the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family did not have any conflicts of interest, so now both sides were at peace. Okay. By the way, Master said that she was going to travel around, and now she has handed the order of the underground black market to me. All the affairs of the Ghost King Palace have been handed over to me. Li Zongjiu glanced at Li Yun in surprise. The black market was probably something that the King of Fire had set up when he was bored, but it was so easy for him to hand it over to someone else. Letting Li Yun manage the entire underground world was also a kind of appreciation for Li Yun. Alright, as long as you don't destroy him. Li Zongjiu said seriously. Hearing this, Li Yun was so angry that she wanted to fight Li Zongjiu to the death. However, Li Zongjiu did not have the time to mess around with Li Yun. Now, the White Deer Manor's reserves were extremely rich. After earning so much money, there was an incalculable amount of money flowing into the White Deer Manor every day. Although Li Zongjiu did not directly mention it, Xiaoxiao had already arranged for people to purchase some precious herbs for storage. After all, the Li family was an alchemy family. Although Li Zongjiu was a high-level alchemist, but if you want to continue cultivating alchemists, you have to use more herbs to pile up this talent. Why are you here? When Li Zongjiu saw Lu Wenshan sitting in front of the alchemy building, he was also surprised. Greetings, young master. Xiaoxiao arranged for me to look after the alchemy building. Lu Wenshan quickly bowed to Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu did not spare his life, he would have been dead by now. Recently, there was a lot of news in the underworld. Spirit Valley sect and Valley Immortal sect's movements were very quiet. It was said that they were suppressed by the Chongqing Pavilion. After all, the death of the young pavilion master of the Chongqing Pavilion was still unknown. How could they let it go so easily? After all, this was a very good opportunity. Therefore, it was a good choice for Lu Wenshan to stay here and not come out. Lu Wenshan never thought that he would have such an opportunity for him to refine pills in peace. This really made Lu Wenshan feel very grateful. Well, do a good job. You haven't broken through to the 6th grade alchemist, right? Study this pill recipe when you have time. Li Zongjiu casually threw a pill recipe to Lu Wenshan. The annotations on the pill recipe were also very detailed. It was very enlightening for the 5th grade alchemist. When Lu Wenshan flipped through the pill recipe in his whole hand was trembling. He was so excited that snot and tears were running down his face. He almost kowtowed to Li Zongjiu's back. He didn't expect that he was just a captive, but now he was treated like this. Every day, he guarded the alchemy building here and he was paid. In a month, he was paid 3,000 gold coins. After all, he was still a captive. Moreover, Lu Wenshan also had a monthly alchemy quota. He had to refine 10 5th grade pills. Otherwise, he would lose his current position. He finally didn't have to live in the stable anymore. Of course, he cherished it very much. Li Zongjiu entered the alchemy building. He began to refine the 2 pills. One of them was a 6th grade elixir that could help Nangong Wuji recover his strength. If he was lucky, it could even help Nangong Wuji reach a higher level. In addition, he also had to refine a pill. This pill could help Qi Xiaohun's longevity tree original spirit completely evolve into the longevity tree emperor. As for whether he could break through to the origin emperor realm, it would depend on his own luck. However, when the longevity tree emperor appeared, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the origin emperor realm. Qi family. Qi Yanran returned to the mansion. She immediately went to find Qi Xiaohun, wanting to tell him about Li Zongjiu. In the end, she saw 2 people leaving Qi Xiaohun's study room. One was old and the other was young. The old man looked arrogant. As for the other young man, he also had an air of nobility between his brows. As she was leaving, she saw Qi Yanran walking towards her. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Yanran, long time no see. Huaqing. Qi Yanran also recognized the young man in front of her. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect to meet Huaqing here. Although you haven't entered the Hua family yet, you should pay attention to your identity and influence. Don't associate with those shady people in the future. Huaqing, let's go. The old man looked at Qi Yanran indifferently, as if he was teaching her a lesson. Qi Yanran frowned. A guest lecturing the host. It's hard to say who's shady. Qi Yanran was not afraid of anything, not to mention that she followed Li Zongjiu now. Many things were similar in style. Moreover, the situation was unclear. If it was an ordinary woman, she would tolerate it. However, Qi Yanran couldn't. Moreover, this was the Qi family's territory. Hua family, no matter how mighty you are, you can't be mighty in the Qi family. Yanran, this is my third grandpa. Hua Qing immediately said with a straight face. This is the Qi family. Take care. I won't send you off. After Qi Yanran finished speaking, she walked into Qi Xiaohun's study room, ignoring the two self-righteous people outside. He wasn't being arrogant. After all, the Hua family was really powerful. The 4 trump cards of the imperial court. The Hua family was in charge of the Green Dragon army. In the family, there were Green Dragon generals. Qi Yanran left directly, leaving the two people looking at each other in dismay. The third grandpa was furious that a young man dared to talk to him like this. If he was in the army, he would definitely make him suffer. He would feel what it meant to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. If you can't discipline such a wild girl in the future, don't go home. The old man flicked his sleeves and strode away. Today, the old man was opposed to the marriage proposal. The Hua family had been generals for generations and had fought on the battlefield. How could such a family like the Qi family, which had little influence in the imperial court, to put it bluntly? The Qi family could have its current status and influence because the imperial court gave it a living. If the imperial court didn't give it a living, the Qi family wouldn't be able to mine the primordial stone mine and gain any benefits from it. How could the Qi family be where it was today? Therefore, in the view of the third grandpa of the Hua family, Qi Yanran must have used some means to bewitch Hua Qing. She wanted to climb up the branch and become a phoenix. A pheasant was a pheasant. However, Hua Qing was an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Hua family after all. The adults of the Hua family respected Hua Qing's wishes, so they asked the third grandpa of the Hua family to come and propose marriage for Hua Qing. Moreover, Qi Yanran's recent performance in the Three Dynasties Elixir Conference was really good, which made the people of the Hua family relax. Otherwise, as the third grandpa of the Hua family said, she wouldn't be able to step into the door of the Hua family. Hua Qing shook his head helplessly. He also knew Qi Yanran's temper. After so many years, she was still like this, but Hua Qing liked it. No matter how unruly a woman was, she could only obey him obediently. Sooner or later, she would be trained. At that time, he would see if Qi Yanran's temper was still so hard. Qi Yanran walked into Qi Xiaohun's study. The expression on her face was extremely unfriendly. Father, what are Hua Qing doing here? Qi Yanran and Hua Qing were not very familiar with each other. They had studied in the same school when they were young, and then they didn't contact each other much. Yanran is back. Qi Xiaohun was surprised to see Qi Yanran come back. Moreover, there were some items on Qi Yanran's table. The most precious item was a medicinal pill. Qi Yanran's nose twitched as she knew that it was a medicinal pill. What is this? Qi Yanran grabbed the box on the table. He opened it to take a look. A 6th-grade medicinal pill, myriad wood pill. Apart from that, there was also a permit. And what was written on this permit was the mining rights of a yuan stone mine near the Green Dragon Mountain. What do these things mean? Although Qi Yanran had some guesses in her heart, she still looked at Qi Xiaohun. Qi Xiaohun let out a long sigh. The Hua family is here to propose marriage. Qi Xiaohun said in a deep voice. As the family head of the Qi family, how could he not be tempted when he saw these priceless items? These items could bring great changes to the Qi family with just a little bit of use. Not to mention the myriad wood pill. Just the mining permit alone was already priceless. If the Qi family could obtain this mining permit, the Qi family's strength would definitely double, or even triple, its current strength. However, the price to get these items was not small. Therefore, Qi Xiaohun did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he waited for Qi Yanran to come back. I don't agree. Qi Yanran refused directly. Of course I know your temper. You haven't agreed yet. Although I'm the family head, I'm still your father. Qi Xiaohun patted his chest and said. It was as if he was trying to say that his father was like a mountain that could block all difficulties for her. But the Hu family is the real power behind the Green Dragon Army. Even if we want to refuse, we have to find an absolutely good way to not offend them. This was also what Qi Xiaohan was worried about. The Hu family's strength was because the Hu family's main battlefield was not doing business. Their main goal was how many bandits were killed today, how many rebels were eliminated, and how many people's houses were confiscated. This was the Hu family's business. What the Green Dragon Army did was to maintain the stability of the Xingyan dynasty. The reason why these Jianghu families could make money so peacefully was that the Green Dragon Army was guarding outside. They were not great. After all, they had to pay taxes. Those who were eliminated were those who did not pay taxes. Therefore, if a Jianghu family like the Qi family wanted to confront the Hu family head-on, they would not have a good ending. Qi Yanran looked at Qi Xiaohan angrily. Obviously, Qi Xiaohuan's words were meant for Qi Yanran's ears. Although both of them would eventually walk on the path of marriage, Qi Xiaohan also wanted to give Qi Yanran more freedom. However, this crisis would not be so easy to overcome. I'm with Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran said. Initially, Qi Yanran was still thinking about how to bring up this matter. However, now that such a thing had happened, Qi Yanran was forced to say it out loud. Now is not the problem of who you are with. The problem now is. Wait, what did you say? Who are you with? Who are you with? Qi Xiaohan picked up the tea and wanted to take a sip. He wanted to analyze the pros and cons with Qi Yanran, but suddenly, when he heard clearly, he was stunned. What did this girl just say? Qi Xiaohan had traveled extensively for so many years and had seen many big and small scenes, but for the scene in front of him, he really did not expect such a scene. Even when this day came, Qi Xiaohan felt a little weak. Even if Qi Xiaohan was a wily old fox, when he heard this, his heart could not help but tremble. You. What did you just say? Can you say it again? Qi Xiaohan widened his eyes. I'm with Li Zongjiu. He will come to see you tomorrow. At that time, you can do as you see fit. After Qi Yanran finished speaking, she directly turned around and left. First, it was because she was shy, and second, it was because she was angry that Qi Xiaohan did not directly reject Hu Qing. That was why Qi Yanran was so angry. Damn. I knew this kid's motive was not pure. That kid didn't do anything to you, right? Qi Xiaohan shouted loudly at Qi Yanran's back. After hearing this, Qi Yanran directly quickened her pace and left quickly. It's over, it's over. I have been raising cabbages for so many years, but this brat. I'm not done with him. Qi Xiaohan shouted loudly, but his face was full of a very happy and excited expression. This person was really strange. If it was another kid, Qi Xiaohan would have already sent someone to break his legs. But the target was Li Zongjiu. Qi Xiaohan simply wanted to give Qi Yanran a thumbs up. She actually managed to take down Li Zongjiu. What a pity, what a pity. Although the Hu family is good, you are already in a difficult situation. Now, even if I don't want to marry you, ha ha ha. Qi Xiaohan naturally disdained the marriage with the Hu family. If both parties were willing, then it would be a strong union. But if he had to sacrifice his daughter's happiness in exchange for money, Qi Xiaohan would not do such a thing. He just needed a reason. Now that Qi Yanran had found this reason, there was basically nothing to worry about. At the very least, the two young people could compete with each other. Haha, I'm happy just thinking about it. Come, pack up these things. What are these things? You want to cheat my daughter away? Dream on. Qi Xiaohan said with confidence. The next day, Xiaozhao prepared a lot of gifts for Li Zongjiu. Knowing that his young master was going to visit his future father-in-law, Xiaozhao specially prepared a lot of antiques. Moreover, the Qi family was born to play with stones. Therefore, he specially selected some precious jade and the like. Let me accompany you, young master. No need. When Nangong Wuji is free later, you can give this to him. Li Zongjiu said. Inside the bottle was the elixir for Nangong Wuji. Li Zongjiu didn't remember when they agreed on the time. Anyway, the effect of the elixir would definitely satisfy Nangong Wuji. Okay, young master, you can do it. Xiaozhao covered his mouth and snickered. When Li Zhongzhou was about to go out, he saw Li Yan standing at the door. She looked bold and decisive, as if she was going to do something big. "What are you doing?" Li Zhongzhou saw Li Yan standing at the door and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He couldn't help but ask. "I'm going with you. After all, I'm the oldest among these people," Li Yan said as she crossed her arms. "So what if you are strong? I'm your cousin." Among the disciples of the Li family who came, most of them were younger than Li Zhongzhou. Of course, there were a few who were slightly older, but they were all collateral relatives and weren't close to Li Zhongzhou. "No need," Li Zhongzhou said and directly stepped out. However, Li Yan shamelessly followed him. "Little brother, this kind of thing requires a parent to be present. I don't believe that you won't panic." Li Zhongzhou naturally didn't panic. However, if he didn't allow Li Yan to follow him, she would definitely pester him and keep chattering. It was so noisy that it would kill him. In the end, Li Yan shamelessly followed him. Li Zhongzhou hadn't thought of this. In his previous life, he had to rely on himself for almost everything, so Li Zhongzhou had never thought of relying on others. He didn't have anyone to rely on. However, things were different in this life. He had his family by his side. There were some things that he could face together. The two of them sat in the carriage and slowly drove to the Qi family's courtyard. The journey from the White Deer Manor to the Qi clan's courtyard took nearly an hour. The entrance of the Qi family seemed to be especially clean today. Qi Xiaohun arranged for someone to welcome him at the door. After all, Li Zhongzhou's current status was not lower than Qi Xiaohun's. In addition, he was an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This was enough for Qi Xiaohun to curry favor with him. However, Li Zhongzhou had come to pay a visit to his father-in-law. Therefore, Qi Xiaohun naturally had to show off. Wanting to take away his daughter wasn't a simple matter. "I'll have to trouble you to report that Li Yan and Li Zhongzhou of the Li family have come to pay a visit." Li Yan handed some gold coins to the two guards at the door. When Li Zhongzhou saw this scene, he simply sighed and turned around. This kind of method might work in a small place, but in this place, as long as you say your name, who would dare to stop you? The guards refused to accept and Li Yan kept pushing and shoving. It seemed that the two of them were about to fight. Elder Qi Feiyu, who was still waiting, quickly walked out from inside. "Elderly, Miss Li, please come in, please come in. The family head has been waiting for a long time." Qi Feiyu walked out and saw that Li Yan was about to fight with the guard. He quickly held the two of them down. "Elder, your family's guard is really honest." Li Yan also gasped for breath. She actually couldn't handle this guard after such a long time. This really made her, the new queen of the underground world, very unhappy. "Hee, the family rules are stricter, stricter," Elder Qi Feiyu said with a smile. Li Yan's identity wasn't ordinary. She was Li Zhongzhou's cousin. Just this point alone was already very important. With Li Zhongzhou's identity and Li Zhongzhou's status, Li Yan seemed to be very important. Usually, if there were some matters in the White Deer Manor that couldn't be decided, Xiao would also look for Li Yan to discuss. After all, Li Yan was the one with the real surname Li. In some matters, he had to respect Li Yan's decision. Of course, the final authority was still in Xiao's hands. Letting a capable person deal with these matters was better than letting an internal member deal with it. They were more impartial and could see further into the future. Qi Feiyu also knew of Li Yan's identity, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Elder Qi, you came early. Let's go." Li Zhongzhou took the initiative and said. Qi Feiyu quickly smiled. Although Li Zhongzhou hadn't said anything, Qi Xiaohun, who couldn't keep his mouth shut yesterday, almost told the entire Qi family. Who didn't know that Li Zhongzhou was very likely to be their future son-in-law? "Family head is waiting in the main hall, please follow me." Qi Feiyu led Li Yan and Li Zhongzhou inside. Along the way, the maids and servants that they met bowed one after another. There were also some young and strong Qi family disciples and Qi family guards. They were all secretly moving the stone tools in their hands with all their might. Moreover, their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking in Li Zhongzhou's direction. "Your Qi family's training atmosphere is so lively." Li Yan walked with her long legs and saw these young people secretly exercising. she couldn't help but comment. Cough cough. Qi Feiyu immediately coughed a few times at these people. Obviously, he was here to show off to Li Zongjiu. These stupid people, Li Zongjiu naturally turned a blind eye. The three of them came to the main hall. Qi Xiaohun had been waiting for a long time and had brewed a pot of good tea. When he saw Li Zongjiu and Li Yun coming in, his face immediately revealed an extremely bright smile. His daughter would get married sooner or later, but to be able to marry into a good family was the most important thing for Qi Xiaohun. Of course, the most important thing was that his daughter wouldn't be wronged. Brother, I heard that you killed everyone in the Heikai dynasty's alchemy assembly. I have to congratulate you properly. Qi Xiaohun said with a smile and invited Li Zongjiu to sit down. He waved Qi Feiyu and the others away. Family head Qi is too polite. Today, our family's Li Zongjiu specially came to pay you a visit. Li Zongjiu didn't say anything. Li Yun took the lead and said. She seemed to be very anxious about such things. Haha, you're too kind. I heard that Miss Li Yun is the array master of White Deer Manor. If you're free, you should come to my Qi family often. Although my Qi family is a group of people who play with stones, we still have a lot of you on rune array scrolls. Qi Xiaohun said. Is that so? Then I'll have to come here more often. Patriarch Qi also knows that our Zongjiu is obsessed with cultivation all day long. He rarely comes out and only knows how to refine pills all day long. Hey, didn't you refine a pill yesterday? Bring it over for Patriarch Qi to appraise. Li Yun nudged Li Zongjiu with her elbow. Li Zongjiu sat at the side. The situation in front of him was completely controlled by Li Yun. He gave the myriad wood pill he concocted last night to Li Yun. This fellow had cultivated with the King of Fire for a period of time and controlled the underground world for a period of time. Unexpectedly, she had become bolder. Moreover, she had become very scheming. Although they were not here to propose marriage today, they should at least confirm their relationship. Who would have thought that Li Yun would come to talk about family matters? Oh? Let me see what kind of pill it is. Li Yun handed the pill over. When Qi Xiaohun opened the porcelain bottle and saw what was inside, he felt enlightened and full of essence just by smelling it. F***CK. Qi Xiaohun immediately jumped up from his seat after smelling it. However, Qi Xiaohun realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly corrected himself. Good, very good. This pill was concocted very well. When Qi Xiaohun held the porcelain bottle in his hand, he felt his palms sweating. 6th grade high-grade pill. Myriad wood pill, 10,000 years of cultivation. Among the Qi family's longevity tree origin spirits, this elixir was definitely a divine elixir. If he could obtain this pill, he would definitely be able to advance his longevity tree king by 1 level. It was no wonder that Qi Xiaohun was so excited. Hehe, Master Qi, this pill is just a small token. In the future, we should interact more with each other. Of course, Qi Xiaohun's eyes could not leave the bottle in his hand. Master Qi, this is the first time we met. Take this pill as a gift for our first meeting. Besides, I have a presumptuous request. My younger brother is young and promising. He and Miss Yanran are well matched in terms of social status. It's reasonable for young people to interact with each other. Li Yun said. Yes, of course. Qi Xiaohun's brain was not enough. He had completely fallen into Li Yun's trap. Li Zongjiu had been listening to them for a long time, but he still did not know what the main point of their conversation was. They were really good at wrangling. Wait a minute, brother. If you want to be with Yanran, I won't object. However, Yanran has been in trouble recently. Qi Xiaohun did not finish his words. Then, he heard someone shouting outside. Master Huasan is here. Brother, the people from the Hua clan wanted to propose marriage yesterday, but I had already sent them away. However, they are here again today. It is obvious that they are unwilling to give up so easily. Of course, the matters between you youngsters should be decided by yourselves. What do you think? Qi Xiaohun said. Qi Xiaohun's face showed that he was in a dilemma. It seemed that he had done his best, but he was unwilling to offend the Hua family. This trouble was naturally handed over to Li Zongjiu. Don't worry. No matter who he is, I'll settle it for you. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Isn't your seniority a bit messy? Li Yan didn't seem to have noticed the crux of the matter. She was only extremely curious about the way Qi Shaohan addressed Li Zongjiu. Wasn't this a little too casual? Li Zongjiu is your future son-in-law, yet you actually addressed him as your little brother. It was really messy. Master Qi, what do you think? In a few days, this old man will return to the barracks. I don't have time to waste here with you. The sooner you agree, the sooner I can go back to report. Huasanyi walked in and said. Although he was already old, his body was still very healthy. Qi Yanran didn't know how to be polite yesterday. But Huasanyi didn't care. The Hua family had already given the betrothal gift. There was no reason for them to take it back. Even if they wanted to end it, it would be the Hua family's Huaqing who would abandon them. Before that, they had no right to leave. This was the Hua family's tyranny, they didn't care about what others thought. When Huasanyi and Huaqing walked in, they found that there was not only Qi Shaohan in the main hall, but also a man and a woman. Huaqing's eyes lit up when he saw Li Yan, but he quickly retracted his gaze. But before he retracted his gaze, he couldn't help but stop on Li Yan's long legs for a second and smiled at Li Yan. It seemed very appropriate. Master Qi, you have guests? We're just chatting amongst ourselves. Third Master Hua, please take a seat. Qi Shaohan said and then got up to pour tea for Huasanyi. He shook the teapot and found that there was no water in it. You guys chat first, I'll go add some water. What kind of status did Qi Shaohan have? Yet, he actually personally went to add water. Hua Third Master sat across from Li Yan, and Huaqing naturally sat down facing Li Zongjiu. What are you doing here? Li Zongjiu took a sip of tea while Li Yan fiddled with her hair. She seemed a little bored. She didn't need to deal with these things. Now was the time for Li Zongjiu to show his manly strength. Hua Third Master didn't speak. Huaqing cupped his hands towards Li Zongjiu. I am Huaqing from the Hua family. This is my third grandfather. We are here to propose marriage. Huaqing said with a smile. I have known Yanran since I was young. So many years have passed, Huaqing seemed to be immersed in his youth as he said this. He looked very affectionate. When Li Zongjiu heard Yanran's name, he stood up and rushed towards Huaqing. Li Zongjiu directly rushed in front of Huaqing. Before Huaqing could react, Hua Third Master had already realized that something was wrong. Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. The sudden appearance of Li Zongjiu surprised Huaqing. Li Zongjiu directly punched Huaqing's face, hitting the bridge of his nose. Huaqing was knocked over along with his chair. Bang, Li Zongjiu's punch was just right. It hit Huaqing's whole body, and blood splattered all over his face. Brat, what are you doing? When Hua Third Master saw Huaqing's miserable state, he immediately raised his hand and slapped towards Li Zongjiu's head. If this palm hit, Li Zongjiu's head would definitely be crooked. Of course, this was only Hua Third Master's guess. Bang, Li Zongjiu stood still. When the palm landed on Li Zongjiu's head, the expected scene of brain matter splattering did not happen. Li Zongjiu stood in the same place, appearing extremely stable. He did not even move a single step. You want to challenge me with this level of skill? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. In the next second, he directly broke Hua Third Master's hand. Crack, a crisp breaking sound rang out. No one expected Li Zongjiu to be so decisive. He directly broke Hua Third Master's arm. If Li Zongjiu was not strong enough, he would have been killed by Hua Third Master's palm. What? Hua Third Master covered his broken arm. He looked at Li Zongjiu with a face full of shock. He did not dare to believe his eyes. He used his head to take a palm strike, but he was still unharmed. And now, he had even broken one of his arms. Who are you? Tell me your name if you have the ability. Hua Third Master covered his broken arm. The young man in front of him was abnormally strong. If he fought him head-on, he would not be able to gain any advantage. My name is Li Zongjiu. If you want revenge, come to White Deer Manor. I guarantee that no matter how many of you come, you will all die. Also, if you are looking for a woman, get lost. If you dare to take half a step into the Qi family, I will definitely take your life. Scram. Li Zongjiu said coldly. His tone left no room for discussion. Hu Qing's nose was bleeding from the punch, but it did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight or temper. Hu Qing immediately stood up. You are courting death. He screamed and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. No. Hu Third Master wanted to stop Hu Qing, but it was too late. Hu Qing was sent flying by Li Zongjiu's kick. The distance between the hall and the entrance was about 50 meters. Hu Qing landed on the street outside the Li family's entrance. Pfft. Hu Qing could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If Li Zongjiu had used any more strength in his kick, Hu Qing would have been cut in half. Now that he landed on the ground, he felt a sense of comfort. Hu Third Master saw Hu Qing's miserable state. Without thinking, he knew that he would end up in a miserable state. It was all because of Li Zongjiu. This brat was so ruthless. You are very good. I admit defeat today. Hu Third Master was not impulsive. He just took a deep breath. Li Zongjiu did not kill him directly. It could be considered that he had a card up his sleeve. If Li Zongjiu killed Hu Qing today, Hu Third Master would use all means to make Li Zongjiu suffer. The reason why Li Zongjiu did not kill him was not because he wanted to kill him today. After all, this was Qi Yanran's house. It would be impolite to kill in someone's house. It was also surprising that Li Zongjiu would think like this. When he went to the Shi family and killed many people in Qingyuan Villa, he did not have such awareness. So it was very rare. Hu Third Master also covered his broken arm and walked out. It was as if he was leaving with his tail between his legs. I remember that the Hu family is one of the 4 major army families. It seems that they are not to be trifled with. Li Yan stood up and said. After all, she was now a woman who controlled the resources of the underground black market. It doesn't matter what family comes. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If Hu Qing came to harass Qi Yanran again, he would not let him go easily. He would let him die here. He would not have the chance to regret it. You don't have to worry about this. I will help you deal with the Hu family. Li Yan said. Oh? Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yan in surprise. Li Yan had not left Luoxia City for long, but she had developed such a sharp temper. She probably learned this temper from the King of Fire. Obviously, she was going to become a person who was not to be trifled with in the sacred flame imperial city. Zongjiu. Qi Yanran walked in from outside the house and saw Li Zongjiu and Li Yan. She heard some noise and came out to take a look. She heard from the people in the house that Li Zongjiu had kicked Hu Qing of the Hu family and sent him flying. He landed on the street outside the house. It was rare to see such a scene. All of them were extremely excited, especially the young disciples of the Qi clan. This was really too cool. Some of them didn't even dare to let out a fart when they saw the Hu clan's patriarch leave with his tail between his legs. After becoming strong, it was easy to understand what he said. With a single punch, he understood everything that he didn't understand. Just now, I kicked one of your childhood sweethearts out of here. Li Zongjiu said. What are you talking about? I used to be in the same class as him, but I haven't seen him since. Qi Yanran heard Li Zongjiu's words and was obviously a little angry. Haha. Li Zongjiu saw Qi Yanran's attitude and laughed. Qi Yanran then understood that Li Zongjiu was deliberately teasing her. You. If not for the fact that she could not defeat Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran would definitely fight with Li Zongjiu. TSK, you young people talk. This old woman will leave first. By the way, I will help you send the gifts you prepared to their housekeeper. Li Yan also waved her hand. Obviously, she did not want to stay in such a place for a second longer. You beat up the Hu family so badly, they definitely won't let you off so easily. Qi Yanran said worriedly. After all, the Hu family was not an ordinary family. Even the Qi family did not dare to offend them. In fact, the Qi family avoided them like the plague, afraid that they would offend them. Even though Li Zongjiu had helped her vent her anger and made the Qi family proud, it was still too dangerous. This kind of behavior could easily anger the Hu family. I naturally don't care about the Hua family. In the future, when our families work together, we don't have to be afraid of the whole world. Li Zhongjiu pulled Qi Yanran into his arms. He seemed to have said too many harsh words over the past few days. If he did not continue to work hard in his cultivation, he would soon become lazy. Do you want to stay at my place? The manor has just been built, and it's not bad. How can I do that? You haven't even asked for my hand in marriage, Qi Yanran said softly. Even though Qi Yanran had never thought about getting married so early, when she said it, she still felt a little shy. She was not married yet, and she had to stay at Li Zhongjiu's mansion. What would other people think of her when she went out? Girls were shy, but they still cared about their dignity. Haha, alright. Then you should work hard in your cultivation as well. If you need anything, just tell me. I have a few things to take care of. Li Zhongjiu said. Is it about that? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu. Before they left, Wan Yulan had leaked the information to Li Zhongjiu. The ancient Zong family followed them like shadows. Even if they crossed an entire dynasty, it would be difficult to stop them. They had to ensure their safety. The assassination skills of the ancient Zong family were unparalleled in the world. Even in the Xingyan dynasty, they were famous. There are still some things. Don't worry, I've already sent people to take care of them. As long as they show up, I'll cripple them. Li Zhongjiu said flatly, so what if you're from the ancient Zong family? You've been calling them names for a long time, but they don't even know your surnames. What's the point of fooling around like this? Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was also extremely disdainful and did not put these people in his eyes. Yes, be careful. Qi Yanran nodded. Previously, I refined a myriad wood pill for your father. Right now, you are still unable to refine these pills. Once your cultivation has stabilized a little, I will refine more for you. Don't underestimate me, I'm also an alchemist. Qi Yanran was a little unconvinced. Everyone was an alchemist. It was as if she was just an alchemist in name. She had real skills. The two of them separated after a while. Could it be that Qi Xiaohun had dug a well on the spot? Even if the well was dug on the spot, he should have returned by now. Obviously, this old man had also secretly hidden the pill. This was a high-grade 6th-grade medicinal pill. It was 2 grades higher than the medicinal pill sent by the Hua family. These 2 grades were not to be underestimated. There were countless grade 6 alchemists who could not cross it even if they worked hard. The barrier between realms was right in front of them, and it was not something they could cross just because they wanted to. After leaving the Qi family, Li Yan took the carriage away. If he did not spend money, Li Zhongjiu could only walk back. After all, he was not in a hurry for the next few days. He could focus his energy and deal with the ancient Zong family first. The people from Thousand Machine Workshop had already set up an inescapable net. Right now, everything that happened in any corner of Holy Flame Royal City would quickly reach Li Zhongjiu's ears. In the Royal City, the ancient Zong family had already sent 2 elites. In order to ensure the completion of this mission and bring back Li Zhongjiu's head once and for all, Xia sent out 2 people. Under normal circumstances, 1 person would be enough to complete the task. Zong Feng, let's rest here today. The 2 of them came to a casino. There were 2 big words written on it. Bo Yu Casino. With their status, if they were to stay in any tavern or inn, they would be quickly discovered by others. Their actions and traces would be exposed very quickly. This was obviously not a good habit. Therefore, casinos were often the best hiding places. This was because there were all kinds of people in the casino. There were all kinds of people, and all kinds of people would go to the casino. There were countless people every day, and it was extremely difficult to track down a single person. Of the 2 people who came, one was called Zong Feng. He was an elite among the younger generation of the ancient Zong family. His goal was to kill anyone below the primitive emperor realm. The other person was the helper of this mission, Zhang Yisaro. He must have been a handsome young master when he was young. However, in their line of work, they could not be seen in the light. If they had a conflict with someone on the street, they could only swallow their anger. Zhang Yisaro was one of the top 5 assassins in the ancient Zong family. In one night, He had killed 3 primitive Emperor realm powerhouses in a row, and his achievement was enough to make people tremble in fear. It also made the people of the ancient Zong family see Xianxia's ability and potential. He was only 35 years old, but he was already one of the top 5 assassins in the family. He was really powerful. This mission was really tough. We actually rushed for 5 days. Zhang Feng said. The two of them were dressed very normally, as if they were accompanying guards or escorts. It was very normal for people like them to come out and gamble. When the two of them walked into Boyu Casino, it was also very natural. It was a pity that the two of them were wrong. They should not have come to Boyu Casino. There were more than 100 casinos in Sacred Flame Royal City. As long as they paid the protection fee to Boyu Casino on time, it could continue to operate. After all, the casino industry could only flourish if everyone did business. The two top assassins who came from afar walked directly into Li Zongjiu's territory. They were completely unaware of it. Taifai had already received an order from White Deer Manor in the morning to use all resources to search for people who came from outside the country. Just as Taifai was about to make arrangements, he heard a subordinate report that 2 unknown experts had come to the casino. The casino industry in Sacred Flame Royal City. Boyu Casino was fully deserving of its title as the leader of the industry. They had already figured out the ins and outs of the industry. The VIPs who came and went were all rich people with potential. They were all there to give away money, so they naturally knew everything. Therefore, when the 2 people who came from outside the country walked in, they were already seen through. They just entered the city and bought clothes from Wang Mozi's shop. Wang Mozi saw the 2 of them and said that the clothes they were wearing were not made of Xingyan dynasty materials and workmanship. After a few rounds of judgment, the identities of these 2 people were as clear as day. Taifai ordered not to act rashly and alert the enemy. Everything should proceed as usual, and he immediately went to inform the young master of this news. The carriage sped along. Originally, Taifai wanted to drive directly to Bailu Manor, but halfway there, he saw a person who looked like Li Zongjiu. Taking a closer look, it was really Li Zongjiu. Young master! Young master! Taifai stopped the carriage. Li Zongjiu was strolling around the street stalls, wanting to buy something for Qi Yanran. Anyway, he was just strolling around and looking at the ragdolls on the street. When he was holding them in his hand and looking at them carefully, a figure jumped down from the carriage and came in front of Li Zongjiu and said. Taifai saw that Li Zongjiu was holding 2 ragdolls in his hand, and his face became extremely strange. Young master was indeed young master, he had some hobbies that ordinary people couldn't understand. Taifai? What's wrong? Li Zongjiu originally wanted to go to the casino to see if there were any changes in the casino recently. After all, it had been so long, there should be some progress. Li Zongjiu spent a lot of energy on this in the early stage, and now it was time to reap the harvest. Young master, you asked us to track down the killers from outside the country. We have some clues. Taifai said. Oh? So fast? Li Zongjiu was about to leave with the 2 ragdolls when the stall owner hurriedly shouted. Boss, you haven't paid yet. Taifai directly threw a few gold coins. Even the broken dolls in the stall could be bought with a single gold coin. Li Zongjiu and Taifai got into the carriage. In the carriage, Taifai also told Li Zongjiu in detail about the discovery of these 2 people. That should be pretty good. He's actually so arrogant to come knocking on my door. Li Zongjiu's eyes were also filled with cold light. Didn't they say that they were assassins? They actually came directly to destroy the venue. They were clearly targeting Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had even more reason to go up against these 2 people from the ancient Zong family. Inside the Broadjoy Casino, Taifai had already sent people to guard the various exits. There was a corner in Boyu Casino that was dedicated to resting. After all, they couldn't gamble here all day long. Sometimes, they needed to rest for more than 10 minutes, or they would eat something to refresh themselves. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yisaro occupied a VIP lounge. They rested comfortably on large chairs made of tiger skin. As the 2 of them rested, a commotion came from outside the door. It was obvious that this casino was very popular. It was daytime, but there were still so many people here. The situation was extremely intense. The two of them listened to the commotion outside and rested more peacefully. Outside the casino. The carriage stopped. "Where are they?" Tai-Fai asked. "In the VIP lounge, they gave the people inside some money and sent them out," the person in the casino said. Then, he stared straight at the young master. There were many new faces in the casino, and naturally, there were many more talents. There were many alchemists in White Deer Manor who were constantly refining pills to provide for the people of these big factions to cultivate and increase their strength. Otherwise, the overall strength of White Deer Manor wouldn't have increased so quickly. In the early stages, they desperately spent money. Of course, the money that was thrown out was also recovered through other means. All of it was earned back. Currently, there were already 6 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses overseeing the Great Delight Casino. All of them obeyed Tai-Fai's orders. Some people had only heard that the real owner of Boyu Casino was a young master called Li Zhongjiu. Many people had heard of Li Zhongjiu's reputation. There were even various legends about Li Zhongjiu circulating in Boyu Casino. Very few of the newcomers had seen Li Zhongjiu before. He was an extremely mysterious existence who held such a huge force in his hands. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu's strength was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, given Tai-Fai's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to establish his own faction. However, Tai-Fai was still loyal and never dared to have any second thoughts. Such a loyal person was even more admirable. However, the person who saw the deeper reason was that the boss above Tai-Fai was the truly powerful one. "Stop looking. This is our young master. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out." "Ah, yes, this lowly one greets young master," the person hurriedly said respectfully. After Li Zhongjiu arrived, the people in the casino quickly cleared the place and sealed the door. Zhang Feng and Zhang Shan, who had been rushing for 5 days, suddenly woke up with a start. "Something's wrong." Zhang Yishan flipped over and immediately reached for the dagger at his waist. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. His entire aura was restrained and he was like a ferocious tiger waiting to pounce. "What's going on?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. "There's no sound outside," Zhang Yishan said in a low voice. "Maybe the door is closed." Zhang Feng woke up and entered a state of alert. If the door was closed, they should have been woken up. Zhang Yishan dug a small hole in the wall. Just as he was about to peek, he saw a strong man swinging his fist at him from outside the wall. Boom! The wall shattered. A big hole was revealed. "Come out." Zhang Yishan put away the dagger in his hand, and the murderous aura on his body disappeared. As a professional assassin, he had to cover up all his aura. He couldn't just walk into a place and let people know that he was an assassin. Concealing oneself was what a top-notch assassin should do. Zhang Yishan gestured to Zhang Feng. This gesture meant that he was ready to retreat at any time. However, it was better to go out and check the situation first. What if it was a misunderstanding? When the two of them walked out, they saw that the gambling tables around them had all been put away. A black mass of ferocious-looking people was staring at the two of them. Both the upper and lower floors were filled with these thugs. Such a large formation made Zhang Yisheng and Zhang Yi puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that they were robbed? Is this actually a shady shop? A boy in gray sat at the center. There was a stack of peanuts and a pot of Biluakan tea in front of the boy's table. Drinking tea and eating peanuts was indeed a perfect match in the world of martial artists. "I wonder how the two of us have offended you, big brothers, for you to have to put up such a formation?" Zhang Yishan asked with a chuckle. Naturally, they were not afraid of the formation, but they had to look a little cowardly. Only then would the people across them lower their guard. Under normal circumstances, they would keep a low profile if they could. They would only attack when their lives were threatened, and they would not attack easily. Zhang Feng looked like a young man who had just entered the city from the countryside. If he needed to, he only needed 5 minutes to kill all the people in front of him. However, the ancient Zhang family was trained as an assassin. It was very expensive for them to kill people. Under normal circumstances, he would not kill anyone. Faced with the current situation, Burying Night Sorrow was also thinking about how he had been careless and ended up being surrounded. It was too embarrassing. As a professional assassin, this situation was simply an insult to him. However, on the surface, he had been pretending to be ignorant. He wanted to tell the people in front of him that they had mistaken him for someone else. At the same time, when burying Knight Sorrow saw the grey-robed young man in front of him, he felt that he was familiar. However, he had never seen the grey-robed young man before. "You're sent by the ancient Zong family, right?" "I'm Li Zongjiu," Li Zongjiu said. Before he made his move, Li Zongjiu was also thinking about how to deal with the two people in front of him. If he directly killed them, it would be a waste. With the skills of these two people, it would be a good choice to make them into shadow guards. That was because the two of them were good at pretending. Before this, the White Deer Manor had always been in a don't offend others situation. But now, if the Li family wanted to expand, they would have to use sufficient means. They needed to store up enough power to continuously become stronger and be prepared for danger in times of peace. If they continued to be in such a peaceful state throughout the process, they would definitely be beaten down in the future. If they did not improve, their enemies would. When that time came, they would encounter the same thing that their enemies had encountered before. They would be easily defeated. When burying Knight Sorrow heard that, he was instantly shocked. However, he still looked confused on the surface. Sir, what do you mean by that?" "I don't know," burying Knight Sorrow kept playing dumb. However, there was already a storm raging in his heart. "Li Zongjiu. F***ck, isn't that the target of the mission?" Based on the burying Knight clan style of doing things, they would collect enough information before taking action, then use all kinds of methods to create opportunities. However, this time, because the target was the Xianxia dynasty, they could not obtain the most timely information. Therefore, they needed to conduct an on-site investigation. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would be captured by Li Zongjiu as soon as he settled down? Wasn't this a little too powerful? Could it be that he was the current crown prince? What a terrifying force. It had directly attracted them to this place and lured them into the trap set by Li Zongjiu. They had unknowingly fallen for it. There must have been a lot of hints along the way. Burying Knight Sorrow tried his best to recall where he had gone wrong. These were all fatal mistakes. However, no matter how hard Knight Sorrow tried to recall, he couldn't find any flaws. After all, he had chosen the Great Delight Casino himself. They had accidentally stumbled into Li Zongjiu's territory, so they couldn't blame anyone else. Zhang Feng's facial expression was also very well disguised. The terror and fear in his eyes were also very well disguised. He looked at the scene in front of him with great timidity. "As an assassin, there's no need for you to go back alive if you expose yourself. However, I'm in a good mood today, so one of you can live," Li Zongjiu said flatly. It was naturally impossible for these people to trap the two elites from the ancient Zong family. Li Zongjiu didn't count on these people either. However, the two of them could forget about escaping in front of Li Zongjiu. "Haha, although we don't know what you're talking about, I'm afraid these people are still not enough to stop us," Knight Sorrow said coldly. "Although we're from the countryside, we're not easy to bully." As soon as he said this, he immediately acted as if he wanted to fight. It was completely like an ordinary person who was deliberately pretending to fight. "Haha, young master, don't worry. Leave these two bumpkins to us." Immediately, a Yuan King elite walked out. He only needed one palm to kill the two ants in front of him. Just as the Yuan King elite attacked, Zhang Feng also took a step forward and pressed his finger on the other party's acupuncture point. He directly pushed the Yuan King elite back. He kept retreating backward. In the end, he sat on the ground. He couldn't tell that these two were true elites. "All of you, back off," Li Zongjiu said. "Young master, the two of us didn't mean to offend you. If you want money, feel free to take it. However, if you think that the two of us are easy to bully, then I'm afraid it won't end well today." Immediately, the middle-aged man, Knight Sorrow, also slightly released his aura. It formed a threat. Even in front of Li Zongjiu and the others, he wasn't afraid. In addition, his attack just now was a deterrent to the others. "Is that so?" Li Zongjiu stood up. Knight Sorrow and Zhang Feng both took a step back. The moment Li Zongjiu moved, he immediately felt a wave of pressure coming at him. This was clearly an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Their many years of killing experience told them that the Li Zongjiu before them was a sleeping ferocious beast. Once they came into contact with him, they would definitely face an extremely terrifying situation. Be careful. Zhong Night Sorrow reminded Zhong Feng, who was behind him. However, in the next second, Li Zongjiu's figure was already in front of them. Boom! Each of them sent out a palm strike. Immediately, the two of them felt an extremely powerful threat descending upon them. They had to use all their strength to block it. Oh no! Bang bang, the two of them were directly sent flying. Zhong Night Sorrow fell to the ground, while Zhong Feng crashed into a stone pillar. The inner armor on their bodies shattered immediately. Pfft! Zhong Night Sorrow spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! In the instant that they exchanged blows, they knew that Li Zongjiu was too powerful. He had already exceeded the level that they could withstand. This mission was indeed not that simple. In a direct confrontation, the assassins were already at a disadvantage. Originally, they wanted to carry out the assassination plan. However, now that they were forced to face him, they could only escape. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he wanted to turn around and escape. However, he realized that his strength had disappeared. What? This is. When he felt the power in his body disappear, Zhong Feng also felt it. His strength seemed to have been covered up, and he could not use any of his origin energy. It was Li Zongjiu's doing. I didn't expect this talisman stone to be so useful. This should be called the Lost Soul Talisman. I found it in the Ghost King's secret realm. Its effect can last for 3 days. Director Li said with a faint smile. What the hell? Zhong Night Sorrow had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, it was the first time that he was caught before he could even take action. He did not even know what to do. He reckoned that he had fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands this time. There was no chance for him to escape. Holy Flame Capital City was his territory. Under the situation where there was no essence energy, how could they possibly escape this Li Zongjiu's demonic claws? We're really not from the ancient Zong family. Hero, you've got the wrong person. Zhong Night Sorrow said stubbornly. Isn't the word ancient Zong carved on it? Li Zongjiu took out a dagger. When he saw the dagger, Zhong Night Sorrow touched his body and found that his dagger was indeed gone. Li Zongjiu's stealing skills were quite good. He had been caught red-handed. Zhong Night Sorrow and Zhong Feng also put away their previous attitude. Don't struggle. Even if you kill the two of us, there will be more experts coming. Even if you hide here, you won't be able to escape. Zhong Night Sorrow said coldly. Zhong Feng was even more shocked. The man in front of him was about the same age as him, but he was able to kill the two of them in an instant, at the same time. When it came to assassination, Zhong Feng was naturally confident that he was better than Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was too abnormal. Zhong Night Sorrow's strength was already at the first stage Origin Emperor realm, but he was still ambushed by Li Zongjiu. If an assassin at the first stage Origin Emperor realm prepared carefully for an assassination, it would be easy to kill a 3rd stage Origin Emperor realm expert, or even a 4th stage Origin Emperor realm expert. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, they did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Moreover, their strength was sealed. All of you can stay here and be properly disciplined. Li Zongjiu said. Next, it was Taifai's turn. Taifai was naturally familiar with disciplining people. He directly used torture tools to lock up the two of them. Just like that, 2 of the ancient Zong family's top assassins became prisoners. The change and development of the situation was unexpected. Before they could even take action, they were already captured by Li Zongjiu. He was too domineering. However, being trapped in this place gave the two of them a chance. At least they still had time. Besides, they were in a place like this. If they wanted to assassinate Li Zongjiu, they would have enough time to gather information. Li Zongjiu was powerful, but his mistake was that he was too arrogant. You actually allowed 2 assassins to do things under your nose. The information they can gather will be beyond your imagination. As long as they were not harmed, they still had a chance to complete their mission. What they needed to do now was to lay low in this place. Wait for an opportunity to appear. Li Zongjiu naturally did not have that much time to play with the two assassins. The soul-losing talisman was a treasure he found in the Ghost King's secret realm. It was not easy to remove it. Li Zongjiu was confident that he could control them for 3 days. Back in White Deer Manor, Li Zongjiu entered the training room. The demonic hammer in his hand seemed to want to go berserk again. By the looks of it, it needed fresh blood to nurture it. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what the hell are you? Since you like to cause trouble, I'll train you properly. Li Zongjiu had long been annoyed by the hammer. It kept causing trouble for him, so it was no wonder that Li Zongjiu was so angry. Li Zongjiu immediately summoned the Shura cauldron in his hand. The Shura cauldron fell to the ground with a bang. There were 3 grooves in the ground that were specifically used to place the legs of the Shura cauldron. Li Zongjiu threw the demonic hammer in his hand into one of the grooves. The demonic hammer in front of him seemed to be extremely manic. It was rampaging inside the Shura cauldron, trying to break out. So manic. Li Zongjiu did not hold back. He immediately summoned the 3 Yuan dragons and suppressed the demonic hammer. When the demonic hammer sensed the appearance of the Yuan dragons, it seemed to be slightly fearful. At that moment, it calmed down. Li Zongjiu activated the obsidian fire to refine it. Although the obsidian fire was strong, it seemed to be powerless in front of the demonic hammer. Li Zongjiu suddenly felt the darkness Yuan dragon in his body that had never cultivated, evolved, and had never been of any use. But at that moment, it appeared on its own initiative and rushed towards the demonic hammer. Boom, the demonic hammer's body immediately, as if it was hit by a huge blow. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu's white dragon Yuan spirit also turned into a pure mental energy. Li Zongjiu separated a part of his consciousness and landed on the white dragon Yuan spirit. He directly entered the azure cauldron and instantly entered the inner world of the demonic hammer. At this moment, black dragon flames were lingering around Devil Hammer. This was the black dragon Yuan spirit attacking with all its might. The black dragon Yuan spirit was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the black dragon Yuan spirit was already half subdued by Li Zongjiu. Thus, Li Zongjiu couldn't find the time to deal with it. When Li Zongjiu drove the white dragon Yuan spirit into the inner world of the demonic hammer, immediately, he felt the energy coming from the surroundings. It turned out that there was a resentment force inside the demonic hammer that had been entangled with it. Li Zongjiu also only saw it now. It was like a curse that had been engraved on the demonic hammer. After the Darkness Origin Dragon appeared, it used its Darkness Dragon flames to burn away the curse before it. Boom, the power of the curse emerged and erupted from time to time, requiring Li Zongjiu to constantly kill people and suppress it with fresh blood. Even Li Zongjiu had never seen such a situation before. But Li Zongjiu could feel that he was extremely young in front of this curse. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had cultivated for 3,000 years. Logically speaking, everything in the world had a feeling of youth. Even if it was a 100-year-old tree or a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, its sense of history was not as strong as Li Zongjiu's. But in front of the power of the curse, Li Zongjiu was like an incomparably tender sprout. To be able to give Li Zongjiu such a feeling, this meant that this curse was no longer in existence of the same era as Li Zongjiu. The Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul also desperately displayed its heaven-defying methods. In the end, after a bitter battle, the Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul used its broken body, but under the majesty of the Supreme Dragon's soul, it also directly broke the curse that had existed for an unknown period of time. At the same time, the Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul also fell on the demonic hammer. A force repelled Li Zongjiu and the white dragon Yuan spirit outside. After exiting the inner world of the demonic hammer, Li Zongjiu's figure fell back. Seeing this scene, the demonic hammer in the azure cauldron was constantly releasing the power of the Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul. It's transforming into an artifact spirit? Li Zongjiu did not stop this from happening. With the temperament of the Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul, if its strength was insufficient, it would absolutely not appear so easily. This time, it took the initiative to pursue and attack, which was enough to show that even the Darkness Yuan Dragon's soul had its eyes on this hammer. Under the cooperation of 2 strong entities, they would only become stronger. Looks like this transformation still needs some time. Li Zhongjiu placed the undying cauldron here. Just as he was about to cultivate, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the manor. Then, an extremely terrifying force was released and soared into the sky. Boom! As the force soared into the sky, almost the entire royal city was shaken. It was so powerful. The entire royal city's attention was focused on the White Deer Manor. Li Zhongjiu did not panic. He knew that this must be the movement of Nangong Wuji's breakthrough. Not bad. He recovered in half a day. It seems that he has made some progress. He could sense that Nangong Wuji had directly stepped into the 7th grade primitive emperor realm. He could easily overturn mountains and seas. Nangong Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw such a terrifying power. Damn it. I've endured for so long. Finally, I've made it. Nangong Wuji immediately laughed out loud. Fortunately, the White Deer Manor was big enough. Otherwise, if his laughter was heard by the neighbors, they would think that there was a madman in the manor. The 9th prince, who was wiping the floor of the alchemy building, was stunned when he heard the noise. Nangong Wuji. Isn't that the founder of the Wuji Palace? What a powerful force. Primitive Emperor Realm. He's at least in the late stage of the Primitive Emperor Realm. Lu Wenshan gazed at the sky and said. In the next moment, Nangong Wuji rushed toward the back mountain. Obviously, Nangong Wuji had just made a breakthrough and had nowhere to vent his cultivation. In the manor, only Li Zhongjiu was strong enough for Nangong Wuji to fight. The King of Fire had already left. However, even if Nangong Wuji went to find the King of Fire, he would not dare to be too arrogant. Therefore, Nangong Wuji rushed toward the Sky Blaze Lion. He wanted to fight the Sky Blaze Lion one-on-one. These days, the Sky Blaze Lion had become fatter under the care of the Yuan Beast Workshop. Although it did not need to go out to look for food, it only needed to cultivate every day. However, the ferocious beast aura that reached the heavens was still difficult to conceal when he attacked. Ahem, I have something to do today. I'll fight with you another day. When Nangong Wuji got closer to the Sky Blaze Lion, he felt that the other party's temper was not good. Therefore, Nangong Wuji turned around and left without hesitation. Sky Blaze Lion, you always steal the spiritual fruits I plant. Today, I'm going to fight with you. After saying that, Nangong Wuji rushed toward the Sky Blaze Lion with an aggressive aura. However, the Sky Blaze Lion was very good at burrowing. When it burrowed down, no one knew where it was hiding. Nangong Wuji could not find it. In the end, he had no choice but to fight with Xianxia. How could Xianxia be willing to fight with this guy? He directly said that he was going to beg for food and ran out with his broken bowl. Nangong Wuji, who had been wandering around for a whole day, was on the verge of exploding. Just as Nangong Wuji was about to rush to the Imperial Palace or some other place to show off his skills, a figure suddenly appeared. A figure blocked Nangong Wuji's way. Oh, you've made a breakthrough. Li Zhongjiu looked at Nangong Wuji with a strange smile on his face. Nangong Wuji, who was familiar with Li Zhongjiu, started to panic. Usually, nothing good would come out of Li Zhongjiu's appearance. Now that Li Zhongjiu had taken the initiative to appear in front of him with such a strange smile, Nangong Wuji became vigilant. Hee, not bad, not bad. This medicinal pill of yours is quite fierce. Nangong Wuji rubbed his hands and looked around for something. Finally, he realized something. I still have a building blueprint that I haven't finished yet. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I'll refine another elixir for you. Nangong Wuji turned around and was about to leave. However, when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he suddenly stopped. No one could resist such a temptation. Moreover, Nangong Wuji had just tasted the sweetness of the elixir. The feeling of his strength skyrocketing was really amazing. If he could do it again, he felt that he would return to the time when he was young and strong. You said it yourself. Nangong Wuji suddenly became excited. He looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him, fearing that Li Zhongjiu would go back on his words. Come on, I don't believe that I can't withstand one of your attacks. Nangong Wuji said as he activated his defensive aura. Since he only needed to withstand one attack, he didn't need to do too much. He only needed to activate his defensive aura to withstand Li Zhongjiu's attack to the greatest extent. If he were to fight Li Zhongjiu one-on-one, he might not have a chance of winning. Even after his breakthrough, Nangong Wuji didn't dare to boast that he could defeat Li Zhongjiu. That was not a problem. I've been cultivating the Wuji universe shield for many years just to deal with arrogant people like you. Yuan Li surged around Nangong Wuji's body and circulated around him. The Yuan Li could be seen gathering little by little, forming a kind of defense with heaven and earth. It was connecting heaven and earth. There were no gaps. If this was in any other place, this move alone would be enough to dominate and suppress all other heroes. When Li Zhongjiu saw this move, Nangong Wuji, he smiled. Of Nangong Wuji's attack. If you're ready, I'll come. Then, Li Zhongjiu extended his hand and beckoned, and a small black hammer appeared in his hand. Thereof of known Wujis of Yuan Li saw. If one were to take a closer look, they would see that the patterns on it were in the shape of a giant dragon. Li Zhongjiu lifted the hammer in his hand and walked towards Nangong Wuji. Nangong Wuji was about 20 meters away from Nangong Wuji. He lifted the hammer and smashed it down. Li Zhongjiu's action was as simple as smashing a nail. Nangong Wuji couldn't even sense any yuan energy fluctuation from Li Zhongjiu's body. However, this move made Nangong Wuji's expression change drastically. What? The defensive shield in front of Nangong Wuji was torn apart inch by inch, as if it was withstanding a terrifying force. F***CK. What's going on? Nangong Wuji didn't even have the chance to sense the source of this force. Soon, his defensive shield was torn apart. F***CK. Nangong Wuji couldn't withstand the great pressure from this force. He jumped up, but it was too late to escape. The invisible force from the hammer sent Nangong Wuji flying hundreds of meters away. Nangong Wuji was smashed out of White Deer Manor. Nangong Wuji flew far away and disappeared. Although Nangong Wuji did this to reduce the force and prevent himself from getting hurt, he still smashed a big hole in the ground when he landed. This guy, this force. Nangong Wuji was frightened. Nangong Wuji almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The hidden energy almost rushed into his body and damaged it. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it in the end. However, this move was too terrifying for Nangong Wuji. He forced the hidden force out of his body. Fortunately, he had chosen a place with few people when he landed. By the time the special envoy arrived, Nangong Wuji had already disappeared. Nangong Wuji couldn't help but admire Li Zhongjiu when he returned. Your hammer, what kind of hammer is it? Nangong Wuji asked in shock. It's a new name. Let's call it Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zhongjiu tossed the hammer in his hand. The Black Dragon primordial spirit had already fused with the Black Dragon Hammer, so it was now in his hand. Li Zhongjiu already had two weapons, both of which possessed weapon spirits. This was very rare. The power of the Black Dragon Hammer was unimaginable. Even Nangong Wuji was easily defeated by Li Zhongjiu when he fully released his defensive power. If Li Zhongjiu's strength was a little stronger, it would be even more terrifying. Black Dragon Hammer. Did you make it yourself? No, I picked it up outside. Li Zhongjiu said. It was more or less picked up. After all, it was in that place and had never been moved. It was just that no one had thought of it and no one had been able to get it. Amazing, Nangong Wuji said with heartfelt admiration. Don't give it such an arrogant name. Otherwise, people will really think that there is a dragon in it. Li Zhongjiu didn't deny it and just smiled. It's more frightening. People will be scared when they hear it. Although the name sounds a little silly, when a giant dragon really appears in this disposal, then you guys will be in for a surprise. I heard that you recently offended the Hua family. Do you want me to help you? Nangong Wuji said. After all, the Hua family had a military background. Li Zhongjiu's matter was not serious, but it was not trivial either. He broke the arm of the Hua family's third master and threw the young talent of the Hua family, Hua Qing, on the street. This was almost a slap to the family's face. No, it's just a Hua family. Li Zhongjiu shook his head. Li Yun was already dealing with this matter. If the Hua family really had the guts, they would have already come to kill them. The Hua family could wait until now. Obviously, Li Yan had stopped them. Li Zhongzhou didn't care what the situation was. You're really quite capable. Nangong Wuji knew about the Hua family's situation. Li Zhongzhou was able to deal with them without batting an eyelid, which was enough to prove his strength. It was not just a few casinos or pawnshops that could deal with them. It's still early, Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. His current achievements and power were obviously not enough for Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou had a broader world to explore in the future. Nangong Wuji couldn't see through the young man in front of him. At the same time, he wanted to see how far Li Zhongzhou could go. If ordinary people had Li Zhongzhou's achievements, they would have drifted to God knows where long ago. However, Li Zhongzhou was as steady as ever. He was never arrogant. He even hid his strength and bided his time. He kept improving his strength and didn't care about external factors at all. A person who could achieve this was truly terrifying. Being powerful for a while was nothing. There would always be a time when one would encounter difficulties or even meet someone who was stronger than one. However, Li Zhongzhou was never complacent. He was even clear about his goals. Either Li Zhongzhou had seen the world, or Li Zhongzhou had experienced a great tribulation. What kind of situation was it? Nangong Wuji naturally couldn't figure it out. Although Nangong Wuji had lost the battle, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Li Zhongzhou. Were the young people nowadays so powerful? Were they not giving the old people a chance to survive? If this continued, the old people like them wouldn't be able to survive anymore. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou could eliminate them at any time. However, Li Zhongzhou said that if Nangong Wuji was willing, he could stay in the White Deer Manor for a year. At the same time, he could help him train the disciples of the Li family when he was free. He could guarantee that Nangong Wuji's cultivation would reach the peak of the primitive emperor realm within 2 years. If other people dared to make such a promise, Nangong Wuji would definitely slap them to death. However, since it was Li Zhongzhou, everything was different. Nangong Wuji knew that Li Zhongzhou would do what he said. Therefore, Nangong Wuji trusted Li Zhongzhou very much. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get such an opportunity even if they wanted it. However, Nangong Wuji came at the right time. Anyway, Li Zhongzhou didn't restrict his personal freedom, let alone 2 years. Moreover, what could happen in Monarch City? The 4 primitive emperor-level soul beasts in the back of the mountain weren't vegetarians. They basically ate meat. Therefore, Nangong Wuji had picked up a great bargain. Moreover, the White Deer Manor was designed by him. Naturally, it was very familiar to live in such a place. Nangong Wuji agreed without hesitation. The place where Nangong Wuji and the other experts lived was designated as the guest courtyard. After testing the power of the Black Dragon Hammer, Li Zhongzhou was very satisfied. Night fell. Lu Pei came to report that Su Sha of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had come to see him. What's the matter? Li Zhongzhou invited Su Sha to sit down. Su Sha's ability was pretty good. Li Zhongzhou also thought highly of her, but she still needed to temper herself. Of course there's good news. Previously, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were discussing about giving you a reward. They've already received it. Now, they've asked me to deliver it to you. Su Sha said with a mysterious smile. Oh? There really is something here. I thought this trip was a waste. Li Zhongzhou said. In fact, this trip to the Haiku dynasty was not a loss at all. Li Zhongzhou had never been at a disadvantage. It was always others who were at a disadvantage. Until now, the people of the Hell Arena were still looking for Li Zhongzhou, the man codenamed Evil Lord. This Evil Lord had killed 2 of the strongest experts in the arena and disappeared without a trace. Of course, some people also said that this Evil Lord was Li Zhongzhou of the Xianxia dynasty. He was one of the top alchemists in the 3 dynasties pill gathering. Not only did he have great fighting strength, but he also knew how to refine pills. Where could such a person be found? This time, returning from the Haiku dynasty was not a loss. He had obtained many benefits. The Black Dragon Hammer was one of them. The other was this Qi Yanran. Even Li Zhongzhou did not expect such a thing to happen. It happened naturally. This was unanimously approved by the parliament. Deputy Pavilion Master Chu spent a lot of time talking. Su Sha took out the item from her storage ring. It was a sealed jar. It looked like a transparent glass jar. Inside the jar was a pile of dark red liquid. The jar was the size of a human head. However, the volume of the dark red liquid was nearly half of the jar's size. Furthermore, there was a layer of seal on the jar. When he saw the seal, Li Zongjiu also opened his eyes wide. Damn, he really managed to get this thing. Li Zongjiu looked at the thing inside the jar. This Heavenly Pill Pavilion really put in a lot of effort to win him over. Regardless of what the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's goal was, Li Zongjiu was very satisfied with this result. Because what was in the jar was none other than nothing else. It was dragon blood. He was very familiar with the power of dragon blood. Back then, when Li Zongjiu was fighting a bloody battle, he had drunk a lot of this fresh and hot dragon blood. Therefore, he was very familiar with dragon blood. 3 drops of dragon blood. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's reward for Elder Li's hard work. Please accept it. Su Sha said with a smile. Li Zongjiu was naturally very happy. With his current realm, it was impossible to get dragon blood. If he went to fight a dragon with his current strength, he would be easily beaten up by a group of dragons. It was because he had come into contact with these dragons in his previous life and knew how powerful they were. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was more careful and vigilant. He would not easily provoke these guys. With dragon blood and some elixirs, I can continue to refine 6 more heavenly dragon elixirs. Li Zongjiu said. With your status, you can use any of the herbs in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion shop without any charge. Su Sha looked at Li Zongjiu and said. She was worried that Li Zongjiu did not know about the benefits of being an honorary elder. Therefore, she reminded him. Such a good opportunity could not be wasted. These were the rights of an honorary elder. Well, there's such a good thing? Li Zongjiu said in surprise. In that case, wouldn't he be able to save a lot of money? Although Li Zongjiu was very rich now, being thrifty was a virtue. Of course, you still don't know. Your honorary elder signboard is useful wherever you go. Su Sha's face was full of regret. Li Zongjiu was one of the few people who had obtained the honorary elder token of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, he did not know how to use it properly. It was too wasteful. Then I'll try it tomorrow. It was not early. After Su Sha delivered the items, she left. Li Zongjiu did not have the habit of keeping people for meals. He personally sent Su Sha to the door and arranged for her to get on the carriage. 3 drops of dragon blood. This was definitely a big deal from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If he used the dragon blood, Li Zongjiu's current realm would be better for him to break through. When he was free, Li Zongjiu's task was to cultivate and cultivate. Occasionally, he would check on the Li family's disciples. These young disciples of the Li family were sent to the White Deer Manor. First, they had to undergo a devilish training. Everyone had to persevere. After going through the hellish training every day, they would use some medicinal liquid to recover. Everyone had to have a body made of iron. This way, they would be able to improve in the following trials and become a strong expert. Although the process was arduous, the results were very obvious. Under the powerful financial support of the White Deer Manor. In just 2 short months, these Li family disciples' cultivation results had surpassed the results of a year's cultivation in Luoxia City. This amazing result was also unrelated to Li Yanjuan rune array. 2 days later, Taifai hurriedly reported. He said that the 2 people surnamed Zong had escaped. Originally, the soulless talisman was fake. However, the 2 of them used some unknown method to undo the effect of the soulless talisman and escaped. Where can they escape to? Li Zongjiu smiled disdainfully. The 1,000 Machine Workshop had already locked onto the 2 of them. These 2 top-notch assassins were actually hiding in the Gu family. Obviously, the 2 of them had inquired about the huge conflict between the Gu family and Li Zongjiu. Therefore, it was impossible for Li Zongjiu to set foot in the Gu family's territory. However, it was a pity that the 2 of them were really unlucky. They thought that they would be relatively safe in the Gu family. Even if Li Zongjiu knew about it, he would not dare to come. However, they did not know that not long ago, the Gu family's patriarch had died in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Previously, Li Zongjiu had completely annihilated the Gu family in the Sacred Flame Royal City. he had also given the heavenly hell python a good meal. The terrifying sound that had been heard from the Gu family that day still caused the people nearby to tremble. After that, there was no one left in the Gu family. Of course, most of the Gu family's businesses had not gone bankrupt. After the Gu family in the Jin region learned of the situation, they immediately sent people over to stabilize the businesses in the sacred Flame Royal City. Although a group of people had died, the Gu family in the Jin region did not suffer too much loss. It could even be said that Gu Yu and his group had been placed here as hostages. If anything happened, they would naturally be the first to be sacrificed. Therefore, they had already made preparations for such a situation. Among the new batch of people, there were only a total of 5 people, and they easily took over the situation here. Li Zhongjiu was so arrogant and did not put the Gu family in his eyes because he had the support of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion behind him. Before they were fully prepared, the Gu family was not prepared to deal with Li Zhongjiu in such a hurry. After all, dealing with Li Zhongjiu would require them to pay a huge price. How could the many years of preparation be destroyed in a single day? However, the inheritance flame that had fallen into Li Zhongjiu's hands had to be taken back. This inheritance flame was just a small flame, but it had already made the Ancient One an alchemy genius in the entire sacred Flame Royal City. The inheritance flame existed in the Gu family's territory in the Jin region. Such a powerful object was enough to show the hidden strength of the Gu family. How could a family that could make the sacred Flame Royal City so wary be so simple? Even now, if the Xianxia dynasty wanted to do anything in the Jin region, they would have to look at the Gu family's face. If the Gu family secretly caused trouble for them, they would not be able to find any traces. When the time came, they would be killed immediately. The outcome would be very tragic. Therefore, the officials sent by the Xianxia dynasty to the Jin province had a hard time. However, the influence of the Gu family had been shrinking bit by bit. Several powerful families had appeared in the Jin province. It was obvious that the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty was behind them. These families were specially supported to deal with the Gu family. At such a critical juncture, of course, he had to be more cautious. The person in charge of the Gu clan in the Holy Flame Royal City was an elder of the Gu clan. When he was young, he served in the Gu family's law enforcement hall. Later on, he retired from the law enforcement hall and entered the Senate hall. When this old man took up his post, he sternly reorganized the Gu family's style. He had cleaned up many of the cowardly pests in the Gu clan, sweeping them out one by one. This person's name was Gu Sha. At this moment, the other 4 main members of the Gu family were also tidying up the Gu family's businesses. What needed to be taken care of was taken care of, and what needed to be abandoned was abandoned. Such a huge business of the Gu family was actually settled by a mere 5 people. In front of Gu Sha sat 2 people. A middle-aged man sat on Gu Sha's left. This middle-aged man was called Gu Yao. He was Gu Yu's cousin. At the same time, he was also an elder of the Gu family. Being sent out had already proven his strength. Gu Yao looked at the 2 people sitting opposite him. Why did Elder Gu Sha have to be so careful when receiving these 2 people? Gu Yao was puzzled, but he did not voice it out. After all, he could not possibly question the elder's mistakes. Therefore, Gu Yao put down this thought in his heart. He was also sizing up the 2 people in front of him. I didn't expect the Gu family, one of the 4 big families in the Divination Flame Empire, to be so low-key. Zhang Yishang said. Gu Yao was shocked by his words. He actually dared to mention the Divination Flame Empire. He even knew that the Gu family was one of the 4 big families, which meant that he knew about the glory days of the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Gu Sha's stern face relaxed slightly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. Back then, who dared to stand in the way of the Gu family? Who dared to touch us? Gu Sha leaned on the back of the chair, as if he was reminiscing about the glory days of the Gu family. His eyes were filled with melancholy. Back then, the Zhang family was as famous as the Gu family. Why hasn't there been any news recently? I heard that you secretly went to the Haiku dynasty to be assassins? Gu Sha looked at the 2 people in front of him and said. Back then, the family relied on their own abilities to survive until now. If they did not have any abilities, how could they survive until now? Therefore, the 2 people from the Zhang family in front of him only looked weak on the outside. In fact, Gu Sha did not dare to underestimate their abilities. I'm just trying to make a living. I'm tired of the disputes in the underworld, but I can't lose my ancestral skills. Zhang Yishang said. However, if you want to go against Li Zhongjiu in the Xingyan dynasty, I advise you to give up. Gu Sha said in a deep voice. He stared at the two people in front of him. Only then did Gu Yao understand that the two people in front of him were from the Zhang family. The strongest assassin family in 1,000 years. Now that they had fallen to such a state, why didn't they reappear in the underworld? It was because they did not have the confidence to reach the peak. Could it be that you want the former number one in the world to reappear in the underworld and obediently become number two? People who cared about their reputation would not do that. Therefore, with the current situation, it was better for them to hide from the world and not come out. Otherwise, there was an extremely rare situation, which was that they were invincible in the world. Therefore, they chose to hide. Since there were no opponents, there was no pressure. What was the point of staying in the underworld? After hearing the origin of the Zhang family's assassins, they actually wanted to go against Li Zhongjiu. How could the Gu family not want to go against Li Zhongjiu too? However, Li Zhongjiu's strength was too strong. If the Gu family really wanted to go against him, they would really need the help of elders. At least 3 or 4 of them would be needed. The main reason was that if they went against Li Zhongjiu, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would definitely not let it go. Then, the matter would not be so easy to solve. There was no need to mess up the Gu family's plans for a single Li Zhongjiu. That was why the Gu family had not made a move yet and did not provoke Li Zhongjiu for the time being. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu was a man of principle. After killing a wave of people, as long as they did not act rashly, he would not continue to attack them. However, if the Gu family tried to provoke Li Zhongjiu again, the situation might change. The Zhang family might not be active in the underworld, but we've never given up on our old business. How could we, the Gu family, care about a mere Li Zhongjiu? Zhang Yishang instantly laughed loudly. It seemed like these people from the Gu clan had been hiding for a long time. They were actually scared to this extent. Zhang Yishang and the others were not afraid at all. Their spirit was not weak at all. Not to mention Li Zhongjiu, if they were given enough money. If they had enough money, they would even take the head of the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be able to pay the price. But we're new here, and we're not familiar with the place. We'll need the help of some friends. Zhang Yishang's attitude changed. He shamelessly asked the Gu family to provide him with a place to hide. After all, Li Zhongjiu had eyes and ears all over the city. If he wanted to quietly come up with an assassination plan, he would need someone to cover him. He did not need to cover other places, but this time, he had exposed his identity. Someone must have leaked the news beforehand. Otherwise, the two of them would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. For Zhang Yishang, there was nothing he could do about it. Ahem. When Gu Yao heard Zhang Yishang spouting nonsense, he thought that he was very capable, but in the end, he still had to ask for the Gu family's help. If you can get rid of Li Zhongjiu, then I'll be happy for a while. But you can't stay here. I'll have someone send you out of the city. Tomorrow, go to Western Village Town and disguise yourselves. Then, follow the merchant group back to the city. The Gu family still had the power to send someone out of the city secretly. When the people from Thousand Chances Workshop saw Zhang Yishang and Gu Yao enter the Gu family, they did not come out. When Taifai came to report, Li Zhongjiu had just received the 3 drops of dragon blood and was not in the mood to deal with these assassins. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry to ask for herbs from the Sky Elixir Pavilion. If that was the case, he might have to wait or there might be other reasons. Furthermore, White Deer Manor had a lot of herbs in storage. It would not be a problem to take out some herbs. That night, Li Zhongjiu refined 2 Sky Dragon Elixir pills. He kept the Sky Dragon Elixir pills well. Qi Yanran had just consumed one and had no use for it. The rest of the people did not need this elixir pill. However, Li Zhongjiu was prepared to send this elixir pill to Luoxia City for his father to consume. He had not returned for a long time and did not know how his father's cultivation was progressing. With the Sky Blaze Lion King technique and the help of some elixir pills given by Li Zhongjiu, he should be reaching the Yuan Monarch realm soon. After he broke through to the Yuan monarch realm, he would help him refine the Sky Dragon elixir pills in the normal way. At that time, his father's strength would also reach a higher level. Using elixir pills to create elites was also one of Li Zhongjiu's specialties. In his previous life, when Li Zhongjiu was bored, he had also tried to use elixir pills to help someone with a little cultivation foundation improve their strength in the shortest time possible. In the end, in just 3 months, Li Zhongjiu had created an primitive emperor elite. It could be said that this was a very terrifying achievement at the time. However, this primitive emperor elite died not long after. Because his foundation was still there and he did not have enough foundation to support such a huge power, his body exploded and he died in a few days. However, this also proved the power of Li Zhongjiu's elixir pills. If Li Zhongjiu wanted, he could easily help someone break through the bottleneck that had been stuck for more than a decade and improve their strength. Just thinking about it was incredible. Ordinary people would not even dare to imagine such a thing. However, in such a situation, there were not many benefits. Things like cultivation had to be done step by step. The foundation had to be stable in order to be able to support the strength of the future. Taifei, go and gather the troops. We'll go and get them. Taifei's heart was filled with apprehension the entire night. After all, he was the one who let them go. It was his fault, but fortunately, Li Zhongjiu did not seem to blame him. If these 2 top assassins were so easily guarded, then they were too weak, so it was very normal for them to be able to escape. It's already been prepared. We'll set off at any time, Taifei said. After receiving the news that these 2 people were hiding in the Gu clan, Taifei almost impulsively led his men to kill them. Previously, the Gu clan had been destroyed by Li Zhongjiu. Although they later rose from the ashes, the Gu clan was definitely a hostile force against Li Zhongjiu. Fortunately, his subordinates persuaded him to stay. It was better to discuss this matter with the young master first. Thus, Taifei came. However, before he came, he had already gathered his men and was ready to set off at any time. Previously, Li Zhongjiu was used to solving problems by himself because it was convenient. However, it was different now. Now that his wings were fully developed, there was no need to be secretive. He wanted to openly intimidate them and make the people of the city remember that in the future, no one who walked out of the White Deer Manor could be offended. He believed that the person called War God Maple should have remembered this very clearly. Li Zhongjiu brought Taifei with him, and there were about 20 people behind them. More than half of them were Yuan monarch experts. Of course, such a lineup would not be able to cause too much trouble. However, as long as Li Zhongjiu was here, things would be stable. After this, once the name of White Deer Manor spread, there would definitely be more experts who would come to seek refuge. Moreover, the peak of their combat strength would be at the Yuan monarch level. Generally, Yuan monarch experts were forbidden to make a move unless they were really forced to. Previously, many Yuan monarchs had exchanged blows with Li Zhongjiu and been killed because Li Zhongjiu was too arrogant, causing them to be helpless. However, in the end, these people were still killed by Li Zhongjiu, and their fates were even worse. The reason why the primitive emperors weren't punished was because most of them were dead. Moreover, the fight between them didn't hurt any ordinary people. As long as these ordinary people were not harmed, it would not matter even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, if the people of the Xianxia dynasty were harmed, the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty would definitely intervene. No matter what, they had to display the prestige of the royal family. More than 10 Yuan monarch experts. Such a lineup was already extremely tyrannical. The group of people blocked the entrance of the Gu family's gate. The 2 guards of the Gu family's gate did not even have time to report before they were sent flying by an Yuan monarch expert. The gate of the Gu family's gate was also kicked open. I already gave you a chance last time, yet you still dare to go against me. Tear down their walls. Li Zhongjiu pointed at the walls on both sides of the gate. For ordinary people, just kicking open the gate was already a serious provocation. Now, even the walls were being torn down, which was even more shocking. Immediately, 2 people walked out and raised their hands to push down the walls in front of them. Rumble. Dust filled the air. Gu Sha was in the main hall. When Li Zhongjiu and the rest set off, he had already received the news. He had thought that Li Zongjie would at least give him some face and let him ask whatever he wanted. In short, he did not. If he wanted to search the Gu family's gate, he would have to give some excuses. After that, he would let Li Zongjie's men search the Gu family's gate. If they could not find anyone, they would naturally leave. However, looking at Li Zongjie's menacing manner, he had torn down the Gu family's gate the moment he arrived. He was obviously here to fight. Family head, Li Zongjie ordered his men to tear down our walls. What? Gu Sha's face was as dark as water. Gu Yao immediately stood up. He is too arrogant. He is simply looking down on the Gu family. Today, I want to meet this Li Zongjie. Gu Yao's eyes were blazing with anger. He could explode at any time. He was obviously here to humiliate the Gu family. What are you doing? Stop it. Some of the Gu family's guards wanted to step forward to stop them, but they were immediately sent flying. These guards of the Gu clan were all recruited later on, and there was no lack of ferocious individuals. However, these people were here to earn a living. When they saw Li Zongjie, who had an illustrious reputation in the city, leading people over, how could they be willing to step forward? Immediately, they hid to the side. They did not dare to show themselves. Looks like there are quite a lot of people in the Gu family. If you don't want to die today, hand over the person. After Li Zongjie walked in, he directly said to the people in the hall. As an elder of the Gu family, to be able to enter the Doyan Hall, one had to make a great contribution to the Gu family. To determine the contribution, one had to see how many people one had killed for the Gu family and how much money one had earned. This was the most direct method. Obviously, the more people Gu Sha killed, the more money he earned. That was why he had entered the Council of Grand Elders. Now, he was a Grand Elder, and had come to oversee the place where the problem had arisen. The number of people Gu Sha had killed was uncountable. Moreover, when he was in charge of the law enforcement hall, he used ruthless methods to rectify the family. At that time, he became an executioner that everyone feared. The murderous aura that he had cultivated for many years had turned into an ordinary aura at this time. Most of it was hidden. He hid this murderous aura within his body. On the surface, he was trying his best to be friendly. Young Master Li, please be patient. I am Gu Sha from the Gu family. I am now an elder. Coincidentally, I was acquainted with your deputy pavilion master Chu back then. Gu Sha looked at Li Zongjie, who had rushed in exasperatedly. He was not in a hurry and said slowly. As he spoke, he tried his best to appease Li Zongjie. Moreover, he even brought up Vice Pavilion Master Chu. Obviously, he wanted to worm his way into being friends with Yi Shiwen. To him, it was a piece of cake to keep a 3-year-old kid in his good books. Cut the crap. It is useless even if you know my father. Li Zongjie said directly. Smash everything here. Li Zongjie ordered. Many of the furnishings in the hall were antiques. Often, there would be some famous guests who would come to discuss matters. If the items placed here were not of good quality, there would be no business. The Gu family was an extremely ancient family. These antiques were all authentic. He had never thought that Li Zongjie and the others were like barbaric bandits. When the people behind him heard this, they thought that since they had someone backing them, it was a great thing to be able to come to the Gu family's residence in Royal City to cause trouble. Therefore, each of them smashed more vigorously than the last. Li Zongjie, don't go overboard. Do you really think that my Gu family is afraid of you? Gu Yao bared his teeth and glared at Li Zongjie as if he wanted to dig Li Zongjie's head out. Oh, you're not afraid of me? Just based on this little old man's strength of a 5th-stage primitive emperor? Li Zongjie smiled disdainfully. There was actually someone who dared to challenge him in front of him. Now, as long as this supreme being expert did not appear, Li Zongjie had nothing to fear. Seeing that Li Zongjie had seen through his true strength, he was shocked. Gu Sha's face changed. Let's not talk about how Li Zongjie knew his true strength. Even though he knew his cultivation level, he still dared to be so arrogant. This showed that he had nothing to fear. A 5th-stage origin emperor was already considered a mid-stage origin emperor expert. Even if such an expert killed a few unimportant imperial court officials, the Xingyan dynasty would not necessarily pursue the matter. this was a symbol of strength. Even if you killed a city lord, as long as you were sincere enough, the Xingyan dynasty would not make things difficult for such a tyrannical primitive emperor expert. Previously, when Li Zongjiu had not become strong, when he met Nangong Wuji in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Nangong Wuji was able to guarantee that Li Zongjiu would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. That was true. What was the background of this Li Zongjiu? How about this? Either you hand over the person tonight, or you take a blow from my hammer. If you can withstand this blow, I will leave and not find trouble with you. When Li Zongjiu saw Gu Sha's shocked expression, he knew that this little old man was starting to feel a little weak. With this little ability, he wanted to suppress Li Zongjiu and have a slow talk with Li Zongjiu. He was underestimating Li Zongjiu too much. Take a blow from his hammer. Last night, in order to express their sincerity and gratitude, the two people from the Zong clan had exchanged information with the Gu clan. From the information that the Zong clan had gathered, it was clear that Li Zongjiu was the evil lord that they had caught a glimpse of in the Hell Arena. It was hard to believe that such a person could still be alive and well after giving himself such a nickname that would be struck by lightning. However, this evil lord was really capable. Just the ability that he had displayed was like a small black hammer. Almost no one could withstand this evil lord's hammer. Hearing Li Zongjiu's request, Gu Sha naturally did not dare to accept it. It's just a hammer. There is no need for Elder Yuan to take action. Let me do it. If I can't withstand your hammer today, I, Gu Yao, will not have the face to continue living. Gu Yao stood out and said. At this time, he naturally had to help Elder Yuan. No matter what, if he was really killed by Li Zongjiu's hammer, the clan would record his contribution. Hence, Gu Yao had to show himself. As long as he did not die, he would definitely receive Elder Gu Sha's full support in the future. Gu Sha gave Gu Yao a look of affirmation. It was as if he was saying, you did well, I will reward you when I return. Alright, then it's you. After saying that, Li Zongjiu also took out his black dragon hammer. Gu Yao took a step forward. After making a series of hand seals, a golden armor covered in light immediately appeared around his body. The armor was in a golden and transparent state. It was a high-grade defensive yuan tool. Bah, so shameless. Using the sky gold armor. Tai-Fi immediately scolded. This person was really shameless. The sky gold armor's defensive power is ranked 10th among the high-grade defensive yuan tools. It is said that it can withstand the full blow of an Origin Emperor expert. Tai-Fi's words were obviously for Li Zongjiu to hear. Wow, so powerful. How much is one set? Li Zongjiu asked. It is sold in the 7-star flame room. Each set is priced at 79 million purple yuan. Isn't that more expensive than my azure cauldron? Wait, let me test the power of this thing first. Li Zongjiu said in surprise. 70 million purple yuan coins was already a terrifying amount. Although Li Zongjiu had a lot of money, billions of purple yuan coins had entered his account in a short period of time. The main reason was that these were all stolen from others. Who knew how long it took for others to accumulate such wealth? Li Zongjiu relied on his tyrannical strength. He robbed people clean at the drop of a hat, that was why he had so much money. If Li Zongjiu was allowed to earn a little, who knew when he would be able to earn as much as he did now? Moreover, the expenses of the White Deer Manor were not low. They had to feed so many people and a few Origin Emperor level soul beasts. These expenses were enough to make Xiao Zhao extremely worried. Moreover, the White Deer Manor was in a good financial situation now. They did not purchase anything extremely valuable in the manor. The amount of money was unpredictable. There was no such thing as being despicable on the battlefield. So Li Zongjiu was allowed to use such a terrifying hammer, but he was not allowed to use such a defensive yuan tool. Anyway, it was not clear before the fight, so it naturally counted. Are you ready? Li Zongjiu asked when he saw Gu Yao's confident look. The surrounding people who were smashing and robbing stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Zongjiu attentively. Many of them were also very curious. Was this young master of the Li family really as powerful as the legend said? Gu Sha also stared at Li Zongjiu's actions expressionlessly. The yuan energy in his body was also quietly circulating, ready to strike at any time. As Li Zongjiu's voice fell, he walked in front of Gu Yao and smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand towards the golden light. Boom! The hammer fell to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. Gu Yao looked on helplessly as the floating golden armor in front of him was shattered into pieces. At the same time, a terrifying and overbearing force attacked Gu Yao. It was as if a giant beast was biting towards him. In the next moment, Gu Yao's body was torn into pieces by this force. Whoosh! Boom! A wave of destructive energy continued to sweep forward. A large hole was immediately blasted in the Gu family's house. After this large hole, the force formed a path of destruction. Everywhere it passed, everything was crushed into pieces. Crash! This force penetrated the front and back of the Gu family's mansion. Even the last wall collapsed with a gentle gust of wind. In the middle of this long trail, Gu Yao's body was not found. It's a pity. Looks like he didn't manage to block my hammer. Before sunset today, if I don't see anyone in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion, you will be next. Can you block it? Can you withstand it? This was complete disdain. If it had been anyone else, Gu Sha would have let them know how powerful he was. However, Li Zongjie was standing before him, so Gu Sha didn't dare to act rashly. At the same time, he was comforting himself. He had to consider the big picture. He had to consider the big picture. Of course, these words were only for himself. Even if the people around him did not understand, Gu Sha could only treat it as a great burden. How could ordinary people like you understand his pain? Li Zongjie and the rest came to wreck the place and then swaggered away. It was said that the people in the Gu family did not even dare to let out a fart. Even the mansion of the Gu family had been demolished beyond recognition. From the looks of it, it was as if it had been demolished and rebuilt. As for the casualties, the outside world was not sure. However, some people saw Gu Sha standing in the ruins. This was the newly appointed helmsman of the Gu family. To think that he would encounter such a situation as soon as he took office. This really made people admire China. They could not help but observe a few minutes of silence for Gu Sha. Li Zongjie did not hide his actions at all. Almost the entire Sacred Flame Royal City had received the news and started to pay attention to it. Previously, Li Zongjie was just a clown jumping around in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Such a person was not a threat at all. No matter how he jumped around, he might be crippled by someone one day. It was only now that these people realized that Li Zongjie had reached a very terrifying level. With such a growth rate, he could no longer be ignored. It was too late even if they wanted to curry favor with him. Without the foundation of their previous relationship, it would be very difficult to curry favor with him. 7-star Fire Room. Song Jieyu was also one of the people who had been paying attention to Li Zongjie's news. Recently, there had been some problems with the orders in Song Jieyu's hands. Even a few of the big clients in Song Jieyu's hands seemed to have the intention of transferring them. It must have been dug out by someone else. Although the Sacred Flame Royal City's market had stabilized, there were still some important connections in the lower cities. If the overall performance couldn't catch up, the situation would be more critical. Right now, Song Jieyu was in a terrible fix because there were people in the Song family who had secretly joined forces to deal with Song Jieyu. They wanted to eliminate Song Jieyu. More than half of the resources in the 21st-class cities under the Song family's control had been taken away by others. The orders from these cities were comparable to those from Sacred Flame Royal City. However, although this matter was troublesome for Song Jieyu, this was the way to do things in the family. Not only did she have to guard against the opponents outside the family, she also had to keep an eye on the people inside the family. Backstabbing was a common occurrence, so it was not surprising. When she heard that Li Zongjie had gone to the Gu clan again today, Song Jieyu sensed that something was amiss. His style of doing things was somewhat different from the Li Zongjie she knew in the past. In the past, Li Zongjie was extremely low-key and casual. When he killed someone, he dealt with it quickly. After what happened last night, he could even do it without alerting anyone. However, this time, with such great fanfare, it seemed like he was trying to establish his own reputation. What kind of temper does this Li Zongjie have? It's so strange. Song Jieyu couldn't understand Li Zongjie's character at all. However, with Li Zongjie causing such a ruckus, there would probably be people in the city who would focus on Li Zongjie very soon. Perhaps there would be another huge crocodile in the current market to devour. There was nothing strange about it. This was related to personal interests. If Li Zhongjiu really stepped into these markets, many people would suffer. When that time came, it would be a real bloody battle. There would probably be some extremely terrifying opponents from all aspects. It didn't matter if you killed a disciple of a family. If you could take revenge, you would. If you couldn't, you would admit defeat. You couldn't possibly throw the entire family into the mess. However, if you touched the family's business, then, sorry. This was a matter of life and death for the family. It wouldn't be easy for you to occupy it. When that time came, it would be the time to fight for their lives. The Sacred Flame Imperial City would probably be lively again. Although the weapon industry is good, there are too many choices. There will always be a time when it's saturated. Moreover, weapons don't change so frequently. Song Jieyu thought in her heart. Perhaps it was time to start a new industry. Since there were so many backstabbers, let them play slowly. By the time they reacted, Song Jieyu would have already gained a firm foothold in the new territory. There was nothing for others. This was the most competitive behavior in the industry. Miss, White Deer Manor has sent an invitation. Just as Song Jieyu was flipping through the recent Dynasty Express and Encyclopedia. Just as Song Jieyu was at her wit's end. When they heard the news, they were all stunned. She couldn't have heard wrongly, right? Where did the invitation come from? Song Jieyu was energized. Ever since Xiao Zhao left, the assistants around her felt that they weren't as smart as Xiao Zhao. They didn't handle many things as perfectly as Xiao Zhao. Sometimes, they even regretted being poached by Li Zhongjiu. It's an invitation from White Deer Manor. An assistant handed over the invitation in his hand. There were only 4 words written on it. Tomorrow afternoon. The strokes were vigorous and the words were concise and clear. There were also 3 words written on the signature. Li Zhongjiu. It was Li Zhongjiu who invited her. This even made Song Jieyu a little excited. She couldn't believe her eyes. And it made Song Jieyu have a very keen business sense. Li Zhongjiu had just made some achievements in the Haiku dynasty, and after returning, he was so high profile. And at such a time, he came to meet her. Something must be happening. Postpone tomorrow's schedule. Song Jieyu put away the invitation in her hand. She recalled the young man she met in the 7-star fire room. At that time, he was just an examinee who came to take the exam of Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion. Now, he was standing at a high position. But miss, tomorrow is the Iron Tools Merchant Alliance's meeting in Xianbai City. There are at least 6 big buyers in the Secret Tools Merchant Alliance. The assistant hurriedly said. Tomorrow's meeting was the most important thing. And there were 6 big buyers. If this could be negotiated, it would definitely add a lot of color to Mrs. Performance. If she didn't meet tomorrow and changed the schedule, this precious opportunity would definitely fall into the hands of others. Postpone it. Song Jieyu's tone didn't allow for refusal. The assistant was shocked. He hurriedly nodded and went to handle this matter. Inside Bailu Manor, Li Yan received Xinghaoren and the others who came from Jade Wave Giant City. After Li Zhongjiu returned to the Xingyan dynasty, he directly sent people to the Jing family to look for people, saying that he wanted to discuss the construction of warships in detail. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu wanted to invest in the project. The Jing family quickly sent Xinghaoren, who was familiar with Li Zhongjiu. In addition, a group of top warship designers were brought over. The main leader of the team was the Jing family's research team leader, who was also an elder of the Jing family, Jing Kong. In addition, 4 top members were brought over. They all received the best education in the Jing family and were the most creative warship designers. When Jing Kong and the others arrived, Li Zhongjiu just happened to bring people to the Gu family to look for something, so only Li Yan came to receive them. After all, Li Yan and Xinghaoren were relatively familiar with each other. Previously, Xinghaoren stayed in the Li family for a period of time and specially trained some warship operators for the Li family. After all, learning how to operate a warship was a very important knowledge. If it was not done well, it would definitely cause a great loss. Recently, Xinghaoren could be said to be doing well in the Jing family. He got to know Li Zongjiu, who was a powerful elder brother, and brought a huge source of income to the Jing family. Therefore, Jinghaoren could be said to have soared to the sky. In the Jing family, he was quite doted on. You all take a rest first. Zongjiu went out to do something and should be back at night. You can walk around, but don't go to the back of the mountain. There are a few man-eating things there. Li Yan said. Elder Zhengkong also nodded repeatedly. He did not believe Li Yan's words about man-eating things. It was estimated that there were people guarding it. It was very normal to not let people go to the secret forbidden area. Understood, understood. Miss Li Yan, please go ahead. We'll just sit here and wait. You don't have to be so restrained. It's fine to walk around casually. However, I have to deal with some matters first. If you have any questions, you can ask Butler Xiaozhao. Li Yan said with a smile. Soon after, they left the White Deer Manor. Xiaozhao didn't have the time to accompany these people. Since Li Yan said that they could roam around, she might as well take the opportunity to see what was so special about the White Deer Manor. Let's walk around. Zhengkong and the others strolled around the manor. At the other side, Nangong Wuji was also trying out his newly developed 8 trigrams maze formation. This kind of formation would be activated unconsciously. Once it was activated, people would walk into it without noticing. There would be nothing wrong with the surroundings, but they would never be able to walk out. Of course, in order to use such a large formation, one would need a sufficient space. The Bailu Manor was so vast that it couldn't be more suitable to set up this kind of formation. Li Zongjiu didn't bring them back directly. Instead, he walked around the main street and went to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion. Originally, the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion could be said to be the 9th Prince's territory. However, the 9th Prince was imprisoned in the Alchemy Building and he seemed to be very happy sweeping the floor. Li Zongjiu planned that if the 9th Prince couldn't gather enough money, he wouldn't be able to leave. As for Palace Master Yunqi in the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion, she was a palace master from the Zishuan court. She had regained her freedom, and after Li Zongjiu completely dealt with the poison cult in the southern region, the people from the Zishuan court were completely safe. It just so happened that the Zishuan court had stabilized their situation in the Holy Flame Royal City. However, the Zishuan court had always maintained a good relationship with the Bailu Manor. If there was any information, the Zishuan court would report it to the Bailu Manor. After all, the Zishuan court was originally in the intelligence business. When Li Zongjiu and the others came to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion, Palace Master Yunqi naturally received the news. The current Li Zongjiu was no longer someone they could contend against. Palace Master Yunqi was very clear about this. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu arrived, she personally came to welcome him. Young master. Li, please come to the elegant building. Go and play by yourself. Li Zongjiu and Taifai directly walked into the elegant building. This was a place for drinking, so all the expenses were naturally paid by young Master Li. These hired thugs were all from the Jianghu, so they were naturally very familiar with this kind of place. However, these people naturally wouldn't really go and do things at this time. Obviously, there was still work to be done at night. If they did things at this time and delayed things, wouldn't it be terrible? Therefore, these people also knew a sense of propriety. Letting them play by themselves was to let them relax a little, not to really let them indulge. Young Master Li, long time no see. Li Zongjiu was waiting in the elegant room. The table was already full of wine. Yunqi also hurriedly changed her clothes before walking in to entertain Li Zongjiu and Taifai. At the same time, 2 maids also walked out from behind her. They were Han Shuang and Han Shui. When these 2 were rescued by Li Zongjiu, they were originally arranged to stay by Xiaozhao's side. However, Xiaozhao also clearly saw that these 2 people's hearts weren't there, so he also advocated for them to return to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion by themselves. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. These 2 people's hearts belonged to the Zishuan court. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to change it in this lifetime. Sit down. Who has the final say in the Zishuan court? Li Zongjiu looked at Yunqi and asked. Yunqi couldn't help but feel surprised. She directly wanted to find the person in charge. This person was either looking for trouble or looking for connections. However, looking at Li Zhongzhou's appearance, she didn't know what he wanted to do, but the current situation of the Zixuan court could be said to be a mess. It was already good enough that she, Palace Lord Yunqi, could keep the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Pavilion. The Pavilion Lord is in a state of closed-door cultivation. Now, the Zixuan court is managed by 2 Palace Lords. One is me, and the other is Palace Lord Profound Sensitivity. However, Palace Lord Profound Sensitivity isn't in the Holy Flame Imperial City right now. If young Master Li has something to say, you can directly discuss it with me. Palace Lord Yunqi said slowly. So, your Zixuan court is now in a state of division, right? Li Zhongzhou directly pointed it out. This made Palace Lord Yunqi's expression become extremely embarrassed because what Li Zhongzhou said was simply accurate. Ever since the disaster of the poison cult in the south, the forces in the Zixuan court seemed to have been redistributed. The most important thing was that Palace Lord Profound Sensitivity and her subordinates seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with the other sections. They had always wanted to recruit the people on Palace Lord Yunqi's side. As for the so-called Pavilion Lord, in fact, he had already fallen. However, in order to ensure the stability of the people under Palace Lord Yunqi's command, she didn't want the people's hearts to be scattered. Otherwise, the Zixuan court would cease to exist and become a target for annexation by others. She didn't expect that the Zixuan court didn't die in the hands of the poison cult in the south but was destroyed in the hands of her own people. End of chapter 973. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.